17 years of a life spent traveling through time left Qingchen as nothing more than a martial arts failure. Yet today, during the spirit blessing ceremony, fate decided to deliver him a resounding slap in the face. In Guangling City, Luoyang province of the Great Xia Kingdom, the spirit blessing ceremony was underway at Qingchen High School. Beneath the blazing June sun, over 1,000 senior students gathered in the school's central plaza, their gazes fixed on the enormous transparent crystal at the center. Inside the crystal, countless colorful, shimmering lights flitted about like ethereal sprites, exuding an air of mystique and grandeur. Amid the crowd's anticipation, a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and striking eyes stood quietly with his eyes closed. This was Qingchen of the elite class. Despite his stunning appearance, he had long been the subject of ridicule due to his lack of martial arts talent. Suddenly, blue energy waves erupted from his body, surging before condensing into his Dantian energy core. To his surprise, at the very moment he broke through to the energy core realm, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host breakthrough detected. The divine hall system has awakened. At that moment, the golden opportunity he had awaited for 17 years finally arrived. The system immediately assigned him the Peach Blossom Sword God. By completing the trials set by the divine spirit, he could receive blessings of a godly level blessings that surpassed even the legendary austere imperial blessing. The ceremony officially began, and one by one, students stepped forward to receive their spirit blessings. While Qingchen was lost in dreams of the future, a graceful figure captured the attention of the entire audience. It was Luo Yuling, not only the recognized school beauty, but also the daughter of a high-ranking official. At just 17, she had already reached the pinnacle of the martial artist realm, an extraordinary genius. Suddenly, the spirit tomb trembled violently, and countless light clusters swirled in chaos. Finally, a golden divine light descended, enveloping Luo Yuling, the elemental primordial control and austere imperial blessing. While the crowd was still in shock, the system's voice echoed once more in Qingchen's mind. Divine trial issued. Trial content. Publicly kiss the school beauty Luo Yuling for more than 10 seconds. Time remaining to complete the trial, 30 minutes. Failure to complete the first trial will result in the host being deemed to have forfeited the Divine Hall. The Divine Hall system will permanently shut down. Qingchen's handsome face twitched uncontrollably. At the blessing ceremony, golden light surged into the sky. Standing atop the high platform, the principal gazed at the shimmering brilliance below, his face barely able to contain his excitement. An S-level blessing. This is on par with an emperor's rank, he exclaimed with fervor. The Grand Xia Kingdom hadn't seen an S-level blessed individual in 3 years. The last one hailed from a prestigious family in Longdu. And now, one had emerged right here, in his Jinshin Academy. Secretary Fu, suppressing his own excitement, hastily stepped aside to make a phone call. Lord Luo, the young lady has just received an S-level emperor's blessing. No, not just one stew. A frantic voice responded from the other end. What? I'm coming over immediately. Near the Hall of Heroic Souls, Luo Yuling stood with her eyes closed, her presence serene yet commanding. Multicolored elemental particles swirled around her, continuously refining her physique. Just then, the voice of the supervising teacher broke through the air. Next, Qingchen. In the crowd, Qingchen heard his name and hesitated. Glancing at the countdown timer above, which showed only 20 minutes left, he gritted his teeth. Damn it. So what if I embarrass myself in front of the whole school? For a god-ear blessing, it's worth the gamble, he muttered to himself. The moment Qingchen's fingers made contact with the crystal, a sudden and dramatic change occurred. All the soul entities scattered in panic, as if terrified, while the 3 violet orbs of light shrank back into the farthest corners, trembling. At the same time, the sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered overhead. Within the swirling mass of clouds, shadowy tendrils writhed, threatening to break through. Qingchen, blessing failed, the teacher announced. A wave of mocking laughter erupted from the crowd below. As the scene grew chaotic, Qingchen's eyes lit up. This was his chance. Enveloped in a surge of blue energy, he shot forward like an arrow, straight toward Luo Yuling, who had just opened her eyes. Forgive me, Luo, the campus beauty, he shouted inwardly. Before Luo Yuling could react, Qingchen pulled her into his arms and pressed his lips firmly against hers. The sudden and intimate gesture left Luo Yuling momentarily stunned, her mind blank. She instinctively wanted to resist but quickly realized that the newfound elemental energy coursing through her body had become erratic. Afraid of losing control, she refrained from using her strength and instead collapsed weakly into Qingchen's embrace. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Luo Yuling could only lean weakly into Qingchen's embrace in the end. During those 10 seconds of life-or-death tension, Qingchen's mind went completely blank. His entire body tensed, clutching the girl in his arms as though terrified she might slip away. In her panic, Luo Yuling stumbled a step backward, losing her balance, and was instantly pinned to the awakening ground by Qingchen. This shocking scene left everyone present utterly stunned. A prodigious girl who had just received an S-class blessing was now being forcibly kissed by a boy in full view of the crowd. On the high platform, the principal stood dumbfounded, while Secretary Fu's smile froze on his face. The previously noisy crowd fell into a deathly silence. Everyone, students, teachers, the principal, and Secretary Fu alike seemed to have their minds fried by the sheer absurdity of what was unfolding. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Trial of the Divine Peach Blossom Sword God completed. Initiating transfer of the host to the Divine Hall. Qingchen felt a surge of blood-red figures flooding his mind. His consciousness gradually consumed. He released Luo Yuling and collapsed heavily to the ground, falling unconscious. Now free, Luo Yuling scrambled away from Qingchen in a panic, supporting herself on the ground as she backed up. Her disheveled appearance, flushed cheeks, and teary eyes brimming with grievance made her look utterly pitiful. Under the watchful gaze of the entire school, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed her, and she too fainted. Qingchen Academy was plunged into a momentary silence before erupting into chaos. Students buzzed with animated discussion. This is insane. Kissing the school beauty in public? That's bold. He just broke through to the Qi stage, and he pulls this. My goddess, first kiss is gone. Qingchen, they'll kill you for this. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the heavens, compelling everyone to their knees as if by an invisible force. A towering man with fiery red hair descended from the sky, his presence crackling like a storm as he landed above Qingchen Academy. This was Luo Tianheng, wielding a massive blade that shimmered with lightning. Waves of energy surged around him, distorting the very air with their might. Just 10 minutes earlier, Luo Tianheng had received a call from Secretary Fu, informing him of his daughter's triumphant awakening with an S-class blessing. But the scene before him now made his blood boil. His newly awakened, prodigious daughter, being publicly kissed by a mere Qi stage boy. Luo Tianheng's eyes glinted coldly as he announced in a deep, commanding voice, I, the Chief Governor of Guangling City, hereby declare. After investigation, this student has been found to be under the influence of an evil spirit, attempting to steal the S-class blessing through physical contact. He is to be detained on-site and awaits further judgment. With that, he drew his thunderblade. The blade's energy surged, forming a cage of lightning, as he prepared to strike down the unconscious Qingchen. At this critical moment, the principal's figure streaked through the air like lightning, positioning himself firmly in front of Governor Luo. Governor Luo's gaze was icy, his entire presence exuding the overwhelming pressure of a grandmaster. Yet the principal remained unflinching, his tone calm and composed as he spoke. Governor Luo, it's just a squabble between kids, hardly worth escalating to this extent. If this child ends up with a criminal record, it could ruin his entire future. A wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. He's the youngest governor of Guangling City? Qingchen is in serious trouble now's crossed someone so powerful. Just a squabble? Luo Tianheng sneered, intensifying his oppressive aura. Yet the principal's expression remained as serene as ever. Governor Luo, the principal continued, his voice steady, I've been teaching at Qingchen Academy for 2 decades, and I happen to be your daughter's martial arts instructor. For my sake, could you let this child go just this once? Luo Tianheng's eyelid twitched slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He hadn't expected the principal of a mere high school to also be a grandmaster. If the principal was truly determined to shield the boy, it would be difficult to act against him without tarnishing his own reputation by resorting to force. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianheng withdrew his oppressive aura and said coldly, Principal Zhang, you're more capable than I gave you credit for. Fine, I'll let the boy go on your account. But today, I demand justice for my daughter, Luo Yuling. The principal let out a subtle sigh of relief. Though he appeared outwardly composed, the pressure of facing the most powerful official in Guangling City was immense. As the mentor of the elite Tianjiao class, it was his duty to protect Qingchen. According to school regulations, they'll place him on probation, the principal declared, his voice firm. This will remain on his record for the rest of his life. He deliberately emphasized the final words. Probation? For insulting my daughter, Luo Tianheng's daughter? The governor's voice dripped with disdain. I demand his immediate expulsion. And not just that, cripple his meridians, so he can never practice martial arts again. The principal's face turned ashen. In a world where strength ruled supreme, losing the ability to cultivate was a fate worse than imprisonment. He opened his mouth to plead, but Luo Tianheng cut him off sharply. The law? In Guangling City, I am the law. Principal Zhang, if you don't step aside in 2 seconds, Qingchen Academy won't have any students to enroll next year. A heavy silence fell as the principal stood frozen, weighing the future of the academy against his own principles. Finally, his shoulders slumped, and he prepared to step aside. But just as he began to move, the sky suddenly darkened. Out of the swirling storm clouds emerged a pitch-black humanoid figure, its presence radiating malevolence. A sinister voice echoed eerily in the air, fragmented and chilling. So sweet. Devour. Tao seed. Consume. The cryptic muttering slithered into everyone's minds, driving the students on the field to clutch their ears in agony, their expressions twisted with madness. Luo Tianheng's heart sank as a wave of dread washed over him. A heaven's wrath spirit? No. This aura, it's a remnant of an evil god? His voice trembled slightly. How could such an entity appear in Guangling City? To summon the cursed gods of divine retribution, one must first grasp a trace of the ethereal essence within martial arts. This essence, known as the Tao rhythm, is the key to stepping into the eighth realm, the martial god realm. Whether it be the way of the sword, blade, spear, fist, or strength, catching even a fleeting glimpse of this Tao rhythm grants one the eligibility to approach the domain of the gods. However, this seemingly insignificant fragment of Tao rhythm has been the downfall of countless prodigies. Comprehending the Tao rhythm is already an insurmountable challenge, but the true terror lies in the moment it crystallizes into a Tao seed. The energy radiating from the Tao seed acts like a beacon, drawing the remnants of ancient cursed gods who perished in this world. These fragmented souls will stop at nothing to devour the newborn Tao seed. The more profound the Tao rhythm within the seed, the stronger the cursed remnants it attracts. For this reason, many who have neared the threshold of the martial god realm have perished at this final, perilous step. Luo Tianheng's heart sounded alarms, his mind racing with deductions. Could someone nearby be attempting to break into the martial god realm, and their Tao seed has lured the cursed god's attention? As a grandmaster, even he couldn't suppress the primal urge to flee under the oppressive aura of these cursed entities. Amid the swirling clouds, a dark, twisted humanoid figure let out a piercing shriek. Its head spun continuously in a full 360-degree rotation, as though searching for something. When its gaze locked onto the direction of Qingchen, it suddenly emitted a chilling, sinister laugh. From the inky black clouds, a massive, pus-covered hand extended toward Qingchen and Luo Yuling. This grotesque hand bore 6 fingers, each composed of deformed, disembodied heads. Some heads wept, while others laughed, their distorted expressions enough to make one's skin crawl. The headmaster and Luo Tianheng froze in place, their faces turning ashen. The mere remnant of a cursed soul could provoke such a horrifying phenomenon. This entity must have been a fearsome being in life. At that moment, a sudden exclamation rose from the crowd below. Qingchen's awake. Holy crap, what's he doing now? On the blessing platform, the previously unconscious Qingchen staggered to his feet. His eyes remained shut, as if he were sleepwalking, yet instinctively, he shielded the unconscious Luo Yuling behind him. He reached down and picked up a fallen peach blossom branch, pointing it directly at the ink-black humanoid in the sky. In an instant, a storm of sword energy swirled and converged around the fragile branch, roaring with unyielding power. Inside the Hall of Deities, peach blossoms bloomed as far as the eye could see, painting the scene like an ocean of pink. Qingchen slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the dazzling sight of a peach forest, vibrant and alive like the breath of spring. Amid the vivid blossoms stood an unremarkable middle-aged man. So, this is the legendary peach blossom sword god? Qingchen thought to himself, his heart filled with surprise. The man noticed his awakening and nodded with a faint smile. Apologies, he said, his tone carrying a hint of embarrassment. I owe a favor to a senior, and this trial was posted on my behalf. Qingchen studied the man before him, the one hailed as the sword god, and asked with slight hesitation, if you are the sword god, why do I not see your sword? The world is unworthy of seeing my sword, the man replied with a soft chuckle. Reaching out, he casually plucked a branch of peach blossoms. This is my sword. Before the words fully settled, a breeze swept through the forest, and in an instant, the sky was filled with cascading petals, pouring down like a waterfall. The breathtaking beauty of the scene concealed a chilling intent. Qingchen felt his entire body freeze, fully aware that the slightest movement could leave him shredded by the petals, sharp with a sword's essence. A sword exists to kill, the man continued, his voice calm and steady. But to kill is to defy the heavens. To walk the path of the sword is to oppose the natural order, to challenge the will of heaven itself, to cut down injustice, to vanquish those who deserve death. One sword drawn, and gods fall, demons perish. With a wave of his hand, the cascading petals disintegrated, replaced by an overwhelming surge of invisible sword energy and an oppressive aura of lethal intent. The man raised the peach blossom branch and pointed it lightly towards the sky. The moment the branch moved, the heavens split open, revealing a crimson sea of blood. Countless corpses floated within its depths, the massive remains of hundreds of deities swaying on the surface. The dark, ominous sky was torn apart, exposing a bottomless abyss from which foul, malevolent gazes emerged, only to retreat in fear, unwilling to advance. 1,000 years ago, the man spoke, his tone still composed. This world was overrun by gods and demons, treating human lives as mere trifles. To protect the living beings of this realm, I stood alone with my sword, guarding the gate of heaven. I slew 81 gods and demons, ensuring they would never again dare to open the gate or trespass into the human world. Qingchen was left utterly stunned. In this world of martial supremacy, ascending from the first stage of body refinement to the ninth stage of celestial transcendence was an arduous journey, akin to scaling the heavens. Even those at the ninth stage were only considered demigods. Yet this seemingly ordinary man had single-handedly slaughtered 81 true gods and demons. Others may grant you power, the man said with a faint smile, but I offer you the ultimate path. His words carried a profound weight. This is not merely a fragment of enlightenment, but the complete path I have forged over a lifetime. However, this path is far too extraordinary and will inevitably attract the attention of malevolent forces. That is all I will say. The blessing is complete. You may leave at any time. And remember, what transpired within the Hall of Deities must not be revealed to anyone. As his voice faded, the world around them dissolved like an illusion. The flourishing peach forest vanished, revealing a towering, sacred palace that seemed to pierce the heavens. The peach blossom sword god transformed into a streak of crimson light, ascending into one of the 7 grand halls at the palace's summit. On the ground, only a single branch adorned with peach blossoms remained. Qingchen picked it up thoughtfully. The scene shifted to Jinshin Academy. Qingchen, what are you doing? Stop this at once. Challenging an evil god, are you trying to get yourself killed? The principal's voice thundered with urgency as he watched Qingchen raise his sword. He could not fathom why the usually mild-mannered and humble Qingchen would act so recklessly. Nearby, Luo Tianheng's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. To him, Qingchen's actions could very well doom the entire academy. The sky suddenly erupted with a strange phenomenon, as the anguished cries of students echoed through the air. One student's face began to sprout countless writhing, fleshy growths, as though they might burst forth at any moment. Inside Jinshin High School, panic spread like wildfire, and terrified voices rang out. What's wrong with Qingchen? Has he lost his mind? High above the heavens, an evil god let out a piercing, sinister laugh. A colossal hand, formed entirely of human heads, came crashing down toward Qingchen with terrifying force. At that critical moment, Qingchen moved. He took a single step forward, and in that instant, the entire world froze. The ink-black clouds were torn apart by a blood-red moon, its scarlet light pouring down and enveloping Qingchen. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky and earth were bathed in an overwhelming crimson hue. With a faint smile on his face, Qingchen raised a finger, pointing toward the blood moon. The peach blossom branch in his hand trembled lightly, and an endless sea of blood materialized around him. Floating within the blood sea were countless corpses, along with the colossal remains of hundreds of fallen deities. The sheer intensity of his killing intent enveloped the entire city of Guangling, making the very air feel suffocating, as if it could devour anyone who dared to breathe. A gentle breeze brushed past Qingchen's ear, causing the ends of his hair to sway softly. The slaughter god's sword appeared, and with its arrival, the living marched to their deaths, mortals transcended, and gods fell. Qingchen stepped into the heavens, laughing boldly. I, Qingchen, wield a sword that can bring gods and demons alike to their knees. With the peach blossom branch in hand, he thrust it fiercely toward the heavens. The towering mountains of corpses and seas of blood transformed into a surging river of the yellow springs. The grotesque face of the evil god twisted in horror, and before it could react, the terrifying waters of the yellow springs consumed it entirely. The endless torrent swept across the sky with unstoppable force, swallowing both the evil god's agonized screams and the heavens themselves. Suspended midair, Qingchen maintained his stance, pointing toward the sky. A faint smile graced his face, as if vanquishing such malevolence was a trivial task. The dark clouds shattered with a deafening roar, and golden sunlight poured down in cascades, bathing him in a divine radiance. Even the blood-red aura of slaughter seemed to carry a trace of holiness. My goodness! After what felt like an eternity, someone finally snapped out of their daze, staring blankly at Qingchen, who stood tall in the sky. The moment Qingchen unleashed that sword strike, the entire Luoyang province trembled. The sword's intent stirred a massive surge of energy, causing clouds to churn for hundreds of miles. Everything in its path was obliterated. The sky above Guangling City instantly turned pristine, like the surface of a crystal-clear lake, with not a trace of gloom remaining. On the sports field of Jinshin High School, the stunned students finally began to snap out of their daze. My God, that was absolutely incredible. Incredible, sure, but that sea of blood was terrifying. Enough talk. I need to head back to the dorm and change my pants. Are you seriously telling me this is Qi realm? This is clearly the power of a great Xia martial god. Amid the students' exclamations, Luo Tianheng finally regained his senses, his eyes filled with shock. That blood-red moon, that sea of blood formed by condensed killing intent, could they really be celestial phenomena? How could a high school student who had just entered the Qi realm possibly cause such phenomena? At this moment, Luo Tianheng was certain that there were no martial god-level powerhouses in Guangling City attempting a breakthrough. As unbelievable as it seemed, the one who had successfully comprehended Dao rhythms and formed a Dao seed was none other than the young man before him, still in the Qi realm. To annihilate the soul of a high-ranking evil god while in the Qi realm, what seemed like an impossible feat was, in fact, achievable. Just as a seed breaking through the soil can unleash a force hundreds or thousands of times its size, a martial artist comprehending Dao rhythms and forming a Dao seed can erupt with power 10,000 or even 1,000,000 times greater. This is the might of touching upon the domain of the divine. In the thousand-year history of Great Xia, countless emperors who ruled vast territories spent decades pursuing the path of enlightenment, only to fall short of entering the martial god realm. Yet the swordsmanship Qingchen had just displayed, capable of triggering such terrifying celestial phenomena, was undoubtedly the ultimate among countless Dao rhythms. The principal, standing beside Luo Tianheng, gazed thoughtfully at Qingchen, who remained suspended midair. Such pure, terrifying killing intent. To cultivate such a Dao, there must be mountains of corpses in his wake. For a Qi realm student, this is utterly impossible. There's only one explanation. What explanation? Luo Tianheng asked urgently. The legendary blessing of a deity, the principal said, his piercing eyes gleaming with excitement that he could no longer suppress. Qingchen, oh Qingchen, you're no failure from the so-called elite class. You are clearly a peerless prodigy, the future hope of the human race. An S-level blessed prodigy, and now a peerless talent bestowed with a deity's blessing this year, Jinshin High School's ranking among Great Xia's high schools was bound to soar. A deity's blessing? Luo Tianheng's pupils dilated as his earlier anger dissipated entirely. Such legendary blessings had not appeared in Great Xia for thousands of years. Divine souls, unlike ordinary heroic souls, were not bound by the tomb of heroic souls. They roamed freely across the heavens and earth, much like the lingering souls of evil gods. Only those with unparalleled insight and an untainted soul could stand even the faintest chance of receiving such a blessing. Reflecting on the enmity he had just forged with this prodigy, Luo Tianheng couldn't help but sigh. As the chief administrator of Guangling City, well-versed in the intricacies of politics, he now sought a way to mend his relationship with Qingchen. At the very least, he couldn't afford to become his enemy. High above the ground, Qingchen remained with his eyes closed, deep in concentration. After unleashing that sword strike, the laws of Dao rhythms in the heavens and earth had bowed before him, converging into a single scarlet seed that merged into his Qi Sea. The originally blue Qi Sea was instantly transformed into a vast crimson ocean. As the Dao rhythms were fully absorbed, a system notification echoed in his mind. Trial reward from the Peach Blossom Sword God. Slaughtering God Sword Dao has been delivered. Divine Hall binding is now complete. Next random divine trial will occur in 12 hours. Qingchen descended slowly, guided by the residual Dao rhythms. As his gaze swept over the sports field, it involuntarily rested upon an exquisite figure. Luo Yuling lay quietly beside the tomb of heroic souls. Even in unconsciousness, she was breathtakingly beautiful, as if she were a delicate porcelain doll, her aura cool and ethereal. He sighed inwardly, astonished that he had actually kissed this stunningly talented school beauty during the heroic soul blessing ceremony. It felt like a surreal dream. Thinking about how to give the school beauty a reasonable explanation, Qingchen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He definitely couldn't say it was the system's requirement, could he? As he wrestled with this dilemma, a thin, transparent veil suddenly clouded his vision. The world spun around him, and his sight grew increasingly blurry. Not good. My mental energy is depleted, was his last thought before his consciousness rapidly faded. Like a bird with broken wings, he collapsed heavily beside the heroic soul tomb. The principal's heart tightened at the sight. He quickly strode forward and carefully examined Qingchen. After checking him thoroughly, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The young man's vitality was immense, and it was clear that he had merely fallen unconscious from mental exhaustion while comprehending the Dao's essence. Even as Qingchen lay unconscious on the field, an aura of killing intent and Dao resonance still surrounded him, exuding an unsettling and oppressive presence. Luo Tianheng drew in a sharp breath. Such a vast and powerful Dao resonance would have caused anyone else to explode on the spot, yet this young man had managed to endure it. Turning to his secretary, Fu, he motioned with his hand. Take him to Guangling's first martial arts hospital for a full examination. Tell them it's under my orders. Guangling's first martial arts hospital was not only the most advanced hospital in the city but also notoriously expensive. Even with money, gaining admission required significant connections due to its cutting-edge medical facilities. Fu nodded in acknowledgement, summoning a cloud of condensed energy to gently lift Qingchen. Just as he was about to leave, Luo Tianheng's gaze fell on Luo Yuling, who was also unconscious. His brows furrowed for a moment before he suddenly slapped his forehead as if realizing something. How could I forget this? Luo Tianheng muttered to himself. That kid got on my bad side because he publicly kissed Yuling, didn't he? He must like her. Otherwise, why would he do something so bold in front of everyone? But as he reconsidered, something felt off. Who starts pursuing someone with a kiss? Normally, you'd confess first. Could it be they've already reached that stage in their relationship? His eyes shifted back to the young man lying on the energy cloud. He had to admit, the boy's strikingly handsome face, with its sharp brows and starry eyes, was undeniably captivating. Wait, Fu! Luo Tianheng cleared his throat twice. Take Yuling as well for an examination, Governor. I've already checked Miss Luo's condition. She's only temporarily unconscious due to emotional fluctuations, causing her energy sea to become unstable. There's no need for a hospital visit, Fu explained earnestly. I said take her, so take her. Why so many questions? Luo Tianheng coughed again, trying to maintain composure. Oh, and make sure they're placed in the same ward. Their beds should be adjacent. Fu was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the unconscious Qingchen in his hands, then seemed to understand something. With a thoughtful nod, he conjured another cloud of energy to gently envelop Luo Yuling. The two clouds carried the unconscious pair as they floated toward Guangling's first martial arts hospital. In the capital city of Longdu, Daxia Kingdom, inside a secluded training chamber, a man wearing a crimson mask sat cross-legged on the floor, his hands reverently cradling a rust-colored long blade. His eyes were tightly shut, and an intense aura of killing intent swirled around him, almost tangible in its density. Yet, amidst this suffocating atmosphere, something seemed to be missing. As the chief director of the Abyssal Demon Tribunal, his mastery of the blade had long reached its pinnacle. Over the years, countless evil entities had fallen to his sword, their bodies piling high like mountains. Yet, he had never been able to grasp the elusive path of slaughter that he yearned for. Is proving the Tao through killing a mistake? I can't seem to sense any trace of Tao resonance, he muttered to himself, frowning deeply. This quandary had left him stranded at the peak of the Emperor's sovereign realm for a full decade. Just as he prepared to rise and eat before resuming his pursuit of enlightenment, the rust-colored blade in his hands began to tremble violently, as if in fear. Moments later, a crimson blood moon slowly rose on the horizon, its light cascading like blood, saturating the air with pure, bone-chilling killing intent. The instant the blood moon appeared, the man involuntarily shuddered, cold sweat soaking his back. Yet, a spark of unprecedented excitement ignited in his eyes. Such potent killing intent, this is the resonance of slaughter, the very path I've been seeking. His hands trembled as he raised the rust-colored blade and slashed it through the air. The surrounding space rippled violently, tearing open a rift in reality. This was his steer blessing spatial transference. However, just as he began to step into the rift, the overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from Guangling City abruptly vanished. His face flickered with uncertainty before he finally stepped back. Although his rare spatial transference blessing allowed him to open portals anywhere across the planet, it could only be used once per day. If an emergency arose elsewhere later, he would be unable to respond in time. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, get in touch with the governor of Guangling City for me. Let them know I'll be inspecting the city tomorrow. Also, find out if there's a newly ascended martial god in Guangling City. If there is, spare no effort to arrange a meeting for me. Meanwhile, in room 504 of Guangling City's first martial arts hospital, all your vitals look normal. We'll keep you under observation for the afternoon, and if everything checks out, you can be discharged tonight, the doctor informed her. All right, thank you, doctor. Luo Yuling replied with a nod from her hospital bed. After the doctor left, she rubbed her aching temples, trying to recall why she was in the hospital. Just then, the door burst open, and a familiar figure rushed in, wrapping her in a tight embrace. Yuling, you're finally awake. I was so worried when you collapsed on stage, a tearful voice exclaimed. Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Yuling's tense body relaxed as she smiled faintly. Xiaoya, what are you doing here? What do you mean? As your one and only best friend? How could I not come to check on you when you're in the hospital? Xiaoya released her and playfully flicked her nose. Now spill it, what's going on between you and Qingchen? When did you two get together? And how dare you keep it from me? Qingchen? Luo Yuling froze, and memories of what happened before she fainted came rushing back. The thought of that sudden, rough kiss made her pale cheeks flush red. Seeing her friend's unusual reaction, Xiaoya's eyes widened. No way. Don't tell me you two aren't involved. The whole school is buzzing about what happened during the blessing ceremony. If this gets out, the reputation of Luo Yuling, the campus flower of Jinshin Academy, will be in shambles. That Qingchen, how could he do something like that to you in public? It's fine. I don't blame him. He's helped me a lot in the past, and I'm really grateful to him. I'm sure he had his reasons this time, Luo Yuling said softly, her face still flushed as she shook her head in quiet protest. He's helped you a lot? Even if he saved your life, that doesn't mean he can do something like this. Xiaoya was initially analyzing the situation with a serious expression, but suddenly, her eyes curved with a teasing smile. But honestly, Qingchen is really handsome. That sword move today was absolutely breathtaking. Thinking about it, maybe it's not so unacceptable. Rainly, why don't you just say yes to him? Oh, by the way, let me show you an exclusive video, Xiaoya said excitedly, pulling out her tablet. The principal has completely locked down all news about this incident. She placed the tablet in front of Luo Yuling and opened a video recorded on a phone. The footage was shaky, but the scene was still clear. A young man shielding a girl behind him, holding a peach blossom branch in his hand. Then, the video captured a stunning phenomenon of heaven and earth. When the protective gesture appeared on screen, Luo Yuling's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. In the video, the boy unleashed a sword strike, and the world seemed to fall silent. The twisted filth in the sky shattered with a deafening roar, and golden sunlight poured down on him, making him shine brilliantly. So, what do you think, little Rainly? Isn't Qingchen amazing? Almost every girl in school is crushing on him now. Xiaoya turned off the video and looked over, only to find Luo Yuling still staring blankly at the now black screen. She sighed helplessly. In Xiaoya's memory, Luo Yuling, with her otherworldly beauty and extraordinary martial talent, had never lacked admirers even among the elite families of Longdu. Yet the campus belle had always remained distant, politely declining everyone. Xiaoya had never seen her so out of sorts before. Thud. A sudden dull sound broke the silence of the hospital room. Ugh, my head hurts. Where am I? A confused male voice rang out. Xiaoya and Luo Yuling froze simultaneously. There was someone else in the room? The next moment, the white curtain beside them was pulled back, revealing another handsome face, albeit one tinged with exhaustion. Qingchen rubbed his aching temples, his eyes scanning the room in bewilderment before locking onto Luo Yuling's gaze. Both of them froze. Xiaoya quietly stepped aside, a faint smile playing on her lips, clearly amused by the unfolding scene. An awkward tension filled the room. Facing Luo Yuling's clear, unwavering gaze, Qingchen, who had just woken up, felt his heart race. Amid the whirlwind of his thoughts, one pressing question surfaced. How should he explain himself? As a man, he knew he had to take responsibility for what happened. Besides, he already had feelings for this seemingly cold, yet secretly gentle and shy girl. In the past, the gap in their abilities had held him back, forcing him to bury his emotions deep inside. But now, with his awakening of the divine hall, he was confident he could overcome any obstacle. Luo, about what happened before, let me explain. Qingchen clenched his fists and mustered the courage to speak. I have something to do tonight, so we'll be going now. Take care, Gu. Luo Yuling hastily interrupted him, her cheeks blazing red, the flush even spreading to her ears. She scrambled out of bed, grabbed Xiaoya, and practically fled the room. What just happened? Qingchen muttered to himself, watching the two disappear down the hallway. He scratched his head with a wry smile. Oh well, they were classmates after all. There would be plenty of chances to clear things up later. Feeling the lingering ache in his head, he lay back on the bed and soon drifted off to sleep again. When Qingchen finally woke up, he had no idea how much time had passed, but the sky outside had already grown dim. After carefully checking himself and confirming he was unharmed, he completed the discharge procedures. The hospital wasn't far from his home, just 4 blocks away. Before long, he found himself standing in front of an old, run-down apartment building. As he pulled out his keys and opened the door, a green glass bottle came hurtling toward his head. The bottle shattered against the wall behind him, the shards raining down on him like droplets of glass. In the living room, a disheveled drunk man was sprawled on the floor. His thick beard and greasy, unkempt hair, matted into filthy clumps in places, obscured his face. He looked every bit like a homeless man you might see on the street. In his left hand, he clutched a bottle of alcohol, which he was noisily guzzling down. This man was none other than Qingchen's father, Gu Outyin. Ever since his wife had died on the battlefield, he had become a slave to alcohol. He was either drunk or on his way to getting drunk. This little girl, day after day, shows no interest in cultivating her skills, but when it comes to eating melon, she's more enthusiastic than anyone. Gu Qingchen rubbed his throbbing temples, a trace of helplessness flickering across his expression. He casually grabbed some food from the fridge to fill his stomach, then retreated to his room and shut the door behind him. Left alone in the living room, Gu Outyin slouched lazily on the sofa. Before long, the sound of snoring in the living room abruptly ceased. A golden light silently enveloped the entire space. The once intoxicated Gu Outyin opened his eyes, now glowing with a divine golden hue, betraying no hint of drunkenness. He straightened his posture, sitting upright, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Qingchen's door, his eyes brimming with incredulous astonishment. Qingchen, that child, has truly been chosen by an ancient deity. After the initial shock subsided, a gratified smile emerged on Gu Aoshan's face. I knew my instincts weren't wrong. Kids who grow up in adversity always have the most potential. Looks like I'll have to postpone my plans to pass on the family legacy. And he'll need to tread more carefully from now on so he doesn't uncover any loopholes. He muttered to himself, oh, right? Tomorrow, I need to make a trip to the royal family of Daxia and elevate Qingchen's hidden identity classification to the highest level. Achieving ultimate Dao resonance at just 18. Imagining the shock on those three old geezers' faces is something I'm really looking forward to. A sly smile played across Gu Aoshan's lips. Meanwhile, Gu Qingchen, who had just settled back into bed, received a call from the principal. Gu, are you out of the hospital? How's your health? The principal asked with concern. Thank you for your concern, principal. I'm perfectly fine now. That's good to hear. You're Guangling City's hidden prodigy, after all. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. You're being too kind, principal. I'm just an ordinary student, Gu Qingchen replied modestly. Yeah, right? What kind of ordinary student comprehends Dao resonance at the Qi-Si stage? The principal retorted with a laugh. Oh, by the way, Gu, tomorrow at noon, the chief director of the Abyssal Demon Tribunal will be visiting Guangling City for an inspection. The chief director of the Abyssal Demon Tribunal? Gu Qingchen froze, surprise flashing in his eyes. Why would someone of that stature come to a small place like Guangling? In the Daxia Kingdom, strength was synonymous with status. From district governors to city governors, provincial governors, the 12 earth generals, the 7 sovereigns, and ultimately, the 4 martial gods, power was distributed in a strict hierarchy. The Abyssal Demon Tribunal, an organization independent of the government, was tasked with handling extraterrestrial demon invasions on Blue Star and even held certain privileges that superseded parts of Daxia's laws. The 4 martial gods were rarely seen, while the 7 sovereigns governed the kingdom's affairs through a council. Yet the chief director of the Abyssal Demon Tribunal, with their peak emperor-level cultivation, held a status that rivaled even the 7 sovereigns. That truly is a significant figure, but what does their visit to Guangling City have to do with me? Gu Qingchen asked, puzzled. It has everything to do with you, the principal replied, his tone suddenly serious. This person is conducting a covert visit. They've reserved the entire Yingyue Tower and plan to personally host you for lunch tomorrow at noon. If you can earn their favor, your martial path will undoubtedly be smooth sailing. The chief director of the Abyssal Demon Tribunal wants to meet me tomorrow? Gu Qingchen couldn't hide the astonishment on his face. Gu Qingchen frowned slightly, contemplating how the principal and the Chancellor Luo would undoubtedly suppress the news of him comprehending Dao rhythms and slaying the evil god yesterday. After all, achieving enlightenment in Dao rhythms at the age of 18 was simply too extraordinary to be believed. The fact that Gu Xiaoyu only knew about him forcefully kissing Luo Yuling today, but was completely unaware of the evil god's defeat, proved this point perfectly. But why did the director specifically request to meet him? As he was lost in thought, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ears. The Divine Hall cooldown is complete. Establishing connection. The next trial has been automatically activated, guiding the Hall Master into the Divine Hall. A red light gradually expanded before Gu Qingchen's eyes until it filled his entire vision. He instantly collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep, leaving behind only the principal's anxious shouts of hello, hello, from the phone. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a crimson world. Beneath a sky shrouded with dark clouds, the ground was soaked in blood, and the air was thick with its metallic scent. Various colors of blood splattered across the uneven terrain like spilled paint, and countless dismembered limbs were scattered all around. Matching the Hall Master with a divine spirit. Match complete. Silver Dragon Spear Gajiao Zilong. The trial and rewards will be personally issued by the Divine Spirit. Zhao Zilong. Gu Qingchen's heart leapt with joy. Being a transmigrator, he was well aware of Zhao Yun's legendary fame in history. From the distant Hall of Heroes, a red light shot forth, morphing into a human figure that landed steadily in front of Gu Qingchen. It was a man of striking appearance and commanding presence, clad in a majestic silver suit of armor that gleamed even in the dim light. But what shocked Gu Qingchen the most was the spear in his hand. Its body was razor-sharp, adorned with runes resembling silver dragons in motion. Each swing of the weapon was accompanied by a terrifying dragon's roar. As Zhao Yun unsheathed the spear, Qingchen felt as though his very soul was trembling. Zilong greets the hall master. Zhao Yun knelt on one knee and saluted. The moment he bowed, it felt as though an invisible mountain pressed down on Qingchen, making it hard for him to breathe. General, there's no need for such formalities, Qingchen said with a forced smile, struggling to maintain composure as his knees trembled uncontrollably. Noticing Qingchen's discomfort, Zhao Zilong immediately retracted his spear. The overwhelming pressure vanished in an instant, leaving Qingchen slumped on the ground, gasping for air. The sheer power emanating from the spear had rendered him so uneasy merely by being in its presence. If it were to be used in battle, even spatial collapse might seem like a minor consequence. Could this be the reward for the trial? Qingchen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. General Zhao, what is this trial? He asked eagerly. Hall Master, please be patient. You are not yet ready to undertake the trial, Zhao Zilong replied calmly. And why is that? Your body is frail, and your cultivation foundation was damaged in your youth. If you forcefully attempt the trial, your body will surely explode and perish. Did you, by any chance, suffer severe injuries as a child? Zhao Yun's words pulled Qingchen back to his past. Back then, he was a prodigy with unparalleled talent, reaching the 8th stage of the body-tempering realm while still in middle school. One day after school, he heard cries for help coming from an alley. A group of cultists in bizarre attire was attempting to drag a girl, bound in a sack, into a van. He stepped forward to intervene but was outnumbered and brutally beaten unconscious. Though he narrowly survived, his cultivation stagnated from then on. It took him 6 long years to progress from the 8th stage of body tempering to the 1st stage of Qi. General Zhao, do you mean? Qingchen's eyes gleamed with a trace of excitement. You may rebuild your meridians here, using your soul as blood and your spirit as flesh, Zhao Zilong said with a smile, clenching his right hand in the air. In an instant, the blood-red world erupted with countless roars. Monstrous creatures, each nearly 3 meters tall, began rising from the ground. They came in grotesque forms, some humanoid with distorted features, some serpentine like twisted intestines, and others so bizarre they defied description. The only thing they had in common was a circular wound on their bodies, each a fatal strike from a sharp weapon. These are the remnants of ancient demons I once slew. Their souls still contain traces of primordial spiritual energy, making them perfect for tempering your blood and meridians, Zhao Zilong explained. Before his words fully landed, a monstrous statue with enormous tentacles lunged toward Qingchen. Qingchen dared not hesitate. A peach blossom branch materialized in his hand. In an instant, he seemed to merge with the surrounding blood energy, transforming into a vast sea of crimson. His eyes burned with killing intent, and with one swing of his sword, the blood sea surged forward, reducing the creature to black dust. A wisp of ethereal blood energy rose from the monster's remains and shot into Qingchen's body like an arrow. Immediately, a warm current enveloped him, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. His aura surged rapidly. My meridians are strengthening, and my cultivation level is rising, Qingchen exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the swarm of grotesque creatures ahead with newfound determination. Kill, he roared, charging into the horde with unrelenting ferocity. The battlefield became a chaotic blend of blood and flesh as he immersed himself in the carnage. In the elite training grounds of the Yin family, one of the most prestigious clans in Longdu, a towering figure stood out among the crowd. Yin Mingding, clad in the uniform of Longdu University, bore 3 gleaming star emblems on his chest, symbolizing his status as a member of the student council. At this moment, he was effortlessly lifting a massive iron block with his bare hands, his muscles taut and his presence commanding. Young master, we have the latest news about Miss Luo, an elderly voice reported. The bustling activity in the training grounds came to an abrupt halt. Yin Mingding opened his eyes, their intensity sharp as they fixed on the old man before him. Speak. Miss Luo, during today's blessing ceremony, received the same as Yuan S-rank Emperor-class soul blessing. For a moment, Yin Mingding was stunned. Then, a hearty, booming laugh erupted from him. S-rank blessing. Excellent. That's the woman I've pursued for 3 whole years. Elder Huang, fetch the crimson flame sword my father purchased for 1 billion xia currency the other day. I'm going to personally deliver it to my Yuli as a gift. Elder Huang broke into a cold sweat. Young master, the crimson flame sword is one of the master's most prized possessions. Perhaps we could consider. Consider what? Yin Mingding interrupted brusquely. His son using a bit of his stuff to woo a girl, what's the big deal? Over the past few years, aside from training, I've barely touched any family resources. That old miser owes me this much. Elder Huang hesitated before speaking again, his tone cautious. Young master, there's another matter regarding Miss Luo. Say it. Anything about Yuli is my business. After the blessing ceremony, Miss Luo was forcibly kissed by a student at the Qi stage. Yin Mingding's laughter froze mid-sound. The woman he had chased after for years as goddess had been kissed by someone else? And he, despite all his efforts, hadn't even managed a proper conversation with her. Damn it! His fist slammed into the ground with a deafening impact, carving out 2 craters 3 meters deep. His expression darkened, his voice cold and resolute. I want every detail about that brat sent to my phone by the end of today. And book me the earliest flight to Guangling tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, in the Luo family residence in Guangling City, Luo Yuli stood barefoot in her bedroom, her violet silk robe brushing lightly against her skin as she stood on the cold, tiled floor. A radiant, multicolored light swirled around her, emanating from her core in mesmerizing patterns. This was the manifestation of her S-rank blessing the mastery of primal elements, granting her the ability to control gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The true terror of this blessing lay in its synergy. The 5 elements complemented and countered one another, and by mastering all of them, she had no weaknesses. Instead, she could effortlessly pinpoint and exploit the vulnerabilities of her opponents. As her thoughts drifted back to the ceremony, a blush crept across her delicate face. She flopped onto her bed, burying her flushed cheeks under the covers, her legs kicking restlessly. The image of the boy who had shielded her earlier overlapped with a distant memory of a young boy from years ago, standing protectively in a shadowy alley. Luo Yuli, graduation is just around the corner. You can't keep running away anymore, she whispered to herself, her resolve firming. It's been so many years. You've grown stronger now. This time, you can protect him. She clenched her small fists, a trace of determination appearing on her delicate face. Just as Luo Yuli was silently cheering herself on, a soft knock came at the bedroom door. Yuli, Luo Tianheng's voice sounded from outside. Tomorrow, the chief director of the demonic tribunal will visit Guangling for an inspection. You can accompany me and ask him for guidance on your martial arts training. I'm not going. Upon hearing it was Luo Tianheng, Luo Yuli's tone instantly turned icy. Not going. Luo Tianheng sighed softly, his voice tinged with regret. The chief director even specifically invited your classmate Gu to join. I thought the two of you were on good terms. There was a moment of silence inside the bedroom. The time and place, Luo Yuli's voice was still cold, but a hint of urgency crept in. Tomorrow at noon, 12 sharp, at Yingyue Pavilion. With that, Luo Tianheng left with a satisfied smirk. A few hours earlier, he had learned that the chief director of the demonic tribunal had a last-minute commitment and would only arrive in Guangling at 1 p.m. tomorrow. However, he deliberately informed Luo Yuli and the headmaster that it was 12 o'clock. He felt rather pleased with his little scheme. Meanwhile, within the divine hall, on a blood-soaked battlefield, Qingchen was engaged in a brutal, solitary fight. The ground was littered with the severed limbs of grotesque monsters, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. His body was drenched in blood, utterly exhausted, yet his eyes gleamed with excitement. Amidst the fierce battle with these twisted creatures, Qingchen could distinctly feel his body rapidly recovering, and his cultivation advancing at an astonishing pace. The density of spiritual energy during the ancient era is truly incomparable to now, he marveled to himself. Even though these twisted monsters had only a fragment of their souls remaining, and the spiritual energy within them had been diluted over thousands of years, it still far exceeded his expectations. After slaying over a dozen monsters, Qingchen felt the spiritual energy within him surging to a critical point, as if he had hit a bottleneck. Could it be that I'm about to break through to the martial artist realm? He thought in disbelief. But I just broke through to the Qi realm not long ago. This speed, isn't it a bit too outrageous? Qingchen found himself deeply puzzled. Outside the Temple of Deities, the battle was nearing its end. Qingchen's sword carved a sharp arc through the air, its energy roaring as it pierced through the final monster. A flash of silver light appeared, revealing Zhao Zilong in gleaming silver armor by his side. Bowing slightly, Zhao Zilong said, "Congratulations, Temple Master, on passing the first level of the demonic trial grounds." This is only the first level? Qingchen raised an eyebrow. Zhao Zilong explained, the demonic trial grounds consist of 3 levels. Each level provides different rewards upon completion. Once you clear the first 2 levels and fully restore your meridians, I will open the 3rd level for you, which is the true test. The reward for the first level is the baptism of flesh tempering the body and infusing it with spiritual energy. Before his words fully settled, Zhao Zilong placed a hand on Qingchen's shoulder. In an instant, a silver light enveloped him. The exhaustion in Qingchen's body vanished immediately, replaced by a surge of powerful energy coursing through his limbs and bones. Unlike the red spiritual energy within the monsters, this silver light carried a refreshing coolness that made his blood boil with vigor. The sea of energy within him, tinted red by the demonic aura, spun rapidly, filling his body with an overwhelming force. Warrior Realm, achieved. The silver glow did not dissipate after his breakthrough. It continued to flow within him, pushing his cultivation further. Warrior Realm Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, all the way to Level 9. Qingchen's energy surged until it reached the peak of the Warrior Realm, just a step away from the Transcendent Realm. The abundant spiritual energy still surrounded him, and he could have easily broken through to the next realm, but he suppressed the urge. To think I went from the Qi realm to the peak of the Warrior Realm in just one day, nearly spanning 2 entire realms. Qingchen marveled at the immense energy within him, finding it almost unbelievable. The deities within the Temple of Deities were truly formidable. As he gazed in the direction Zhao Zilong had disappeared, a spark of anticipation lit up his eyes. If the first level's rewards are this generous, I wonder what surprises the second and third levels hold. Right on cue, a system notification sounded. The current trial has concluded. The main hall of the Temple of Deities is now accessible to the Temple Master. The cooldown period is 12 hours. After the cooldown, the Temple Master may freely enter and exit the Temple of Deities through sheer will. The scene around him began to spin, and a wave of dizziness overtook him. When he opened his eyes again, Qingchen found himself back in his bedroom, with sunlight streaming through the window. Standing before the mirror, he examined himself and tried circulating his energy. Strangely, there were no bloodstains on his clothes or battle scars on his body, yet his cultivation had indeed reached the peak of the Warrior Realm. It seems only my consciousness enters the Temple of Deities, but the rewards are directly reflected in reality. Interesting, it's like playing a game. Qingchen nodded thoughtfully and picked up his phone. The screen lit up, displaying 58 missed calls, all from the principal. Qingchen froze for a moment, then remembered his lunch appointment with the director of the demonic tribunal at Yingyue Tower today. Glancing at the time, it was exactly 11 a.m. He let out a sigh of relief. It would only take 20 minutes by bike to get there from his home. After a quick wash and change of clothes, Qingchen hopped onto his trusty old bicycle, which had accompanied him for 3 years, and headed toward Yingyue Tower. 20 minutes later, an imposing ancient structure came into view. Yingyue Tower, with its elegant and traditional design, exuded understated luxury. It was the most upscale restaurant in Guangling City and was renowned throughout the Luoyang province. Rumor had it that a private booking for a single day could cost nearly 1 million huaxia coins. Luxury cars lined the entrance. Qingchen parked his bicycle next to a stretch limousine and secured it with a lock. At the grand entrance, 2 female receptionists in black silk qipao stood ready to greet guests. One had a youthful elegance reminiscent of a noblewoman, while the other exuded a mature, sophisticated charm. As Qingchen slowly approached on a worn-out bicycle, the 2 female receptionists standing in front of Yingyue Tower couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. Though the young man had strikingly handsome features, he looked no older than a high school student, entirely out of place with the high-end ambience of Yingyue Tower. "Sir, I'm sorry, but Yingyue Tower has been fully booked for a private event today and is not accepting other guests," one of the receptionists said with a professional smile, despite her doubts. Having encountered all sorts of people, they knew better than to judge someone solely by their appearance. "I'm an invited guest. My name is Qingchen," the boy said, smiling warmly. "Could you please verify for me?" The older receptionist's eyes flickered with suspicion. According to her knowledge, the person who had reserved the entire Yingyue Tower today was an incredibly influential figure, someone so prominent that even the chief governor of Guangling City wasn't on the guest list. How could this seemingly ordinary high school boy possibly be that mysterious VIP? "Please wait a moment," she said, frowning slightly as she turned to head inside to contact the manager. Meanwhile, the younger receptionist couldn't help but steal glances at Qingchen, her cheeks flushing as she admired his handsome face and confident demeanor. Moments later, a sharply dressed man emerged briskly, his face beaming with respect. "Mr. Gu, welcome. I am Xiaochun, the manager of Yingyue Tower. You are our honored guest today. Please allow me to escort you to the main hall." Under the manager's guidance, Qingchen was led to the most prestigious seat in the hall. "Mr. Gu, if there's anything you need, don't hesitate to let us know," Manager Chun said with a deep bow before preparing to leave. "Wait," Qingchen called out, his stomach growling audibly. "What are your signature dishes? Just bring me a few to start." Ever since yesterday's blessing ceremony, he had only eaten 2 steamed buns. And today, after breaking through to the pinnacle of martial arts, he was starving. Before long, a series of exquisitely prepared dishes were served. As Qingchen dug in with gusto, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. A burly man barged into the building, followed closely by an elderly figure with white hair and an intimidating aura. "Mr. Yin, I'm really sorry, but today is not possible," Manager Chan stammered, sweating profusely as he tried to block the man's path. His protests, however, were ignored. "Qingchen, get out here right now," the man bellowed, his voice booming through the entire Yingyue Tower. The chandeliers swayed, and the building trembled slightly under the force of his roar. Who the hell is barking like a dog and ruining my appetite? Qingchen muttered, a piece of dompa pork still hanging from his mouth as he stood up in confusion. Oh, so you're Qingchen? Yan Mingding sneered, fixing his gaze on him. Qingchen frowned, racking his memory but failing to recall who this person was. Swallowing the bite of pork, he replied indifferently. Nope. And who the hell are you supposed to be? Qingchen stood above, looking down at the two individuals in Yingyue Tower. The young man exuded a powerful aura of the transcendent realm, his gaze filled with hostility. Behind him stood an elder, whose presence was even more terrifying, like a silent, immovable mountain. I am Qingchen. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost and stop disturbing my meal, Qingchen said impatiently, taking a bite out of a chicken drumstick. The young man sneered. A meal? Qingchen, do you even know who you're standing in front of? I am Yin Mingding, from one of the most prestigious families in Longdu. My father is one of the 12 Earth Generals. Additionally, I am a member of the Longdu University Student Council. He paused for effect, then added with disdain. In case a bumpkin like you doesn't know, Longdu University is one of the top 2 universities in Daxia. Last year's entrance requirement for martial artists was the first realm. For someone like you, who has just entered the Qi realm, it's probably something you wouldn't even dare to dream about. Qingchen glanced at him indifferently, spitting out a chicken bone. Why should I care? Yin Mingding froze, clearly unprepared for such an apathetic response despite his self-important introduction. His expression darkened as his tone turned icy. Let me ask you, what did you do yesterday during the soul blessing ceremony? Soul blessing ceremony? Qingchen thought for a moment and suddenly understood. At the ceremony, he had boldly kissed Luo Yuling. This guy was likely one of her many admirers. So, you're the mangy dog who's been pestering Luo Yuling for 3 years? The words hit Yin Mingding like a slap to the face, and his expression twisted with rage. Mangy dog? I'll give you one chance to take back what you said just now. Kneel before Yuling and apologize. If you do that, they'll pretend yesterday never happened. Otherwise, you won't leave Yingyue Tower in one piece today. Then I'll give you a chance to, Qingchen said calmly. Leave now, and you'll still be able to walk out of here whole. Ha ha. You? A mere Qi realm? Yin Mingding burst into laughter. Other than my father, no one dares speak to me like that. You dare to touch my goddess? If I don't break a few of your ribs today, I'm not worthy of my surname. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Mingding's body began to swell, rapidly growing until he nearly touched the ceiling. He resembled a massive, imposing Buddha. This was the S-grade blessing blood flesh Buddha derived from an ancient ascetic Buddhist practitioner. It allowed the user to continuously enhance their martial prowess by tempering their body. Even more terrifying was its final stage. Once reaching the martial god realm, one could achieve enlightenment on the spot and gain an immortal, indestructible form. Just as Yin Mingding raised his colossal hand to strike, Qingchen remained unfazed. He casually picked up a chopstick and infused it with a trace of Dao energy. Instantly, the temperature in Yingyue Tower plummeted, and Yin Mingding's massive hand was encased in frost in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in Qingchen's mind. Detected trial-related character, Peach Blossom Sword God, near the Hall Master. Hidden trial triggered. Kiss the school beauty Luo Yuling again. Completing the trial will reward you with a heaven and earth phenomenon. As the tension reached its peak, a cold, clear voice came from the doorway. Yin Mingding, what do you think you're doing? Luo Yuling stepped into the tower with graceful strides, her long legs accentuating her presence. She wore an ice blue gown that perfectly complemented her ethereal beauty. Her expression was frosty, and her gaze toward Yin Mingding was colder still. Yuling, how did you know I was here? Yin Mingding was momentarily stunned at the sight of her. After all these years, this is the first time you've reached out to me on your own. Deep down, you still care about me, don't you? Yin Mingding stood at the entrance of Yingyue Tower, his entire demeanor lighting up with uncontrollable excitement the moment he saw Luo Yuling's figure. The smile on his face was so wide it was almost overflowing. Come, Elder Huang, bring out the grand gift I prepared for Yuling. He turned eagerly and motioned. Elder Huang sighed helplessly, nodding as he retrieved an elegant, elongated box from behind him. As the box was opened, a crimson sword came into view, its fiery red glow reflecting off the surrounding walls, instantly raising the temperature of the entire space. This is the Scarlet Flame Sword. My father spent 1 billion xia coins at the Heavenly Dao auction house just 2 days ago to acquire this heaven-tier treasure. It's aligned with the fire element, perfectly complementing your blessing. Yin Mingding's face was full of anticipation as he presented the sword to Luo Yuling with a flattering smile. A heaven-tier treasure? The staff of Yingyue Tower gasped in unison. The 2 female attendants on site stared at the sword with heated admiration, their gazes toward Luo Yuling brimming with envy. After all, heaven-tier treasures were the finest in the Xia Kingdom, with fewer than 10 pieces traded annually, each worth astronomical sums. The value of this sword alone could buy the entire Yingyue Tower. Even Gu Qingchen, standing nearby, couldn't hide a flicker of surprise in his eyes, silently marveling at how far someone could go just to win favor. Yet, in the face of such a precious fire element heaven-tier sword, Luo Yuling's expression was one of unmistakable disdain. Yin Mingding, I've already told you stop pestering me. How many times do I have to repeat myself? With that, she leapt gracefully, landing beside Gu Qingchen. The frostiness in her demeanor melted away instantly, replaced by a tender and caring gaze. Gu Qingchen, are you hurt? She asked softly. I'm fine, Gu Qingchen replied, shaking his head. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, Luo Yuling apologized, her tone tinged with guilt. Then, leaning closer to Gu Qingchen, her cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, Gu Qingchen, could you do me a favor and play along with me for a bit? The warm breath brushing past his ear sent a shiver through Gu Qingchen. Play along? He asked, blinking in confusion. Yes. That guy is incredibly persistent, and unfortunately, his cultivation level is far higher than mine. I can't confront him directly right now, so I need a way to make him leave, Luo Yuling explained nervously. Could you pretend to be my boyfriend for a while and help me get rid of him? Please. Her voice carried a note of pleading, as if she feared he might refuse. Of course. Gu Qingchen agreed without hesitation. His heart swelled with a mix of excitement and determination. He had been searching for an excuse to engage in this trial, and now the perfect opportunity had fallen right into his lap. Seeing Gu Qingchen nod in agreement, a blush spread across Luo Yuling's delicate face. Quietly, she slid her cool, smooth hand into Gu Qingchen's palm. Gu Qingchen couldn't help but gently trace her palm with his fingers, causing a subtle shiver to ripple through her. Standing nearby, Yin Mingting watched Luo Yuling lean closely to Gu Qingchen, whispering in his ear and holding his hand. His expression darkened, flickering between disbelief and frustration. Yuling, what's the meaning of this? He demanded. Luo Yuling tightened her grip on Gu Qingchen's hand and cast a cold glare at Yin Mingting. First, I've told you many times don't call me Yuling and don't approach me. Second, Gu and I are in a relationship. Whatever happens between us is none of your concern. What? You must be joking, Yin Mingting scoffed, his face full of disdain. This guy only broke through the Qi realm at nearly 18's a total loser. In terms of strength and family background, aside from looks, how am I not better than him? Stop testing me, Yuling. This little act of yours won't work on me. Hearing these self-absorbed remarks, Luo Yuling's previously soft expression turned icy cold. Gu Qingchen shook his head subtly, marveling at Yin Mingting's delusional imagination. No wonder Luo Yuling had endured his harassment for 3 long years. You don't believe me? Fine, see for yourself, Gu Qingchen said with a faint smile. Without hesitation, he firmly turned Luo Yuling's face toward him. As her wide, startled eyes met his, he leaned in and kissed her. Luo Yuling flinched slightly, her sapphire eyes welling with tears, but soon she melted into his embrace, her body softening against him. Her cheeks turned a deep crimson, as red as a ripe apple, and the heat of the moment seemed to envelop them both. This kiss was different from before. It was tender yet intense, as Gu Qingchen savored the softness and warmth of her lips, losing himself in the moment. A system notification chimed. Trial complete. Rewards are being distributed. A celestial phenomenon is about to occur. Yin Mingting staggered backward as if struck by lightning. His towering frame seemed to shrink as he collapsed to the ground, muttering incoherently, "Impossible. This must be an illusion." He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura becoming erratic and unstable. Nearby, Elder Huang watched the scene unfold, his pupils contracting sharply. Yin Mingting was one of the rare S-ranked prodigies of the Great Xia dynasty and the future hope of the Yin family. Yet now, his Dao heart had shattered over a woman. As his protector, Elder Huang had assumed this was mere youthful drama, never imagining it would lead to such catastrophic consequences. Realizing the gravity of the situation, a ruthless glint flashed in Elder Huang's eyes. If the source of the young master's inner turmoil lay with these 2 individuals, then they had to be eliminated. Slowly, he stepped forward and spoke in a hoarse voice. For the future of the Yin family, I'm afraid I must apologize for what comes next. A terrifying aura erupted, engulfing the entire moonlit pavilion. Every piece of glassware shattered instantly. Gu Qingchen immediately sensed the murderous intent directed at both him and Luo Yuling. Without hesitation, he shielded her behind him and casually picked up a single chopstick, pointing it at Elder Huang. The sword of annihilation rises. Heaven and earth shall fall. Gods will perish. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of killing intent surged outward, as if the entire world's malice converged upon the young man at its center. Gu Qingchen's eyes turned blood red, yet his expression remained eerily calm. The previously clear sky darkened, and a crimson blood moon broke through the clouds, bathing him in its ominous glow. He stood there like a deity of slaughter, descended to the mortal realm. The surrounding staff trembled uncontrollably, fearing they might be torn apart by the sheer intensity of the killing aura. Elder Huang's face twisted in shock. This is Tao resonance? The ultimate path of slaughter? How could you possibly comprehend this? Raising his arms slightly, Qingchen unleashed a boundless sea of blood. Countless corpses of fallen gods floated within its depths. In that moment, he finally understood the true meaning of the celestial phenomenon. From within the blood sea, the lifeless gods opened their eyes one by one, their unyielding gazes fixed on Elder Huang. Meanwhile, at Guangling Airport, Governor Luo, are you certain the one who comprehended Tao resonance is just a high school senior? A man with a crimson mask and a rusted blade strapped to his back asked in disbelief. Absolutely certain, Director Yin. I saw it with my own eyes. It's undoubtedly an apex-level slaughter Tao, replied Luo Tianheng, his fiery red hair glowing faintly as he spoke. Director Yin nodded and began walking forward, only to stop abruptly. He looked up, his eyes narrowing. At some point, the sky above had been replaced by a crimson blood moon, casting its eerie light over everything below. At the stroke of noon, a crimson crescent moon hung ominously in the sky, sparking turmoil across Guangling City. Bystanders gathered at street corners and alleyways, their faces etched with unease as they whispered anxiously among themselves. It was the second consecutive day that the blood moon had appeared, and a sense of foreboding rippled through the crowd. Yin Yiling gazed intently at the scarlet moon, his pupils trembling slightly. The murderous aura it exuded was similar to that of the previous day, yet subtly different. Wherever the crimson light fell, the killing intent became almost tangible, sharp as a blade, suffocating in its intensity. His eyes shifted toward the direction of Yingyue Tower, and without warning, the space around his feet distorted. With a single step, he vanished, crossing 1,000 meters in an instant, leaving behind a bewildered Luo Tianheng. Inside Yingyue Tower, Qingchen stood holding a pair of chopsticks, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him in waves. A blood-red sea churned around him, and amidst the surging tides, the severed heads of gods and demons emerged, their vacant gazes stabbing like needles into Huang Lao's composure. Despite the chilling oppression, Huang Lao struggled to maintain his calm, while nearby, Luo Yuling's heart raced at the sight of the youth who seemed to have transformed into a demon lord. Leave or die. Qingchen's voice was cold and unyielding. How dare you? Huang Lao bellowed in fury. You insolent brat. You're merely at the martial practitioner stage. Do you truly believe an old master like me would fear you? With a roar, he unleashed the power of his grandmaster-level qi, forming a massive azure hand that descended upon Qingchen with crushing force. Just as the blood sea was about to unleash its fury, a figure burst into the scene, carried by a tempest. With a deafening boom, Huang Lao's azure hand shattered instantly, and his entire body was sent hurtling backward like a bird with broken wings. He crashed through countless tables and chairs before slamming heavily into the wall. As the dust settled, a man wearing a simple crimson mask stepped into the tower. His presence was suffocating, his aura far surpassing that of Huang Lao. Qingchen gripped his sword tightly, the blood sea roiling at his side. Though he sensed no hostility from this newcomer, he could clearly feel the man's unfathomable strength. Yin Yiling, still masked, studied Qingchen from a distance. Under the light of the blood moon, he found himself trembling involuntarily. The path of slaughter embodied by this young man was vast and boundless, sharp and peerless. It was unlike anything he had ever encountered, not even from the four martial gods. It felt as if he were adrift in an endless ocean of blood, insignificant and powerless. He murmured to himself, an infinite tide, drowning all in its wake. Beneath a pile of rubble, Huang Lao coughed up blood, his voice frail yet defiant. Do you, cough, do you even realize what you're doing? Helping this boy means going against the entire Yin family. The Yin family? The masked man let out a cold laugh. A mere earth-ranked family dares to act so arrogantly? Or has my authority as the director of the tribunal become so easily dismissed? Director? Huang Lao froze, his eyes widening in shock. Then, his pupils constricted as recognition dawned. No way. You're Yin, Lord Yin? He finally realized the identity of the terrifying figure before him. It all made sense now. Only someone of his caliber could destroy him with a single strike. Huang Lao suddenly dropped to the ground, crouching like a frightened dog. His voice trembled with fear as he pleaded, Lord Yin, please spare me. It was my lack of judgment that caused offense. I beg for your forgiveness. His terror was not without reason. The man standing before him, Yin Yiling, was a supreme realm powerhouse infamous for his bloodthirsty nature and unpredictable temperament. Even back in his marquee realm days, He had publicly killed 2 provincial governors over personal grievances. Over the years, it was conservatively estimated that more than 100,000 lives had been claimed by his hands, earning him the notorious title of God of Carnage. Huang Lao knew all too well that if they provoked him, both he and his young master would not leave this place alive. Yin Yiling's icy gaze swept over to the slumped figure of Yin Mingding, who was sitting on the ground nearby. He let out a cold snort and said, "Go back and tell the royal family members supporting your Yin clan that if I wasn't in a good mood today, Yin Mingding would already be crippled. You have 10 minutes to recover your strength, then take your young master and get out of my sight. Remember this, compensate Mingyue Tower tenfold for the damages. If you're even a penny short, I'll personally visit your Yin clan tomorrow. Oh, and this sword isn't bad. I'll take it as compensation for Gu's emotional distress." Before his words had fully landed, the crimson flame sword on the ground flew into the air and landed steadily in Yin Yiling's hand. "And no problem. If Lord Yin likes it, then it's yours," Huang Lao stammered, finally exhaling in relief when he realized Yin Yiling wouldn't pursue the matter further. He sat down cross-legged on the ground, beginning to regulate his breathing and heal his injuries. To his relief, Yin Mingding's aura had stabilized, and his inner resolve no longer seemed shaken. Although today's events had been chaotic, Huang Lao thought to himself that the consequences could have been far worse. After dealing with the master and servant pair, Yin Yiling turned toward the young man standing nearby. His tone suddenly softened and became amiable. "Hello, you must be Gu. With the college entrance exams around the corner, I feel bad for making you come all this way. I'm Yin Yiling, the chief of the Demon Tribunal Bureau. If you don't mind, you can just call me Uncle Yin." "Uncle Yin?" Huang Lao's eyes snapped open, his face filled with disbelief. That title carried an extraordinary weight. Who was this young man, that even the fearsome god of carnage, Yin Yiling, would show him such respect? Yin Yiling greeted Gu Qingchen with a warm smile. Gu Qingchen immediately restrained the aura of his Tao rhythm, dissipating the surrounding phenomenon, and respectfully nodded to Yin Yiling. "Uncle Yin, you can just call me Xiao Gu." Yin Yiling studied the young man before him, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. At this moment, Gu Qingchen's gaze was clear and transparent, his pupils carrying a sharp and vigorous spirit, yet devoid of any trace of killing intent. This was a stark contrast to the typical image of a bloodthirsty cultivator, often consumed by murderous energy and prone to violent temperaments. What was even more surprising was that, despite having comprehended the ultimate rhythm of the Tao of slaughter, Gu Qingchen maintained such a serene state of mind. "Hello, Uncle Yin. My name is Luo Yuling," said the girl standing beside Gu Qingchen as she also greeted Yin Yiling. "I've heard about you from your father," Yin Yiling said with a smile. "An S-ranked elemental blessing. Guangling City truly has produced some remarkable talents this year. And what a coincidence. The city's 2 prodigies have even become a pair." Luo Yuli glanced at Gu Qingchen beside her, her cheeks flushing as she mumbled softly, "Uncle Yin. We're not dating yet?" "Oh, not yet?" Yin Yiling raised an eyebrow, his expression teasing as he patted Gu Qingchen on the shoulder. His gaze shifted downward meaningfully. Following his line of sight, the two realized that their hands were tightly clasped together. Luo Yuli tried to pull her hand back, but Gu Qingchen only held on tighter. Flustered, she looked up and met his clear eyes, catching a playful wink. Her face turned an even deeper shade of red as her heart raced uncontrollably. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Yin. I'll do my best," Gu Qingchen said earnestly. Yin Yiling burst into hearty laughter. "Young people these days are truly amusing. But enough teasing. I came here today for something important. There are too many people around. Let's talk in my office. Luo, you should come along too." Gu Qingchen was slightly surprised. The office of the head of the Demon Tribunal should be in Longdu, the capital. Before he could think further, Yin Yiling unsheathed a rust-colored long sword from his back and swung it lightly. In an instant, a fierce wind erupted, tearing open a rift in the void. "Let's go," Yin Yiling said as he stepped into the spatial fissure. Gu Qingchen, still holding Luo Yuli's hand, followed closely behind. Passing through the distorted space, they found themselves in a spacious office. Floor-to-ceiling windows surrounded them, offering a panoramic view of Longdu's bustling skyscrapers. Advanced instruments emitting colorful lights hung from the ceiling. A stylishly dressed young secretary rose from behind a desk. "Director Yin, you're back," she said, her eyes widening slightly as she noticed the 2 young visitors. This was the first time outsiders had entered this highly confidential office. "Xiaohong, prepare some tea for our esteemed guests," Yin Yiling instructed. "Uncle Yin, no need to trouble yourself. Please, just tell me what's on your mind," Gu Qingchen said with a smile. "If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do my best." "Good. I like your straightforwardness, Xiaogu," Yin Yiling said approvingly. He explained, "I've been stuck at the peak of the Emperor's sovereign realm for 10 years, unable to comprehend the Tao of slaughter. Yesterday, I sensed a resonance of similar slaughter Tao rhythm emanating from Guangling City. so I asked Governor Luo to arrange for you to meet me at Ingyue Tower. After witnessing the profound Tao rhythm you displayed today, I have gained some insights. However, the magnitude of the Tao rhythm emanating from you is overwhelming and far beyond my comprehension. Even a mere trace of it requires time for me to fully digest. As soon as these words fell, a sharp cracking sound shattered the silence in the room. The delicate porcelain teacup in Xiao Hong's hand broke into pieces, spilling tea across the floor. She froze, staring blankly at Qingchen, momentarily forgetting to move. I'm sorry. I'll clean it up right away. Xiao Hong snapped back to her senses, hurriedly bowing her head to apologize as she began to tidy up the mess. Yet, the shock in her eyes lingered, refusing to fade. A seemingly ordinary young man, who looked no different from a student, had comprehended a Tao rhythm so immense and profound that even Director Yin, a peak-level emperor sovereign, needed time to process it. This completely overturned her understanding of the world. Behind Qingchen, Luo Yuling stood with her cherry-red lips slightly parted, her bright, watery eyes filled with astonishment. Although she had long sensed that Qingchen was no ordinary person, she never imagined he had mastered such a supreme Tao rhythm. It's no problem at all. I'm just glad I could assist Uncle Yin. Qingchen responded humbly with a smile. Ha ha ha, good. Yin Yiling laughed heartily. Xiaogu, if you ever run into any trouble, just give your Uncle Yin a call, and I'll handle it for you. As he spoke, he retrieved a blood-red token from his waist and tossed it to Qingchen. But don't worry, Uncle Yin won't take advantage of you for nothing. In a few days, the Guangling City Demon Tribunal will be recruiting reserve members. With this token, as long as you pass the reserve test and your records are filed, you can directly advance to the position of an adjudicator. An adjudicator for the Demon Tribunal? Qingchen was momentarily stunned, lowering his head to weigh the pros and cons of this opportunity. Noticing his hesitation, Yin Yiling explained earnestly, Xiaogu, don't be too quick to decline. The Demon Tribunal is unlike other government agencies. It operates independently of Daxia's laws as a special organization. Adjudicators and above not only have no assigned tasks but also possess the authority to act first and report later, holding a status comparable to the governor of Guangling City. More importantly, there's a substantial monthly salary. What? A salary? Qingchen's eyes lit up. Why didn't you say so earlier? My family is practically on the verge of starving. In that case, I'll gratefully accept, Uncle Yen. He took the token with a smile, silently calculating that with divine backing, securing the adjudicator position should be a sure thing. Good luck. Yin Yiling nodded. By the way, after you officially become an adjudicator, I'll come find you. At that time, I'll show you the true nature of this world. The true nature of the world? These words left Qingchen deep in thought. Could it be that the martial arts world he knew was not the full picture? His mind swirled with uncertainty, his heart filled with questions. Yin Yiling waved his hand, opening a spatial rift. His tone was calm as he said, I've finished dealing with my matters. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. This rift can transport you to any location within Guangling City's urban area. Of course, you're welcome to stay a while longer if you'd prefer. Qingchen turned to Luo Yuling, a gentle smile curving his lips. Little Yuling, see you in a couple of days. I'll miss you. Hearing this affectionate nickname, Luo Yuling's heart skipped a beat. Although they had shared a few intimate moments earlier at Ingyue Tower, those were under the guise of pretending to be a couple. Now, hearing him address her so tenderly and earnest left her both delighted and nervous, unsure of how he truly viewed their relationship. All right, she replied softly, her cheeks flushed. She nodded and obediently followed Qingchen into the rift. The two figures disappeared from the office in an instant. Once the spatial rift fully closed, Xiao Hong couldn't hold back her thoughts any longer. Director Yin, Qingchen is still just a student. Isn't it too risky to directly appoint him as a deacon? Every city's deacon position requires extensive evaluation to qualify, and even most members of the demonic tribunal spend their entire careers striving for it without success. Guangling City's previous deacon just died in the line of duty, and now all the team captains are vying for that position. Assigning it to a young martial artist, even if he has grasped Tao resonance, might make it hard for him to command respect. Xiao Hong, are you underestimating him? Yin Yiling's voice remained composed. His mastery of the path of slaughter is far greater than you can imagine, surpassing even the four great martial gods. And from yesterday to today, his Tao resonance has broken through yet again. Xiao Hong was stunned. A new breakthrough in Tao resonance within a single day? What kind of prodigy was this? Yin Yiling continued, I never expected him to immediately excel as a deacon. He is indeed an unpolished gem, but he needs refinement. Those fiery-tempered captains in Guangling City will serve perfectly as his whetstones. If he can secure his position as deacon within a year, then my plan will have succeeded. Oh, by the way, Yin Yiling suddenly remembered. Help me access the authorization system. I need to increase Gu Qingchen's identity concealment level. With the current instability in Xia, the information of a prodigy of his caliber must be strictly protected. He inserted his identification, and golden streams of light shimmered across the blue screen. Welcome, esteemed S-rank authority holder. As the director of the demonic tribunal, Yin Yiling held S-rank clearance, equivalent to the 7 supreme emperors and second only to the 4 great martial gods. Search for Gu Qingchen of Guangling City and modify his concealment level to A rank. However, the system displayed modification failed. Insufficient clearance. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Even S-rank authority couldn't alter the information of a high school student? Is the system malfunctioning? Yin Yiling frowned. Unlikely. It worked fine this morning, Xiaohong replied, rebooting the system. Yet the second attempt ended in failure as well. Switch to another terminal. Who's on duty today? Yin Yiling asked. Elder Wang, Xiaohong answered. Hearing this, Yin Yiling immediately utilized his spatial movement technique, appearing in an instant before an office on the 3rd floor. From behind the door, faintly suggestive sounds of a man and woman could be heard. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open. The door smashed inward, revealing a middle-aged bald man with a conspicuous, massive black mole on his head, standing beside the desk. In the office, a seductive woman in black stockings was being passionately kissed while held in Elder Wang's arms. The sudden sound of the door bursting open sent a shock through Elder Wang, making his entire body tremble. His blood seemed to rush in reverse, and the expression of indulgent pleasure on his face disappeared in an instant. The woman let out a panicked scream, hurriedly grabbing a nearby piece of clothing to cover herself. Elder Wang, furious at being interrupted, turned around with veins bulging on his forehead and roared, "Who the hell dares to?" before he could finish. His eyes locked onto the familiar crimson mask of the intruder. He froze as if struck by lightning, leaping nearly 3 feet into the air. His expression shifted wildly in an instant. Oh no, Lord Yin! Elder Wang's heart sank as alarm bells rang in his mind. Why had this fearsome figure suddenly appeared? Yin Yiling wasted no time. His entire presence exuded a menacing aura as he coldly demanded, "Where is the identity verification device?" Feeling the oppressive force emanating from Yin Yiling, Elder Wang broke out in a cold sweat. His trembling hand pointed behind him. Lord Yin, it's over there in the identity verification area." Yin Yiling strode toward the device, inserted his identification, and commanded in a low voice, "Search for Gu Qingchen in Guangling City and modify his hidden access level to grade A." Beep beep. Modification failed. Your permissions are insufficient to alter Gu Qingchen's identity concealment information. The cold, mechanical voice responded. Yin Yiling's expression darkened as he glared at the screen, disbelief written across his face. He had already tried another device. How could it still fail? It was impossible for both devices to malfunction simultaneously, which left the most unnerving explanation. The boy's concealed access level might actually surpass his own. This realization sent a chill from the soles of Yin Yiling's feet all the way up his spine. Who could possibly be backing this boy? Was it one of the 4 great martial gods? Or perhaps the legendary supreme immortal, who had vanished from Daxia years ago? The sheer magnitude of the implications left Yin Yiling momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Elder Wang stood to the side, utterly at a loss. He stared blankly at the device screen, the glaring red notification replaying in his mind. Beep beep. Modification failed. Your permissions are insufficient to alter Gu Qingchen's identity concealment information. I'm back. Gu Qingchen pushed open the door to his home, greeted by the noisy chatter of the television in the living room. Outside the window, a dim, golden sunset merged with a crimson blood moon on the horizon, casting an eerie yet breathtaking glow across his face. This was the celestial phenomenon brought forth by his slaughtering sword Dao, a testament to his power. Even after traveling back and forth between Longdu and Guangling City, the blood moon's presence lingered, undiminished. By the windowsill, Gu Xiaoyu knelt on a chair, her long, pale legs casually dangling as she rested her chin in her hands, staring dreamily at the peculiar sight in the sky. Hearing the door open, she immediately waved excitedly at her brother. Bro, this is a once-in a century view. Come and look. Gu Qingchen placed the bags he was carrying onto the dining table and chuckled. It's just the sun and the moon appearing at the same time. What's there to fuss about? Your big brother brought some delicious food home today. You've never had anything like it, I promise. But Xiaoyu's gaze remained fixed on the window, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The experts on TV just said that even a supreme realm master might not be able to create such a phenomenon, she murmured, glancing down at the trinket in her hand. Supreme realm, if I were at that level, would never have to worry about money again. Watching his sister's little daydreams about wealth, Gu Qingchen felt both amused and a pang of guilt. Ever since their parents' accident, the family's finances had relied entirely on his part-time jobs. Now that he was in his senior year of high school, time constraints had forced him to transfer much of the burden to Xiaoyu, who had just started high school herself. In addition to her studies, Xiaoyu worked part-time to help make ends meet, leaving her with far less time to cultivate. Even so, she had managed to break through 3 realms in her first year, advancing from Qi C level 1 to Qi C level 4. With proper resources, her martial talent could easily rival that of Luo Yuling by the time of the college entrance exams. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. Money's no big deal. Your brother can get it in no time, Qingchen teased. Reaching out to ruffle her hair, Xiaoyu deftly dodged his hand. All talk as usual. Oh, really? Then take a look at this. Qingchen slowly opened one of the paper bags on the table. Instantly, a rich, mouth-watering aroma filled the room. One by one, he laid out dishes like sesame fish, steamed bear paw, lobster, and giant scallops, each exquisitely crafted and marked with the signature blue crescent logo of Yingyue Tower. As a native of Guangling, Xiaoyu was well aware of Yingyue Tower's reputation. This famed restaurant was not only known for its unparalleled flavors, but also for its ingredients, which were prized for their ability to nourish meridians and replenish blood, ideal for martial artists. However, what stood out most was the price. A single dish could cost as much as their family's entire monthly expenses. Staring at the lavish spread from Yingyue Tower, Xiaoyu swallowed hard and asked cautiously, "Bro, you didn't touch mom's pension, did you?" "That's our college fund." Qingchen flicked her forehead lightly. "What nonsense. Do I look that filial to you? A Supreme Realm Master invited me to lunch today, but something came up, so I brought everything back instead." In truth, he had specifically gone to Yingyue Tower, asking the manager to recreate the dishes from Director Yan's lunch menu earlier that day. A Supreme Realm Master? Inviting you to lunch? Xiaoyu squinted at her brother, her expression skeptical, her face practically shouting, "Do you think I'm that gullible? Of course. Your brother's in high demand these days, didn't you know?" "Humph. If you don't want to tell me, fine. I don't care anyway." Pouting, Xiaoyu turned her head away in mock irritation, but not before grabbing a big piece of lobster and stuffing it into her mouth. The moment the shrimp entered Gu Xiaoyu's mouth, a burst of rich, savory freshness blossomed on her taste buds. The pure essence within the food flowed into her body, nourishing her slightly malnourished meridians and vital energy like a gentle spring rain. She felt a warmth spreading through her limbs, and her mind became slightly dazed. "Does it taste good?" Qingchen asked with a smile, his eyes narrowing in anticipation. Tears of happiness welled up in Gu Xiaoyu's eyes as she nodded vigorously, mumbling with her mouth full, So good." In the heart of Longdu City stood a towering cyan skyscraper, its sharp, spire-like top resembling a sword pointing straight at the heavens. At the very peak of the tower, a massive character Lu was prominently displayed, drawing attention from afar. Inside the building, a flurry of activity was underway. Dozens of martial artists, exuding powerful auras, hurried through the halls, all heading toward the conference room on the top floor. Tonight marked the Lu family's weekly meeting. By the time the clock struck 7, dozens of the Lu family's senior members had taken their seats on time. At the highest seat in the conference room sat an extraordinarily beautiful woman. She wore a slit cheongsam, her long, slender legs elegantly crossed and encased in sheer black stockings, perfectly showcasing her stunning figure. Her fair toes toyed with a pair of white high heels, idly swaying. With natural beauty that required no makeup, she exuded an unparalleled charm. Holding a vintage cigarette holder from the 1980s, she elegantly took a puff, her red lips parting slightly. This peerless beauty could easily captivate most men, leaving them utterly mesmerized. Yet, among the hundreds of formidable martial artists present in the conference hall, not a single one dared to lift their gaze to meet hers. For she was none other than the head of the Lu family, one of the 7 sovereigns of Daxia, and a supreme realm powerhouse at the peak of her strength, Empress Qishao, Lu Qingtian. Lu Qingtian exhaled a plume of white smoke with an air of indifference. Within the swirling mist, her stunningly beautiful face appeared and disappeared, carrying an almost dreamlike quality. "Begin the report," she said softly. A man with an overwhelmingly powerful aura stepped forward. Reporting to the family head, this afternoon, a strange phenomenon occurred over Guangling City. During daylight hours, a blood moon appeared in the sky, followed by the simultaneous presence of a crimson sun and the blood moon, lasting nearly 6 hours. Our intelligence department detected intense killing intent within the phenomenon, along with traces of Tao resonance lingering in the aftermath. At this revelation, the council hall erupted into hushed murmurs. While the general public was aware of the anomaly in Guangling City, the involvement of Tao resonance changed everything. Tao resonance was closely tied to martial gods. Even those who hadn't yet ascended to that level, but could comprehend Tao resonance, were already on the cusp of becoming martial gods. A martial god-level individual posed a significant threat to the Lu family. What was even more concerning was that this Tao resonance was intertwined with killing intent, suggesting the presence of an otherworldly or demonic entity. Lu Qingtian, who had seemed disinterested until now, finally raised her head, a rare seriousness flickering in her eyes. Silence. Continue, she said softly, her voice immediately restoring order to the room. Family head. We've also detected traces of spatial fluctuations within Guangling City. Spatial affinity combined with intense killing intent. Lu Qingtian frowned slightly, murmuring to herself. Yin Yiling? Has he broken through to the martial god realm? No, that's unlikely. The last time I saw him, he showed no signs of possessing Dao resonance. He couldn't have advanced so quickly. Besides, what business would he have in a small place like Guangling City? She paused, her thoughts racing before a bold possibility struck her. Could it be that someone else has comprehended killing intent Dao resonance, and they're in Guangling City? Is Yin Yiling there to seek guidance from this person? Realizing this, Lu Qingchen's frown eased. She turned to a middle-aged martial artist below. Lu Zixiao, how did this year's Lu family blessing ceremony turn out? Reporting to the family head, Lu Zongxing received an rank heroic soul blessing. Additionally, 3 others received a rank blessings, while the rest were below rank. Lu Zongxing was the most promising talent of the Lu family's younger generation, having already reached the peak of the martial disciple realm before his awakening ceremony. Take Lu Zongxing and head to Guangling City immediately. There's a strong possibility that a new martial god has emerged there. If you can gain their guidance, do so. If not, don't force it. But under no circumstances should you offend them. In the early stages of martial enlightenment, experiencing Dao resonance firsthand near a martial god would be immensely beneficial. Zixio's expression turned solemn as he nodded. Understood. I'll take him there right away. Watching Zixiao depart, Lu Qingtian extinguished her smoking pipe and stretched lazily, stifling a yawn. All right, I'm tired. This meeting is adjourned. Meanwhile, Gu Qingchen finished cleaning up the mess left from dinner and stood in the living room, feeling as though something was missing. After a moment of thought, it hit him his drunken old father hadn't been home for 2 days. While it wasn't unusual for his father to stumble back late at night, it was rare for him not to return at all. Could he have gotten so drunk that someone dragged him off to the outskirts of Daxia to harvest his organs? Gu Qingchen muttered anxiously to himself, deciding that if his father didn't return by morning, he would report it to the Martial Dao police station. Returning to his bedroom, Gu Qingchen lay on his bed, preparing to tackle the second trial of the Silver Dragon Spear God. The first trial had propelled him directly from the Qi realm to the peak of the martial disciple realm, leaving him eager to see what the second trial had in store. Since his last visit, he had gained unrestricted access to the Divine Spirit Hall. Silently chanting, Divine Spirit Hall, Gu Qingchen felt his mind whirl as dizziness overtook him. When the sensation subsided, he found himself once again standing on that crimson-red land. The thick scent of blood filled the air, but this time, he felt strangely calm. Perhaps it was the influence of the slaughter god's swordsmanship, or maybe the brutal battles of the first trial had inured him to this atmosphere. Zhao Zilong, clad in a gleaming suit of silver armor, stood imposingly in front of Gu Qingchen. The sunlight danced off the polished plates, casting dazzling reflections. With a long spear in hand and a calm, confident smile on his lips, he asked, "Is the hall master ready for the second trial?" Gu Qingchen gave a slight nod. Without hesitation, Zhao Zilong raised his silver-white spear, giving it a subtle shake. In an instant, the heavens seemed to shift. A tremendous, overwhelming pressure descended from above as the surrounding blood-red space began to collapse, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered in the wind. Almost immediately, the fragments started to reform, piecing together like a colossal jigsaw puzzle coming to life. This scene left Gu Qingchen deeply stunned. He recalled witnessing Director Yan's spatial abilities not long ago, an exceedingly rare level power combined with peak supreme strength. Even then, it had only been capable of tearing open a pathway for traversal through space. Yet now, before his eyes, this silver spear effortlessly caused an entire spatial dimension to collapse and reconstruct. The sheer spatial power it wielded was truly staggering. Noticing the shock in Gu Qingchen's expression, Zhao Zilong let out a hearty laugh. "Let me tell you, Hall Master, once you complete all 3 trials, you will not only inherit my lifelong mastery of the spear, but also claim this spear, Dragon Gallant, which has accompanied me through countless battles. To it, shattering space is but a trivial feat." Before his words faded, a grand martial arena had already materialized around the two of them. The ground, paved with green stone, was intricately engraved with complex patterns, while various weapons lay scattered across its surface. Massive stone pillars, linked by heavy iron chains, formed a grid-like structure that resembled a chessboard. Beyond the arena, 100 humanoid silhouettes stood in perfect formation. "Throughout my life, I, Zhao Zilong, have trained countless soldiers, but only the strongest 100 were ever worthy of sparring here," Zhao Zilong declared, gesturing toward the silhouettes. "The martial arena will suppress both sides to the same level of power. Here, you must hone your swordsmanship, spear techniques, and combat resolve. Defeat these 100 warriors, and you will pass the second trial. With that, Zhao Zilong transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Gu Qingchen stood alone, gazing at the 100 spectral figures, the loyal soldiers of the silver dragon spear god from the era of ancient gods and demons. He couldn't help but marvel at the immense challenge ahead. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes ignited with fierce determination. After all, they were merely warrior apparitions. What was there to fear? With that thought, Gu Qingchen stepped boldly into the arena, unwavering in his resolve. The moment Gu Qingchen stepped into the martial hall, he saw a figure slowly materializing directly ahead. The person was clad in black cloth, with the number 100 displayed above their head, clearly indicating a strength ranking. Gu Qingchen let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed he wouldn't have to face 100 opponents all at once, but rather a unknown duel. However, in this martial arena, his overly advanced slaying god swordsmanship was evidently unusable. He bent down to pick up a long sword lying on the ground and, recalling the basic sword techniques he had learned at Sword Heart Academy, thrust his sword toward the figure in black. The black-clad opponent moved with lightning speed. They easily dodged the first strike and, with an almost unbelievable flexibility, bent backward at a 180-degree angle to evade the second. Before Gu Qingchen could launch a third attack, a heavy punch slammed into his abdomen. In that instant, Gu Qingchen felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck. He was sent flying out of the arena, crashing hard onto the ground. His entire body ached unbearably, and his stomach throbbed with such pain that he felt on the verge of vomiting. Yet, more shocking than the physical agony was the opponent's strength. Even though their abilities were suppressed to the peak of a martial artist level, the speed of that punch had been so fast that Gu Qingchen couldn't even perceive it. When he regained his senses, he found himself lying outside the arena. This left Gu Qingchen stunned. Even the lowest-ranked opponent was this formidable, far beyond the level of instructors at Sword Heart Academy. He even suspected that if Yin Yiling were here, purely in terms of physical combat skills, he might struggle to gain the upper hand. But soon, a surge of joy welled up within him. The path of martial arts required both experience in live combat and cultivation of skill. He leaped to his feet and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! As expected of the Divine Hall, as expected of the ancient elite warriors. Come on, let's do this again. With fighting spirit burning brightly, he charged back into the arena, engaging in another fierce battle with the black-clad figure. High above the martial arena, amid swirling mist, two figures hovered in midair. One was clad in radiant silver armor. It was none other than the silver dragon spear god, Zhao Zilong. The other, a middle-aged man whose face was obscured by the mist, stood beside him with peach blossom petals occasionally drifting around him. This was the peach blossom sword god. The two silently observed the slender young man below, who was repeatedly sent flying only to rise again and continue fighting with determination. General Zhao, what do you think of this boy? Asked the peach blossom sword god. Decisive in action, willing to endure hardship, exceptionally talented, and, above all, remarkably resilient. But whether he can enter the Divine Hall is still uncertain, Zhao Zilong replied without hesitation. Then, with a smile, he countered, Mr. Deng, haven't you already acknowledged him and even imparted your techniques to him? Surely you would know better than I. The peach blossom sword god chuckled but didn't answer directly. A few days ago, I taught him the slaying god swordsmanship, and he has already grasped 40% of it. 40%? Zhao Zilong fell silent for a moment before nodding. Truly remarkable talent. General Zhao, care to make a wager with me? Let's bet on how many days it will take this boy, starting from today, to defeat his first opponent in the martial arena. Why not? I, Zhao, have nothing to fear. Zhao Zilong agreed readily, not even asking about the stakes. The loser must pay the winner 3 Dao resonance stones and expend divine power to save the boy once when he's in danger. Deal. Zhao Zilong pondered briefly before confidently stating, I bet 10 days. He was well aware of the strength of these soldiers. Each one, after death, could leave behind a heroic soul in the heroic soul tomb. The strongest among them was comparable to an A-rank heroic soul, and even the lowest-ranked black-clad figure possessed the strength of a rank heroic soul. For this inexperienced boy, whose combat techniques were crude compared to those of the ancient era, 10 days seemed a reasonable estimate. I say 3 days, the peach blossom sword god said with a smile. 3 days? Impossible. Zhao Zilong shook his head. Then let's wait and see. Boom. A sudden thunderous sound interrupted their conversation. In the martial arena, a figure had crashed heavily into the stone wall, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the black-clad figure's shadow on the stone wall shattered and dissipated, transforming into a red light that streaked like a shooting star into Gu Qingchen's body. At the center of the arena, Gu Qingchen was kneeling, his body drenched in blood and covered in wounds. He had lost count of how many punches he'd taken from his opponent. Each heavy blow made his bones groan under the strain. The pain coursing through his body had long since dulled into numbness, yet the instincts of a warrior remained sharp. In that fleeting, critical moment, Qingchen seized the opportunity. Summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, he unleashed a devastating punch that sent the figure in black robes flying out of the arena. In an instant, a crimson glow surged into his body like a flowing stream. Qingchen felt a warm current rushing through his meridians, and the wounds that had covered his body began to heal at an astonishing speed. The torn flesh and gaping injuries vanished as if they'd never existed. What shocked him even more was the flood of battle memories from the figure in black that poured into his mind. The essence of fist techniques, the mysteries of spear mastery, and the refined instincts honed through countless battles. All of it became imprinted in his muscle memory. What does this mean? Qingchen thought, elated. If I can pass the second trial, all the combat skills of these 100 ancient warriors will be mine. Without hesitation, he focused his energy, channeling the warm current within to hasten his recovery. 10 minutes later, Qingchen exhaled a deep breath, expelling the last of his fatigue. His wounds were completely healed. His dark eyes glimmered with determination as he assumed a fighting stance and said in a low, steady voice, "Next." A figure wearing a yellow headscarf stepped into the arena, the number 99 glowing above its head, holding a longbow. This time, his opponent was an archer. But armed with the experience of the previous fight, Qingchen no longer felt fear. Though he was defeated 3 times, he ultimately decapitated the yellow's carved figure with a single sword strike, inheriting the entirety of its archery skills. The battles came one after another, and his opponent's rankings quickly dropped, 99, 98, 97, 96. In no time, he had reached the 70th rank. High above the arena, 2 deities silently observed. This wager had no true winner or loser. General Zhao, the sword god of peach blossoms, finally broke the silence. It seems your 100 elite soldiers are about to be entirely absorbed by this young man. Zhao Zilong gazed at the boy in the arena, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. These shadowy figures had originally been designed to temper martial skills, yet who could have predicted that a youth with almost no real combat experience could break through so quickly in just an hour? This boy indeed has the makings of the invincible, Zhao Zilong said at last. While this wager may yield no result, your judgment was closer to the truth. Once he completes all the trials, I will aid him once in his time of greatest peril. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. All that remained was the middle-aged man, smiling as he watched the relentless figure of the young warrior pressing forward. Within the Flame family's council hall, an invisible yet suffocating sense of authority permeated the air. At the head of the chamber sat Yin Mietyin, the patriarch of the Yin family. His overwhelming pressure as a peak Ho Wang cultivator bore down on the room, leaving Huang Lao barely able to lift his head. Beneath him, Yin Mingdeng lay sprawled on the floor like a defeated dog, his breath weak and shallow, resembling that of a frail child. His Dao heart was shattered, infested with inner demons, and the meridians in his legs were utterly destroyed. You're telling me that a mere high schooler named Qingchen is the one who left my son in this pitiful state? Yin Maishin's piercing gaze locked onto Huang Lao, fury blazing in his eyes. As a father, he knew his son's capabilities all too well. An extraordinary cultivator at the peak of the transcendent realm, blessed with an S-grade innate talent. How could such a prodigy fall to a mere student? Patriarch, Huang Lao quickly lowered his head and responded. Although Qingchen is only at the martial artist realm, he has somehow comprehended an exceptionally high level of Dao resonance. The hall fell into a stunned silence. A martial artist realm cultivator comprehending Dao resonance? Huang Lao, this joke of yours is in poor taste, Yin Mietyin said, his expression filled with disbelief. I swear on my life, Patriarch, I saw it with my own eyes. It was indeed an extraordinary Dao resonance, so profound that it triggered a celestial phenomenon. A celestial phenomenon? Yin Maishin's face twitched violently. Are you saying that the blood moon over Guangling City was caused by this Qingchen? A mix of shock and dread rippled through his features. For someone at the martial artist realm to already glimpse the threshold of the martial god realm was an unfathomable talent, one that defied reason. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Maishin's eyes sharpened with resolve. If that's the case, this boy has become an enemy of the Yin family. He cannot be allowed to live. Elder Moyen, I'll have to trouble you to take care of this matter. As soon as the words left his lips, a cloaked figure in black appeared beside Yin Mietyin as if materializing from the shadows. The figure's voice was raspy, like the chilling whisper of a demon from the abyss. A mere brat? Hardly worth the effort. Huang Lao's pupils constricted in alarm. Patriarch, you mustn't act rashly. Qingchen is under the protection of Yin Yuling, the god of death. The mention of this name caused both Yin Mietyin and Elder Moyen's eyes to narrow sharply, their expressions darkening. It was as though the very name carried a palpable weight, conjuring visions of blood-soaked battlefields and mountains of corpses. A shiver ran through them both. Yin Yiling? That boy actually has ties to that man? Yin Maishan's brows furrowed deeply. Yin Yiling was infamous throughout Daxia for his ruthless efficiency and unrelenting vengeance. His power was immense, and as the head of the demonic tribunal, his reputation was enough to deter even the most daring forces. Not even the seven sovereigns dared provoke him lightly. Finally, Yin Mietyin let out a heavy sigh, though a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Fine. If Yin Yiling is backing him, it's unwise for us to act openly. Huang Lao, take Mingdeng to recover. As for his inner demons, he'll think of a solution later. Once the council hall returned to silence, Yin Mietyin suddenly knelt before Elder Moyan, his voice filled with desperation. Please, my lord, I beg you to eliminate Qingchen and restore Mingdeng's cultivation. If you can help my son recover, the Yin family will never hesitate to repay you, no matter the cost. The cloaked figure chuckled darkly. Killing a mere boy is trivial, but his connection to Yin Yiling complicates things. You know as well as I do how sensitive Yin Yiling is to the presence of us demonic clan members. With the information you've provided, do you really think we'd act so recklessly? Yin Patriarch, don't be naive. Yin Maishan's face contorted with hesitation, but after a moment of inner turmoil, he gritted his teeth and said, My lord, I just received urgent news this morning. 3 days from now, following the conclusion of the martial arts entrance exam, Daxia will secretly convene an emergency summit. Every governor at the city level and above will be required to attend in Longdu, including several martial gods. Interesting. Very interesting. Elder Moyan's lips curled into a sinister grin as he tossed a small, spherical object to Yin Mietyin. The orb radiated a dark, malevolent energy, its crimson iris-like center pulsating with a life of its own, veined with streaks of blood. Consider this your reward for the intelligence. It will elevate the curse on your body to the next stage. As for Qingchen He, even if you hadn't mentioned him, we wouldn't let a boy who could comprehend Tao resonance at the martial artist realm live for long. Meanwhile, in the training arena, a phantom figure adorned with copper coins was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a stone pillar with a deafening impact. Dust and debris erupted into the air as the figure's head tilted lifelessly before shattering into fragments. Above it, the glowing number 4 flickered and disappeared. Across the arena, a young man stood firm, his fist still extended from the strike. His arm muscles tensed, exuding a fierce and unyielding power that seemed to dominate the air around him. With only 3 people left, they had successfully passed the second trial. Qingchen watched as the figure of his vanquished opponent faded away, exhaling deeply with a satisfied smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Over the past week, he had scarcely left the training arena, dedicating himself day and night to the trials. After engaging in fierce combat with over 90 warriors, his martial skills had reached a level of near perfection. Every move his opponents made appeared transparent to his eyes, their weaknesses glaringly obvious. Just as he was about to summon his next opponent, his hand began to fade into transparency. Out of spiritual energy again? Qingchen murmured to himself as his vision started to blur and spin. The piercing sunlight streamed through the curtains, shining directly on his face. Qingchen rolled over and sat up on the bed, feeling the surging energy coursing through his body, his spiritual energy so abundant that it seemed on the verge of overflowing. A strange sense of anticipation rose within him. Slowly, he raised his right hand and threw a punch with deliberate slowness. At that very moment, a sudden, deafening thunderclap echoed through the clear skies over Guangling City. The unexpected bolt of thunder startled pedestrians, causing them to stop in their tracks. As the sound faded, the bottleneck within Qingchen's body, built up over the past several days, shattered with a resounding force. Torrents of spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a flood breaking through a dam, obliterating one barrier after another. Qingchen trembled slightly, a look of exhilaration spreading across his face. Transcendence realm, achieved. The violent energy around him formed a vortex, continuously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. This was the residual energy from the first trial, which he had deliberately suppressed due to his recently healed meridians and unstable foundation. He hadn't expected the remaining energy to be so abundant, propelling him directly into the 6th level of the Transcendence realm. As he pondered where he might test his newfound strength, a notification popped up on his phone's memo app. Today is the preparatory member test for the Demon Tribunal. At the end of the street stood the Guangling City Tribunal for Demonic Entities, its silver facade gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. The bold characters spelling out Guangling City Tribunal for Demonic Entities atop the building were particularly striking. Qingchen stepped out of the taxi and walked into the grand hall. Inside, the hall was bustling with people, but thanks to the abundance of testing rooms, the lines weren't excessively long. In this era of peace, with demons and monsters nearly eradicated, working at the tribunal had evidently become a desirable career path. Following the directions on the signboards, Qingchen arrived at the registration desk, where a young female staff member was engrossed in organizing documents. "Hello. ID like a reserve member application form," he said politely. Without lifting her head, the woman gestured to the side. "Reserve member forms are over there. This is the registration desk for official candidates." Qingchen followed her gesture and was momentarily stunned. The line at the reserve member registration area stretched endlessly, filled entirely with young people who looked like students. They were chatting and laughing, and the queue was already nearing the exit of the hall. "This will take until evening," Qingchen calculated silently. He still had to complete the second trial of Zhao Zilong later tonight. After a moment's thought, he turned back to the staff member. "In that case, please give me an application form for official candidates." The woman paused her movements and looked up to size him up. She appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old, her combat uniform accentuating her well-proportioned figure. Her features were strikingly attractive. The moment she saw Qingchen, her eyes lit up briefly, but she quickly shook her head, her expression turning serious. "Young man, becoming an official candidate is no joke," she warned, raising a finger for emphasis. "Not only are the requirements for cultivation level high, but there's also a practical combat test. The annual injury and fatality rate ranges from 40 to 60. If your meridians or chi-si get damaged, it could ruin your martial arts foundation. And someone as young as you if you hurt your face. No, I mean your meridians, it would be such a waste." As the woman continued her lecture, a male voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "Sir, hey, race the official candidate application form." A man with a scarred face approached, sliding a white form toward Qingchen. "Once you've filled it out, submit it to the collection box over there. The assessment starts at 10 o'clock in trial ground 3. Qingchen nodded in thanks, took the form, and walked away. Behind him, he could hear the two staff members arguing. "Lin Xiao, this is my job. Li Zhuomei, don't tell me you're too distracted by a handsome guy to do your work? You don't get it. It's so rare to see someone this good-looking. I just don't want him to ruin himself here." Their conversation shifted to this year's assessment difficulty, particularly emphasizing the strict standards set by Captain Yenhu. After completing the form, Qingchen found a seat and sat down. The clock on the wall showed 9:30. He closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the power of his transcendent realm. From the chatter around him, he had pieced together the assessment criteria. Last year's acceptance threshold was for martial artists at the 8th stage, with bonus points for those possessing bestowed blessings. Given his recent breakthrough into the transcendent realm that morning, combined with his extensive combat experience battling hundreds of ancient warriors, he felt confident about his chances. As he was lost in thought, a commotion suddenly erupted from the reserve member testing area. "Whoa, she's stunning. Which school is she from? That face, that figure, I could admire her for 100 years. Wait, I'm going to ask for her WeChat." "Forget it. She's clearly the cold and aloof type. Want me to grab a clown nose for you first?" Qingchen opened his eyes, drawn by the commotion, and his gaze fell on the end of the line for the reserve testing. A young girl in a simple white dress stood there, glancing around. Her slender legs peeked through the hem of her dress, and her natural beauty outshone any carefully applied makeup. Amid the bustling crowd, she was like a serene plum blossom blooming in the winter snow, elegant and untainted. Around her, an unusual human wall had formed. Several young men seemed eager to strike up a conversation but hesitated, unwilling to approach yet reluctant to leave, fearing both rejection and the ridicule of their peers. "Xiao Yuli." A smile unconsciously appeared on Qingchen's face. "Could she be here looking for me?" Just as he was about to weave through the crowd to greet her, the mechanical voice of the broadcast interrupted. "The official member assessment for the Guangling City Demon Tribunal has begun. All personnel participating in the assessment, please proceed to Trial Arena 3 and follow the instructions for the first round of testing." Glancing at the crowd blocking his way to Luo Yuling, Qingchen sighed helplessly. After noting her designated testing window, he turned and headed toward Trial Arena 3. "Excuse me, is this where the official member assessment takes place?" he asked the staff member at the window. "The official member assessment? You?" The staff member gave him a skeptical look. When Qingchen nodded, the staff member added, "The testing fee is 500 daxia coins. Pay it and proceed to the trial arena." "Pay?" Qingchen was taken aback. Since entering his senior year, his family had handed over financial management to his younger sister, Gu Xiaoyu, leaving him with only a daily allowance. At the moment, he only had 200 daxia coins on him. Rubbing his forehead in frustration, he recalled boasting to his sister just days ago that money would never be an issue. Now, he was regretting his premature confidence. "Looks like once I become a steward, I'll have to find a way to get Director Yin to reimburse me for this," he thought, making a mental note. After hurriedly explaining the situation, Gu Qingchen quickly called his sister. Xiaoyu, transfer 500 to me on Weixin. Quick. It's an emergency. Without waiting for her to respond, he ended the call. Gu Qingchen. On the other end, Gu Xiaoyu was nearly beside herself with frustration, but she begrudgingly sent the money. Staring at her dwindling balance now down to 800, she furrowed her brow, worrying if it would be enough to cover this month's utilities. Xiaoyu, your brother asked for money again? A nosy girl with twin ponytails leaned over inquisitively. It's nothing, just his monthly allowance. Gu Xiaoyu replied coolly, brushing off the class gossip. Your brother's only at the Qi realm, right? What's the point of him taking the assessment? He should have started working ages ago. Meanwhile, you're working 3 jobs to support him. If you focused on your own cultivation, you'd probably be at the 8th stage of the Qi realm by now. Exactly. And there's even that rumor about him forcing a kiss on Luo, the campus beauty. Ugh, it's infuriating. Who does he think he is? Another girl, taller and more muscular, chimed in indignantly. Totally. Gu Qingchen is just the worst. The twin ponytail girl grew more animated as she spoke. Shut up. Gu Xiaoyu suddenly snapped, her voice cutting through their chatter like a blade. Just because I haven't said anything doesn't mean I'm not here. My brother is nothing like what you're saying. Her glare burned with fury as she stared them down, silencing their gossip immediately. The sudden outburst of anger from Gu Xiaoyu left the two stunned. The air in the classroom seemed frozen as the girl with twin ponytails stammered in a trembling voice, trying to reason with her. Xiaoyu, we're just doing this for your own good. Your brother, he? Friends? Gu Xiaoyu sneered, her tone dripping with disdain. A trace of contempt flickered in her eyes. Who would want to be friends with gossiping busybodies and gluttonous pigs like you? You disgust me. She lifted her chin proudly, her voice laced with confidence. Yeah, my brother might be in the Qi realm, but he met the admission requirements for martial arts university last year. And look at you two, one at the body refining 4th stage, the other at the 5th stage. Besides eating, drinking, and fooling around, what else can you even do? So, tell me, who's the real loser here? Clenching her fists, Gu Xiaoyu's eyes glinted with a sharp, cold light. Oh, by the way, just so you know, I broke through to the Qi 5th stage yesterday. Stay away from me from now on, or else. She waved her fist threateningly, then grabbed her bag and stormed out of the classroom without sparing them another glance. The girl with the twin ponytails and the bulky boy stood frozen in place, their faces twisted as though they just swallowed something bitter. Gu Xiaoyu walked briskly toward the subway station, her mind racing with thoughts. Today was the test for the Demon Tribunal Reserve Corps. Initially, she hadn't planned to participate, but after eating the nutritious blood-replenishing meal her brother had brought back from Yingyue Tower, she had unexpectedly broken through to the Qi 5th stage 2 days ago. That conveniently met the qualifying standard for last year's reserve selection. If she passed, she could receive a monthly stipend of 1,000 daxia coins, far better than working a part-time job. The thought of the upcoming test made Gu Xiaoyu feel a bit nervous. But recalling the confrontation in the classroom earlier, she sighed and furrowed her brows. Ever since that dinner, her brother had locked himself in his room, skipping school and seemingly neglecting his cultivation. Every time she opened his bedroom door, she found him asleep. The martial arts college entrance exam was just 3 days away. Even if he couldn't improve his cultivation level, he at least needed to maintain his mental and physical state. Sleeping all day wasn't going to cut it. Clenching her small fists, Gu Xiaoyu resolved firmly in her heart. No matter what, she would have a serious talk with her brother tonight. Outside the 3rd trial field, Gu Qingchen stood at the entrance, his eyes focused intently on the screen of his phone. Moments later, the notification sound confirming the receipt of 500 daxia coins chimed as expected. After paying the test fee, he followed the staff's guidance and stepped into the trial field. The space inside was not particularly large, with a humanoid testing machine standing prominently at the center. Several testing suction pads were connected to its surface. 3 staff members were making final adjustments to the machine. Due to the delay in payment, a long queue had already formed in front of the machine. As soon as Gu Qingchen entered, all eyes in the room instinctively turned toward him. When they saw his youthful face, no older than 17 or 18, a collective look of surprise spread across the crowd. A tattooed man at the front of the line let out a sneer and shook his head dismissively. It was clear that most of the people present believed the young man was wasting his money. Only a young man in white, who had been smiling warmly, nodded at him in a friendly manner. Gu Qingchen returned the gesture politely. Positioning himself at the end of the line, Gu Qingchen quickly counted the number of people ahead of him, around 40. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the chief examiner finally spoke up to announce the rules. The first round is a martial arts realm assessment. Participants must not exceed 32 years of age, and there are no realm restrictions. The top 10 ranked participants will move on to the next round. Blessed individuals will receive additional boosts. Level blessings grant a 1 realm advancement, level blessings grant 2, a level blessings grant 4, and level blessings allow direct advancement. The test begins now. The first participant was a slightly chubby middle-aged man. As the staff attached the suction pads to his body, they emitted a blue glow. The machine's mechanical voice announced the results. Participant: Wang Lu, 31 years old, eligible. Martial artist 5th realm, Clevel blessing, comprehensive realm. Martial artist 6th realm. Current rank: 1st. The testing process moved quickly, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Soon, only 3 participants remained in line. When it was the turn of the always smiling young man in white, the moment the suction pads made contact, they emitted a dazzling golden light. Participant: Lin Tianao, 25 years old, eligible. Extraordinary 1st realm, a level blessing, comprehensive realm. Extraordinary 5th realm. Current rank: 1st. The rest area erupted in excitement, with discussions and exclamations filling the air. The tattooed man looked visibly nervous. He was currently ranked 10th, and as long as the final 2 participants didn't exceed the martial artist's 7th realm, he would advance. When the second-to-last participant scored a martial artist 5th realm, the tattooed man was overjoyed, even rolling on the ground in celebration. When someone reminded him that Qingchen had yet to test, he scoffed dismissively. Go home and drink some more milk, kid. Don't worry, I don't have a blessing. But beating you shouldn't be a problem, Qingchen replied with a calm smile as he approached the testing machine. The moment the suction pads made contact, a golden light far brighter than Lin Tianao's burst forth. Participant: Qingchen, 17 years old, eligible. Martial arts realm, extraordinary 9th realm. Blessing level, failed to load. Comprehensive realm, extraordinary 9th realm. Current rank: 1st. As the mechanical voice concluded, the entire trial field fell into a stunned silence. Everyone, including the chief examiner, stared at Qingchen as if they were looking at a monster. Even Qingchen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised at this moment. He lowered his gaze to his palm, slowly clenched his fist, then relaxed it again, sensing the surging power within him. The strength of the transcendent 9th realm, this ancient era's spiritual energy, was indeed astonishingly abundant. However, the detection machine seemed to have limitations, always displaying loading failed for SS-level heroic spirit blessings or higher. This was actually a good thing, as blessings from deities inherently defied common logic. The trial ground fell into an eerie silence. The chief instructor was the first to snap out of it. Taking a deep breath, his voice trembled slightly as he ordered, "Quick, check if the machine is malfunctioning." The staff beside him finally came to their senses and hurriedly began inspecting the device. Moments later, one of them reported with a blank expression, "The machine is functioning perfectly. No errors detected." This meant the young man before them had indeed reached the transcendent 9th realm. The crowd immediately erupted into chaos, their voices overlapping in astonishment. 17 years old and already at the transcendent 9th realm? That's impossible. Even the prodigies from Longdu can't compare to this. How does someone with this level of talent not have a heroic spirit blessing? With this strength, he could already be a team captain. I thought he was just here to fill the bottom ranks. Shows how blind I was. Quick, give me my phone. I need a selfie with him. The tattooed man collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Qingchen's appearance had knocked him out of the top 10. In an instant, his dreams of glory turned to despair, his eyes filled with hopelessness. Amid the crowd, a young man in white squeezed his way forward, forcing a smile. "Brother Gu, nice to meet you. I'm Lin Tianao." Qingchen extended his hand for a handshake. This young man left a good impression, had been one of the few to show friendliness when they first entered. Lin Tianao continued, "I knew it. Your demeanor is exactly what one would expect of a future martial arts pillar. We'll be teammates from now on, so I look forward to your guidance." "Teammates?" Qingchen raised an eyebrow. "You're so sure you'll make it past the second round?" "Ha!" Lin Tianao puffed out his chest, his eyes brimming with confidence. "Geniuses like us are destined to become martial arts legends, capable of controlling the winds and clouds. How could a mere assessment stop us?" Qingchen's eyelid twitched slightly. He couldn't help but feel that this young man might not be entirely normal. Nearby, the chief examiner's eyes gleamed with excitement as he envisioned this young man's future. 17 years old and already at the transcendent 9th realm, fully capable of leading a team. If he could join the demonic judgment division, his incredible potential could one day elevate him to the position of governor, overseeing the entire Luoyang province division. The first round of assessments is now concluded, the chief examiner announced, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. "The top 10, follow me to the second round testing site." Before long, the 10 were led to a spacious combat training ground. Nearby, Li Zhuomei and Lin Xiao were seated at a computer, monitoring the constant stream of group chat messages. "Lin Xiao, look, it's that handsome guy," Li Zhuomei exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the incoming team. "I told you he was a genius." Lin Xiao looked surprised but sighed inwardly. Even high schoolers are making it through the first round now. This selection process gets worse every year. Here, these are the first round results. Log them in. Lin Xiao absent-mindedly took the document, but after a glance, his hand almost slipped, nearly scattering the papers. What? 17 years old and already at the transcendent ninth realm? His eyes widened in shock. Let me see. Li Zhuomei leaned over and was equally stunned. She stared incredulously at Qingchen, who simply waved his hand nonchalantly before looking away. Li Zhuomei felt a pang of anxiety. This is bad. Why did Yin Hu insist on personally overseeing the selection this year? With his brutal combat style, the best-case scenario is broken limbs. The worst, shattered meridians. Can this group really survive the second round? In the center of the training ground stood a bare-chested man, his body covered in scars from countless battles. On his back rested a serrated steel blade, exuding an aura of raw power and aggression. When he opened his eyes, the ferocity of a wild beast gleamed within, sending a chill down everyone's spine, everyone except Qingchen, whose expression remained calm. Is that Captain Yin Hu? What's he doing here? Someone whispered nervously. I am Yin Hu, your examiner for the second round, the man announced, his voice booming. And also your combat opponent. The crowd grew even more alarmed. Yin Hu was the strongest team captain of the Guangling City Demonic Judgment Division, having reached the Mahayana realm. Even some senior officers couldn't match his strength. He had been expected to take over the position of the late adjudicator, but had yet to be approved for the role. Yin Hu was infamous for his ruthless combat style. Once he started fighting, he couldn't hold back. The sight of blood often drove him into a frenzy. Entrusting such a volatile individual with an assessment felt like a death sentence. The training grounds fell silent as a thunderous roar from Yin Hu shook the air, reverberating through every corner of the arena. An invisible wave of pressure descended, suffocating the space and forcing many of the participants to clutch their chests, struggling to breathe. The atmosphere grew heavy, and not a single sound dared to interrupt the stillness. During this assessment, I will suppress my cultivation level to match yours, Yin Hu announced, his voice cold and commanding as his sharp gaze swept across the room. If you can withstand 5 moves from me without losing, you pass the second round. Now, who's first? The crowd instinctively took a step back, leaving Qingchen and Lin Tianao standing alone at the forefront. Qingchen opened his mouth to volunteer, but before he could utter a word, another voice cut through the tension. I'll go. Lin Tianao leapt forward, landing gracefully in the center of the training grounds. He assumed a fighting stance, his expression confident yet wary. Lin Tianao, Transcendent Level 1. Captain Yin Hu, I humbly request your guidance. An automated voice echoed through the arena. Second round assessment, officially commencing. To everyone's surprise, Lin Tianao didn't hesitate or play defensively. Instead, he launched a bold offensive. Captain Yin Hu, watch yourself. He clasped his hands together, and a crackling purple lightning bolt materialized in his palms, its energy pulsating wildly. In an instant, the lightning vanished, only to reappear as a deafening thunderstrike aimed directly at Yin Hu. The ground trembled as the attack exploded upon impact. He's an elemental blessed. Li Zhuomei exclaimed from the sidelines, her voice tinged with astonishment. Elemental blessings were among the rarest, with power levels guaranteed to be at least a rank. Those gifted with such abilities could channel the world's spiritual energy into elemental force, growing exponentially stronger as their cultivation advanced. Beside her, Lin Xiao let out a soft sigh. It's a shame though. Captain Yin, who specializes in countering ranged attacks, especially from elemental blessed. He's widely recognized as the top martial artist in the Guangling City Tribunal. Before Lin Zhao's words had fully settled, a shadow darted through the lingering smoke like a streak of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianao was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. His arms throbbed with pain, but his mind was consumed by a single question. When did he get so close? TCH. So that's why you're so cocky, you're an elemental blessed, Yin Hu remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. Your reflexes aren't bad for your kind, but at this level, dreaming of passing the assessment is laughable. If you don't want to die, get up. The second move is coming. 5 minutes later, Lin Tianao staggered out of the ring, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Throughout the battle, he had barely managed to evade Yin Hu's relentless onslaught, relying on his lightning abilities to enhance his speed. Yet even so, a single punch from Yin Hu had landed squarely on his chest, leaving him gasping for air. Of course I'm fine, Lin Tianao muttered weakly, forcing a grin through the pain. With a few more years of training, his words were cut short as he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood and collapsed. Medical personnel rushed to his side, their hands glowing with the light of healing blessings. Both arms are shattered, 2 ribs are broken, and his chest cavity is filled with internal bleeding. But he'll recover, one of them stated calmly as they began treatment. Yin Hu's icy gaze swept over the remaining participants, Elemental Blessed may wield impressive power from a distance, but their physical combat skills are pitiful. Once you close in, they're as good as dead. That punch was a warning. Still, his adaptability wasn't bought a passes. Next, who's stepping up? The silence that followed was deafening. The remaining participants exchanged hesitant glances, their confidence visibly crumbling. Before long, murmurs of dissent rippled through the crowd. One person stormed out, cursing under his breath, "Forget this, I'm done. Who in their right mind can handle an examiner like that?" The unrest grew, with nearly half the participants leaving outright and the rest looking ready to follow. Just as the tension reached its peak, a calm yet resolute voice broke the chaos. "I'll go." Qingchen stepped forward, his movements steady and composed as he entered the ring. Qingchen, Transcendent Level 9. Captain Yin Hu, I apologize in advance for any offense. Oh, you're at the 9th Transcendence Realm? For the first time, a flicker of interest appeared in Yin Hu's usually indifferent eyes as he scrutinized the young Qingchen before him. A 9th Realm Transcendent at such a young age, truly a once-in-a-generation prodigy. His tone shifted sharply, and his gaze turned piercing, like that of a hawk. But you so-called prodigies could use someone to knock some of that arrogance and sharpness out of you. Then I humbly request Captain Yin Hu to enlighten me, Qingchen replied, his tone calm and composed. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a mechanical voice echoed through the broadcast system. Second round, second match of the assessment, officially begins. The test commenced, but the anticipated clash of swords and fists did not immediately erupt. The two stood facing each other, motionless. Qingchen positioned his hands in a blade-like stance across his chest before closing his eyes. The moment darkness enveloped his vision, a vast and intricate world unfolded in his mind. The sound of breathing, the rhythm of heartbeats, the faintest whispers of air, the flow of spiritual energy in the surroundings, every detail of the training ground converged toward him, like strands of an invisible web. This was the ability of the 5th Elite Guard of the Divine Hall's Silver Dragon Spearman Holographic Awareness. This gift allowed its wielder to absorb all environmental information and predict every possible move of an opponent. Qingchen had learned this skill after enduring a grueling trial against the blind old guard, who had used it to make him suffer for an entire day before he finally passed the test. Now, armed with this ability, Qingchen eagerly applied it in real combat. The spectators erupted in hushed murmurs. What's he doing, closing his eyes during a fight? Is he trying to get himself killed? I don't get it. Is he asking the examiner to go easy on him? Unbelievable. I thought this 9th Realm prodigy was supposed to be impressive, but he's basically surrendering right off the bat. Yet, the expected instant defeat did not occur. Yin Hu, uncharacteristically, remained still, observing the closed-eyed Qingchen without making a move. A minute passed. Then two. Neither of them budged. What are they doing? Li Zhuomei finally broke the silence, unable to contain her curiosity, and directed her question to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao shook his head, his brows furrowed. Yin Hu, a master of close combat, was renowned for his beast-like instinct. She would strike with lethal precision the moment he sensed an opening. And right now, Qingchen appeared to be full of openings. Lin Xiao, could it be that Captain Yin Hu is afraid? Li Zhuomei asked hesitantly, her voice doubtful. Impossible. Lin Xiao shot back immediately. Haven't you worked with Captain Yin Hu on missions? Even against demonic abominations that required a life-and-death struggle, he could take them down in one blow. Despite his confident words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of uncertainty as he stared at the two motionless figures in the arena. Was it really impossible? After all, he himself had doubted this young man could even pass the first round of the assessment. In the arena, Yin Hu's gaze bore into Qingchen, confusion evident in his expression. He possessed the rank blessing, bloodthirsty instinct, which allowed him to instinctively detect an opponent's vulnerabilities. Yet the seemingly defenseless youth before him stood poised in a stance that was both offensive and defensive, leaving no exploitable weakness. Is the examiner planning to make his first move or not? Qingchen asked, his tone calm but laced with a hint of impatience. Pretentious brat. Let's see what you're really made of. Yin Hu sneered, his body coiling like a drawn bow. With a swift motion, his hands turned into claws, and he lunged toward Qingchen like a bullet fired from a gun. The moment Yin Hu moved, the sound of rushing wind, the rhythm of his breathing, and the flow of spiritual energy surged into Qingchen's mind. Yin Hu was fast, blisteringly fast, but not fast enough. In Qingchen's heightened perception, his opponent's movement seemed to slow, with countless faint lines tracing the potential trajectories of his attack. In an instant, Qingchen had already discerned the lethal strike aimed at his throat. With a slight shift of his body, Qingchen evaded the attack. As Yin Hu closed in, Qingchen struck first, driving his elbow into Yin Hu's jaw. Without missing a beat, he twisted his body into an almost impossible angle, bracing one hand against the ground to deliver a powerful aerial kick to Yin Hu's abdomen. What? Yin Hu's pupils contracted as two waves of force hit him simultaneously. Caught off guard, he staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. Shaking off the dizziness, he stared at Qingchen in disbelief. There was no way a high schooler with no real combat experience should have been able to match his speed, let alone predict his attacks and counter them so flawlessly. And that final kick hadn't even seen how Qingchen executed it. A sharp sensation in his throat gave Yin Hu pause. The coppery taste of blood filled his mouth. Reflexively wiping his lips, he stared at the crimson stain on the back of his hand. He had been injured in an official team member assessment, no less. The spectators were wide-eyed, stunned that a powerhouse like Yin Hu had been struck hard enough to draw blood. Bleeding, it's been a while since I've tasted this, Yin Hu muttered to himself, his previous disdain now completely replaced with a newfound seriousness. He licked the blood from his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Interesting. You've got my attention, kid. Finally, someone worth having a real fight with. As soon as the words fell, Yin Hu's body suddenly sank, crouching low to the ground like a beast ready to pounce. His pupils glowed a menacing crimson as his bloodthirsty instincts surged to the surface. In an instant, his speed and strength skyrocketed, and he launched a ferocious assault toward Qingchen. With his eyes closed, Qingchen could still flawlessly predict Yin Hu's every move. The hundreds of ancient, top-tier martial techniques he had mastered in the Temple of Divinity had long become second nature to him. At the same level of cultivation, Yin Hu's proud combat skills were no more than child's play in front of him. Techniques such as White Serpent Strike, 7 Stars Blossom, and the 28 Constellations Fist flowed seamlessly from Qingchen, and in the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. To the spectators, all they could see were two blurred shadows darting back and forth across the training ground, their precise movements utterly indiscernible. With every clash, a new wound appeared on Yin Hu, and his blood slowly soaked through his clothes. This left Yin Hu increasingly alarmed. The young man's martial techniques were completely unpredictable, with angles that were sharp and uncanny. Every strike was executed with perfect force and precision, leaving no openings whatsoever. How could this be a high school student? He's clearly a master of martial arts. Yin Hu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. The crimson glow in his pupils intensified as he threw a powerful punch directly at Qingchen's blocking arm. Qingchen used the force of the blow to leap backward, creating some distance and shaking out his numbed arm. Captain Yin Hu, restoring your cultivation mid-assessment without prior notice is hardly in line with martial ethics, he said calmly. The force of that punch far exceeded the limits of the Transcendence realm. Without employing ancient techniques to dissipate the impact, his arms might have been shattered. Martial ethics? Yin Hu sneered. Go to the battlefield and see if those remnants of the demon race care about your so-called martial ethics. Regardless, the 5-strike agreement has been fulfilled. I've passed the assessment, Qingchen stated firmly. Heh. Yin Hu chuckled mockingly. Who's the examiner here? You or me? The rules have changed. You have to defeat the examiner to pass. I'm helping you develop the ability to challenge opponents beyond your level. Come on, kid. Show me what you've got. Let's see if all your fancy techniques are worth anything against absolute power. A terrifying surge of energy erupted around Yin Hu as he slowly ascended into the air, extending a single finger to taunt Qingchen below. At the Great Ascension realm, one could begin to harness the power of heaven and earth, making feats like flying as natural as breathing. Yin Hu thought to himself that the boy's martial talent was simply too monstrous. If he didn't take this chance to suppress his arrogance, how could he as the captain command him in the future? Qingchen looked up at the hovering Yin Hu, veins pulsing on his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he said, Captain Yin Hu, since you've unleashed your full cultivation, I ask that you use all your strength for your next strike. Kid, I'm at the 8th stage of the Great Ascension realm. Do you really think you can withstand my full-strength attack? Yin Hu raised an eyebrow in disbelief. In Qingchen's hand, a peach blossom branch appeared seemingly out of nowhere. No, he replied, his voice calm yet sharp. I just don't want to accidentally kill you. As his words echoed through the training ground, an oppressive atmosphere blanketed the area. The overwhelming sword intent, laced with pure killing intent, condensed around the peach blossom branch, enveloping the entire space. In that moment, Qingchen seemed to transform into a sword incarnate, existing solely to cleave through anything in his path. The spectators' hearts raced as fear began to spread among them. What's happening? Is this an earthquake? I feel like running away. Honoring his promise to Director Yin to conceal his Dao aura as much as possible, Qingchen refrained from triggering any heavenly phenomena while using the god-slaying sword Dao. Yet even so, the killing intent emanating from him was far beyond what lower-level martial artists could endure. Staring at the peach blossom branch in Qingchen's hand, Yin Hu's expression shifted drastically. His body trembled involuntarily, and cold sweat soaked his back. From the moment the boy had picked up that branch, his entire aura had transformed completely. It became utterly terrifying and extremely dangerous. Qingchen slowly pointed the peach blossom branch at Yin Hu, a vengeful smile spreading across his face. The branch swayed gently with his motion. At that moment, Yin Hu's eyes grew dazed. In his vision, the bright smiling youth stood in the middle of a torrential crimson river. The river was piled high with countless corpses radiating a horrifying aura. They writhed and squirmed as if trying to drag him into this blood-soaked hell. Of course, you passed, Yin Hu stammered, snapping back to reality. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, and his voice trembled with nervousness. No, Qingchen shook his head, his tone calm. Captain Yin Hu, you just announced the rules yourself. To pass the assessment, one must defeat the examiner. If the examiner hasn't been defeated yet, how can you call it a pass? Before his words even faded, the peach blossom branch in Qingchen's hand moved slightly. A dazzling sword light burst forth, radiating immense, overwhelming sword energy as it slashed downward. Are you kidding me? Yin Hu's hair stood on end as an immense surge of spiritual energy at the grand completion stage erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. He grabbed the jagged steel blade strapped to his back, his eyes steeling with resolve. Without hesitation, he plunged the blade deep into his thigh and yanked it out. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground red. An rank blessing bloodthirsty instinct. This was the second application of bloodthirsty instinct, sacrificing one's own blood to unleash a brief burst of destructive power. Combined with his grand completion stage strength and the blessing's enhancement, Yin Hu could now unleash power nearing the master stage. This was his ultimate life-risking technique, one he would never use lightly. With bloodshot eyes, Yin Hu gripped the hilt tightly and swung a vicious arc of blade energy directly at the overwhelming sword aura. However, as soon as the blade light met the sword energy, it was crushed to dust in an instant. My full-strength attack had no effect? Yin Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could process his shock, the fearsome sword energy descended upon him. Boom! Yin Hu's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing through the training hall's wall and landing in another training ground. A series of loud crashes followed as he finally came to a halt. Several gaping holes were left in the walls, and debris tumbled down with faint rustling sounds. The entire training ground fell into dead silence. Defeated the examiner, passed the assessment. Please help me register. Qingchen exhaled deeply, pulling out a blood-red token from his sleeve and handing it to Lin Xiao, who was still frozen in shock. A gentle smile lingered on his face. At the top-floor office of the skyscraper on Longdu Peak, Yin Yuling was intently staring at the virtual AI screen in front of him. The screen displayed a map of the continent, with glaring red dots flashing incessantly along the borders. His brows were tightly knit, and his expression was grim. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, and his secretary, Xiao Hong, walked in briskly. Director Yin, there's news regarding the matter you asked me to monitor. The Guangling City branch just sent word Qingchen did participate in today's test, but he took the test for official team members, not the reserve team. Hearing this, Yin Yuling exhaled slightly, a trace of relief crossing his face as he murmured under his breath, "Good, he's here. That's all that matters." Looking up, he noticed the unusual expression on Xiao Hong's face and frowned. "But what's with your expression?" Ignoring his question, Xiao Hong pressed on urgently. In the second round of the combat assessment, he severely injured Captain Yin Hu and has now successfully taken the role of deacon at the Guangling City branch. What? Yin Yuling shot to his feet, his eyes widening. Yin Hu lost? Are you certain? The news just came through. It should be accurate. Yin Yuling drew in a sharp breath. Yin Hu not only possessed the cultivation level of the Great Ascension stage, but also mastered top-tier martial techniques that even high-level warriors could hardly rival. What was even more astonishing was that there seemed to be no overwhelming presence of slaughter Dao resonance during the fight. This suggested the young man had used Dao resonance, but not to its full extent. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Yuling appeared to make a decision. Xiao Hong, bring me the permit for the Celestial Temple. I need to make another trip to Guangling. The Celestial Temple? Xiao Hong froze for a moment before realization dawned on her. Director, are you really planning to tell him? That's classified information restricted to officials ranked general or above in the Great Xia administration. I made a promise to him, and I intend to keep it. But isn't the truth of the world too cruel for someone barely in his teens? Perhaps it is, but it's a burden that talents like him must bear, Yin Yuling said after a pause. Besides, I have a feeling this secret won't stay hidden much longer. It's better to prepare him in advance. Otherwise, why would those old relics, who haven't shown themselves in decades, suddenly rush to hold a secret summit? He picked up the crimson mask on his desk and placed it over his face, letting out a cold snort. They'll return to Longdu before the summit. Tell those old relics not to worry. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the demonic tribunal, the warm orange glow of the setting sun streamed through the glass, bathing the space in light. Despite the late hour, the testing process continued in an orderly fashion. At the entrance of the hall, a crowd had gathered, their heated arguments filling the air. Luo Yuling stood at the center of the group like a solitary snow lotus, her icy gaze occasionally sweeping across the interior of the hall. Beside her, two members of the tribunal in combat uniforms were locked in an intense debate. The red-haired female teammate, Hong Ying, spoke passionately. Miss Luo, we're the strongest team. Captain Yinhu even hunted down a demon comparable to the Great Ascension stage last year, setting a record for Guangling City. The dark-skinned male teammate immediately countered. What's the point of having just a strong captain? Our team's overall strength has ranked first in the city for 3 consecutive years and is among the top 50 in the entire Luoyang province. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, with curious whispers spreading. Who is this girl? It seems like over 10 teams have already invited her. She's this year's top reserve recruit, with an S-rank blessing and a prodigy in martial arts already at the transcendent stage. Reaching the transcendent stage at such a young age? That's terrifying. But with so many teams extending invitations, why hasn't she joined any of them? I heard she's only willing to join Deacon Gus' team. In the crowd, a man impatiently shrugged his shoulders, his eyes fixed on a graceful figure in the distance. Guangling City has no such thing as a steward gu. Why are you asking me? Who should I ask then? He scoffed, curling his lips in disdain. I'm here to admire stunning beauties. What does it matter to me which squad she's joining? Hey buddy, move your shoulder, you're blocking my view. Hong Ying stood in front of Luo Yuling, her tone laced with earnestness. Miss Luo, just listen to me. There's really no better team than ours. She was calculating in her Mindan S-class elemental blessing bearer, someone with limitless potential. If she could recruit her into her squad, there might be some benefits to reap in the future. Luo Yuling frowned slightly as she looked at the incessantly talking woman before her. Her voice was firm. Let me make it clear again, I will only join Steward Gu squad. Other than that, I won't join any team. Hong Ying froze, a giant question mark seemingly forming above her head. Steward Gu? There's no such person in the Evil Bane Tribunal. She quickly explained. Miss Luo, you must be mistaken. The position of steward in Guangling City is currently vacant because the previous steward died in the line of duty. Besides, the former steward's surname wasn't Gu. Luo Yuling shook her head gently, her crescent moon-shaped eyes suddenly curving with a meaningful smile. No, there should be one very soon. The red-haired woman stomped her foot in frustration. Miss Luo, I've already told you, there's no such thing as a steward Gu in Guangling City. Why won't you listen? At that moment, a gentle voice came from within the crowd. Miss Luo, as it happens, my surname is Gu. I meet your requirements. How about joining my squad? A soft yet distinct sword aura rippled outward, naturally parting the dense crowd and forming a clear path. A pale but strikingly handsome young man emerged, his warm smile lighting up his face as he walked forward at an unhurried pace. The moment Luo Yuling saw the young man, she froze. Then, her pupils brightened, and her delicate face, like snow melting under the sun, blossomed into a radiant smile. She nodded firmly. All right. The moment the young girl smiled, it felt as though the colors of the entire hall dimmed in comparison. Everyone present was captivated by her breathtaking smile, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Qingchen, calm and composed, stepped forward and gently hooked his finger around Luo Yuling's. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed a soft pink, and she lowered her head, too shy to meet his gaze. The room erupted into chaos. Angry voices rang out one after another. Get away from my goddess. Who gave you the right to touch her? Bring me a blade. I'll take care of this pretty boy myself. Yet despite the outcry, no one dared take a step forward. The sword intent Qingchen had displayed earlier, though subtle, carried a chilling aura that left everyone in the room wary. In the crowd, Hong Ying narrowed her eyes dangerously. She scrutinized Qingchen closely, her mind racing. This boy looks no older than a high school student, probably here for the reserve team selection. While his appearance is decent, his aura is weak, his foundation unstable, and his talent evidently poor. At best, he might qualify for the lowest tier insect squad. How could someone like him become an obstacle in my path? Striding forward with feigned concern, she addressed Luo Yuling. Miss Luo, the future of a dragon squad far surpasses that of an insect squad. Martial cultivation leaves no room for romantic entanglements. A single misstep could lead to lifelong regret. She then turned to Qingchen, patting him condescendingly on the shoulder. Young man, the gap between insects and dragons is insurmountable. You won't be placed in the same squad. I'm ordering you now, stop bothering Miss Luo. Remember, disobeying a superior's command comes with serious consequences. Qingchen's expression twitched slightly. This woman clearly hadn't realized who she was speaking to, and her reasoning seemed questionable at best. Just as he was about to respond, Luo Yuling's cold, clear voice cut through the air. Enough. Where I go and what I do is none of your concern. At that moment, Lin Xiao came sprinting into the hall, panting heavily and holding up a crimson token. Gu supervisor. You left this behind? Hong Ying's eyes narrowed suspiciously as she directed her gaze at Lin Xiao. Are you here to poach someone too? Lin Xiao looked utterly confused. Poach someone? No. I'm just here to return something to Supervisor Gu. With that, he handed the token back to Gu Qingchen. The hall fell into a stunned silence. All eyes turned toward Gu Qingchen. Supervisor? This boy is the newly appointed supervisor of Guangling City? Hong Ying snapped out of her daze and sneered. Ridiculous. If you're a supervisor, then I must be the governor. A supervisor must at least reach the nascent soul stage, if not higher. And besides, with Captain Yanhe's personality, how could he ever allow a high school student to outrank him? Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from above. Hong Ying, silence. How dare you speak disrespectfully of the supervisor in public? Captain Yanhu has already been severely injured by the supervisor's sword. Do you wish to share his fate? Open your eyes and look carefully at what the supervisor is holding. It was only then that everyone noticed the token in Gu Qingchen's hand. Gasps filled the room. Hong Ying's pupils constricted in shock. That's Director Yan's token? Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiao turned to Gu Qingchen with a respectful bow. Supervisor, how should we deal with her? Gu Qingchen scratched his head, looking troubled. I just became a steward, so I'm not too familiar with the rules here. But she's really annoying, and I don't want to see her around anymore. Lin Xiao froze for a moment, then quickly understood. He strode over to Hong Ying and delivered a harsh kick to her. Pack your things. The Yanhu squad has officially expelled you. Don't bother coming back tomorrow. Hong Ying's face turned deathly pale. Without looking back, Gu Qingchen waved his hand dismissively. Lin Xiao, you handle this yourself? I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. As his words trailed off, a sharp burst of sword energy cut through the crowd. By the time everyone realized what had happened, the figures of the young man and woman were already gone. In a desolate area within the borders of Daxia, a massive black castle stood abruptly against the wilderness. Outside, torrential rain poured down as the castle's gates remained tightly shut. Blood seeped through the cracks of the doors, only to be washed away by the relentless rain. Inside the castle, the piercing wails of a woman echoed through the halls. Please, don't kill me. A beautiful woman knelt on the damp ground, her clothes in tatters and her face smeared with blood. Her eyes were filled with terror. I'll do anything you want. Use my body, just don't kill me. Around her lay a grotesque mound formed of corpses and mangled flesh. Bones and organs were scattered across the ground, creating a scene straight out of a nightmare. The cloaked man standing before her let out a hoarse, mocking laugh. As expected of a harlot, still trying to barter with your body at a time like this. But tell me, with the state of my body, do you think that's even possible? He pulled back part of his cloak, revealing a decayed, rotting torso. Maggots writhed within the putrid flesh. The woman trembled violently at the sight. Her eyes filled with utter despair before she collapsed unconscious. How boring. The man grabbed her head and, with a gruesome squeeze, crushed it like a balloon. Blood splattered everywhere. Tilting his head back, he let the blood drench his face, his long tongue flicking out to savor the taste. Human blood is merely sustenance, nothing more. The true delicacy will always be the flesh and blood of a martial artist. At that moment, a voice resonated through the castle as though it had traveled across the cosmos. Moyan, have you had your fun? How is the task I assigned you progressing? Moyan immediately lowered his head, his demeanor turning reverent. Lord Tianma, the spatial coordinates have been placed in Duanhuan Mountain near Guangling City, as per your instructions. The ritual for Lord Lition Mozhin has also been prepared. As for Gu Qingchen, his identity has been shielded by Yin Ye's decree, making it inaccessible even to those at Yin Mietyan's level. However, he is confirmed to be in Guangling. I have dispatched 3 master-level demonic cultivators to infiltrate the area. Even if he has comprehended Dao resonance, there will be no escape for him. Excellent. The seeds of Daxia's martial path should indeed be crushed while they are still in the cradle. Leaving the court of dark judgment, Luo Yuling and Gu Qingchen walked side by side. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed them in a warm glow, outlining their nearly perfect silhouettes. Passers-by on the street couldn't help but steal glances, their gazes shifting between the two, unsure of whom to envy more. Gu, congratulations on becoming the newest deacon of the court, Luo Yuling said softly, sneaking a shy glance at Gu Qingchen. Her cheeks flushed, and her voice carried a nervous undertone, a stark contrast to the cold demeanor she had displayed earlier outside the court. Yuling, we've been friends for so long. Calling me Gu feels way too formal. Gu Qingchen teased with a warm smile. Just call me Qingchen or Xiao Gu. Hearing this suggestion for a more casual address, Luo Yuling's ears turned an even deeper shade of red. While she found the suggestion a bit too intimate, a faint trace of joy rose in her heart. She nodded gently, her mind drifting to a memory from years ago. A middle school boy, wielding a training blade, had fiercely stabbed a cult member in the back to save her from being kidnapped. His face back then had shown a ferocity she had never seen before. Gu, are you free tonight? After a few more steps, Luo Yuling mustered her courage and asked, I want to thank you for helping me the other day, so I'd like to treat you to dinner. Her gaze landed on the boy beside her, her eyes brimming with anticipation. How could I say no to dinner with our school's beauty queen? Of course, I'm free. Where are we going? Gu Qingchen's face lit up with a warm smile. Moonlit Pavilion isn't far from here. We didn't get to eat there last time, so why not go now? Sounds good. 10 minutes later, the two were seated on the top floor of the Moonlit Pavilion. Manager Chan stood nearby, his polished exterior betraying the nervous sweat on his brow. These two were not people to be trifled with, especially given the terrifyingly powerful figure backing them. Honored guests, all the dishes have been served. Please enjoy. With that, Manager Chen hurriedly made his exit. This manager is way too timid, Gu Qingchen remarked, shaking his head. Can you blame him? Uncle Yin practically tore down half the restaurant last time, Luo Yuling said with a soft chuckle. The atmosphere gradually lightened as they ate and chatted. Luo Yuling noticed Gu Qingchen's slightly pale complexion and voiced her concern. Qingchen, your energy seems depleted. You should eat more foods that replenish it. Without hesitation, she picked up a piece of oyster and placed it on his plate. Gu Qingchen's eyes glimmered with amusement as he watched her. Yuling, do you know what it means when a woman gives a man an oyster? I don't, Luo Yuling replied, looking up with wide, innocent eyes full of curiosity. Come closer, and I'll tell you, he said, gesturing for her to lean in. As his warm breath brushed against her ear and he whispered the explanation, Luo Yuling's face instantly turned scarlet. Qingchen, I didn't mean it that way, she stammered, her voice barely audible, like a flustered little deer. Seeing her flustered expression, Gu Qingchen felt a soft, tender part of his heart being gently touched. Just teasing you, he said with a laugh, playfully flicking her forehead before returning to his seat and swallowing the oyster in one bite. A surge of pure energy coursed through him, quickly replenishing the blood and vitality he had expended earlier. Despite the high-quality ingredients, the pallor on Gu Qingchen's face remained. It was a lingering side effect of using the slaying god's sword technique, primarily from the depletion of his mental energy. He wasn't surprised, though when he had first used the technique, he had collapsed and ended up in the hospital. After all, Dao Rime was a power exclusive to martial god-level practitioners. Though he had comprehended it early, his current level couldn't fully sustain it. Using mental energy as a substitute was already a significant feat today. He had only employed sword intent. If he had unleashed the full manifestation of the sword's power, he doubted he would have had the strength to join Luo Yuling for dinner. Downstairs, a group of students was discussing their martial arts college applications. Seizing the moment, Luo Yuling asked, Qingchen, the martial arts exams are just around the corner. Have you decided on a school yet? Not yet. What about you? I'm thinking of going to Longdu University. Longdu? Why not Imperial University? Isn't it a better fit for you? Gu Qingchen asked, puzzled. While Longdu University was on par with Imperial University, the latter was renowned for its elemental arts program, making it the ideal choice for someone with Luo Yuling's elemental blessings. Martial God Tianzai called my family a few days ago. He said that if I choose Longdu, he'll personally mentor me, Luo Yuling explained. After a brief pause, she hesitated before asking, and you, Qingchen? Since you've already grasped Dao Rime, you'll probably choose Longdu too, right? Gu Qingchen picked up a piece of sashimi, pondering for a moment. What if I told you Imperial University might actually suit me better? Then I'll go to Imperial with you. Luo Yuling blurted out without thinking. Realizing what she had just said, she looked up and met Gu Qingchen's meaningful gaze. Her heart raced, and her cheeks burned, but this time, she didn't look away. Her jewel-like eyes locked onto his, a faint shimmer of tears forming within them. Unknowingly, the distance between them grew smaller, and Gu Qingchen could almost hear the sound of his own heartbeat. A toast to freedom, a toast to death. In this tender moment, the shrill ring of a phone shattered the tranquility. Gu Qingchen was about to lose his temper when the irritated voice of the principal came through the receiver. Where on earth have you been? Skipping school for over 10 days is bad enough, but not answering calls? If it weren't for your sister, Gu Xiaoyu, keeping in touch, I would have thought something had happened to you. Gu Qingchen chuckled awkwardly and explained, Principal, I've been at home, diligently studying for the exams. Listen up, there's a martial artist gathering tonight at 10 p.m. It's for the top martial arts university students in Guangling City, and I went out of my way to secure you an invitation. The principal's tone carried a hint of pride. Although you're exceptionally gifted, your martial skills are still far too underdeveloped. This is a rare opportunity to learn from senior students about preparing for the college entrance exams. Underdeveloped martial skills? Gu Qingchen was momentarily stunned. He was already at the transcendent ninth stage, while Guangling City's recognized genius, Luo Yuling, had only just broken through to the transcendent level. But then he remembered since awakening his abilities in the Divine Hall, he hadn't kept in close contact with the principal. Principal, I'm already at the transcendent stage, he said calmly. There was instant silence on the other end of the line. After a long pause, the principal finally spoke, his voice regaining composure. This gathering will also have representatives from the royal family of Longdu. You must attend. After the exams, you'll be heading to Longdu, and it's always good to establish connections in advance. Just as the conversation ended, Luo Yuling wrapped up her call with her father. She turned to Gu Qingchen with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I need to head home to change. Gu Qingchen nodded understandingly. As the daughter of Guangling's governor, Luo Yuling's current casual attire was indeed unsuitable for such an event. In Linhe district, inside a luxurious villa, the martial arts elite gathering ahead of the college entrance exams was underway. On the surface, it was presented as a forum for sharing experiences, but in reality, it was a stage for the privileged to negotiate and exchange interests. All eyes were on the blonde-haired youth at the center of the crowd. The crown on his shoulder unmistakably marked his royal lineage. At that moment, a man in a sharp suit stepped forward with a toast. Young Master Lu, hair-race to you. Wishing you success in the college entrance exams. If there's anything you need in Guangling, just say the word. The man, Yang Shi, was a student at Longdu University. His family controlled several major industries in Guangling City, making him one of the most prominent heirs in the region. Lu Zongxing stood in the banquet hall, a calculating glint in his eyes. As the most outstanding prodigy of the Lu royal family's younger generation, his purpose for attending tonight was straightforward: to establish connections with the Lu royal family in Longdu. If he could secure this relationship, it would signify his official entry into the elite martial arts circles of Longdu. Then I must thank you, Senior Yang, Lu Zongxing said, forcing a polite smile as he raised his glass to clink lightly with the man opposite him. The man, addressed as Brother Zhao, quickly responded with a flattering smile. It's nothing, just a small favor. They'll be counting on young Master Lu to look out for me in Longdu in the future. Of course, Lu Zongxing replied. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the man finally left. The smile on Lu Zongxing's face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of disdain. These people from small places care nothing for martial cultivation. All they do is cling to power and connections. Truly repulsive. How could a place like this ever produce a martial god? Don't let your frustration get the better of you. Remember why we're here. A middle-aged man beside him said calmly, offering a subtle reminder. He understood all too well that, as a prodigy on the verge of touching the extraordinary realm, Lu Zongxing's arrogance was not without reason. Just broke into the second stage of martial cultivation in my sophomore year. If it weren't for pressing matters, do you think I'd lower myself to smile at such trash? Lu Zongxing's tone grew harsher as his gaze swept across the crowd, assessing and criticizing. Qi Si Stage 3, Martial Stage 1, Qi Si Stage 6 useless, all of them. A gathering of nobodies. His words abruptly halted. At the edge of the crowd, a striking figure caught his attention. Luo Yuling stood there, dressed in a crystal gown, her breathtakingly beautiful face calm and serene, exuding an unapproachable aura. For a moment, Lu Zongxing's expression froze. It wasn't just her beauty that stunned him. What truly shocked him was that he couldn't gauge her cultivation level. This could only mean one thing: her strength was at least on par with his own. The young woman exuded an icy aura, as if an invisible frost surrounded her. Yet even so, many men, holding their wine glasses, seemed eager to approach her and strike up a conversation. Elder Zixiao, who is that young lady? Lu Zongxing turned his head and asked. She's the daughter of the ruling family in Guangling, an SS Deer blessed. She's in the same cohort as you for the exams and is hailed as Guangling's greatest prodigy, the middle-aged man replied succinctly. An SS Deer blessed? A rare look of surprise crossed Lu Zongxing's face. I didn't expect a place like Guangling to hide such talents. He lowered his gaze in thought, calculating silently. A top-tier blessing, exceptional martial skills, and stunning beauty. Though her family background is somewhat lacking, she might still be a suitable match for me. She's also a personal disciple candidate handpicked by the Calamity Lord, Elder Zixiao added, as if discerning the young man's intentions. He frowned slightly and warned, You'd best not get any ideas about her. And why not? A fair maiden belongs with a capable man. Even the god of war shouldn't have anything to say about that. Lu Zongxing smirked, raised his wine glass, and began walking toward Luo Yuling. At that moment, Luo Yuling was expressionlessly dealing with guests who came to toast her. She never drank the wine offered to her, nor did she shake hands with anyone. At most, she gave a curt nod in acknowledgement. Good evening, miss. I'm Lu Zongxing of the Lu family from Longdu. Hearing the voice, Luo Yuling glanced up slightly. Lu Zongxing, wearing a confident smile, took a step forward and extended his hand. May I ask your name? Luo Yuling, she replied curtly, her expression cold. Looking at the man who had interrupted her dinner with her classmate Gu, her irritation grew. She had mustered the courage to invite Gu out, only to have the evening disrupted like this. Apart from Gu Qingchen and a few close friends, she maintained a distant and unapproachable demeanor toward everyone else, caring little for their aristocratic status. Attending this gathering was already an act of courtesy for Luo Tianheng's sake. Lu Zongxing was unfazed by her response. In his view, prodigies often had their quirks. A girl from a small place like Guangling couldn't have seen much of the world. With a bit of effort, she would surely fall for him. Miss Luo, with your extraordinary talent, you are bound to shine at Longdu University. Here is my Weixin ID. If you ever face any challenges in Longdu, feel free to reach out to me. He pulled out his phone, displaying a 3D QR code. Immediately, envious glances from nearby women were cast his way. After all, this was essentially a ticket into the royal circles. No need. I'm a blessed of the elemental class, and I'll be attending Imperial University, Luo Yuling replied flatly, rejecting him. Lu Zongxing froze for a moment, clearly not expecting such a refusal. But he quickly recovered, maintaining his smile as he pushed the QR code toward her. That's unfortunate, but someone as talented as Miss Luo is bound to visit Longdu eventually. It never hurts to have more connections, don't you think? Luo Yuling frowned slightly, her gaze sharp as she looked directly at Lu Zongxing. I said there's no need. Lu Zongxing, are you looking for a fight? Before her words had fully settled, the air between them turned frigid, with tiny ice crystals forming in the space around them. Lu Zongxing was stunned again, his smile faltering as disbelief flickered in his eyes. A member of the royal family was someone truly daring to threaten him? At that moment, Elder Zixiao stepped in just in time, pulling Lu Zongxing toward the microphone in the center of the villa. It's time to address the main purpose of this gathering. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Lu Zongxing thought, she's got quite the fiery temper, but I like that. Clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd through the microphone. May I have everyone's attention for a moment? I promise I won't take up much of your time. The villa fell silent almost instantly. Actually, the reason I'm attending this gathering is to ask for your help with something. Please, young Master Lu, just say the word. If it's within our ability, we'll do our best to assist, the crowd chorused eagerly. Then I'll get straight to the point. I've come to Guangling in search of a martial god. I hope to seek their guidance and learn from them, to gain an early understanding of the Tao, Lu Zongxing said, feigning sincerity as he scanned the room, observing everyone's reactions. A martial god? The entire room froze in disbelief, as if trying to confirm whether they had heard him correctly. A figure of such stature, how could anyone here possibly be connected to someone like that? It's fine if you're unaware, Lu Zongxing continued, but perhaps you can inquire with your families. If anyone has any lead. Bang! Before he could finish, the villa's main doors were suddenly flung open with force. Outside the grand villa gates, a young man with sharp, sword-like eyes and defined brows stumbled in, clutching a bottle of wine in one hand. His clothes were stained with patches of blood, and though his features were strikingly handsome, the drunken haze about him lent him a disheveled and chaotic appearance. Inside the villa, the guests were immediately drawn to the sudden intruder. A murmur of whispers rippled through the crowd. Brother Wang, do you know this person? Never seen him before. Must be some wandering drifter who got in by mistake. Among the onlookers, a few young women exchanged hushed, excited remarks, their eyes alight with intrigue. He's even more handsome than the celebrities on TV. How could he be a drifter? Maybe he just had too much to drink. Lu Zongxing frowned deeply, his expression darkening as veins bulged faintly on his forehead. Suppressing the anger rising within him, he turned to Yang Shi at his side and asked in a low, steely tone, "Who is this?" Yang Shi immediately straightened, bowing slightly as he hurried to explain. "Young Master Lu, this is the martial prodigy recommended by the principal of Jianxin Academy." A martial prodigy? Lu Zongxing scoffed coldly, his voice dripping with disdain as he scrutinized the young man. He could sense the boy's unsteady aura, like a drifting leaf on water. More like a drunkard, he sneered. With a sharp glance, he signaled Yang Shi. Understanding the unspoken command, Yang Shi stepped forward decisively, his voice harsh as he barked, "Where did this drunk come from? A place like this isn't for the likes of you. Get out now." He reached out, intending to grab the young man by the collar. However, just as Yang Zai's hand was about to make contact with the youth's shoulder, a sudden, immense force clamped down on his wrist like an iron vice, halting him completely. Startled, Yang Shi turned his head, only to meet the boy's drunken yet eerily amused gaze. In the next instant, Yang Zai's world flipped upside down. With a resounding boom, he was slammed headfirst into the villa's floor. His body twitched a few times before going completely limp, unconscious. Everyone present was left utterly speechless, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Yang Shi, the pride of Longdu University and a prodigy in his own right, had been knocked to the ground with a single blow by a drunken man. Those near the door instinctively took a few steps back, watching Qingchen with wary eyes. At that moment, Luo Yuling's anxious voice broke the tense silence. Qingchen, how could you drink so much? She pushed her way through the crowd and hurriedly moved to support the staggering Qingchen. Qingchen, his eyes hazy with intoxication, gazed at her intently. Reaching out, he gently caressed her cheek. Xiao Yuli, you're so beautiful. His ambiguous words caused a flush to rise on Luo Yuling's cheeks. Though she stammered, Qingchen, there are so many people here. Her body betrayed her, allowing his hand to linger on her face. Wait a second. Is that the eldest daughter of the Luo family? Someone exclaimed in shock. Instantly, all eyes turned to Luo Yuling, who was known for her icy demeanor. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd, some marveling at the rare sight of the Ice Queen displaying such emotion, while others whispered about the rumors of her being kissed at the blessing ceremony. Lu Zongxing's face darkened ominously. As a royal prodigy in martial arts, he had always gotten whatever he wanted. Yet today, he had been openly challenged by a nobody. Not only had Qingchen shown up late and interrupted his speech, but now he dared to lay a hand on the woman he had his eyes on. Seething with rage, Lu Zongxing bellowed, "You dare? A mere assassin breaking into private property with the intent to harm the royal family, such a crime deserves death. Elder Zixiao, I ask for your assistance." Though many present found the accusation absurd, this drunken boy hardly resembled an assassin. They all understood the unspoken truth. The royal family needed no real reason to justify taking someone's life. If they wanted you dead, dead you would be. Elder Zixiao let out a cold snort, and a sword materialized in his hand. Luo Yuling immediately stepped in front of Qingchen, her body enveloped in the energy of the 5 elements. But before she could act, Qingchen pulled her behind him, his presence suddenly erupting with an overwhelming sword intent. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The sky seemed to darken, and the villa's windows shattered one after another. All the lights went out, plunging the space into darkness. Amid this chaos, the drunken youth stood proudly, an otherworldly scene unfolding behind Hema bloodred, sea churning with waves, as gods and demons alike knelt in reverence. The oppressive sight sent shivers down everyone's spines. Is this swordsmanship? Elder Zixiao was stunned. Recalling the Empress's mention of extreme Dao resonance emanating from Guangling City, a realization dawned on him. This seemingly ordinary young man was a martial god in the making. In a flash, Elder Zixiao moved. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air. To everyone's shock, he had struck Lu Zongxing with such force that the royal prodigy spun several times in midair before crashing to the ground. Blood poured from his 7 orifices, leaving him sprawled like a lifeless dog. The unexpected turn of events left everyone frozen in disbelief. Even Qingchen looked bewildered, his sword intent dissipating involuntarily. After a brief moment, Lu Zongxing was writhing on the ground like a worm. A distinct handprint had already appeared on his face, yet he still roared defiantly, "Zixiao, have you lost your mind?" Before he could finish, Elder Zixiao delivered another resounding slap across his face. Zixiao's gaze was sharp as a blade, silently warning him to shut up. Slandering a martial god Sido, you think your royal status allows you to act with impunity? The moment those words were spoken, the crowd collectively gasped. A martial god, there were only 4 in all of Xia. And now, a royal elder had personally confirmed a martial god seed. Who exactly was this young man? Lu Zongxing stared at Qingchen in disbelief, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. A martial god seed? That weakling with such unstable energy? His reason crumbled under the weight of his fury, and his murderous intent was undisguised. If I kill him, the Lu family will no longer have to fear the threat of a martial god. Just as Zixiao was about to strike again, the ground began to tremble violently. A 5-story villa collapsed in an instant under a massive force, steel beams and rubble raining down like a storm. Qingchen was about to use his movement technique when he felt a cold touch on his fingertips. Luo Yuling grasped his right hand, her mismatched eyes, one blue, one violet, glinting with an eerie brilliance. Activating her S-strength blessing, primal element control, she conjured an invisible barrier that deflected all the metal and debris. When the dust settled, half the people had been buried, while the survivors groaned in pain, battered and bruised. 3 figures in black robes hovered in midair, their eyes scanning the ruins. Qingchen's brow furrowed as he sensed a familiar demonic aura emanating from them. The leader gave a cold command. Magic ring, handle that royal elder. Magic curse, follow me and kill the sword-wielding boy. As for the rest, leave no one alive. He licked his lips. It's been a while since I've tasted the flesh and blood of martial artists. Two killing intents locked onto Qingchen. He swiftly swung his sword, pushing Luo Yuling back to a safe distance. A phantom of a peach blossom branch materialized in his hand. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a fierce wind rose, and a man wearing a crimson mask emerged from the void. How bold of the demon clan to touch someone under my Yin Yiling's protection, the man said, his voice thick with a bloody aura. The three demonic powerhouses turned pale the instant they heard his name. The leaders shouted in terror, Yin Yiling? But didn't Mo Yuan say you were in Longdu? He turned to flee before finishing his sentence. Yin Yiling let out a cold snort and clenched his fist. The demonic master was instantly immobilized midair, his throat seemingly gripped by an invisible force. In the next moment, he exploded into a mist of blood. Without hesitation, Yin Yiling pointed a finger, and the remaining two demons also disintegrated into blood mist. Qingchen watched in stunned silence. A martial master, reduced to nothing but dust in front of Yin Yiling, was no more than a mere insect. Yin Yiling let out a cold snort, but as he turned his head, a concerned smile appeared on his face. Xiaogu, are you all right? Qingchen snapped out of it and shook his head. Uncle Yin, what are you doing here? Of course, I came to find you. I sensed your sword intent just now and immediately tore through the void to get here, Yin Yiling replied, his expression turning serious. These demons have indeed been growing more rampant lately. It seems my decision was the right. O night's time to take you to that place. Qingchen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Director Yin was finally going to show him the truth of the world he had always spoken of? At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice sounded from behind. Lu family's Zixiao offers his gratitude to Director Yin for saving my life. Zixiao bowed slightly toward Yin Yiling. At his feet lay Lu Zongxing, sprawled out like a dead dog, his face covered in blood. His clothes were tattered, and his body bore the scars of his battle with the demons. Though he was also in the Grandmaster realm, the demon's ferocity had been overwhelming. If Yin Yiling hadn't arrived in time, he would have surely perished. Oh, right, I almost forgot about you, Yin Yiling said with a hint of amusement, turning to Qingchen. Xiaogu, what do you think we should do with this Lu family royal descendant? Qingchen cast a cold glance at Lu Zongxing and replied without hesitation, this man harbors ill intentions, kill him. Since Lu Zongxing had dared to harbor murderous intent toward him, Qingchen would have eliminated him sooner or later, even without Yan's intervention. Lord Yin, please wait. Zixiao broke into a cold sweat. Though the Lu family disciple has indeed made mistakes, I have already punished him. Yin Yiling paid no heed, speaking as if to himself. In that case, I'll help the Lu family clean house. Before his words had fully settled, he waved his hand. A terrifying pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. Lu Zongxing's face contorted in terror as his voice quivered. Wait, don't kill me. I was wrong. Ill bow to Brother Gu and beg for forgiveness. Before he could finish, his body disintegrated in a horrifying explosion under the astonished gazes around him, blood splattering everywhere. Only his head remained, his face frozen in an expression of unwillingness and fear. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend why he had met his end in a small place like Guangling. Leaving the head behind is me showing your Lu family some respect, Yin Yiling said coldly. If there are any issues, have your Empress Lu Qingtian come to me personally if she dares. With that, he drew a rust-colored long blade from behind him and slashed through the air, creating a deep blue passageway in the void. Casting a glance at the mess around him, he turned to Zixiao and said, Elder of the Lu family, I'll trouble you to clean up this aftermath. Xiaogu, let's go. Qingchen nodded, then turned to Luo Yuling and whispered a few words to her. Without hesitation, he stepped into the spatial rift. Instantly, the world spun wildly, and a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. When the sensation subsided, he found himself standing outside a massive steel palace. Bathed in moonlight, the palace resembled an armored steel beast. Its surface was covered in tiles that shimmered like scales, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. Above its towering structure, glowing characters radiated brilliance, Temple of the Firmament. This place is, Qingchen asked in awe, his voice trembling. This is the Temple of the Firmament, a voice answered. It holds the most profound secrets of Xia. In all of Xia, fewer than 30 people know these secrets and have the freedom to enter and leave this place. Qingchen was stunned. Does that mean anyone else who sees this palace is never allowed to leave? Stay close to me, Yin Yiling said in a low, serious tone. This place is riddled with mechanisms and traps set by the martial gods. A single misstep could lead to your doom. The two walked side by side into the palace's interior. Beyond the entrance, the scene transformed completely. It was less like a traditional palace and more like an advanced research facility. Gu, what do you think is the current state of Blue Star? Yin Yiling suddenly asked. Gu Qingchen keenly noticed the choice of words, blue star, not Dixia. He answered smoothly, recalling his martial arts textbooks. Blue Star is primarily occupied by the human clans of Dixia, Deming, Deqin, and Dezhou, surrounded by several smaller nations. Among them, Dixia is the most powerful and holds a dominant position on Blue Star. That's correct, Yin Yiling replied. But that was hundreds of years ago. As for the current state of Blue Star, you'll see soon enough. I hope you're prepared. The two arrived at the central area of the Temple of the Firmament. Standing there were two guardians, and in front of them was a blue, eye-shaped device. Gu Qingchen immediately sensed the overwhelming presence of these two individuals. Their strength surpassed that of the Flame Tiger and was on par with the demons who had previously attacked him. They were both at the Grandmaster level. The guardians bowed respectfully when they saw Yin Yiling. He took out an identification card and scanned it on the device. Identity confirmed, Yin Yiling. Position, head of the Demon Tribunal. Clearance level, S. When Gu Qingchen attempted to follow, the guardians raised their hands to block him. They explained that the rules had changed. Only those with verified identities could enter. Bringing others inside was strictly forbidden. Anyone who broke this rule would be trapped here forever, unless they reached the Supreme Realm and obtained S-level clearance. Yin Yiling, however, smirked mischievously. He picked up the eye-shaped device and aimed it at Gu Qingchen's eyes. Identity confirmed, Gu Qingchen. Position, classified. Clearance level, SS. The result left the two guardians utterly shocked, almost causing them to stagger. A teenager, barely in his teens, possessing the same S-level clearance as a martial god? It was unimaginable. Once inside the core area, Yin Yiling activated the firmament orb. A deep blue beam of light pierced through the clouds like a sword, illuminating the heavens. The countless scale-like tiles on the roof flipped, gathering the light from the sky and focusing it into the chamber. A holographic projection enveloped them, and a vivid, blue planet slowly emerged before their eyes. This is a real-time holographic projection of Blue Star, Yin Yiling said solemnly. It can monitor every corner of the planet. Gu, this is the truth of the world. Gu Qingchen's pupils contracted sharply, his breath hitching as the scene projected by the celestial orb unfolded before him. A vivid blue planet appeared, but its surface was riddled with countless black holes, grotesque and ulcerous like festering wounds, each one more horrifying than the last. With trembling fingers, he zoomed in on one of the ghastly craters, and what he saw made his scalp tingle with unease. Each black pit harbored nightmarish sights. In some, towering black monstrosities drenched in purple blood were devouring their own kind and tearing apart the land of the blue planet. In others, colossal giants, as large as mountains, stood wielding massive axes, their ragged forms exuding raw power. Yin Yiling, standing silently behind him, broke the silence with a low, gravelly voice. These are the Corpse Gu tribe. They take pleasure in consuming planets, leaving nothing but void in their wake. And those, he gestured toward another projection, are the Black Blood clan, also known as the Giants. It's said that a single swing of their axe can cleave mountains and split seas. Where is Daxia? Gu Qingchen's voice trembled with urgency as a foreboding sense of dread gripped his heart. He frantically searched the projection until, at last, his eyes landed on a small, inconspicuous continent in the south. This discovery sent a deafening buzz through his mind. Daxia was pitifully small, its landmass dwarfed by the size of some of the black pits. What was worse, for enormous black craters loomed ominously in the east, west, north, and south, enclosing Daxia in a suffocating ring, like an immense prison. In such dire straits, Daxia wasn't just far from dominating the blue planet, it couldn't even ensure its own survival. It was no more than a fragile raft adrift in a stormy sea, perilously close to capsizing at any moment. How can this be the strongest human kingdom, the mighty Daxia? Gu Qingchen's voice cracked with anguish. Was everything I learned growing up a lie? Even as a transmigrator, he struggled to accept this brutal reality. Yin Yiling inhaled deeply, lit a cigarette, and after a pause, began to explain in a solemn tone. It's no lie. But what you see now is Daxia from 10,000 years ago. Back then, Daxia coexisted on the blue planet with other great nations like Deming, Deqin, and Dezhou. In what was known as the Golden Age of the Ancient Era, he exhaled a plume of smoke and continued, his voice tinged with nostalgia and sorrow. In those ancient times, the world was rich with spiritual energy. Daxia flourished, boasting hundreds of deities at the height of its power. Its martial prowess and technological advancements were unparalleled. But then came the Kalamisha disaster that changed everything. From the depths of the cosmos, countless alien races and demonic creatures poured forth, waging war against the blue planet. Daxia's gods rose to defend their homeland, their might unmatched. According to ancient records, there was the Peach Blossom Sword God, who slew 81 divine and demonic beings of the myriad races with a single strike, and the Silver Spear God, whose dragon spear pierced through the very fabric of fate itself. That spear still stands at Daxia's border, unyielding, for no one has been able to lift it since. Qingchen listened, his heart pounding with awe and sorrow as vivid images of the legendary gods filled his mind. Then why has Daxia fallen to such a state? He asked, his voice heavy with disbelief. Yin Yiling sighed deeply, his gaze distant. That's tied to the rules of the heavens and earth. Gods are beings destined for ascension. Once they ascend, they gain a lifespan of 10,000 years, but they are forbidden from returning to their homeland. If they do, their lifespans are reduced to that of mortals. Though the gods were unparalleled in power, there were only so many of them, barely 100. It wasn't enough to stop the tide of chaos. Among the invaders were demonic gods and dark deities equal in strength to the gods of Daxia. In the end, he paused, his voice trailing off. The gods were forced to return to their homeland, their lifespans dwindling rapidly. Meanwhile, the creatures from the void continued to pour in, endless and relentless. As the gods fell one by one, Daxia's defenses crumbled. Yin Yiling's voice faded into silence, but Qingchen didn't need him to finish. The rest of the story was all too clear. Daxia's glory was buried under the weight of sacrifice, its proud gods reduced to fleeting mortal lives, and its enemies relentless in their assault. This phenomenon had persisted for thousands of years. Yin Yiling stood before the projection, his usually cold, murderous eyes now glistening with a hint of moisture. His voice carried an unmistakable tremor of emotion. Over 1,000 years ago, the last deity of Daxia performed an extraordinary feat. Yin Yiling began, his tone heavy with reverence. He sacrificed his own divine status, merging it with the mother river of heaven and earth. This act imbued the river with divine protection for Daxia, ensuring its survival for a millennium. As he spoke, he manipulated the projection, and the scene shifted slowly to the borders of Daxia. Qingchen held his breath, his gaze fixed on the image. A soft, golden light shimmered like silk along the border, caressing every inch of Daxia's land with gentle strokes. Though faint as a cicada's wing, the glow was unbroken, flowing endlessly like a river that would never run dry. Witnessing this, an overwhelming sense of sorrow welled up in Qingchen's heart. He suddenly stood and bowed deeply toward the projection of the mother river. This bow was both a tribute to the deity who had transformed into the mother river and a solemn remembrance of the gods who had fought valiantly among the stars, protecting Daxia for millennia. At the very moment he bent forward, a sudden change occurred. Countless streams of light surged toward him, and vivid, awe-inspiring visions unfolded in his mind. A deity splitting a galaxy with a single sword, shattering countless stars. Another, whose colossal form spanned an entire star system, annihilating millions of demonic beings with a mere swipe of their hand. The abrupt surge of images struck Qingchen like a bolt of lightning. He stood motionless, his eyes fixed ahead, as if he had turned into a statue. Sensing the anomaly, Yin Yiling furrowed his brows, but his eyes soon widened in shock. "This is enlightenment?" he exclaimed, before quickly covering his mouth, fearing he might disrupt the boy's profound moment of realization. His gaze toward Qingchen was filled with astonishment, his thoughts racing. For an ordinary 17 or 18-year-old to remain composed upon learning of Daxia's dire plight would already be commendable. But for this boy to achieve enlightenment in such a moment is truly a ancient millennium prodigy. A bold idea began to take root in Yin Yiling's mind. For someone so young to comprehend the essence of the Tao, to attain enlightenment merely by observing the mother river, could it be that this boy is the one destined to lead Daxia out of its crisis? Meanwhile, Qingchen's consciousness had already drifted back to the Hall of Deities. In the dark fortress of Guangling City, Mo Yin sat upon a throne constructed from a mound of countless skulls, his entire body drenched in blood. Below the throne, 3 cloaked demon clan members knelt on the ground, their heads bowed in submission. "Lord Mo Yin, the 3 assassins sent to kill Qingchen have all perished. Their demonic souls have been completely shattered," the leader reported, his voice trembling with fear, not daring to meet Mo Yan's gaze. "All dead?" 3 demon cultivators of the Master Realm couldn't take down a mere human high school student. Mo Yan's voice was as chilling as frost, sending shivers through the air. Sensing the anger in Mo Yan's tone, the kneeling figure hurriedly explained, according to the information transmitted by their souls before death, they were about to succeed when Yin Yiling suddenly arrived from Longdu and killed all 3 assassins on the spot. Mo Yin rose slowly and began pacing, his voice laced with venom. "Yin Yiling again, that damn nuisance. As for Qingchen, that boy is indeed lucky, but his luck runs out the day after tomorrow. Once Yin Yiling leaves for the emergency summit in Daxia, I'd like to see who in Guangling will protect him then. Have you handled the matters I assigned to you?" "Yes, my lord. We've set up the penetration coordinates at the center of the Black Tide ruins, and communication and escape routes have been cut off. Everything is in place. Once the blood sacrifices from the martial arts entrance exam are assembled, the plan can commence. Mo Yin nodded, muttering to himself. When the demon god's soul returns and his body descends, that will mark the beginning of the demon clan's conquest of Daxia. Qingchen, no matter how monstrous your martial arts talent may be, without the protection of your predecessors, you'll die here. After all, you've shone too brightly for your own good, without knowing how to conceal your edge. Meanwhile, within the divine hall, Qingchen hovered in midair, surrounded by countless ethereal visions, his eyes glowing with divine light. Majestic and otherworldly scenes flashed through his mind as righteous energy surged within him, ready to erupt like a divine presence descending upon the mortal world. The entire divine hall trembled violently as two beams of light shot skyward, reaching the clouds. The peach blossom sword god maintained a faint smile, while the silver dragon spear god's expression revealed astonishment. This young man was preparing to challenge the many heroic spirits under their command all on his own. Qingchen raised his hand, and a grand arena emerged from the ground. Within the arena, several formidable phantom figures materialized, their auras locking onto him. His gaze turned icy as he formed a blade with his hand, slicing through the air in the center of the arena. In an instant, fierce winds howled, and space itself seemed to fracture. The arena split cleanly in two, and every phantom figure within was severed at the waist. A power that can directly cut through the fabric of reality. This is the technique of that deity. To think he gained such an insight while outside, and can now wield the power of a god here, Zhao Zilong remarked in awe. A system notification rang out. Second trial complete. Reward. Sunwheel Pure Yang Sacred Body, granting immunity to all forms of curses. Qingchen was deeply moved. In a time when Daxia was besieged by countless demons, acquiring a physique immune to curses was a rare and invaluable gift. Above the divine hall, a massive sunwheel rose from the west and merged into his body. His spiritual energy was cleansed and transformed, shifting from blue to gold, surging wildly within him. Qingchen felt an unprecedented sense of clarity and strength, as if any demonic force that dared approach him would be obliterated in an instant. After adapting to his newfound energy, Qingchen pressed forward resolutely. The shattered arena crumbled away, revealing a path leading to a wooden door amidst the ruins. Above the divine hall, the two gods exchanged solemn looks. This young man intended to take on the third trial, while still in the midst of his epiphany. Zhao Zilong sighed and stepped in to block his way. Master, the third trial cannot proceed yet. General Zhao, why is that? Qingchen asked, puzzled. He was well aware of Daxia's dire situation and had been pushing himself to grow stronger as quickly as possible. The trial requires certain conditions to be met, and you are not yet ready to open that door, Zhao Zilong replied, stepping aside to let Qingchen try. Sure enough, the wooden door remained immovable. Zhao Zilong shook his head. Explaining now would break the rules. When you fulfill the conditions, you will naturally understand. This final trial may very well determine your fate, so prepare yourself. Just as Qingchen was about to press further, a voice called to him from the distance, and his vision blurred as he was abruptly pulled out of the divine hall. Moments later, the peach blossom sword god appeared beside Zhao Zilong. General Zhao, what exactly is the nature of this third trial? This trial has nothing to do with cultivation, martial skills, or strength. It revolves around one thing: destiny. The peach blossom sword god appeared thoughtful. Just as I suspected. This trial may not only determine that young man's life and death, but could also shape the future of Daxia itself. The moment the world stopped spinning, Qingchen instinctively shook his slightly heavy head. What met his gaze was Yin Yiling's signature crimson mask. Before either of them could speak, Qingchen's body suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward him like rivers converging into the sea. A flicker of surprise flashed in Yin Yiling's eyes. This was the inevitable breakthrough that follows enlightenment, but what intrigued him was how far this young man could ascend in one leap. Reflecting on his own experience, Yin Yiling recalled that when he broke through, he had relied on a deep foundation in martial arts to directly step into the second realm of transcendence. Behind Qingchen, a golden sun slowly rose, climbing higher and higher. Yin Yiling's expression grew increasingly grave. Something was amiss. How could such an extraordinary phenomenon occur at the martial artist realm? Moreover, the aura emanating from the young man was nothing like that of someone at the peak of the martial artist realm. Suddenly, Yin Yiling was struck by an epiphany, as though lightning had jolted his mind. This young man was breaking through to the Mahayana realm. Less than a month ago, when they had last met, he was clearly still at the peak of the martial artist realm. How could he be advancing to the Mahayana realm so quickly? What followed was even more astonishing. The golden sun behind Qingchen shot straight into the sky, rising to the height of the actual sun itself. In an instant, all the heat in the surrounding heavens and earth was absorbed by this golden sun. Mahayana realm complete. As the golden sun returned to Qingchen's body, the skies suddenly darkened with thick clouds. In the sweltering heat of June, soft, goose feather-like snowflakes began to fall gently from the heavy clouds. This was the legendary phenomenon known as snow in June. Yin Yiling stared at the scene, his throat tightening slightly. Humanity, perhaps there was still hope. The Mahayana realm, as its name suggests, signifies the ultimate unity and perfection in martial arts. Those who enter this realm for the first time can harness the forces of nature, capable of soaring through the skies or traversing the earth. Yet for this young man to manipulate the weather and trigger such phenomena upon entering the real myth was simply beyond belief. Uncle Yin, was there something you needed when you woke me up? Gu Qingchen asked as he stretched his limbs. Despite entering the divine spirit hall, he had not yet exhausted his mental energy. Yin Yiling snapped out of his thoughts and smiled wryly. Of course there's something. If I hadn't woken you, you would have missed the martial arts entrance exam. Do you know how long you've been in your enlightenment? A full 3 days. What? Gu Qingchen froze. To him, it had felt as though only a few minutes had passed. Tomorrow is the martial arts exam, and Guangling isn't far from here. If you leave now, you'll still make it in time. I want to accompany you. I have a meeting to attend. Yin Yiling glanced at his watch and sighed irritably. Wait, I think I'm already late. Little Gu, I have to leave first. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a space portal formed beneath Yin Yiling's feet. He stepped into it and vanished, leaving Gu Qingchen standing there in a daze. With a silent sigh, Gu thought to himself, Uncle Yin probably doesn't know this, but there's a tradition in Guangling City before the martial arts exam visiting the Black Tide ruins. Without completing this ritual, one cannot take the exam the next day. The sky was still early, and if he could catch the first flight, there might still be a chance. With this thought, Gu Qingchen immediately activated his spiritual energy and flew through the air toward the airport. In Guangling City, located in the Riftian province of the Great Xia Kingdom, high school seniors were participating in the pre-exam visit to the Black Tide ruins. The roar of engines suddenly echoed from the mountaintop as more than 20 school buses slowly rolled in and parked. Students and teachers filed out in an orderly fashion. The sight before them elicited gasps of awe from the students. A shattered cliff formed a U-shaped chasm that extended downward into a gorge-like abyss. Surrounding it were jagged black mountains, resembling the gaping maw of a demon. Wisps of black mist drifted through the valley, and even from hundreds of meters away, one could feel the suffocating sense of oppression. At the bottom of the cliff lay countless grotesque and mangled skeletal remains, some humanoid, but many more belonging to twisted, monstrous races. These blackened bones, though weathered by a century, still carried a faint, lingering scent of blood in the air, a silent testament to the brutal wars of the past. At the very center of the abyss stood a silver-white spear, upright among the bones, exuding an unyielding aura. Its body was seamless, its surface like dancing pear blossoms, its entirety glimmering like drifting snow. The principal, clad in black, led the senior students to the edge of the gorge, his hands clasped behind his back. Visiting the Black Tide ruins is a long-standing tradition for students in Guangling City before their martial arts college entrance exams. The purpose is to remind them of the humiliation the human race once endured. At this moment, the principal stood at the edge of a cliff, his hands resting on the rough stone railing. His gaze pierced through the bottomless chasm, as if trying to peer into that blood-soaked and fiery chapter of history. Students, he said, turning to face the senior class behind him. His voice was deep and solemn. This is the Black Tide ruins, one of the main battlegrounds during the invasion of the Great Xia by the myriad races of the stars. Countless heroes sacrificed their lives here for the survival of humanity, paving the way for the peace and prosperity we enjoy today. However, the student's reaction made him sigh inwardly. After the initial curiosity wore off, the ruins became nothing more than an unusual tourist attraction in their eyes. Disinterested murmurs floated through the crowd. That's it? The alien races were driven away over 100 years ago. What trouble could they possibly cause now? I'm not singling anyone out, but honestly, all those alien races? Trash. Exactly. Why do we keep talking about this? It's the same old story, and I'm tired of hearing it. The principal ignored the chatter behind him, his attention fully drawn to a silver spear not far away. The weapon stood upright in the center of the Black Tide ruins, like an unyielding sentinel. It was the relic of a general who had perished thousands of years ago while defending humanity. Since then, no one had been able to remove it. The principal clenched his right hand into a fist and pressed it against his chest, bowing slightly. Even decades ago, when the legendary martial god renowned for his unparalleled strength visited this place, he had been unable to budge the spear. It remained steadfast, like a loyal guardian, eternally protecting the borders of humanity. The roar of airplane wings slicing through the clouds echoed as a plane smoothly landed in Guangling City. Moments later, a young man dressed in white with sharp eyes and striking features stepped out of the airport. Stretching lazily, Gu Qingchen savored the memory of the unexpectedly comfortable bed in the first-class cabin that had afforded him a restful sleep. Though he had only slept for 3 hours, he felt completely refreshed and energized. Black Tide Ruins, right? Still got time? Gu Qingchen murmured as he opened the GPS on his phone. The ruins were located on the outskirts of Guangling City, surrounded by mountains and treacherous terrain. After confirming the location, he channeled his inner spiritual energy. With the might of his advanced cultivation at the Grandmaster stage, he soared into the sky, swiftly heading toward his destination. Meanwhile, deep within the Black Tide ruins, a black-clad principal stood silently, gazing at a silver spear embedded in a pile of skeletal remains. Principal, can you tell me the name of the owner of this silver spear? A cool, detached voice sounded from behind him. The principal turned to see a young woman with an icy demeanor standing there. Ah, it's you, Li, the principal said calmly. As for the owner of this spear, his exact name has been lost to time. However, his deeds have been recorded since ancient times. He gestured toward the perilous pass in the distance. He once stood here alone with this spear, annihilating countless demonic creatures. All the remains in the chasm below are his handiwork. Luo Yuling stared at the distant spear, her expression solemn. As a prodigy in martial arts, she could feel the overwhelming aura emanating from the weapon, unrelenting, indomitable. Wow, that's incredible. Her friend Xiaya suddenly leapt out from behind her, exclaiming in awe. The principal waved his hand dismissively. You youngsters wouldn't understand the weight of such sacrifices and battles. By the way, Li, I've noticed Gu Qingchen has been spending quite a bit of time with you lately. Principal, you know about that? Xiaya exaggeratedly widened her eyes, wrapping an arm around Luo Yuling's shoulder. They even went on a date a few days ago, and they almost… Xiaya. Luo Yuling's cheeks flushed as she cut her off softly. The principal cleared his throat awkwardly. Do you know where he is now? I've been looking for him everywhere but can't find him. He messaged me earlier saying he got delayed and would be arriving late, Luo Yuling replied. Oh, so now it's Qingchen this, Qingchen that, huh? Give it a few more days, and you'll be calling him hubby. Xiaya teased, only to be met with simultaneous indifference from the other two. The principal sighed. That boy late even for paying respects at the ruins. Clearly, he's not taking the martial exam seriously. Dong, dong, dong. The solemn chime of a bell echoed through the valley. The principal gestured with a wave. Go back to your group, the ceremony is about to begin. Just as the two girls turned to leave, the principal's phone rang. A female teacher's anxious voice came through. Principal, the Black Tide ruins have lost their connection to the outside world. Lost connection? Then how are you calling me right now? The connection to the outside world is severed, but internal communication still works. The signal here has always been spotty. Finish the ceremony quickly and evacuate the students afterward, the principal instructed before ending the call. He looked up at the unusually darkened sky, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Far beyond the stars, a figure known as Mo Yin stood before a river of yellow light, holding a pulsating purple crystal emitting a blood-red glow. Behind him loomed an endless army of demonic creatures. Lord Mo Yin, the Black Tide's connection to the outside world has been severed. All checkpoints are under our control. The 30,000 martial artists for the blood sacrifice are in position and ready. Excellent. A cruel, bloodthirsty smile spread across Mo Yan's face. Fresh martial artist blood and flesh ill finally get to feast on it every day. He pressed the crystal against the river of light. At the point of contact, the light dissolved like melting ice, forming a massive void. Streams of light rushed to repair the breach, only to be shattered by a beam of black energy. Back in the Black Tide ruins, over 10,000 martial arts students were participating in the ceremony when someone suddenly shouted, "What the heck is that?" All heads turned skyward, and they saw a part of the sky lose its color, becoming an empty, void-like blackness. In the next instant, a flash of black light streaked across the heavens. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as a destructive black beam shot upward, causing the entire mountain to tremble violently. At the entrance to the Black Tide ruins, 3 students in school uniforms were anxiously pacing back and forth. Nearby, 2 staff members in uniforms stood watching. Their expressions varied. Among the trio of students, one girl had a slightly plump figure, another was delicate and attractive, and the boy wore a pair of jeans. The ruins were surrounded by mountains, with only 2 ways to enter. Either a 4-hour bus ride around the mountains, or a direct cable car ride to the center. According to the rules, latecomers could only take the cable car, which required a minimum of 4 passengers to operate. Come on, sir, cut me some slack, the boy pleaded desperately with the staff member in black. I'm in the elite class at Guangdao High School. If I miss the entrance exam, my mom will kill me. The staff member in yellow chimed in. Just let them through. It's not a big deal. Rules are rules. The cable car doesn't run without 4 people. The black-clad staff member insisted firmly. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the distance. A boy dressed in white hurried toward them. It was Qingchen. Yes, we've got everyone, the boy exclaimed, overjoyed. The black-clad staff member hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering, before finally opening the cable car door. The 4 students boarded, and the cable car began its slow journey toward the heart of the ruins. As the cable car disappeared into the distance, the staff member in yellow patted his colleague on the shoulder. Shaoli, you don't have to be so rigid. Sometimes you've got to be flexible. Before he could finish, a sharp blade plunged into his chest. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down to see blood gushing from the wound. Why? He managed to utter before the black-clad man twisted the knife viciously. With a final, despairing sigh, the yellow-clad staff member collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The man in black licked the blood off the blade and sneered coldly, "You let my prey escape. Guess I'll have to use you as a replacement." Inside the cable car, the tense atmosphere began to ease. Zhang Shuai, the boy in jeans, started bragging enthusiastically. My mom's been buying food from Yingyue Tower every day to help with my cultivation. In just a month, I broke through from the 5th stage of Qi Si to the 7th stage. I'm definitely getting into a top-tier university. He occasionally cast greedy glances at Yin Jingyu, who sat across from him. The slightly plump girl, Zhang Yu, looked at him with envy. She was still in the body-tempering stage and doubted she could even make it into an average university. Yin Jingyu, however, appeared annoyed, silently criticizing Zhang Shuai's boastfulness. Her eyes would occasionally dart toward Qingchen, who sat quietly with his eyes closed. She found herself drawn to his sharp features and composed demeanor. Noticing Yin Jingyu's attention, Zhang Shuai felt a surge of jealousy. "Hey man," he said, turning to Qingchen. "What stage are you at?" "I just hit the 7th stage of Qi Si, should be good enough for Guangda University." Qingchen opened his eyes and replied calmly, "I reached the Great Ascension stage a few days ago. Planning to head to Longda University." Yin Jingyu couldn't help but stifle a laugh, assuming he was mocking Zhang Shuai. Zhang Shuai's face turned sour, and he was left speechless. Just as Qingchen was about to clarify, his phone rang. It was the principal. On the other end, the principal's voice trembled with fear. "Qingchen, don't go to the Black Tide ruins. Run. The demon clan has invaded. Warn Daxia." "Find." The call ended abruptly with a deafening crash. As Qingchen started to rise, a sudden sense of intense danger washed over him. The cable car shook violently, and in the next moment, a weightless sensation engulfed everyone. The cable car, like a bird with broken wings, plummeted straight down from the sky. Through the glass of the cable car, the passengers felt as if the world was spinning violently. The piercing screams of 2 girls nearly shattered their eardrums. Zhang Shuai's face turned deathly pale, and a wave of despair engulfed him. At this rate of descent, it wouldn't be long before they were nothing but a smear of blood and flesh. Qingchen's eyes sharpened, a golden gleam flashing in his pupils as he quickly scanned the entrance to the ruins. He immediately noticed that the cable supporting the car had been deliberately severed at the far end of the tunnel, clearly the work of a demon infiltrating the staff. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, his fingers forming the shape of a sword. In one swift motion, he drew a glowing cross in the air. A sharp blade of energy sliced through the cable car, splitting it into 4 pieces. The 4 passengers plunged into free fall. But Qingchen had already anticipated this. Leaping into the air, he unleashed a soft yet powerful wave of sword energy from his fingertips, directing it toward the ground below. Amidst the terrified screams, the sword energy enveloped the other 3, gently guiding them to a safe landing at the bottom of the Black Tide ruins. The valley floor was like a vision of hell, littered with the corpses of monsters, the air thick with the metallic stench of blood. The 3 passengers collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, their backs drenched in cold sweat. The shock of narrowly escaping death left them staring blankly at Qingchen, unable to process what had just happened. "Is everyone okay?" Qingchen asked calmly. Yin Jingyu forced a weak smile. "We're fine thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we'd be dead for sure." The other 2 quickly echoed their gratitude. Zhang Shuai, though visibly embarrassed, muttered, "Thanks, man. Without your help, we'd be done for." Inwardly, he was astounded. To bring 4 people safely down from such a height would require at least a great blessing. Clearly, this young man was no ordinary individual, might even be a formidable contender in this year's martial arts entrance exams. Qingchen didn't respond to their thanks. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the distant mountain peak at the center of the Black Tide ruins. There, a massive, ink-black pillar of light tore through the sky. Within the column of darkness, countless tiny humanoid silhouettes floated ominously. What is that?" Yin Jingyu stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the black pillar in the sky. "The Black Tide ruins are undergoing a disturbance. Demons have invaded," Qingchen stated bluntly. "Demons?" But weren't they wiped out by Xia ages ago? Zhang Shuai asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Gu Qingchen didn't bother explaining further. Instead, he shifted the topic. Once you've caught your breath, we need to move. You must leave the ruins immediately and alert Xia to send reinforcements. Why not just call for help? Someone asked. The demons have blocked all signals. They all checked their phones, only to find that there was indeed no service. But how are we supposed to get out of here? There's no path, Zhang Yu murmured softly. Follow me, Gu Qingchen instructed. Before anyone could respond, an invisible force wrapped around the three of them. Stay still and hold on, he warned. A surge of sword energy radiated from his body, enveloping them and propelling them swiftly toward the ruins' entrance. The wind roared past their ears as they soared through the air. Zhang Shuai's worldview crumbled completely. A fellow student someone his age was flying, and not just himself, but carrying them along as well? That was supposed to be a feat achievable only by those at the Grandmaster level. His mind reeled, unable to comprehend the reality unfolding before him. The two girls stared at Gu Qingchen with wide-eyed suspicion, their thoughts on the verge of confirmation. Sensing their inquisitive gazes, Gu Qingchen sighed and said helplessly, "Haven't I told you before? I really am in the Great Ascension stage." His words landed like a thunderclap, leaving the three stunned and their scalps tingling. Zhang Shuai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at this peer, who was somehow a powerful cultivator in the Great Ascension stage. Regret surged through him, and he wished he could slap himself twice. How could he have dared to show off in front of such a formidable figure? 10 seconds later, the four of them landed steadily at the entrance to the cable car station. Gu Qingchen's gaze instantly sharpened as he took in the scene before him. The tracks at the entrance had been severed by a single slash, and the air was thick with the metallic tang of fresh blood. Not far away, a staff member in a yellow uniform lay in a pool of crimson, their heart completely mangled. Their abdomen had been torn open, with their organs missing, as if devoured by a wild beast. The gruesome sight drained the color from Zhang Shuai and the others' faces, their stomachs twisting involuntarily. Gu Qingchen frowned deeply. His suspicions confirmed something had gone terribly wrong here shortly after he left. You all should leave now. Once you get a signal, report to Xia immediately. The Black Tide ruins have been invaded by a large number of demon clans. Request reinforcements, Gu Qingchen ordered decisively. What about you? Yin Jingyu's eyes flickered with concern. I'm going in to provide backup, of course, Gu Qingchen replied firmly. Yin Jingyu wanted to protest the absurdity of a student heading into danger to assist, but remembering this young man's status as a Great Ascension cultivator, she swallowed her words. After all, how many Great Ascension experts could you even find in all of Guangling City? Just then, a chilling voice drifted out from behind a stone near the corpse. Leaving? Where do you think you're going? Since you've returned, none of you are leaving. The sinister tone sent shivers down Zhang Shuai and the others' spines, and they instinctively stepped back. From behind the rock, a man dressed in black, who appeared to be another staff member, emerged slowly, blocking their path. The dark-clad demon slowly ran his slender tongue across his lips, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust as he stared greedily at the group before him. His face was smeared with crimson blood, and the corners of his mouth twisted into an unnatural curve, making his expression grotesquely menacing. Fresh little students and women, oh, what a feast today will be, he sneered, letting out a chilling laugh. Zhang Shuai and the other two instinctively shrank behind Gu Qingchen, terror etched across their faces. Don't worry. Move forward boldly. He can't harm you, Gu Qingchen said coldly, as a peach blossom branch materialized lightly in his hand. A sharp aura of sword intent emanated from him, propelling the group forward. I've already said, if you've come here, you won't leave alive, the demon growled, his eyes fierce. Dark energy surged from his body as he raised his sword and slashed toward the trio. Gu Qingchen merely raised his hand slightly, his figure vanishing in an instant. A powerful burst of sword intent forced the demon back. Remember, once you're out, call Yin Yuling, the director of the demonic tribunal, and have him come here immediately in my name. At the mention of Yin Yuling, the demon froze for a moment, a flicker of fear crossing his face. What's this? Just hearing Yin Yuling's name frightens you? Are all demons as pathetic as you? Gu Qingchen mocked. The demon's eyes burned with murderous intent, but he quickly let out a cold laugh. So, you're the infamous Gu Qingchen one the demon lord Mo Yin has been so fixated on, costing him 3 masters. I didn't expect this glory to fall into my hands. Gu Qingchen's gaze turned razor sharp, while thick black energy began to swirl around the demon, now identified as Mo Yin. His forehead tore open, revealing hundreds of eerie, blinking eyes that captured Gu Qingchen's image within them. The curse is complete. As Mo Yan's words fell, the sky grew darker, and a massive, blood-red eye opened within the clouds above. How dull, Gu Qingchen muttered expressionlessly, lightly waving the peach blossom branch. A surge of ultimate killing intent flooded the heavens and earth. A blood moon rose into the sky as a sea of blood stretched endlessly, littered with the corpses of fallen gods. One of the bodies suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a colossal figure that reached into the clouds and crushed the blood-red eye with its hand. At that moment, Qingchen felt a strange force surging within his body. Mo Yin grinned wickedly. Anyone who has been gazed upon by my demon, I will explode and die within 30 seconds. But the anticipated death did not come. Instead, golden light erupted from Qingchen's body, and a radiant sun rose above his head, slowly evaporating the black demonic energy within him. The countless pupils on the forehead of the demonic eye suddenly contracted, revealing unprecedented shock. His voice trembled with fear. Why? How is this possible? You are the sunlit Chongyang sacred physique? For the first time, this formidable warrior of the thousand-eyed demon clan showed such a terrified expression, even more so than when the Yinyi order was mentioned. He staggered back several steps, his legs trembling uncontrollably, as if he might turn and flee at any moment. Qingchen watched his reaction coldly, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. Yes, that's the expression I was hoping for. I'm quite satisfied, he said calmly, his tone steady and resolute. After today, I want every demon who hears the name Qingchen to feel terror and helplessly tremble. Within 10 years, I will crush the 4 alien clans surrounding Xia and save its people from suffering. Within a century, I will eradicate every foreign race stationed on Blue Star, slaughter them until no race dares to set foot here again, and restore peace and tranquility to this land. Believe me, I will make it happen. Before his words fully faded, Qingchen lightly tapped the peach blossom branch in his hand. In the demon eye's horrified gaze, an immense sea of blood surged forth, carrying boundless killing intent, swallowing him in an instant. As the blood sea passed, the sharp sword intent dissolved the demon eye entirely, leaving behind only a skeleton standing in place. With a single strike, the demon eye was annihilated. Qingchen's expression remained indifferent, as if he had merely crushed an ant. He turned his gaze to the vast demonic aura slowly rising from the distant canyon. Even from afar, it made his hair stand on end. A gentle voice echoed in his ears, belonging to the deity who once wielded the peach blossom branch. The world is unworthy of witnessing my sword, so this is my sword. Since that moment, Qingchen had followed the deity's example, using the peach branch as his sword, his fingers as his sword, yet never wielding a real sword. As he looked at the jagged, pitch-black canyon and the overwhelming demonic aura emanating from it, Qingchen let out a soft sigh and bent down to pick up the sword lying beside a corpse. It seemed that today, the peach branch alone would not suffice. He would have to draw his sword after all. The black tide ruins, perched atop a mountain peak. High above in the firmament, a massive black void looms, resembling a terrifying black sun. At this precarious mountain pass, the elderly principal of Qingchen High School is sustaining a thick, dark green protective barrier of light. This rank blessing, known as the Xuanwu Shield, forms a spherical shield akin to a colossal turtle shell, enveloping all the students within. Outside the shield, a dense army of demonic creatures watches intently, their eyes filled with malice. Leading the army, a few imposing demons wreathed in flames relentlessly slash at the shield with their standard-issue black, curved blades. With every strike, the shield trembles slightly, its glow dimming further. Behind the principal, over 10,000 students stand with fear etched on their faces, staring at the demonic horde before them, despair gripping their hearts. Most of the students from other schools have already fled down the mountain under the shield's protection, but the students of Qingchen High remain in place. They are in disbelief what was supposed to be an ordinary ceremonial ritual has escalated into this unimaginable disaster. 3 middle-aged Mont principals of other high schools in Guangling City pressed their palms against the elderly principal's back, channeling their spiritual energy to sustain the shield. Among them, the newly appointed principal of Guangdao High School is the first to falter. His face turns deathly pale as he collapses to his knees, gasping for breath. With his withdrawal, the shield shifts from dark green to a lighter green, its trembling growing increasingly violent. I've already notified my students. Just hold on a little longer. Reinforcements will arrive soon, the elderly principal says, trying to reassure the group, though he knows full well that the shield can only last another half hour, at most far less time than it will take for reinforcements to arrive. What worries him even more is that the demons seem to be holding back their full strength. Above the demonic army, a demon man stands in midair, exuding an aura that sends chills down the principal's spine. A peak Grandmaster-level powerhouse, he is just a step away from reaching the Marquee realm. This formidable figure has yet to make a move, as if waiting for something. If he were to attack, the Xuanwu shield would shatter in no more than 10 strikes. At that moment, Luo Yuling steps forward to take the place of the Guangdao principal, pressing her hand against the elderly principal's back and channeling her pure spiritual energy. This young prodigy, an extraordinary level cultivator, speaks with determination, principle. Hold on a little longer. Xiao Gu will come to save us. Qingchen, the principal shakes his head with a bitter smile. I've already sent him to call for reinforcements. You are the future pillars of Living is more important than anything else. Above the demonic army, the Grandmaster demon known as Moyan observes the scene with amusement. To him, these humans are nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. When his subordinate reported that the nascent soul-level demon eye at the entrance had been slain, he merely sneered dismissively. It doesn't matter if they've discovered us. By the time the experts from Longdu arrive, the demon lord will have already awakened. He pulls a purple crystal from his robes, its blood-red glow nearly reaching the top, reflecting a horrifying blood shadow. Moyan murmurs to himself, just about 1,000 more souls to collect were so close. In the heart of the Black Tide Ruins' central mountain range, harrowing screams echoed endlessly. A young man clad in white made his way along a dark, rocky path. His name was Qingchen. An invisible aura of Tao energy swirled around him, radiating a sharp and cutting presence. High above, a vulture circled a few times before suddenly diving down. Its wings sprouted rows of razor-sharp teeth, aiming straight for the young man. Yet, before it could reach Qingchen, an unseen force twisted it into a cloud of blood mist, dispersing into the air. Qingchen's expression was grave. Since entering the mountains, he had yet to encounter the true demonic forces, but their monstrous creations were everywhere. Along the way, every few meters revealed the mangled corpses of students torn apart by these creatures. In some places, the ground was littered with bodies. By his estimation, over 1,000 students had already perished. As he quickened his pace, a familiar scream pierced the air. Around a bend, a group of students wearing the uniforms of Jinshin Academy were fleeing in terror, pursued by a giant, three-meter flesh worm. The worm's maw was lined with jagged teeth, and bits of mangled limbs and brain matter, mixed with fresh blood, dripped from its mouth. At the very back of the group was someone Qingchen recognized: Xiaya. The flesh worm closed in on Xiaya, its gaping maw ready to devour her whole. In the critical moment, Qingchen unsheathed his sword just a fraction of an inch before returning it to its scabbard. A burst of sword energy shot forth, striking the worm. It froze mid-attack and then exploded into a spray of purple gore. The three students finally exhaled in relief. Recognizing Qingchen, one of them exclaimed in surprise, "Qingchen, didn't the principal say you went to provide reinforcements?" The monster that had been impossible for them to harm was slain with a single strike from Qingchen. It turned out that, aside from Xiaya, the others were classmates from the elite Tianjiao class. Qingchen got straight to the point, asking, "Reinforcements should be on their way. What's the situation up the mountain? Where are you headed?" Xiaya quickly explained, "The principal sent us to check if the buses down the mountain were sabotaged. We didn't expect monsters everywhere. Thank goodness you showed up in time." She added, "The situation on the mountain is dire. The principal is holding back the demonic army alone with his bestowed blessing, but he can't hold out much longer. Then we climb the mountain and kill every single demon," Qingchen said calmly, drawing astonished looks from the group. Without waiting for a response, he began walking forward. "Follow me. We don't have time to waste." Meanwhile, at the mountain's peak, a demon known as Mo Yin gazed at a purple crystal in his hand as it gradually turned blood-red. A sinister laugh erupted from his throat. "Ha ha ha! Finally, 10,000 human souls gathered. It's time to offer a blood sacrifice to the demon god." His gaze shifted to the principal below, who was still resisting the demonic forces. With a cruel grin, Mo Yin extended his hand. A massive palm, inscribed with dark, malevolent runes, descended from the sky and slammed into the glowing shield protecting the area. The shield shuddered violently, its green light dimming as cracks spread across its surface. The old principal coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura weakening significantly. Seeing this, Luo Yuling and the others looked on in alarm. Yet, despite his injuries, the bloodied principal turned and roared, "Go, everyone, follow the other principals and get down the mountain immediately." With a forceful strike, he sent the group behind him tumbling toward the path downhill. "Go now," he bellowed. He could feel the Xuanwu light shield nearing its limit. One more blow, and it would shatter. When that happened, the demonic army would massacre every student still remaining. Behind the old headmaster, the students scattered like frightened birds, fleeing frantically down the mountain. They could all see it was reaching his limit. Hovering midair, the demon wraith glanced down at its hand, a cruel smile curling on its lips. "Trying to escape? Not so fast. This little shell of yours is tough, I'll give you that. But let's see how many more strikes you can take." Before its words had fully settled, another devastating blow descended. This time, the green shield of light shattered instantly. The massive black palm, still brimming with destructive force, hurtled toward the fleeing students. The headmaster leaped into the air, his body glowing with green light, and intercepted the monstrous attack with his own frail frame. With a sickening sound, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood and plummeted to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Headmaster, please run. The students behind him cried out, their voices hoarse and choked with tears. If this old man runs, what will happen to you kids? The headmaster replied, coughing up another mouthful of blood. Yet he still managed a gentle smile, waving his hand to urge them to leave quickly. When he turned back to face the demon, his gaze sharpened like a blade. I've never fought the demon race before in all my years. Guess there's no harm in having no regrets now. With that, he steadied himself, using what little strength he had left, and stood firm as a human barricade at the narrow mountain pass. From above, the demon wraith sneered and issued its command. Leave no human alive. With the collapse of the Xuanwu light shield, the demon army surged forward like a dark tide. The headmaster's green aura flared. Each punch he threw sending sprays of black blood into the air. But the demon warriors came in endless waves, relentless and unyielding. Spears rained down, carving fresh wounds into his battered body. Bloodied and battered, the old man let out a hearty laugh, as if he had returned to his youth. Unbidden memories rose to the surface. Why had he come to Qingchen Academy? Why had he, a master of his realm, willingly taken on the role of headmaster? Faces of his students flashed through his mind, their bright, hopeful smiles. One face stood out, the visage of a handsome young man. That rascal. I wonder if he made it out. I'd have loved to see what he could achieve one day. What a pity. Spears pierced his body one after another, and his breath grew weaker with each passing moment. How pathetic, the demon wraith mocked coldly. A so-called grandmaster sacrificing himself for a bunch of insignificant ants. Truly foolish. But the headmaster only smiled peacefully. Then, his eyes lit up like lightning, his white hair billowing, his entire frame trembling. A blinding radiance began to emanate from him, an overwhelming energy building within his frail body. The demon wraith's pupils contracted, and for the first time, fear flickered across its face. It began retreating frantically. Everyone, fall back now. He's about to self-destruct. Even it dared not face the explosion of a grandmaster-level being hidden. Just as the headmaster was about to unleash the full force of his life energy, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. A familiar, youthful voice spoke from behind him. Hey, headmaster, at your age, shouldn't you leave the showing off to us younger folks? You do know that being dramatic is kind of our thing, right? Above the skies, a colossal sword burst through the clouds, radiating an unstoppable killing intent as it came crashing down upon the demon army. At that moment, an immense sword aura, wrapped in a colossal storm, crashed down from the heavens. The ground instantly fractured, earth and stones erupted into the air, and a towering cloud of dust rose thousands of feet high. Wherever the sword aura reached, black blood splattered. The demons at the center were instantly vaporized into a mist of blood, while those on the edges were hurled away by the shockwave, colliding with jagged rocks that shattered upon impact. Their piercing screams echoed through the ruins of the black tide, haunting like wails of vengeful spirits. With a single strike, a large clearing opened near the stronghold. The remaining demons stood frozen in fear, not daring to take even half a step forward. Qingchen stood amidst it all, surrounded by swirling sword energy, his presence overwhelming and unstoppable. Xiaya and the others stood behind the principal, staring in stunned silence at the scene before them. Was this really the same Qingchen who had lingered at the body-tempering realm for all 3 years of high school, only breaking through to the Qi realm during the blessing ceremony? As his fellow students in the Swordheart Academy's elite class, they now felt as if an unbridgeable chasm separated them from him. The principal, his body soaked in blood, gazed blankly at the young man before him. It was as if he could see decades into the Futuria future where a human emperor would rise in the Great Xia, leading humanity to conquer the stars. Weakly, he began to speak. Qingchen, didn't I tell you to? But before he could finish, he collapsed from blood loss and spiritual energy exhaustion. A gentle sword aura caught the principal's falling body. Luo Yuling, her beauty breathtaking, stepped forward to take him from the aura's grasp. She reached out, intending to replenish Qingchen's spiritual energy, but the moment her fingers touched his burning hot skin, she instinctively recoiled as if shocked. Have the healers with blessing abilities tend to the principal's wounds, Qingchen said, turning to her with a warm smile. It may not fully heal him, but it should keep him alive until reinforcements arrive. Qingchen, can you win? Luo Yuling asked softly. As one of the top prodigies in elemental martial arts, she could clearly sense the terrifying aura of their foe. I don't know. That demon is incredibly strong, Qingchen replied, shaking his head. Then, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. But if you agree to one thing, I think I might just have a chance. All right, I promise. Luo Yuli responded without hesitation. You're not even going to ask what it is? He teased. As long as you come back alive, I'll agree to anything, she said gently. It's a deal then. Qingchen was about to take to the skies when her voice stopped him. Blushing, Luo Yuli clenched her small fists and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, shouted, Qingchen, you can do it. Qingchen reached out, intending to pat her head, but the sky suddenly darkened as demonic energy blotted out the heavens. A massive palm imprint descended from above. His eyes turned sharp, and his aura surged as he raised his hand like a sword, unleashing a sharp blade of sword energy. The two forces collided, and the resulting shockwave made it nearly impossible for those nearby to stand. Gu, you've been saying your goodbyes for far too long. The demon, Imo Yin, sneered from above, his gaze filled with disdain. Shame about that grotesque demon with hundreds of eyes didn't give him the chance to leave any last words, Qingchen said coldly. As for you, I might let you say a few before you die, though no one will be around to hear them. Tonight, every last demon will perish here. So, you're the one who killed the demon eye, Imo Yin said, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he laughed coldly. But don't think for a second that I'm on the same level as that pathetic Grand Ascension demon. Let me tell you, in the stars, I am the supreme of my clan. The only reason I've been suppressed to the peak of the Grandmaster realm is your human race's river of life. Crushing a newly ascended Grand Ascension human prodigy, like you will take no more than a flick of my finger. The crowd turned pale at his words. A supreme realm being, capable of commanding the laws of the universe, could move mountains and part seas effortlessly. In all of the great Xia, only a handful of martial gods could rival such power. Then let's see who crushes whom, Qingchen replied, a peach branch appearing in his hand. The sky darkened further, and under the blood-red moonlight, countless streams of blood converged into an unfathomable sea of crimson. Standing atop the blood sea, Qingchen lowered the peach branch toward Imo Yin. Slayer's swordsmanship. One strike to deliver the heavens and mortals to their doom, and to bring gods and demons to their fall. From the blood sea, the corpse of a divine being suddenly sat upright, wielding a massive golden sword. With an overwhelming killing intent, it slashed toward Imo Yin. On the mountaintop, tens of thousands of students watched in awe, many trembling and collapsing under the sheer weight of the pure killing intent. As they turned their gazes to Qingchen, it was as if they were looking up at a god. The demon wraith fixed its gaze on the condensed, pure killing intent before it, and despite itself, felt a shiver course through its being. This overwhelming Tao resonance was indeed as the rumors described. The young human before it was undeniably a once-in-a-century prodigy. No wonder Yin Yiling had gone to such lengths to protect him. Give you a few more decades to grow, and perhaps I might truly fall at your hands. Unfortunately, no matter how peerless you may become in the future, today will be your end. The demon wraith sneered coldly, unfurling the grotesque wings on its back. From those wings emerged hundreds of blood-soaked arms, each with 10 twisted fingers gripping razor-sharp black blades. In unison, the 100 arms swung down, slashing toward the divine corpses floating in the sea of blood. The arcs of blade light clashed and merged in the air, forming a colossal black beam that tore through the heavens and earth, filled with the agonized wails of countless resentful souls. When this immense black beam, forged from the convergence of countless blade lights, collided with the golden greatsword, the black energy shattered instantly. The blood-drenched divine phantom was riddled with cracks, teetering on the verge of collapse. The demon wraith's pupils contracted, while Qingchen slowly closed his eyes, sheathed the peach branch, and drew the sword at his waist. The moment the sword was in his hand, Qingchen's aura transformed. The killing intent surrounding him was no longer sharp but seemed to come alive, flowing around him in harmony with his will. In the blood sea, hundreds of fallen deities opened their eyes, their phantoms manifesting behind him. Some beat war drums, others played flutes, and still others raised their fists to shake the heavens. A myriad of divine visions unfolded in an instant. The demon wraith's expression darkened. That black blade light just now had used 80% of its strength, yet the opponent's Tao resonance had effortlessly shattered it. This boy was far from ordinary. There was no room for hesitation. Originally, it had planned to break this human prodigy's Tao heart before killing him, but now it seemed a swift resolution was necessary to prevent any unforeseen complications. The shattered divine phantom, wielding the golden greatsword, charged straight at the demon wraith. With a flap of its wings, the demon wraith obliterated the phantom, its eyes gleaming with cruelty. It produced a long, blood-rusted blade, its aura surging as demonic energy engulfed its form, sending chills through the onlookers atop the mountain. Luo Yuli's face turned grave as she sensed the demon's aura intensifying once more. The power of thousands of human souls condensed into vengeful spirits. Let's see how you handle this. The demon wraith grinned wickedly as it swung its blade, unleashing a torrent of wailing spirits from the blade's tip. Qingchen merely raised his arm and swung his sword, releasing a pure arc of sword light. The sword light surged with the vast sea of blood, moving as if sentient, swallowing all the vengeful spirits in its path. It continued forward, slicing through the demon wraith with a single, decisive stroke, cleaving it in half as terror flashed in its eyes. However, as the demon wraith's upper body fell, a sinister smile twisted its facade was merely a clone. Qingchen opened his eyes, his brow furrowing as he sensed the demon wraith's aura vanish. Suddenly, a tiny humanoid wraith appeared behind him, darting into his body like a streak of lightning. A strange power began to spread within him. A curse? Qingchen was startled at first, but quickly relaxed. His sun cycle yang, sacred physique rendered him immune to curses. The demon wraith's figure reappeared in midair, exuding arrogance. How entertaining. I never thought I'd have to resort to a curse to deal with a fledgling brat like you. This technique merges with the very fabric of the world, imperceptible even to those at the martial god realm. But in the end, I've succeeded. It laughed with a chilling glee. Once you're under my curse, I can reshape your mindscape at will, trapping you in an eternal nightmare. You'll become nothing more than a lifeless husk, forever unable to awaken. The demon wraith prided himself on his ability to manipulate minds. Countless humans had fallen under his influence, succumbing to darkness and becoming spies for the demon race. As he finished explaining the workings of the curse, a flicker of realization crossed Qingchen's mind. This meant the demon wraith was about to invade his mental world. Thinking of the divine temple within his spiritual realm and the two beings residing there, Qingchen's lips curved into a faint smile. He abandoned the idea of using his sun cycle sacred body to expel the curse and instead feigned weakness. Don't say I didn't warn you, he said with a hint of mockery. Entering my mind comes with a price. Ha 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 ha. A price? Spare me the theatrics, boy. My curse has never failed. The only price will be your life. The demon wraith laughed maniacally, forming seals with his hands before plunging his consciousness into Qingchen's mind. But as he opened his eyes within Qingchen's mental world, what greeted him was a series of grand, sacred halls radiating a divine aura. The sheer purity of this holy power was excruciating, tearing into his demonic essence like torture. His laughter froze, and he realized with dread that his curse had been entirely sealed. At that moment, he felt two hands clap down on his shoulders simultaneously. Turning around, he found himself face to face with two figures. One was a middle-aged man with a serene smile, and the other, a warrior clad in gleaming silver armor. The demon wraith's attempt to probe their identities was met with an icy chill that shot up his spine, leaving every pore on his body trembling in terror. On the mountaintop below, tens of thousands of students watched the battle in the sky with bated breath. Suddenly, the demon wraith's battered form exploded into a cloud of dense blood mist, his aura so weakened that he could no longer maintain flight. He plummeted like a bird with broken wings. Qingchen, what in the world is inside you? The demon wraith roared in terror. I did warn you, Qingchen replied softly, letting out a faint sigh. He raised his hand, channeling the power of Tao, and unleashed a sword strike. Faced with the inevitability of death, the demon wraith went into a frenzy. He drove his fingers into his chest, tearing out his own heart and holding it aloft. As a supreme demonic cultivator, I offer my cultivation, my life, and my soul as a sacrifice. May the sky-splitting demon god descend upon the great Xia this instant. The sword's radiance tore the demon wraith's body to shreds, but his heart merged into the clouds above. The heavens dimmed as an oppressive heartbeat, like the pounding of war drums, reverberated across the sky. A massive, pus-covered hand tore through the firmament, exuding a suffocating pressure that forced every student on the mountaintop to their knees. Even the ability to cry out was stripped from them. As the suffocating aura of death loomed closer, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in Qingchen's mind. Host's life detected to be under threat. Silver Dragon Spear God, final trial, has been forcibly activated. A flash of silver light streaked across his vision, and in an instant, Qingchen's consciousness was pulled into the Temple of Deities. Before him stretched a radiant pathway, leading to a familiar wooden door that now stood ajar. Before he could steady himself, an overwhelming force dragged him through the doorway. As the wooden door slammed shut, two figures materialized within the temple, its two resident deities. One was a middle-aged man surrounded by an aura of blooming peach blossoms. The other was Zhao Zilong, his deep-set eyes dark as the starry night. Who would have thought the demon would act so decisively, sacrificing itself to provide the demon god with a temporary vessel? The peach blossom sword deity chuckled as he turned to Zhao Zilong. General Zhao, do you recall our wager? If he passes the trial, you owe him your assistance. Zhao Zilong snorted coldly. The demon clan is nothing more than the lowest of the myriad races. Even if that creature wasn't a remnant soul, A single strike from my spear would obliterate it. If the temple master can pass the third trial, I will, of course, honor my word. His tone grew grave. However, this third trial, even I wouldn't claim full confidence in overcoming it. The peach blossom sword deity raised an eyebrow in curiosity. You designed this trial yourself, yet even you find it challenging. Isn't that too harsh for the boy? Zhao Zilong paused thoughtfully. To be precise, it is not my trial but one set by my spear, dragon courage. The challenge is tied to fate. The temple master will be reborn in the ancient region of Wangchuan, stripped of all memory. According to the trial's design, he is destined to die before reaching the age of 30. If he can defy this fate and survive past 30, he will earn Dragon Courage's recognition. Survive to 30? That doesn't sound too difficult, the Peach Blossom Sword deity remarked, his expression easing. Zhao Zilong shook his head and swung his long spear lightly, revealing an image. A desolate, snow-covered expanse surrounded by towering mountains. Snowflakes danced in the frigid wind. In this barren wasteland, Qingchen had been reborn as an infant swaddled in thin blankets, abandoned in the icy wilderness. Now stripped of his memories, he was no different from an ordinary baby, wailing helplessly against the cold. 20 minutes later, his cries grew faint, until, at last, silence fell as the relentless cold claimed his life. Is that it? The peach blossom sword deity's eyes glimmered with intrigue. No, Zhao Zilong replied. As long as his subconscious desires to continue, he will be reborn endlessly. But with each rebirth, the trial taker becomes increasingly aware of the strangeness yet remains powerless to change it. Eventually, most succumb to despair and give up. Even as he spoke, the scene shifted. This time, the infant Qingchen was taken in by a kind farmer. Time flowed swiftly, and under the farmer's care, he grew accustomed to life in Wangchuan. At 18, tragedy struck. His adoptive father was brutally murdered by marauding bandits, leaving the land of Wangchuan drenched in blood. Qingchen narrowly escaped, later stealing back his father's body to bury it atop a mountain peak. For the next 2 years, he lived modestly, hunting and chopping wood. At 20, a misstep led him to fall into a hidden cavern where he stumbled upon the martial arts manual of a long-deceased master. 5 years passed, and when Qingchen emerged from the cave, he was no longer the same man. After paying his respects at his adoptive father's grave, he donned a skull-patterned scarf and departed Wangchuan, heading northward in pursuit of vengeance. 2 years later, in a remote inn, over 100 skull-masked bandits were found dead, their lives snuffed out without a sound. How is this possible? Zhao Zilong's voice trembled with disbelief. On his second rebirth, he's already shattered the chains of fate. By all rights, the trial taker should remain trapped in Wangchuan, doomed to be destroyed by the demon god of the Wraith clan at 30. A shiver ran through him. Could it be this boy is a defier of fate? A defier of fate is someone born beyond destiny's grasp, the peach blossom sword deity mused, his gaze distant. Every action they take ripples outward, altering the course of fate itself. They are unbound by destiny, yet they possess the power to reshape the fates of others, even entire nations. In the illusion, time flew by, and Qingchen's age soon reached 30. As Zhao Zilong had predicted, he safely passed this critical age. Zhao Yun continued to stare intently at the projection before him, his expression solemn. General Zhao, the young man has completed the trial, reminded the peach blossom sword deity. I know, Zhao Zilong replied, his gaze unwavering. But I want to see how far the Lord of the Hall can go. His tone had unconsciously grown more respectful. Time flowed on. Qingchen chose a secluded place to train in solitude, dedicating himself to cultivation with the same focus as the waters of Wangchuan. He continued until he was 52. When the flames of war between the myriad races and humanity spread to his refuge, he resolutely joined the human army, throwing himself into the fight against the myriad races. After decades of cultivation, even in an era where gods and demons roamed freely, Qingchen had become a force to be reckoned with among ordinary soldiers. On the battlefield, he was decisive and relentless, earning numerous accolades. Before long, he commanded a cavalry unit. Under his leadership, this cavalry unit consistently seized critical opportunities, rescuing human soldiers from dire situations and even turning the tide of battle on multiple occasions. Qingchen moved across the battlefield like a breeze, swift and unrestrained. More and more elites were drawn to his reputation, and this cavalry unit gradually became the most formidable force in the Great Xia army. A decade passed in the blink of an eye. This invincible cavalry unit finally faced a dire predicament. Before them stood a colossal god demon radiating overwhelming demonic energy, while behind them, they were encircled by the myriad races with no path of retreat. Commander, looks like this is where it ends for us. But honestly, fighting alongside you and taking down so many of those creatures, I've never felt more alive. A burly man covered in scars laughed heartily beside Qingchen. Fate, Qingchen sneered. I've never believed in such a thing. To me, fate exists only to be trampled underfoot. The burly man scratched his head in confusion. We're about to die, Commander, and you're still talking all mysterious. I just don't get it. Qingchen turned to face the hundreds of cavalrymen and spoke solemnly. You will indeed die, or rather, you are already dead. But I will remember you all, always. And you, Commander? What about you? Someone asked. Do you remember the stories I told you? Qingchen asked. Of course. How you avenged your father, secluded yourself for 5 years, and then slaughtered over 100 bandits. You've told it so many times we could recite it ourselves. A good-natured archer chuckled. I will survive. I will live for tens of thousands of years, and just like I wiped out those bandits, I will annihilate every last one of these myriad creatures. Qingchen's voice rang out with unyielding determination, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. As his words fell, the heavens trembled. Behind the god demon, a massive dragon-shaped shadow slowly emerged, its voice booming like thunder. Having glimpsed the future, why do you not kneel? Qingchen leapt into the air, his spear pointing skyward as he retorted mockingly. If you are the future, why don't you kneel before me? The dragon-shaped shadow roared in fury. You insolent mortal, defying fate itself, how dare you? With a slight motion of its claw against the god demon's back, countless spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the heads of the 1,000 cavalrymen in an instant. Only Qingchen was pinned to the ground, unable to move. The dragon-shaped shadow drifted close to Qingchen's ear and whispered, "Give up. You cannot stand against the storm of destiny." Its body reflected the scene of Qingchen's impending demise. But Qingchen's gaze suddenly sharpened beside him. A terrifying silver spear radiating dazzling light had somehow embedded itself in the ground, mere inches away, though he was pinned and unable to reach it. Qingchen let out a wild laugh, struggling against his restraints even as his body was torn apart by the spikes. Just as his fingertips brushed the silver spear, a brilliant light flooded his vision. With a powerful pull, he wrenched the spear free and hurled it toward the heavens. The spear tore through space, ripping apart the sky. In an instant, the battlefield, the god demon, the myriad races, and the cavalrymen all dissolved into nothingness. Only the dragon-shaped shadow remained, standing face to face with Qingchen. Staring at the shattered illusion before him, the young man spoke softly, "I am the storm." The dragon-shaped shadow smiled in satisfaction. At the peak of the black-tide ruins, a colossal hand tore through the sky and clenched lightly. Countless streams of blood-red light rose from the mountains, converging into a single purple point. Everyone present was overcome with terror and despair. Some wept, others lost control of their bodies, overwhelmed by their insignificance. At that moment, Qingchen stepped forward, appearing in a flash before the ancient silver spear that had stood untouched for millennia. As he grasped the spear, his pupils erupted with radiant silver light. In the canyon below, countless skeletal remains rose to their feet, their hollow eyes fixed on Qingchen. They clasped their hands together in reverence, as if welcoming the arrival of a new king. Amidst the stunned gazes of the onlookers, Qingchen slowly drew forth the silver spear that no one had been able to claim for 10,000 years. The moment the spear left the ground, an immense pressure descended upon the world, shattering the surrounding space. Across the entirety of Great Xia, a deafening dragon's roar echoed simultaneously. In the vast cosmos, countless stars quaked, as though on the verge of collapse. Countless terrifying entities lurking within the black pustules scattered across the blue planet turned their attention to Xia. However, a sudden flash of silver light shattered their spiritual senses instantly, leaving them vomiting blood and filled with dread. In the Supreme Council chamber of Longdu, an urgent and confidential meeting was underway. Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar echoed across the sky. The 7 heavenly emperors seated below trembled simultaneously, their terrifying auras controlling the lifeline of Xia. Even the 3 blurred-faced martial gods above showed expressions of shock. The Empress of Qishao shed her usual air of lethargy, her expression grave as she addressed the 4 figures above. Martial gods, what is that? One of the martial gods closed his eyes to investigate. As his spiritual sense touched the source of the dragon's roar, a flash of silver light appeared, followed by a flood of extraordinary phenomena. His spiritual sense was obliterated in an instant. His pupils quivered as he spoke in a deep voice. This is an aura of an extremely high-level divine being, one that even touches upon the power of laws. I saw an unstoppable torrent, with a silver spear pinning me down. The chamber fell into a chilling silence as everyone shuddered. The martial god continued. It seems a divine weapon of laws has resurfaced in Xia. Aside from the heavenly emperors, the rest of those present looked confused. Someone asked, "Martial god, what is a divine weapon of laws?" The martial god sighed and explained, Divine weapons of laws are primordial relics from the birth of the universe, supreme treasures capable of influencing the fundamental laws of existence. Over millions of years, only a handful of deities have ever wielded them. The appearance of such a weapon in Xia today could lead to great upheaval. As he spoke, the chamber doors were suddenly knocked on urgently. A distressed female secretary entered and reported, "Lords, the Heichao ruins in Guangling City of the Luoyang province have been invaded by the demon clan. Communications have been severed, and the attack has lasted nearly an hour." Upon hearing this, Yin Yiling's eyes turned sharp. Guangling City? Heichao ruins? That's the place where that Gu kid is paying his respects today. He unsheathed his rust-red blade, intending to open a spatial portal to the location. However, sensing the violent spatial turbulence at the destination and the fractured space at its core, he was forced to redirect to the city center. The central martial god, Tianzai, spoke coldly. "The demon clan chose to strike during the summit. It seems we have spies among us." His oppressive aura filled the chamber, silencing everyone as hints of panic flashed in a few eyes. Another martial god stood and said, "Since the demon clan knows we've gathered in Longdu, we must return to the borders swiftly to prevent a diversionary attack." With that, he departed first. Before leaving, Tianzai warned, "Traitors among humanity had better hide well. If I find you, it'll make you regret ever being born into this world." Meanwhile, atop the Heichao ruins, Qingchen stood tall in white robes, holding the dragon gall spear. The surrounding space tore apart continuously, revealing the deep void beyond. Thousands of students, who had been paralyzed with fear, found their terror dissipating the moment he drew the dragon gall. They now regarded him as their savior. A system notification rang out. "Silver Dragon Spear God, third trial completed. Reward, Divine Weapon of Law's Dragon Gall. Dragon Gall has completed its binding with the Master. All 3 trials completed. Reward, Supreme Dao Rhythm's Shadowless Spear Dao." The phantom of Zhao Zilong appeared before Qingchen, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of respect. At the same time, in the skies above, a purple crystal absorbed all the vengeful souls before fracturing. A twisted soul emerged, letting out a piercing shriek. 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, my soul is finally whole again. Ha 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 ha. The spectral figure appeared like a ghost, its entire body covered with gaping, opening and closing mouths, exuding an eerie and unsettling presence. This twisted entity scanned its surroundings before finally locking its gaze onto Qingchen. A twisted smile of excitement spread across its face as it let out a sinister laugh. "The nightmare has done well offering me the Supreme's physical body as a sacrifice and even preparing a Dao seed for me to devour. Perfect timing, as my physical form is not yet fully restored. One who comprehends the Dao is the ideal nourishment for me." Before the words had fully left its mouth, the ghostly figure twisted and surged into the rift in the sky, which had been torn open by a massive hand. It merged seamlessly with the half-finished body within. Instantly, the sky fractured into countless fissures, which eventually connected to form a massive gaping void. From this void emerged an enormous, grotesque head devoid of facial features, but covered entirely with countless mouths, endlessly opening and closing. Dozens of mouths opened simultaneously, unleashing a bone-chilling voice. "The gods of Xia are dead. The people of Xia shall all become sustenance for my demon clan." Within the black tide ruins, countless whispers of madness echoed, and the faces of over 10,000 students contorted in agony. Those who had not yet reached the Qi-Si realm were on the verge of losing their sanity. If not for Qingchen standing in front, wielding the silver lance Longdan to shield them from the majority of the demonic aura, most of the students would have already exploded, their bodies becoming part of the demon god's reconstruction. In mere seconds, the rift demon god had extended half of its upper body out of the void into the sky. Qingchen's gaze turned icy as he prepared to hurl the silver lance Longdan. However, Zhao Zilong placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling faintly. "Master of the Hall, Longdan is a weapon of divine law, wieldable only by deities. Otherwise, it inflicts backlash from the laws themselves. Even though you were born to defy fate and are immune to its retribution, your physical body would still suffer harm. Allow me to take this shot." Qingchen froze momentarily before realizing the truth. This deity was about to act personally. Very well. As his words fell, a surge of silver light engulfed Qingchen's body, and an overwhelming power took control of him. A majestic suit of silver armor materialized, gleaming brightly even under the dim light. Zhao Zilong glanced at the spear in his hand, his face softening with the warmth of an old friend reunited. "It's been a long time, old friend." In that instant, a colossal dragon's shadow appeared behind Qingchen, its expression calm as it offered a slight nod to Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong raised the spear, aiming at the massive rift in the sky. His expression turned solemn as he spoke. 10,000 years ago, I stood alone at the Black Tide mountain range, slaying countless invaders to protect the peace and prosperity of Disya for millennia. 10,000 years later, with my broken body, I shall pave the way for the future king of Disya, ensuring another 10,000 years of safety for Disya and humanity. A blinding silver light descended from the heavens, and in Qingchen's vision, the world transformed abruptly. All living beings around him, except himself, were now entangled in countless threads, the threads of destiny. From the heavens, a murky, torrential current of fate crashed down, and everyone struggled within its depths. The Rift Demon God, who had just fully emerged, suddenly trembled as an inexplicable chill gripped its heart. When it saw the dragon's shadow atop the mountain and the silver spear aimed directly at it, an ancient fear, long forgotten over millennia, surged back into its being. A weapon of divine law? Impossible! The crushing weight of death bore down upon it. Only now did it notice that the spear's wielder was merely a young human boy. Had the weapon of divine law chosen a master? And that too, a human boy so young? It was utterly inconceivable. In the reflection of the silver spear, the Rift Demon God seemed to glimpse its own inevitable demise. Even at its peak, it would have had no chance of survival against a weapon of divine law. After millennia of painstakingly mending its shattered soul, it had been so close to fully restoring its position as a demon god. It would not die here. With a furious roar, the Rift Demon God tore open the sky once more, attempting to flee into the void. Its colossal form leapt, and the rift slammed shut behind it. General Zhao, the demon god has escaped, Qingchen said, somewhat stunned. Zhao Zilong did not reply. The light around him intensified as he suddenly hurled the spear. The silver lance transformed into a soaring dragon, shattering the very fabric of space along its path. Rest assured, it cannot escape. Longdan is intertwined with the current of fate. Once this spear is thrown, the target's death becomes its predestined fate. It cannot be defied, resisted, or avoided. Death is the only outcome. Such is the terror of a weapon of divine law. As his words concluded, a massive, grotesque figure plummeted from the sky, crushing an entire mountain range beneath it. The Rift Demon God roared in helpless fury as its demonic energy surged wildly, manifesting countless phenomena. Yet it could not halt the advance of the silver spear. Its thread of destiny was irrevocably linked to the spear of slaughter, and its death was now inevitable. With a deafening crash, the silver lance pierced the Rift Demon God's chest, severing all its threads of destiny. Its soul shattered instantly, and its colossal body fell lifelessly to the ground. Thus, one of the 7 great demon gods of ancient times, the Rift Demon God, was forever pinned down at the borders of Disya. Qingchen stood frozen in place, staring in shock at the long spear that had pierced through the chest of the sky-rending demon god. The power of that strike seemed as though it could rend time and space, reaching straight into the depths of the underworld. This was the legendary Spear of Destiny, the ultimate divine weapon that governed fate. Behind him, tens of thousands of students stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide and unblinking. At the forefront, Luo Yuling's eyes glistened with tears. Zhao Zilong gazed into the distant void, his eyes piercing through the stars as he spoke calmly. Since you demons are so eager for the demon god's return, why not let me grant your wish? He raised his arm lightly, and the silver spear soared into the air, its tip lifting the lifeless body of the sky-rending demon god. With its soul already shattered, the massive demonic form now hung limply, like a lifeless beast. The spear carried the demon god's corpse skyward, vanishing into the heavens. Meanwhile, within the demon clan's sacred temple on Blue Star, a massive altar stood, surrounded by 7 towering beacons. 5 of the flames were dim, one had already been extinguished, and only the last one burned fiercely with a purple blaze, as if it could ignite the world. Below the altar, countless demon elites prostrated themselves in worship. At the forefront, the heavenly demon let out a triumphant laugh. It worked. The ritual succeeded. After tens of thousands of years, Lord Skyrending's soul has finally been restored. He declared in a booming voice, Lord Skyrending Demon God has descended upon Disya, and will soon sever the river of life, paving the way for our return to Disya. The announcement sent a wave of excitement and greed through the gathered demons, who raised their heads with fervent eyes. Without the protection of the deities, the humans would be left at the mercy of countless races. Many demons, recalling the tantalizing taste of human flesh, unconsciously licked their lips. At that moment, a sound of something tearing through the sky echoed above. The heavenly demon, elated, shouted, "The demon god has returned." He commanded the demons to perform their highest act of worship. All the demons scrambled to bow deeply, chanting in unison, "We, the loyal servants of the demon clan, welcome the supreme god, Lord Skyrending Demon God, back in glory." The object hurtling through the sky arrived in an instant. It was the massive, cracked body of the sky-rending demon god, crashing violently into the last remaining beacon. After a long, tense silence, the heavenly demon finally raised his head, his expression freezing in an instant. The demon god's corpse hung lifelessly, like a defeated beast, with a silver spear embedded in its chest, utterly devoid of life. As the demon stared in stunned disbelief, the silver spear suddenly quivered, pulling itself free from the demon god's body. It straightened proudly, weaving through the air as if taunting them, before vanishing into the void. The heavenly demon finally realized what had happened. That was a divine weapon of law? He muttered, a hint of fear in his voice. The demon god's corpse, now unsupported, crashed heavily to the ground. The purple flames of the last beacon flickered and died, signaling the complete fall of the sky-rending demon god. The temple fell into a suffocating silence. Rage overtook the heavenly demon as he slammed his fist into the ground, causing the entire continent to tremble. He roared in fury. Damn it! The demon god's soul was clearly complete. How could this have happened? And how does Disya suddenly possess a divine weapon of law? After venting his anger, the heavenly demon's expression darkened. He retrieved an enormous eyeball and tossed it to one of his subordinates. Send word to the Azura clan and the insectoid clan. Disya has a divine weapon of law. With sky-rending demon god fallen and the teleportation coordinates destroyed, this matter must be dealt with immediately. At his words, every demon present turned pale with dread. Atop the peak of the Black Tide ruins, the fall of the sky-splitting demon god sent the remaining demon army into a frenzy. They stared at the youth wielding a spear before them, the fear in their eyes slowly giving way to a fierce determination. Their leader was dead, and behind them lay a bottomless abyss. There was no retreat, only a desperate fight to the death. With a deafening roar, the demon army launched a charge at the narrow pass, tens of thousands of soldiers kicking up a storm of dust. At that moment, Zhao Zilong's ethereal figure vanished from beside Qingchen, and he regained control of his body. Zhao Zilong's familiar voice echoed in his ears. My lord, this strike contains the essence of my life's path. You must experience it yourself. Qingchen closed his eyes, immersing himself in his inner world, where he witnessed Zhao Zilong's century-long vigil over the Black Tide Gorge. That solitary figure, day after day, standing against the dim sunset with his spear, fending off countless invading demons. The dragon gallant spear descended from the heavens, landing firmly in Qingchen's hand. Using the spear's tip as a brush, he painted a setting sun in the air before him. In an instant, the world was transformed, and a magnificent vision unfolded. An endless desert under a sky filled with golden sand, the mighty yellow river surging eastward, and a trail of smoke spiraling into the air. A youth in white walked alone across the desert, his shadow stretching long beneath the setting sun. Amid the desert, a solitary plume of smoke. Beneath the long river, the sun sets round. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, laughing freely. Amidst tens of thousands, Zilong's spear cuts through armies as if no one stood in his way. The absolute shadow spear art peerless and unparalleled in this world. Above the heavens, countless chaotic green lotuses descended, the yellow river's waters surged violently, and the desert's smoke transformed into an overwhelming spear intent coiling around the spear's tip. The painted sun began to spin rapidly, generating a terrifying suction force that drew the tens of thousands of demons toward it. Qingchen, spear in hand, thrust forward and appeared behind the demon army in the blink of an eye, whispering, even if I face millions, I will go forward. Before the words faded, the tens of thousands of demons simultaneously exploded, their blood raining down from the sky. A system notification followed. Congratulations, my lord, for comprehending the ultimate Dao Absolute Shadow Spear art. Current comprehension level 20. 10,000 students stood frozen atop the mountain, staring at the figure in white who stood motionless amidst the blood rain. The blood droplets, upon nearing him, reversed course and flowed skyward. At that moment, Yin Yiling arrived with the rescue team, his heart gripped by the terrifying blood aura emanating from the mountain's center. As he sped forward using his dimensional stride technique, he was awestruck by the apocalyptic vision of the spinning, obliterating sun. When he finally reached the mountaintop, he was stunned to see the dust-free youth in white, the dazed expressions of the surrounding students, and the cascading blood rain. Before he could ask about the whereabouts of the demon army, Qingchen smiled and said, Uncle Yin, you're late. The demons theory all dead by my hand. The demons have all been wiped out? Yin Yiling's pupils suddenly contracted, deeply shaken by the young man's words. He scanned the surroundings, the air still thick with the suffocating aura of demonic presence, yet not a single demon was in sight. On their way here, the rescue team had encountered a few students who had managed to escape. According to their accounts, the river of life above the Black Tide ruins had been torn open by the demons, creating a massive void. It was highly likely that the demon army had descended through this breach. Yet, at this moment, there were no demons present, not even a single corpse. Yin Yiling's gaze shifted to the setting sun behind the young man, a sun that seemed capable of obliterating all existence. Then, he looked at the blood rain falling from the sky, and a shocking realization dawned upon him. Could this blood rain be the flesh and blood of the demons? Had this young man single-handedly annihilated the entire demon army, erasing them so thoroughly that not even their forms remained? Before he could voice his thoughts, the young man's body suddenly swayed unsteadily, as if intoxicated. Having repeatedly executed 2 different ultimate Dao techniques with his Grandmaster-level cultivation, while also triggering celestial phenomena, Qingchen's mental strength had long been overdrawn. Yin Yiling reacted quickly, catching the unconscious youth. His spiritual sense immediately swept over Qingchen's body. This young man was the absolute hope for Daxia's future. Nothing could be allowed to happen to him. After a quick check, Yin Yiling sighed in relief. The young man was merely mentally exhausted, with no visible physical injuries. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the base of the mountain. The rescue team from Guangling City had arrived. The 10,000 students on the mountaintop finally relaxed completely, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. They were safe at last. The scene began to clear in an orderly fashion, and Qingchen was sent to the hospital for further examination. A staff member from the Demon Tribunal approached Yin Yiling with hesitation. Director Yin, the demonic beasts in the mountain range have been eradicated, but the student casualties? His face was filled with hatred for the demons. The mountain range was littered with corpses, and initial statistics indicated that the death toll had already exceeded 10,000. Many students had been torn apart by the beasts, leaving behind incomplete remains. Identifying the deceased was proving to be an enormous challenge. Yin Yiling nodded solemnly. Understood. Prioritize identifying the deceased and calculating the numbers. Send the injured to the hospital. I will coordinate with the Daxia royal family regarding compensation for the victims' families. With that, he walked to the edge of the cliff, gazing into the abyss below. In that moment, he seemed to age 10 years. If not for that young man, none of the 30,000 martial arts examinees would have survived today. Even so, over 10,000 families had been shattered beyond repair. These damned demons. Why can they never be fully eradicated? His thoughts drifted to the silver spear that stood tall within the black tide ruins. If that deity were still present, would the demons dare act so recklessly? He turned his gaze toward the mountaintop where the silver spear had been, only to find the spot completely empty. The silver spear, which had stood there for millennia, had vanished. Meanwhile, in a residential district of Guangling City, located in the Luoyang province, a long-legged girl unlocked the door to her apartment. Gu Xiaoyu peeked inside cautiously, confirming that no one was home. Her delicate nose wrinkled in annoyance. That lousy brother of mine took the family's money and ran off to mess around. Hasn't come home in days. Tomorrow's the martial arts entrance exam, and he can't even come back early to prepare after paying his respects. And Dad's no better hasn't been home in days either. What on earth are they up to? Having just returned from her part-time job, Gu Xiaoyu was both exhausted and thirsty. She poured herself a glass of water while turning on the TV to catch the news. The voice of the female news anchor froze her in place. Today, a large number of demons invaded the borders of Daxia. The Black Tide ruins, located in Guangling City, came under attack. Students participating in the Daxia martial arts entrance exam were caught in the assault during a memorial ceremony. Fortunately, the newly appointed officer of the Guangling City Demon Tribunal arrived in time, slaying all the demons and minimizing casualties. However, among the 30,000 students present in Guangling City, the death toll has already surpassed 10,000. A detailed list of names will be released upon completion of the investigation. A buzzing noise filled Gu Xiaoyu's head, and her face turned ashen. The glass of water slipped from her hand, shattering into pieces on the floor. The Black Tide ruins, that was where her brother had gone to pay his respects today. She felt the world spinning around her, barely able to stand. The words, death, and 10,000 students echoed endlessly in her mind. After sitting on the sofa for a moment to regain her composure, she grabbed her keys, locked the door, and ran toward the hospital in a daze. After an indeterminate amount of time, within the Hall of Deities, Qingchen slowly opened his eyes. 2 divine figures floated in the air, exuding an aura of unassailable majesty. General Zilong, the might of Longdan is truly terrifying, Qingchen said, his complexion pale as paper, a faint, bitter smile tugging at his lips. While executing the absolute shadow spear technique, he had tapped into the spatial power of the weapon, unaware that Longdan, as the spear of destiny, was unrelated to spatial forces. It was merely the inability of this realm to withstand Longdan's presence that caused space to collapse wherever the spear pointed. This explained why he initially mistook Longdan for a spatial divine weapon. Had Zhao Zilong not shielded him with a strand of silver light in time, Even his physical body might have disintegrated along with the collapsing space. Zhao Zilong nodded slightly, his expression solemn. Master of the Hall, this spear must be wielded with utmost caution before reaching the Marquis realm. Unless your life is in grave danger, refrain from using it lightly. Though Longden has recognized you as its master, until you ascend to true divinity, every use of a law-bound divine weapon will exact a toll on your physical form. At best, you may temporarily lose sensation. At worst, you could be paralyzed for years. Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement, having already prepared himself for these consequences. Standing beside Zhao Zilong, a middle-aged man with a gentle smile spoke up. General Zhao, since this young man named Gu has passed the trial, it is time for him to enter the true Hall of Deities. The true Hall of Deities? Qingchen asked, looking around in confusion. Isn't this already the Hall of Deities? It should be so, Zhao Zilong replied with a faint smile. Then, both divine figures bowed respectfully toward the grand hall ahead. Peach Blossom Sword God, Silver Dragon Spear God, humbly request permission for the trial taker Qingchen to step into the hall. A deafening roar of thunder echoed, and a commanding voice boomed from above the hall. Having passed the trials of 2 deities, permission granted to enter the hall. Golden light descended from the heavens as 2 massive doors, inscribed with enigmatic patterns, swung open behind Qingchen. Meanwhile, on the streets of Guangling City, Gu Xiaoyu was running frantically. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes red, and her face etched with fear and anxiety. She searched hospital after hospital, floor after floor, desperately looking for her brother. The hospitals were unusually crowded today, the floors smeared with blood and footprints. The hallways were packed with injured students, groaning in pain as they waited to have their wounds treated. Her calls still went unanswered, and she could find no trace of Qingchen. As night fell, Gu Xiaoyu finally crouched under a street lamp, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Despair and sorrow enveloped her as a haunting voice echoed in her mind. Your brother, the one you've relied on all your life, is dead. From now on, you're all alone. She didn't notice the dark energy seeping from a manhole nearby, accompanied by sinister laughter. Just as the demonic aura was about to erupt, a colossal eye suddenly opened in the sky above. Whatever lurked beneath the manhole was crushed into dust by an overwhelming pressure before it could even let out a scream. The entire process was eerily silent. At the other end of the street, a disheveled drunkard slumped against the curb, muttering to himself. You vermin have gotten too used to running wild, thinking you could hide from me. You even dared to target my daughter. He took another swig from his bottle and chuckled smugly. Looks like the mental fortitude training I put the kids through paid off. Even under such a blow, Xiaoyu's martial heart remained so resilient. The man glanced at the crying Gu Xiaoyu and finally softened. Fine, they'll give her a hint. It's less hassle than fixing her martial heart if it shatters. With a flick of his finger, the LED billboard across from Gu Xiaoyu suddenly lit up, displaying an advertisement for Guangling City's first martial arts hospital. It was the most prestigious hospital in the city, catering exclusively to martial arts practitioners. Gu Xiaoyu froze, wiping her tears as her fingers intertwined, hesitation clouding her expression. Running towards the hospital, Gu Xiaoyu clung to her last shred of hope. 20 minutes later, she stopped, panting heavily, at the entrance of Guangling City's #1 martial arts hospital. Unlike the chaos of other hospitals, this one, though busy, was orderly and well-organized. Gu Xiaoyu approached the reception desk cautiously and asked, "Excuse me, nurse, do you have a patient named Qingchen here?" The nurse on duty glanced at her briefly, her tone tinged with impatience. "Of course we do. Why even ask?" Hearing the confirmation, a glimmer of hope lit up Gu Xiaoyu's eyes. "Nurse, I'm Qingchen's younger sister. Could you tell me which room he's in?" The nurse shook her head, her tone growing even more impatient. "Another sister? Huh? How many sisters in school uniforms have we had today?" She pointed towards a corner of the hospital. "Go see for yourself over there." Following the direction of the nurse's finger, Gu Xiaoyu looked over and saw a pile of colorful flowers stacked into what resembled a small mountain. The nurse continued, "Governor Luo has already ordered that attendant Gu, due to severe mental exhaustion, must rest completely for the next few days. No media or self-proclaimed friends are allowed to visit, only immediate family. So, sister, you'd better leave on your own." Gu Xiaoyu stood there, bewildered and confused. Why were so many people sending flowers to her brother? Sure, Qingchen was good-looking, but this had never happened before. And who was this attendant Gu? Could it just be someone with the same name? Still, since she'd come all this way, she decided to persist. "But I really am Qingchen's sister." The nurse's patience snapped. She grabbed the phone at the desk and dialed a number. "Governor Luo, there's someone at the front desk claiming to be attendant Gu's sister. No matter what I say, she won't leave. I'll let you handle it." With that, she handed the phone to Gu Xiaoyu. a look of amusement on her face. The thought of speaking directly to Guangling City's highest-ranking official made Gu Xiaoyu's heart race. Feeling both nervous and out of her depth, she mustered her courage and stammered, "Hello, Governor Luo. I just want to see my brother, Gu Qingchen. Is that okay?" "Oh, what's your name?" came the calm voice on the other end. I'm Gu Xiaoyu." There was a brief silence on the line, followed by the sound of muffled voices, as if someone was conferring in the background. Then, Luo Tianheng's warm voice returned. "Ah, so it's Xiaoyu. Wait there for a moment. I'll come down to meet you personally." "What?" The governor of Guangling City was coming down to meet her in person? Gu Xiaoyu stood frozen in place, her mind buzzing in shock. She couldn't make sense of what was happening. Seeing the call abruptly end, Gu Xiaoyu stood frozen in the hospital lobby, momentarily unable to process what had just happened. Beside her, a nurse looked on with a smug expression, clearly enjoying her discomfort. "Girl, I told you it wouldn't work, but you insisted on pestering Steward Gu. Now you've been scolded, haven't you? I've seen plenty like you before. Don't embarrass yourself next time. Just leave," the nurse said, standing up, ready to shoo her away. At that moment, the elevator doors opened slowly, and out stepped a burly, middle-aged man with flaming red hair. His gaze swept across the lobby before settling on Gu Xiaoyu. "You must be Xiaoyu, right?" The man approached the young girl, his face softening into a warm smile. Both Gu Xiaoyu and the nurse froze in shock. It suddenly dawned on Gu Xiaoyu that the man before her was none other than Luo Tianheng, the highest authority in Guangling City and a renowned master-level cultivator. She quickly bowed her head, her voice trembling with a hint of fear. "Good day, Governor Luo." Luo Tianheng's smile grew even kinder. He instinctively reached out to pat the girl's head, but thought better of it and withdrew his hand. "Oh, come on now. We're all family here. Such formalities feel too distant." As he spoke, he gently helped Gu Xiaoyu straighten up. "If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Luo." "Family?" Gu Xiaoyu's head shot up, her face full of confusion as she stared at Luo Tianheng. Not only had this powerful figure come to meet her in person, but now he was also claiming they were family. She was utterly baffled. Behind her, the nurse's pupils shrank, her gaze toward Gu Xiaoyu now filled with disbelief. Could this girl really be a relative of the governor? "Governor Luo, Gu Xiaoyu began, intending to ask for clarification, but Luo Tianheng interrupted her. "Come on, you wanted to see your brother, didn't you? He's fine, just unconscious for now. I'll take you to him." The moment Gu Xiaoyu heard news about her brother Gu Qingchen, her eyes lit up and all her doubts vanished. She eagerly followed Luo Tianheng into the elevator. Left behind at the reception desk, the nurse trembled with regret. So this girl really was Steward Gus' sister? She had just missed her chance to make a connection. Her face was a mask of remorse. Inside the elevator, Gu Xiaoyu asked anxiously, "Governor Luo, is my brother seriously injured? How is he now?" Before Luo Tianheng could answer, the elevator stopped on the 5th floor. Through the glass window of a hospital room, Gu Xiaoyu saw a pale but stunningly handsome young man lying quietly on the bed. Beside him sat a breathtakingly beautiful girl, her head resting on the edge of the bed. Normally, Gu Xiaoyu would have been curious about such a scene, but right now, all she felt was relief. Her eyes reddened as the weight in her heart finally lifted. She wanted to push the door open but hesitated, afraid of disturbing her brother's rest. In the end, she decided against it. Sitting on a bench outside the room was Yin Yiling, who glanced at the unexpected visitor. His eyes gleamed with interest. This young lady must be Gus' sister, he thought. Her martial foundation is solid, with spiritual energy radiating from her qi. Her path in martial arts is wide open. What a rare talent, he sighed inwardly. How is this entire family so gifted? Though she's not as monstrous as Gu Qingchen, her potential places her among the top prodigies in all of Daxia. With that thought, Yin Yiling smiled and spoke up. "Young lady, I'm Yin Yiling, the chief of the Demon Tribunal. You can call me Uncle Yin, like your brother does." The chief of the Demon Tribunal? Gu Xiaoyu turned to look, instantly recognizing the face she had often seen on television. Her head spun, and everything around her suddenly felt surreal. The chief of the Demon Tribunal, a supreme-level powerhouse on par with the 7 sovereign swaz sitting outside her brother's hospital room? A terrible thought struck her. Could her brother have accidentally killed someone important in the Black Tide ruins, and now these powerful figures were here to interrogate him when he woke up? Chief Yin, what exactly did my brother do?" Gu Xiaoyu asked nervously. Yin Yiling was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, you're quite amusing, young lady." After his laughter subsided, he grew serious. "Your brother didn't do anything wrong. On the contrary, he performed an incredible service for Daxia and Guangling. He single-handedly killed over 100,000 demons and saved nearly 20,000 martial arts high school students. Not only that, but he also defeated a half-step marquis-level demon cultivator and an immensely powerful supreme-level demon beast. Gu Xiaoyu blinked her wide eyes, glancing back and forth between Luo Tianheng and Yin Yiling, her face full of disbelief. You're joking, right? She seemed to be saying. As his sister, she knew her brother all too well. Weak martial talent, no awakened blessings, and recently, a streak of self-destructive behavior that had her at her wits' end. A guy like that, killing 100,000 demons? Defeating a supreme-level demon beast? It didn't add up at all. But recalling the nurse's reaction and considering the status of the men before her, she realized they wouldn't lie to her. Slowly, she turned her gaze toward the hospital bed where Qingchen lay. Her mouth fell open in shock. At this moment, her once familiar brother felt like a complete stranger, and the world itself seemed absurdly unreal. Within the Divine Spirit Hall, two massive doors adorned with intricate patterns and glowing with golden light slowly opened before Qingchen. What unfolded before him was a magnificent and grand architectural complex. The main hall stood tall and imposing at the forefront, with 7 other halls arranged in an orderly fashion behind it. 5 of these halls were shrouded in dense, mysterious mist, while the remaining 2 had distinct characteristics. One was adorned with swirling peach blossoms, exuding a breathtaking beauty tinged with an air of lethal intent. The other was illuminated by an eternal setting sun, with curling wisps of azure smoke emanating a sense of vibrant vitality. The entire Divine Spirit Hall was saturated with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Purple chi flowed from the east, golden light blanketed the ground, and the sheer intensity of the energy seemed as though it might engulf Qingchen entirely. 2 divine spirits. What is this? Qingchen asked in confusion. Zhao Zilong bowed slightly and explained, Master of the Hall, what you have been residing in all this time was merely the outer hall. This is the inner sanctum of the Divine Spirit Hall. Whatever lies within, you will discover it for yourself once you enter. Qingchen nodded and proceeded along the path, soon arriving before the grand main hall, which was encircled by golden dragons. Zhao Zilong added, Master of the Hall, the main hall has been opened for you. You may enter and explore. The moment Qingchen stepped into the main hall, an even denser spiritual energy rushed toward him, almost tangible enough to form droplets. A mechanical voice echoed, Divine Spirit Hall's main hall activated. Hall Master's martial Dao panel has been automatically opened. Immediately, a beam of light coalesced before Qingchen, forming a virtual panel. Current Hall Master, Qingchen. Martial Dao Realm, Nascent Completion, Stage 2. Master Dao Rhythms. Slaughter God Sword Dao Mastery, 60. Shadowless Spear Dao Mastery, 20. Law Weapon, Dragon Gallant Silver Spear. Dao Rhythm Points, 8. Divine Spirit Trials completed, 27. Leaving the spiritually charged main hall, Qingchen continued his journey. Passing by the Peach Blossom Hall, he noticed the Peach Blossom Sword God leisurely drinking wine and offering him a warm smile. Moving further ahead, the scene abruptly changed. The resplendent golden structures gave way to a desolate wasteland of ruins. At the entrance of this wasteland, a massive green stone bore the words Tomb of the Divine Spirits, carved in bold, flowing strokes. As Qingchen approached, an unprecedented sense of oppression descended upon him, far more intense than when he had faced the sky-splitting demon god. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. Zhao Zilong raised a hand to shield him from the overwhelming ancient aura and explained, Master of the Hall, this is where all the divine spirits of the great Xia who have passed away are laid to rest. Some of their divine abilities and spells are preserved here as well. Once this area becomes accessible, you can enter for training and inherit their legacies. However, acquiring these divine abilities requires an exchange of Dao Rhythm points. Without such an exchange, the very essence of the divine spirits will completely dissipate. Dao Rhythm points? Qingchen asked, puzzled by the value displayed on his panel. Every time you comprehend a layer of Dao Rhythm, you earn 1 Dao Rhythm point, Zhao Zilong explained. Understanding dawned on Qingchen. No wonder he had 8.6 from the Slaughter God Sword Dao and 2 from the Shadowless Spear Dao. However, the Tomb of the Divine Spirits was still shrouded in mist, rendering it inaccessible for now. Continuing along the path, he finally arrived at the last great hall. Within it loomed the shadow of a fearsome dragon. The space was filled with fine grains of yellow sand, and an eternal setting sun hung suspended above the hall, casting an air of desolation over the entire scene. Master of the Shrine, this is my divine sanctuary, Zhao Zilong said with a gentle smile. If you ever have questions or wish to refine your Dao resonance, feel free to come find me here anytime. Qingchen nodded in agreement and continued forward. Ahead of him stood the 3rd divine shrine, the next one he was destined to unlock. A dense mist enveloped the grand structure, obscuring the true visage of the deity within. He couldn't help but ponder who would be the next god to test him. Taking a deep breath, Qingchen reached out and lightly touched the mist. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears. The next deity will be unlocked 24 hours after the master of the shrine's mental energy has fully recovered. At that time, a trial will be issued. As the voice faded, the scene before him suddenly twisted and spun. Darkness overtook him once more, and he fell into unconsciousness. It was unclear how much time had passed when Qingchen slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a pristine white ceiling, with the warm glow of the setting sun streaming in through the window. Back in the hospital again, he thought. Just as he was about to sit up, he felt a weight on his chest. Looking down, he found Luo Yuling's stunning face resting against him. She lay there like a delicate kitten, her head nestled on his chest. The golden rays of the sunset outlined her near-perfect profile, giving her an ethereal glow. Her long lashes quivered slightly in the light, adding a touch of liveliness to her serene beauty. Qingchen couldn't help but be mesmerized. Perhaps sensing the quickening of his heartbeat, Luo Yuling slowly opened her eyes. A trace of drowsiness lingered in her cool, clear gaze, mingling with a subtle, languid charm. In that moment, as their eyes met, an unspoken emotion seemed to flow between them. Yuling, do you remember the promise you made at the Black Tide ruins? You said if I came back alive, you would. Qingchen's voice trembled slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he stared at the girl before him in quiet anticipation. A faint blush spread across Luo Yuling's cheeks, but she didn't shy away. Instead, she nodded gently, her clear eyes meeting Qingchen's with unwavering sincerity. Slowly, she leaned closer to him. The last rays of sunlight began to fade, the massive sun sinking below the horizon. The fiery hues of the clouds gradually dimmed, but in the deepening twilight, Luo Yuling's eyes seemed to shine even brighter. Beneath the setting sun, two shadows inched closer together. Qingchen felt his heart pounding like never before, his blood rushing to his head. At that moment, a deliberate cough came from the doorway. Ahem. Am I interrupting something? You two lovebirds are both awake? Huh? Yin Yiling stood at the door, arms crossed, a teasing tone in his voice. Luo Yuling's cheeks instantly turned crimson at the sound. She hurriedly let go of her hands and moved aside, flustered. Even Qingchen looked awkward, his expression betraying his discomfort. Glancing at the grinning Yin Yiling at the door, he clenched his fists, veins bulging slightly on his forehead. With a hint of mockery in his tone, he said, Uncle Yin, if I could beat you right now, I'd definitely give you a good thrashing. Haha. Yin Yiling laughed heartily. It wasn't intentional, I swear. Besides, he gestured towards the hospital window. Do you want to be tomorrow's headline in Guangling City? Qingchen frowned in confusion and turned to look. Across the street stood a towering building, dozens of stories high. Narrowing his eyes, golden light flared in his pupils as he focused. What he saw made his heart sink. On nearly every balcony, there were people with cameras, their lenses trained on his hospital bed. As he looked back, countless flashes went off simultaneously, forcing him to cover his face instinctively. What the? Uncle Yin, what's going on? What are these people doing? Don't you get it yet? Yin Yiling chuckled. Ever since you returned from the Black Tide ruins, you've become the darling of the media. These folks have been camping here, waiting for you to wake up. Luo Yuling quickly drew the curtains shut, and Qingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shaking his head in exasperation, he muttered, I don't understand what's so interesting about me. A young man single-handedly taking down 100,000 demons and saving tens of thousands of students? If I saw a headline like that, I'd want to click and see what the hero looks like too, Yin Yiling said, his tone growing more serious. Gu, how's your recovery going? Qingchen took a deep breath and nodded. Nothing serious, just the usual mental exhaustion. A bit of rest and it'll be fine. He rubbed his aching forehead, realizing his mental energy hadn't fully recovered. Even the trial of the third deity remained beyond his reach. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression changed. Wait, how long was I out? What about the martial arts college entrance exam? Relax, Yin Yiling interrupted. Because of the heavy casualties in Guangling City, the national martial arts exam has been postponed by 10 days. Today marks the 7th day since the demon invasion, so you still have 2 days before the exam. He continued, besides, you don't need to take the exam anymore. Both Qingchen and Luo Yuling froze in surprise. Yin Yiling explained, after news of your achievement spread, both Longda University and Deity University sent you direct admission offers. You just need to pick one. If it weren't for your com and me holding them back, the presidents of both schools would have come personally to recruit you. Qingchen stared blankly for a moment before turning to Luo Yuling. Noticing her anxious gaze, he was about to tease her when her cool, delicate hand slipped into his. A radiant smile spread across his face as he said, Uncle Yin, please let the president of Deity know sorry, but I'm choosing Longda. Yin Yiling raised an eyebrow in surprise. Longda? Alright, that works. If you're in Longdu, I can keep an eye on you. Still, I thought you'd pick Deity closer to Guangling, just a 2-hour flight. Longda, on the other hand, is over 10 hours away. Going home won't be so easy. His gaze shifted to their intertwined hands, and with a knowing look, he added with a smirk, if the president of Deity finds out he lost to a girl, I wonder how he'll react. The young couple exchanged smiles, their faces lighting up with joy. Yin Yiling chuckled and continued, oh, one more thing. According to the rules of the Demon Tribunal, saving tens of thousands of martial arts students and stopping a demon invasion is an extraordinary merit. You qualify for a special promotion. Since you'll be studying in Longdu, you'll take up the position of governor there. The position of governor ranked above that of an executor, overseeing an entire provincial par with the authority of a provincial administrator in the Great Xia dynasty. Though Longdu was technically a city, as the capital, it enjoyed the same status as a province. Qingchen nodded nonchalantly. All right, I'll leave it to you, Uncle Yin. He didn't care much about titles or authority in the world of martial arts, strength was all that mattered. Just then, there was a stir at the door. A tall, long-legged girl cautiously peeked inside. Seeing that Qingchen was awake, she hesitated for a moment before stepping into the room. Her face carried a mix of unfamiliarity and trepidation. After all, the brother before her was no longer the same. This was the man who had single-handedly slain over 100,000 demons and even killed the demon clan's leader. To her, he now seemed like a stranger. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Slept for a few days, and now you don't recognize me? Qingchen chuckled as he ruffled his sister's hair. Then, without warning, he gave her a firm knock on the head, so hard that the two people nearby were left staring in shock. Qingchen, how many times have I told you not to hit my head? Gu Xiaoyu flared up instantly, her temper rising like a little wildcat ready to pounce. She raised her hands, claws metaphorically out, and charged toward her brother. However, a gentle yet firm sword aura blocked her path, making it impossible for her to get close to him no matter how hard she tried. Frustrated and out of options, she turned and ran to Luo Yuling, grabbing her arm with a pitiful expression. Sister-in-law, look at how my brother is bullying me. You have to stand up for me. Promise me you'll help teach him a lesson from now on. Hearing the term, sister-in-law, Luo Yuling's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't correct her. Sister-in-law, say something. Scold him a little, at least. Gu Xiaoyu pouted, growing more anxious as Luo Yuling remained silent, her face still red. After a moment of thought, Luo Yuling looked down and said earnestly, I don't think I can. I'm supposed to be on your brother's side. Her words prompted a stunned silence in the room before everyone burst into laughter. Everyone, that is, except Gu Xiaoyu, who stood frozen, feeling as though the entire world had abandoned her. Meanwhile, in the luxurious mansion of the Tsang family, the leaders of the 12 earthly generals gathered in Longdu, the capital of the Daxia kingdom. Several middle-aged men were sipping wine, exchanging pleasantries as they toasted one another. After a few rounds of drinks, a burly man with a face full of scars spoke up. Old Song, are you sure you can secure those Gaokao spots in Guangling City? The lean and composed Old Song chuckled, exuding confidence. Of course. Otherwise, why would I waste everyone's time? Recently, Guangling suffered a demon invasion, with over 10,000 students killed. That means over 10,000 Gaokao spots are now vacant. To compensate for Guangling's losses, the admission cutoff will undoubtedly be lowered this year. The exam has only been delayed by 10 days, and by then, the identities of those missing students won't even be verified. All we need to do is report a missing person's identity, and we can have our candidates take the test in Guangling. Once they're admitted to Longdu University, it'll be easy to switch back to their original identities with your connections. The men nodded in agreement, though a man in a tailored suit still seemed hesitant. But how can you guarantee this will work? The examiners are enforcers from the Demon Judgment Bureau. If they investigate, not only will the Guangling plan fall apart, but the Longdu qualifications could be revoked as well. Old Joe, isn't your kid a genius? Already at the martial artist stage, and you still want him to go to Guangling? The burly man, Old Wang, asked in surprise. The man in the suit snorted. There are too many prodigies in Longdu. It's better to compete in a less crowded place. As long as he ranks high locally, he can choose any program he wants at Longdu University. Old Tsang smirked, exuding an air of certainty. That's exactly the point. One of the examiners from Longdu assigned to Guangling happens to be an old acquaintance of mine. The room lit up with understanding, and the men nodded in approval. Each province's martial arts Gaokao was monitored by enforcers or governors from other provinces' demon judgment bureaus. With an insider, identity verification would be a non-issue. Old Tsang then summoned a burly man. This is Tsang Jiyun, a member of the Tsang family's branch line. He'll lead the team to escort the kids to Guangling. On the flight to Guangling, a group of trendy-looking teenagers sat in the economy class. A boy in a white hoodie complained loudly, "Why are we stuck in economy class? This place is unbearable." "Apologies, young Master Tsang," a staff member replied respectfully. Time was tight, and the first-class seats were already fully booked. Song Ji-yoon stood to the side, respectfully explaining the situation. As a member of a branch family of the Song clan, the family head had promised that if he successfully completed this mission, his family's standing within the main lineage would be elevated. This left him with no choice but to do everything in his power to serve this young master of the Song family. So what? 10 whole hours, and am expected to sit in this dump? Stuck with these lowlifes? The sharp voice of the boy in white echoed through the cabin. The surrounding passengers, though visibly irritated and disgusted, didn't dare to speak up. They had just overheard from nearby conversations that this arrogant boy's last name was Song, and the ruling family of the 12 earthly generals bore the same surname. Judging by his sheer arrogance, it was highly likely he was a direct descendant of the Song family, someone far beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. Enough already. If you want to live in comfort, go back home. Don't forget why we're here. A boy with a fierce expression finally snapped, his tone laced with impatience. The boy in white immediately fell silent at his words. This fierce-looking boy was named Zhou Konghan, the most skilled among them, having reached the second level of martial cultivation. Even if he didn't head to Guangling to take the college entrance exams, he had a strong chance of being admitted to Longdu University. Once we finish the exams in Guangling and make it into Longdu University, you useless lot won't disgrace the family, and you'll naturally have your time to enjoy yourselves, Zhou Konghan said coldly. TCH, Guangling is such a small place. How many people there could possibly compete with us? A girl behind him retorted instantly. Exactly. We might not rank among the top prodigies in Longdu, but going to some tiny place like Guangling is just like stomping on ants. Another girl in blue chimed in. And with that disaster that killed 10,000 people in Guangling, the admission line for Longdu University this year is probably only at the 6th level of Qi. It's practically a free pass. Seeing that the argument was about to escalate, Song Ji-yoon quickly stepped in to mediate. Let's not get too overconfident. Guangling may be small, but it doesn't mean there aren't hidden talents. Rumor has it that the one who annihilated tens of thousands of demon soldiers is a high school student from Guangling who's taking the exams this year. Zhou Konghan let out a disdainful snort. Do you really believe that? A mere student pulling off something like that? It's obviously just a rumor. Most likely, some powerful figure stepped in behind the scenes. His expression grew even more self-assured. I don't care what you useless lot think. As far as I'm concerned, now that I'm here, the top spot in this small town is as good as mine. In a hospital room at Guangling City's first martial arts hospital, Luo Yuling sat carefully by the bedside, holding a steaming bowl of silver broth, feeding it to Qingchen. Yuli, I've told you already, it's just a spiritual injury, nothing serious, Qingchen said helplessly, though he still obediently opened his mouth to take the medicine. The college entrance exams are about to start. You should be preparing for them, Qingchen said as he grabbed the bowl and quickly finished the rest of the broth in a few gulps. Don't end up not getting into Long University. That's not going to happen, Luo Yuling replied with a confident smile. Qingchen smiled back. Indeed, with Luo Yuling's extraordinary talent reaching the transcendent realm at just 17 or 18, she could easily choose any major at Long University. Not to mention, this year Guangling had opened up 10,000 additional spots, and the admission threshold might not even require being in the warrior realm. Go to the exam hall now, don't be late, Qingchen said, gently patting her on the head. I need to go meet Uncle Yin. He's heading back to Longdu tomorrow. He's about to break through to the martial god realm, and I need to help him comprehend the Tao rhythms. Meanwhile, outside the Guangling City Demon Tribunal, a large crowd had gathered to watch. Their eyes were fixed on a man standing at the entrance, wearing a crimson mask and exuding a terrifying aura. Yin Yiling. The crowd was both excited and fearful, keeping a safe distance. That's Chief Yin, who stands on par with the 7 sovereigns. Is this the aura of a supreme realm powerhouse? I heard he's personally slain over 10,000 demons. He's truly the guardian god of Daxia. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing steadily in front of Yin Yiling. Xiaogu, how's your recovery? Yin Yiling asked with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Yin. My spiritual strength has mostly recovered, Qingchen replied, dusting off his sleeves. The two of them entered the trial arena, where the sounds of intense combat soon echoed, stirring more chatter among the onlookers outside. Inside the arena, Yin Yiling was astonished to find that even with his cultivation level suppressed, this young man fighting with his eyes closed was faintly gaining the upper hand in martial technique. Just picked up a few moves from the internet. Nothing worth mentioning, Qingchen said humbly. When Qingchen prepared to showcase the Peach Blossom Tao rhythm, Yin Yiling requested to see a different Tao rhythm instead. Qingchen nodded in agreement, extending his right index finger to trace a circle in the air. As the final stroke was completed, the simple circle transformed into a bleak and decaying sunset. Yin Yiling's pupils reflected sheer disbelief and shock at the sight. The setting sun whirled rapidly behind Qingchen, an overwhelming sense of desolation instantly engulfing the entire space. In that moment, It felt as though all existence would perish alongside the descending sun. Behind it, bizarre phenomena unfolded. Endless ripples of Tao energy swirled around Qingchen, yet they appeared somewhat unstable. Yin Yiling's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, Qingchen's finger traced lightly through the air, and the descending sun surged toward him with a terrifying gravitational force. As the sun approached, Yin Yiling could almost see himself being devoured by its power. With a furious roar, his cultivation erupted, reaching the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the air as the walls of the demon tribunal were blasted apart, leaving a massive gaping hole. Yin Yiling was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the crowd gathered outside the tribunal. Covered in dust and debris, he looked utterly disheveled. The onlookers were stunned into silence, their faces frozen in shock. "Uncle Yin, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Qingchen asked with a feigned look of concern, standing at the trial grounds breach. The crowd was even more astonished. Yin Yiling, a supreme martial sovereign, had been reduced to such a state by someone who appeared to be a mere high school student? A chill crept into the hearts of everyone present. The terrifying strength of this young enforcer finally made them understand how he had managed to single-handedly slaughter 100,000 demons. Yin Yiling froze for a moment before quickly getting to his feet. In a flash, he returned to the trial ground. "Come on, let's move to another training field," he grumbled, dragging Qingchen to an intact area. Dusting himself off, his face darkened as he asked, "Gu, be honest. Are you still holding a grudge over me interrupting your little lovebirds moment the other day?" Comprehending Tao energy only requires releasing a trace of its aura. There's no need to actually fight to understand it. "Uncle Yin, how could I hold a grudge?" Qingchen replied with an innocent smile, his eyes clear and sincere. "This is just the Tao energy I recently comprehended. My control over it isn't perfect yet, so it accidentally went a bit out of control. How about I release it again? I promise it'll be fine this time." Yin Yiling eyed him suspiciously, then sighed in resignation. "Forget it. I can sense that your Tao energy differs from the path I walk. Show me another one instead." Hearing this, Qingchen's expression turned slightly regretful, but his hands didn't stop moving. A peach blossom branch materialized in his grip, and with a light thrust toward the heavens, a sea of blood erupted like a tidal wave. The overwhelming killing intent swept across the space, drowning it in a crimson flood. Within the blood sea, the eyes of fallen gods and demons snapped open. Above the sea, a peach tree, not yet fully grown, stood tall. Its branches bore a sparse scattering of buds, exuding an air of lethal majesty. This phenomenon was the result of Qingchen advancing his slaughtering sword Tao from 40% to 60% mastery. He knew that when his sword Tao reached perfection, the peach tree would bloom in full glory, with each petal wielding the power to annihilate immortals. Yin Yiling was shaken to his core. This Tao energy was far more potent than when he had first encountered it. The peach tree, though not yet in full bloom, instilled a deep sense of dread even in someone of his supreme realm pinnacle. What was even more astonishing was the young man's precise control over the Tao energy, containing it entirely within the training field without spilling a trace into the outside world. Taking a deep breath, Yin Yiling stepped into the blood sea. Instantly, his mental sea trembled violently, as if something within was about to break free. Half a minute later, the phenomenon dissipated, and Yin Yiling exhaled in relief. Under the influence of Qingchen's Tao energy, his understanding of his own path had significantly deepened. Ascending to the martial god realm was now within reach. Ha, ha, ha. Thanks, Gu. When you make it to Lengdu, Uncle Yin will make sure you can walk sideways if you want. He laughed heartily, clapping Qingchen on the shoulder. "I'm glad I could help, Uncle Yin." Qingchen smiled and glanced at his watch. "Well, it's time for me to head to the martial arts college entrance exam. It's already 9 in the morning. Wait, there's one more thing," Yin Yiling called out, stopping Qingchen just as he was about to leave. "Gu, do you remember the silver spear from the Black Tide ruins? That weapon couldn't be drawn even by martial gods. It must be a treasure beyond the heavenly tier. After the demon invasion, it vanished. Could it have been stolen by some remnants of the demon race?" "Oh, you mean Longdan? Of course, I know about it. That spear has already recognized me as its master," Qingchen replied with a nod. He raised his right hand, and to Yin Yiling's utter disbelief, a silver spear emitting a terrifying aura materialized in his grasp. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to change. Countless stars in the vast cosmos trembled, letting out mournful cries. "Put it away." Yin Yiling's expression changed drastically as he shouted in alarm. In the tribunal of demonic judgment, Yin Yiling's furious roar echoed through the vast hall. Qingchen froze at the sound, and the spear in his hand vanished instantly, along with the suffocating pressure it had emanated. Yin Yiling trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down his face like rain. His gaze was fixed on Qingchen, filled with shock and disbelief. The aura emanating from that spear was identical to the oppressive force he had felt during the Dragon City conference. The warning from the martial god replayed in his Minda Law divine weapon. This spear, which had stood for millennia in the Black Tide ruins, was a law divine weapon so fearsome that even the martial god had dreaded it. And now, it had chosen Qingchen as its master. Seeing the astonishment in Yin Yiling's eyes, Qingchen instinctively shrank back, shivering slightly. Yin Yiling took a deep breath, walked forward, and placed a heavy hand on Qingchen's shoulder. His expression was more serious than ever. Xiao Gu, when you arrive in Dragon City, never risk this spear in public unless your life is in immediate danger. But Uncle Yin, I've already used it in front of tens of thousands of students, Qingchen replied, stunned. Those were just students. They don't understand what a law divine weapon is, and the news won't spread. But Dragon City is full of powerful figures. The moment this spear's aura is revealed, it will be recognized, and countless entities will set their sights on you. But even if they know, what can they do? Qingchen asked in confusion. The high-ranking officials of Decia are well aware of our current situation. He quickly sifted through his memories. Decia was surrounded on all sides, besieged by countless races, confined like prisoners to a small corner of Blue Star. If not for the last deity sacrificing themselves centuries ago to merge with the river of Mother Earth, humanity might have already been wiped out. In such dire circumstances, would they really have the energy to fight amongst themselves? Suddenly, countless details connected in Qingchen's mind. The day before the college entrance exams, the top-tier summit had just concluded, and the demonic clans had launched an invasion on Decia. Could it be? He looked up abruptly, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Yin Yiling. That's right. Yin Yiling nodded, his tone grave. There are infiltrators from other races within the upper echelons of Decia, and not just one. Your primary mission when you arrive in Dragon City is to secretly identify them. Until these spies are eliminated, Decia will never know peace. As he spoke, Yin Yiling pulled out a red jade token engraved with the character for Governor and tossed it to Qingchen. This is the Dragon City Governor's identification. Possessing it is equivalent to the Governor himself being present. It's made from priceless red jade, so don't lose it. After the Martial Arts College entrance exams, come to Dragon City as soon as possible. On the sports field of Qingchen High School, the annual Martial Arts College entrance exams were underway, delayed by 10 days compared to previous years. As the largest school in Guangling City, Qingchen High School had long been the designated venue for the exams. The field was filled with testing equipment, and the examination was divided into two parts, a martial arts realm assessment and a combat test. Candidates of the same realm would compete on the combat stage for rankings, with admissions determined by regional quotas. For instance, Guangling typically had 20 slots for Dragon City University. Students in various school uniforms strolled across the field, their expressions varied. However, unlike previous years, a heavy atmosphere hung over the exam venue. Many had lost close friends in the Black Tide Ruins incident and now stood alone, taking the test without their companions. Amid this oppressive mood, one spot stood out. In the testing area, a girl wearing the Qingchen High School uniform stood in the middle of the line. Her features were exquisitely perfect, and an aura of distant coldness surrounded her. This detached presence created an invisible boundary, keeping everyone within 2 meters from approaching. In front of the martial arts entrance exam queue, an elderly man with a hunched figure and white-streaked beard stood quietly beside a stunningly beautiful young girl. Around them, whispers buzzed from every direction, with many students unable to tear their gaze away from the striking girl. Who is she? She's way too gorgeous. When did our school have someone like her? She's on another level. She's absolutely breathtaking. All right, guys, I'm making my move. You do you. The girl, Luo Yuling, turned to the old man beside her, concern evident in her delicate features. Since the battle at the Black Tide Ruins, the old principal had been gravely injured, and it seemed as though he had aged 20 years overnight. Principal, your health? The old principal waved his hand dismissively, a serene smile on his face. It's nothing serious, just the loss of my cultivation. Surviving injuries like that is already a blessing. This is the perfect opportunity to retire early. Having nurtured talents like you and Qingchen, both S-level prodigies, I can say my teaching career has been worthwhile. As he spoke, he stroked his white beard and glanced around, his brows furrowing. By the way, where's that rascal Qingchen? Skipping an event as important as the martial arts entrance exam unbelievable. Don't be upset, Principal, Luo Yuling quickly explained. Uncle Yin needed to speak with Qingchen. He'll be here shortly. Uncle Yin? Yin Yiling? The war god of Daxia? The old principal's eyes widened in surprise, then he nodded thoughtfully. With Qingchen's abilities, it's no surprise someone like Yin Yiling would seek him out. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached from the distance. For young men, dressed in trendy outfits, swaggered over and rudely pushed aside four students standing in front of Luo Yuling. The displaced students were about to protest when one of the young men, wearing a white sweatshirt, pulled out four crisp 100 dasha currency bills. Sneering, he said, 100 each. Let us cut in line. Staring at the crisp 100 yuan bill in the hoodie-clad boy's hand, the group of students froze in place. Standing just behind him, Zhou Konghan frowned and sneered. Song Tao, trying to brush them off with $100? That's just pathetic. Song Tao immediately plastered on a sycophantic grin. Zhoga, these backwater mutts don't know any better. 100 is more than enough to make them scram. Who are you calling a mutt? One of the four students erupted in rage, stepping forward to grab Song Tao. But before his hand could reach, Zhou Konghan's fist smashed into his abdomen with brutal force. The boy crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. Zhou Konghan withdrew his fist, casting a cold, disdainful glance at him. Lowly scum. This isn't a negotiation. The surrounding crowd widened their eyes in shock, murmuring among themselves. That's chi energy leaking out of his co-rays at the martial artist level? In Guangling, that's way above the admission threshold for Longdu. No wonder he's so arrogant. He must be a prodigy groomed by some elite family. The remaining three students hesitated, fear evident on their faces. Gritting their teeth, they picked up the scattered money and helped their injured friend away. The principal let out a weary sigh. Scenes like this, where strength ruled over all, were all too familiar to him. He turned to gauge Luo Yuling's reaction, but to his surprise, she seemed completely uninterested in the commotion. Her gem-like eyes were fixed on the distance, shimmering with a sense of anticipation. At that moment, the lone girl among the four students stepped forward in line. She swiped her ID card, and the machine emitted a mechanical chime. Identity verified. Huang Sini, please proceed to the left for testing. Both the principal and Luo Yuling froze in astonishment. Huang Sini had been a student in the elite class of Qingchen High School, but she had perished in the black tide ruins, her very remains devoured by demonic creatures. The next girl stepped up and swiped her card. Again, the machine responded. Identity verified. Zhang Wenhua, please proceed to the right for testing. The principal's expression darkened. Zhang Wenhua had also been a student in the elite class and had similarly met her end in the ruins. This couldn't be a coincidence. These individuals were brazenly using the identities of the deceased to take the college entrance exam. Fueled by anger, the principal stepped forward and seized Song Tao by the shoulder. Who are you people? Impersonating others to take the exam? Do you have a death wish? Song Tao and Zhou Konghan exchanged a panicked glance, their unease flashing briefly in their eyes. If this were exposed, the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom would bar them from taking any exams for the next 3 years. Get your hands off me, old man. Song Tao snarled, his fist enveloped in energy as he aimed a strike at the principal's abdomen. The principal narrowly dodged the first blow, but the second came hurtling straight for his face. In that critical moment, Luo Yuling intervened. With a flick of her slender fingers, a metal chair from a distance whizzed through the air and smashed into Song Tao's head with a resounding crash. He let out a pained scream as he was sent flying, blood streaming down his face. Zhou Konghan stared at the scene in disbelief. Metal manipulation? That's an austere elemental blessing. Clenching his jaw, he quickly shouted, Examiner! Someone's attacking people in the examination grounds. Come deal with this. Moments later, a burly proctor, Song Jiyun, descended from above. His expression turned grim as his gaze fell on the injured Song Tao. Zhou Konghan wasted no time pointing at Luo Yuling. It was her. She's the one who attacked. Disqualify her from the exam. The crowd erupted in protest. They started it. This is absurd, blaming the victim. Silence. Song Jian's voice boomed like thunder, cutting through the noise. He turned to Luo Yuling, his tone heavy with authority. Regardless of who struck first, the fact remains. You injured someone. According to the martial arts examination regulations of the Great Xia Kingdom, you are hereby disqualified from this year's martial arts entrance exam. Song Jiyun cast a piercingly cold gaze at Luo Yuling. His tone was sharp and unyielding. Hand over your ID card. Your qualification as a candidate has been revoked. You may leave now. Luo Yuling's eyes hardened instantly, and she was about to speak when a hand reached out from behind her, stopping her in her tracks. The school principal, his hair streaked with gray, strode forward with an imposing presence. His eyes blazed like lightning as he addressed the monitor. Do you even know who she is, sir? And who might she be? Song Jiyun's brows furrowed slightly, his question hanging unfinished in the air. The principal stepped closer, his voice firm and resonant. Before you revoke her qualification, you'd better think twice. She is the daughter of Guangling City's governor. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in shock. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the onlookers. So she's the daughter of Governor Luo? No wonder she looked so familiar. They say Governor Luo's daughter is a rare beauty. and today proves the rumors true, not just that she's reportedly an S-class blessed. This examiner might have bitten off more than he can chew. Suspended in midair, Song Ji-yoon's pupils constricted as he reassessed the girls standing before him. His mind raced. Offending a city governor would indeed cause trouble, but in the grand scheme of things, a city-level official was insignificant compared to the powerful figures in Longdu. As long as he could curry favor with the young master of the Tsang family, his branch would surely rise to prominence within the main family. With this calculation in mind, Song Ji-yoon let out a derisive snort. Humph. So what if she's the governor's daughter? I, Song Ji-yoon, uphold the rules impartially. No matter who you are, breaking them comes with consequences. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances. The monitor's words seemed bold, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Luo Yuling was in the right. Why, then, was he so adamant about shielding those who had instigated the violence? They'll say this one last time, hand over your ID card. Song Ji-yoon barked, his voice laced with impatience. The principal's eyes blazed with fury. These individuals attacked her first, yet you turn a blind eye to their actions and instead revoke the qualification of someone acting in self-defense? Not to mention, they're impersonating a deceased student from our school. Song Jian's expression darkened as he turned toward Zhou Konghan. Is it true that your identities are forged? Zhou Konghan's lips curled into a sly smile. Dear examiner, we've lived in Guangling since childhood. Our identities can be verified anytime. Very well. They'll personally verify them later, Song Ji-yoon said dismissively before redirecting his focus to Luo Yuling. A surge of energy, shaped like a panther, stirred behind him. This is your final warning. Surrender your ID card, or I won't hesitate to take action, even against a student. Luo Yuling stepped forward, her lips curling into a cold smile. These people deliberately injured others and faked their identities. You saw it with your own eyes, yet you choose to protect them. Could it be that you're from the same place as they are? Her words sent a ripple through the crowd. People began whispering and speculating, with some already searching for information about the examiner's background. A flicker of panic flashed in Song Jian's eyes, quickly replaced by a murderous glint. How dare you? Speaking against an examiner is a crime that warrants double the punishment. He stepped forward, unleashing a burst of power from his cultivation at the Grand Ascension realm. The ground beneath him trembled as loose stones scattered. With a single punch, the air compressed so intensely that even sound seemed to vanish. Luo Yuling summoned the elemental forces of the 5 elements, forming a glowing pentagram behind her. But the overwhelming force bearing down on her left her face pale, her composed demeanor faltering. Just as the blow was about to connect, a figure streaked down from the heavens, intercepting the attack effortlessly with a mere wave of his hand. The devastating energy dissipated into nothingness. The young man descended gracefully, landing beside Luo Yuling. His expression softened as he gently patted her head. Yuling, are you all right? The girl shook her head, her icy expression melting into something far gentler. Pointing at Song Ji-yoon, she looked up at the young man with an almost pleading expression. Qingchen, he's being unreasonable. Can you teach him a lesson for me? Of course I can. Qingchen's voice was light as he smoothed her hair once more. But when he turned to face Song Ji-yoon, his demeanor shifted abruptly. His expression darkened, and a chilling aura began to emanate from him. The two stood facing each other, and Song Ji-yoon's heart sank abruptly. The young man standing midair before him was also at the Mahayana stage of cultivation. What shocked him even more was the youth's effortless demeanor when deflecting his attack. It was as if he had merely brushed away a falling leaf. And who might you be? Interfering with the martial arts examination is a serious crime in Xia. If you leave now. Before he could finish, the young man raised his hand. A terrifying force struck like lightning, landing squarely on Song Ji-yoon's face. With a thunderous crash, Song Ji-yoon was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily into the martial testing equipment. As the dust settled, his pitiful state was revealed. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices. His body lay limp on the ground like a beaten dog, his bones shattered, and his face was etched with disbelief. Where did this barking dog come from? Get lost. Qingchen spoke indifferently, casually flexing his wrist. The scene fell into a deathly silence. After a long pause, someone stammered, "Holy!" That single exclamation was like a spark igniting a fuse, and the crowd erupted. He dared to hit a proctor? And with just one slap, he sent the proctor flying. Wait a second. Isn't that the white-clad young hero from the Black Tide ruins? Countless eyes fixed on Qingchen, and camera flashes lit up like a storm. Meanwhile, Song Ji-yoon, still sprawled on the ground, trembled violently. Qingchen's youth who had reportedly slain 100,000 demons single-handedly. No wonder he couldn't even trace the trajectory of Gu's strike. Even if you're a prodigy, you must act within the laws of Xia. Song Ji-yoon struggled to his feet, his face twisted, and laughed maniacally. Qingchen, as a candidate in the martial arts examination, You maliciously attacked a proctor and disrupted the order of the examination. I hereby sentence you to be detained and interrogated by the demonic tribunal. With that, he pressed an emergency button with all his might. A piercing alarm sounded, and within moments, 3 more proctors arrived, slicing through the air. Seeing Song Ji-yoon's bloodied face, the 3 wore grim expressions. However, upon learning that a mere candidate was responsible, their faces turned incredulous. But when they heard that Qingchen possessed Mahayana-level cultivation, their expressions shifted to vigilance, and they prepared to act. Before they could make a move, Qingchen cast a cold glance their way. Instantly, the 3 felt a chill run down their spines, as if an icy blade had pierced their very souls. Though the boy held no sword, his entire being exuded the sharpness of an unsheathed blade, radiating an aura of overwhelming killing intent. Behind him, an invisible sea of blood seemed to rise. Is that Tao resonance? The 3 proctors turned pale, their clothes drenched in cold sweat. Comprehending Tao resonance at the Mahayana stage? Impossible. The surrounding students burst into a storm of indignation. How did someone like you even become a proctor? Accusing my savior of cheating? I'll quit this university before I let that slide. The 3 proctors exchanged uneasy glances, silently relieved they hadn't acted rashly. Qingchen took a step forward, his tone icy. As a proctor, you have harmed others maliciously and deliberately shielded and enabled cheating. I, Qingchen, hereby remove you from the demonic tribunal. You have 3 seconds to leave. Otherwise, I will destroy every meridian in your body. Song Ji-yoon burst into laughter. Ha ha, remove me? Who do you think you are? But his laughter froze when he noticed the blood-red jade in Qingchen's hand, one side engraved with a dragon, the other bearing the character for Inspector. His pupils contracted sharply, and a wave of terror surged through him. Now, who do you think I am? Qingchen said calmly. Oh, by the way, your 3 seconds are up. Song Ji-yoon's pupils suddenly widened as he stared at the crimson jade in the young man's hand. The intricate dragon pattern engraved on the token was unmistakable. It was the exclusive emblem of the governor of the Dragon City Tribunal for the Judgment of Demonic Forces. His heart skipped a beat. This seemingly ordinary candidate from Guangling City was actually their superior? Governor, sir, I didn't mean. Song Ji-yoon stammered, his voice trembling. Qingchen stepped forward, swinging the crimson jade token before his eyes, his tone icy cold. Examiner, weren't you just about to detain me? What's wrong now? Cat got your tongue? This is a misunderstanding. Song Ji-yoon stammered, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. But before he could finish, he was cut off. Qingchen raised his hand slightly, his voice sharp and bone-chilling. As a martial arts examiner, not only did you engage in favoritism and corruption, but you also dared to harm others. Someone like you doesn't deserve to oversee the martial arts entrance exams, let alone serve as a steward of the tribunal. Today, they'll sever your meridians, ensuring you'll never practice martial arts again in your lifetime. A fierce sword intent surged toward Song Ji-yoon, as if it sought to crush his very organs. Starting from his legs, his meridians shattered inch by inch. His cultivation at the grand completion stage was stripped away under the immense pressure. Amid his blood-curdling screams, he collapsed to the ground, blood mist erupting from his body. The students present erupted in cheers. Serves him right. That clown of an examiner finally got what he deserved. The other 3 stewards standing nearby felt as though they had fallen into an icy abyss, not daring to even breathe heavily. The murderous intent contained within that sword aura left them paralyzed with fear, silently thanking their stars that they hadn't acted recklessly. As Song Ji-yoon's screams gradually weakened, Qingchen's gaze shifted to Zhou Konghan. Feeling the sharpness of that stare, Zhou Konghan forced himself to stand tall, suppressing his fear as he said, Governor, I am a son of the Zhou family, one of the 12 earthly generals. If you could show mercy, my family will surely reward you generously. The noise among the crowd quieted. The status of an earthly general family indeed commanded respect and apprehension. However, Qingchen merely sneered. And what if I refuse? If you refuse, don't expect to live peacefully in Dragon City. Before Zhou Konghan could finish his threat, a resounding slap landed across his face. Though Qingchen had restrained his strength, the force was still enough to send Zhou Konghan flying across the field, landing heavily on the ground with blood trickling from his ears and nose. Qingchen's voice was as cold as ever. The last time someone from the royal family tried to threaten me, the grass over their grave grew 3 meters high. What does an earthly general's family amount to? Considering you haven't raised a hand against me, they'll spare your life today. Go back and tell the Zhou family don't provoke me. Otherwise, your family head will meet the same fate as Song Ji-yoon here. Finally, Qingchen turned to the 2 trembling young women nearby. You are both implicated in cheating during the martial arts entrance exams. Your eligibility to participate in these exams is hereby revoked for the next 3 years. Now get lost. The two girls snapped out of their daze, hastily helping Zhou Konghan and the incapacitated Zhang Jiyun to their feet before stumbling away in fear. The examination grounds erupted once more with thunderous cheers, celebrating this moment of justice. Among the three examiners, the one with a scar on his face stepped forward and respectfully lowered his head, asking, "Governor, the situation here has been resolved. What about the college entrance exams in Guangling City?" Qingchen glanced around and commanded in a steady tone, "Since the matter is resolved, let the exams proceed as scheduled." The other two examiners nodded and immediately began dispersing the surrounding crowd. Just as the scar-faced examiner was about to leave, Qingchen called him back. "By the way, after the exams conclude today, go find Zhang Jiyun and accompany him back to Longdu. Keep an eye on him in secret. If anything unusual happens, report to me immediately. Make sure you don't expose yourself." The scar-faced examiner froze momentarily. A recent message from Chief Yin popping into his mind. There were reports of foreign infiltrators within Daxia, and some high-ranking officials might have already been compromised. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. This newly appointed governor was already taking action, even before fully settling in Guangling. He quickly bowed and replied, "Yes, Governor. I understand." On the field, the martial arts entrance exam proceeded smoothly under Qingchen's supervision. With Zhang Jiyun rendered unable to continue due to his crippled meridians, Qingchen, as the governor of Longdu, temporarily took over the role of examiner. Time passed, and by evening, the exams concluded. Qingchen, stretching his slightly weary body, heard a familiar, crisp voice behind him. Qingchen, I'm done with my exams." A stunningly beautiful young woman, Luo Yuling, ran over and grabbed his hand. A gentle smile appeared on Qingchen's face. "Xiao Yuli, how did you do?" "My martial arts realm test ranked at Transcendent Level 2, and I got a bye in the combat round," Luo Yuling replied with a smile. Being given a bye in combat meant there was no one in her realm who could match her strength. It was not surprising. Aside from this martial arts prodigy, who else could reach the Transcendent realm at just 17 or 18? Well, except for Qingchen, of course. "Qingchen, I think I've got a solid chance at getting into Longdu University. We'll be classmates again." Luo Yuling's crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with happiness. "In that case, how about we head to Longdu a bit earlier? I've got some matters to take care of over there." "How soon?" "In a few days." Though Luo Yuling thought it was a bit rushed, she nodded without hesitation. "All right, I'll go with you." As night fell, the two strolled hand in hand along the campus paths, their striking appearance drawing the attention of passers-by. They walked silently, both aware that this might be their last time roaming the campus as students of Jinshin High School. The gentle evening breeze brushed against them, and Qingchen felt a rare sense of tranquility. Ever since gaining control of the Divine Hall, his life had been a whirlwind of activity. He sighed inwardly. Once they reached Longdu, such peaceful moments would likely become a luxury. The foreign races were lurking, infiltrators were among them, and then there were those influential families. There was simply too much to handle. Under the dim streetlights, Luo Yuling suddenly blushed and whispered, "Qingchen, about the promise I made at the hospital last time, I haven't fulfilled it yet." Before Qingchen could react, her soft, warm lips pressed against his. Once he regained his senses, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, deepening the kiss. Luo Yuling struggled lightly at first but soon relaxed, letting him take the lead. In the darkness, the two embraced tightly. When they returned home, Qingchen had just taken off his shoes when a figure suddenly leapt down from above and clung to him with practiced ease. Gu Xiaoyu wrapped her legs around his waist, crossed her arms around his neck, and pretended to scold him fiercely in his ear. "Stupid brother. You're finally back." Qingchen suddenly felt a tightening sensation around his neck as Gu Xiaoyu stared at him with a scrutinizing gaze. With practiced ease, he grabbed her wrist and gently pushed her onto the sofa. "Why have you been hiding your abilities? If I had known who you really are, would I have needed to work those jobs?" Gu Xiaoyu demanded. "And you even know so many big shots. I told you before, didn't I? You just didn't believe me. How is that my fault?" Qingchen replied with a helpless tone. Gu Xiaoyu tilted her head, realizing she was somewhat in the wrong. She let out a haughty humph and said, "Well, thanks to you, I've become quite the celebrity at school. They'll let you off the hook this time." Suddenly, she frowned and began circling Qingchen like a little detective, a sly grin forming on her face. "But why do you have the scent of a woman's perfume on you? Don't tell me you were with Sister Luo at school earlier." Recalling the earlier scene, Qingchen's face reddened. Embarrassed and annoyed, he snapped, "Get lost. Go practice your martial arts. Kids shouldn't be nosy. Come on, big brother, don't be like that. Tell me." "I promise I won't tell anyone," Gu Xiaoyu pleaded, tugging at his sleeve with a coquettish pout. Just then, Qingchen was struck by a sudden chill, as though a sinister gaze was watching him from the shadows. His muscles tensed instantly, and his sharp eyes swept behind him like lightning, a flicker of golden light flashing in his pupils. But behind him, there was nothing, just his father, Gu Outyin, passed out drunk on the sofa. Am I just being overly sensitive? Or is it the stress getting to me lately? Gu Qingchen muttered to himself, furrowing his brows before attempting to relax. The very next moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Mental strength of the host has been fully restored. The third divine spirit hall has been automatically activated. The third divine spirit has awakened. Qingchen Poetry Immortal is now issuing the trial mission. Hearing the voice nearby, Gu Qingchen shot Gu Xiaoyu a glare before swiftly retreating to his room. With a loud bang, he slammed the door shut. So stingy. What's the harm in telling me? Gu Xiaoyu pouted in frustration. Lying on the sofa, Gu Outyin gazed at Gu Qingchen's door, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This kid's sensitivity seemed to have improved significantly. Back in his bedroom, Gu Qingchen locked the door, lay back on the bed, and closed his eyes in deep thought. His consciousness quickly sank into the sea of his mind. The scenery around him shifted rapidly, and when he opened his eyes again, the majestic divine hall appeared before him. As he stepped forward, he was greeted by an intense surge of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. However, there was something unusual about the divine hall. This to me a rich, intoxicating scent of wine lingered in the air. Frowning, Gu Qingchen pondered. Why would this place, existing within the sea of his mind, carry the aroma of wine? Could it be brought by the newly arrived deity? With questions in his mind, he bypassed the main hall and arrived at the first grand hall. Standing beneath a peach tree, the peach blossom sword god was quietly admiring the falling petals. Gu Qingchen bowed respectfully and was about to leave when the sword god called out to him. Young man, do you still remember our conversation when we first met? The peach blossom sword god still wore the faint smile he always carried. Gu Qingchen thought for a moment before recalling something. Are you referring to the trial you mentioned? That peculiar trial, involving a public and unexpected kiss with Luo Yuling, seemed entirely out of character for the usually composed peach blossom sword god. Exactly, the sword god nodded. That trial was actually issued by one of my predecessors on my behalf. That predecessor is the very deity you are about to meet next. With that, he dissolved into a flurry of peach blossoms, only to reappear in the hall, sipping tea with a gentle smile. Gu Qingchen sighed inwardly. This deity seemed to have quite the mischievous streak. Continuing on, he soon arrived at the third grand hall. Unlike before, the fog outside had dissipated. What greeted him was a temple constructed of green bricks. A path led to the hall's entrance, flanked by ponds filled with ominous-looking green lotuses. Inside the hall, countless sheets of rice paper hung from the ceiling or lay scattered across the floor, covered in bold, vigorous calligraphy resembling coiled dragons. The entire hall radiated an overwhelming aura of Tao, as if it had been forged from the very essence of it. Within the hall lay a young man of imposing stature, dressed in a loose robe that revealed his muscular chest. He held a golden goblet, with a wine jug resting by his side, and leaned lazily against a pillar, sipping his drink. His chiseled features were sharp and defined, his deep eyes like an endless ocean, exuding an extraordinary charm. Occasionally, he raised his goblet towards the moon, as if inviting it to join him in his revelry. The moment Gu Qingchen stepped into the hall, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Third divine hall officially activated. Third deity, the green lotus poet immortally Tai Bai. Instantly, an immense wave of Tao resonance engulfed him like a tidal wave. Visions of a radiant moon, raging sandstorms, a jade rabbit pounding herbs, and vast constellations unfolded before him. Just as he stood in awe of these magnificent sights, a hearty laugh broke through the air. Ha ha ha, finally, you're here. I've been waiting for ages. Li Taibai suddenly rose, and with a casual wave of his hand, a green lotus descended from the sky, landing in the pond. The visions before Gu Qingchen vanished in an instant. Before he could regain his composure, Li Taibai appeared before him in a flash and shoved a golden goblet filled with wine into his hands. Drinking alone is far too dull. Come, come, join me. With a bright, carefree grin, he clinked his goblet against Gu Qingchen's and drained it in one gulp. The rapid turn of events left Gu Qingchen utterly stunned. He had come expecting to face a trial, but this deity turned out to be a jovial lover of wine. Why aren't you drinking? Li Taibai asked, puzzled, as he noticed Gu Qingchen's hesitation after finishing his own goblet. Well, shouldn't we handle the important matters first? Gu Qingchen stammered, still dazed. Important matters? What important matters? Li Taibai raised an eyebrow. Your divine trial, Gu Qingchen ventured. Why bother with such boring things? Li Taibai waved dismissively, his grin widening. And there's no need to address me so formally. Since fate has brought us together for a drink tonight, we are now friends. From this moment on, let's speak as equals. Otherwise, it would ruin the joy of drinking together. To call oneself a close friend of a deity? Qingchen's eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the surreal scene before him. Everything about tonight felt like a dream after all. Standing before him was a god, exalted and divine. Li Bai, seeing his hesitation, laughed heartily and said, "If you're so determined to undergo a trial, then tonight's trial is simple: drink with me until we're both thoroughly drunk." As he spoke, he placed a hand on Qingchen's shoulder and gestured toward a small table nearby. In the blink of an eye, the two were seated at the small table hovering over a pond. Li Bai produced a jar of wine from seemingly nowhere and, with practiced grace, poured 2 cups. This wine is called Duwan, a top-tier brew crafted 10,000 years ago. I've stored quite a bit of it in the Grand Hall, but over the ages, this is the last jar that remains. I've been reluctant to drink it, but since you, my young friend, have paid me a visit, it seems the perfect occasion to savor it. Qingchen stared at the translucent amber liquid in his cup, his expression hesitant. "I'm not much of a drinker," he admitted. As a martial artist, he only ever indulged in small sips, never overindulging. The last time he drank at Ingwe Tower, 3 cups had been enough to knock him out. No matter. It's about enjoying the wine, not restraint. Come, let's drink. Li Bai raised his golden goblet in invitation. Looking at the handsome and charismatic deity before him, Qingchen felt a sudden surge of boldness. All right, cheers. He clinked his cup against Li Bai's and downed it in one gulp. As the wine slid down his throat, Qingchen immediately felt his head spin and his entire body suffused with the essence of Duwan. The wine seemed to permeate his meridians, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged through him like a tidal wave, blurring his vision. "Another cup?" Li Bai urged. After a few more rounds, Qingchen's consciousness began to waver, and the world around him spun wildly. The immense spiritual energy within him battered against the bottleneck of his cultivation, pushing his martial arts realm to new heights. Li Bai gazed at the sky, his fingers tracing the air as he recited, "If only the moonlight could linger forever in the golden goblet as we sing and drink." The crescent moon grew fuller, its radiant glow scattering into fragments of silver light within their cups. Before long, Qingchen succumbed to the wine, collapsing onto the table in a drunken stupor, mumbling incoherently. Li Bai watched him with a smile, then continued his poetic musings. "Seize the moment to revel in joy, and let not the golden goblet stand empty beneath the moon." When he reached for the wine jar to pour another cup, only a few drops emerged. Startled, he sighed regretfully. "Already finished? That was fast." Sitting alone under the moonlight, a sudden sense of loneliness crept over him. His gaze shifted to the unconscious Qingchen, a peculiar glint flickering in his eyes. By morning, sunlight filtered through the window lattice. Qingchen rubbed his aching head as he slowly sat up. Recalling the night of drinking with the divine Li Bai until dawn, he couldn't help but marvel at the god's carefree nature. He picked up his phone to send a morning greeting to Luo Yuling, then booked a flight. In 3 days, he would join Luo Yuling on a trip to Longdu. On his way home the previous night, he had received a call from Yin Yiling, who informed him that the situation at the Xia Empire's borders had grown increasingly unstable following the Black Tide Ruins incident. The Demon Clan, Shura Clan, and Ghost Insect Clan had been probing and harassing the borders, prompting Yin Yiling's urgent deployment to the frontier. To make matters worse, Longdu had recently seen a surge in missing persons cases, particularly involving children. These disappearances were likely the work of lurking demons. As Longdu's governor, Qingchen needed to convene the members of the Demon Tribunal to devise a strategy. As he pondered the situation, a mechanical voice rang in his ears. "The poet immortal of the Green Lotus has issued the second trial. Purchase 100 jars of the finest wine from this region. Upon completion, a reward will be granted to young friend Gu." Qingchen's face darkened. The trials set by this deity always seemed so absurd. But since there was a promise of a reward, he had no choice but to comply. As he stood, he noticed a newfound lightness in his body and heightened sensitivity to the world around him. The spiritual energy within him surged restlessly, marking his cultivation at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. If not for his poor alcohol tolerance, he might have already broken through to the Master realm. The potency of the Duan wine was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, outside the Yin family's villa in Longdu, a man with a cane limped forward. It was none other than Song Jiyun, whose meridians had been crippled by Qingchen. In the shadows behind him, the examiner Huang Yu followed closely, his expression tinged with suspicion. A member of the Tsang family, his meridians destroyed. Shouldn't he seek help from his own family first? Why come to the Yin family instead? Song Jiyun hobbled into the Yin family villa, leaning heavily on his cane. Meanwhile, Huang Yu's figure flickered, effortlessly slipping past the guards at the entrance and landing silently on the rooftop. With his cultivation at the Grandmaster realm, Infiltrating even the residences of one of the 7 royal clans was a trivial task so long as no elders were present. His eyes suddenly turned pitch black, a manifestation of his crank blessing, the eyes of absolute darkness. This ability allowed him to mark a target and share their perspective without their knowledge. It was this reconnaissance skill that had earned him numerous accolades in Longdu, eventually securing him the position of steward. Through Song Jian's eyes, Huang Yu saw the head of the Yin family seated at the head of the grand hall. Song Jiyun immediately dropped to the ground, wailing bitterly. My meridians have been completely destroyed. Please, Lord Yin, save me. The Yin family patriarch, Yin Mietyin, sneered in disgust. Trash will always be trash. I gave you so many resources, and yet you still managed to get yourself beaten into this state. Huang Yu frowned slightly, piecing together the situation. Rumors had always claimed that Song Jiyun was of mediocre talent, barely lingering at the warrior realm even at the age of 30. Yet, in the past 3 years, he had skyrocketed from the late extraordinary realm to the Grandmaster realm, advancing several stages in rapid succession. Such progress was almost unthinkable for someone of his limited aptitude, so the Yin family had been supporting him from the shadows. But why would they help an outsider? And more puzzlingly, even the Yin family shouldn't have been capable of such dramatic results. Speak. Who ruined your meridians? Yin Mietyin demanded. Song Jiyun gritted his teeth, his face twisted with hatred. It was Qingchen from Guangling. That brat is so young. Yet he's already at the Grandmaster realm and has even comprehended Dao resonance. I was no match for him. What? Qingchen again? Yin Mietyin exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure, his entire body trembling. In just a short span, that boy had ascended to the Grandmaster realm. Even with the demonic tools and curses Yin Mietyin had used to boost Song Jian's cultivation, it had taken 3 years for him to break through 2 realms, leaving him with irreparable side effects. Yet that boy had ascended from a mere warrior to Grandmaster in just a month, and had even teamed up with Yin Yuling to eradicate the demon wraith. How could such a person exist? Lord Yin, do you know him? He's now the governor of Longdu. Song Jiyun asked, puzzled. A murderous glint flashed in Yin Maishan's eyes. For Yin Yuling to entrust such an important position to that boy spoke volumes about his significance. This individual was far too dangerous to be allowed to live. With the Longdu disappearance cases stirring public outrage and Yin Yuling absent, the investigation would surely fall to the governor. Qingchen would likely arrive from Guangling in the next couple of days, a prime opportunity to strike. This is your last chance. You know what to do, Yin Mietyin said coldly. Song Jian's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Lord Yin. I won't let you down. Yin Mietyin stepped forward, gripping Song Jian's face as black mist seeped from his palm. From his vantage point, Huang Yu's body tensed at the sight of the dark energite was a demonic curse. These two were colluding with the demons. The Yin family, one of the 12 guardians of the Great Xia, was a demonic infiltrator. Just as Huang Yu prepared to retreat and report this alarming discovery, Yin Maishan's movements abruptly halted. Under the influence of the curse, a black eye materialized on Song Jian's body. Yin Maishan's head snapped upward toward the ceiling, his voice icy. Song Jiyun, when did you bring a guest? A chill surged through Huang Yu's body, his scalp tingling with dread. Meanwhile, in a residence in Guangling City, Qingchen, get up. We're going to miss the flight. Gu Xiaoyu burst into the bedroom, hands on her hips as she shouted. After what felt like an eternity, Qingchen groggily opened his eyes, grabbed his phone, and saw the time only 2 hours until departure. He was suddenly startled, the drunken haze in his eyes dissipating significantly. With swift movements, he flipped out of bed, hurriedly threw on his clothes, grabbed a piece of bread from the table and bit into it, then picked up his neatly packed suitcase and dashed out the door. During this time, Qingchen had been following Li Taibai's instructions, exploring nearly every corner of Guangling City and visiting countless wine shops, big and small. Despite purchasing hundreds of jars of various fine wines, none of them managed to meet Li Taibai's exacting standards. Even though Qingchen failed to earn the promised reward, Li Taibai still invited him to the Temple of Spirits every evening to drink together. These nightly drinking sessions, though often ending with Qingchen completely inebriated, had significantly improved his alcohol tolerance. Rushing downstairs, Qingchen quickly flagged down a taxi. 30 minutes later, the car came to a steady stop outside the airport terminal. Qingchen, over here. As Qingchen stepped out of the car, he turned toward the voice and saw Luo Yuling standing across the street, waving at him. The young woman was dressed in a flowing long dress today, her slender ankles faintly visible, and her delicate features glowing even more beautifully in the morning sunlight. Her presence drew the attention of passers-by, causing them to slow their steps, and the entrance to the terminal suddenly became crowded. Sorry, I'm late, Qingchen said apologetically as he crossed the street. He gently ruffled the girl's hair and added, let's go. Just as the two were about to check in their luggage, Qingchen's phone suddenly rang. On the other end, A steward's anxious voice came through. Governor, how soon can you get to Longdu? I should arrive by tonight. What's going on? Gu Qingchen asked, a trace of confusion in his tone. Huang Yu from the tribunal has been missing for 2 whole days now. I'm afraid something has happened. Huang Yu. Wasn't he the steward Gu Qingchen had assigned to monitor Cang Jiyun? Gu Qingchen's expression instantly darkened. His eyes filled with a sudden intensity. Qingchen, what's wrong? Luo Yuling asked, concern evident on her face as she noticed the deep furrow in Gu Qingchen's brow. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingchen's voice dropped into a low, serious tone. One of my subordinates in Longdu has run into trouble. Most likely, it's those damn demons again. This time, I have to deal with it quickly once we arrive. Before Luo Yuling could respond, the airport's announcement system crackled to life. Flight A1847 is now boarding. Passengers who have not yet boarded, please proceed to gate A1847 immediately. Both of them glanced at the clock. Only 25 minutes remained until takeoff, and the boarding gate would close in 15. Without wasting a second, they hurried toward the security checkpoint. At the boarding gate, 2 exhausted ticket agents on the overnight shift were waiting impatiently for the last 2 passengers. From a distance, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed through the terminal as Gu Qingchen, holding Luo Yuling's hand, approached at a brisk pace. Couldn't they have come earlier? The male ticket agent muttered under his breath, irritation flickering across his face. Apologies for the delay, Gu Qingchen said with a calm, apologetic tone. The agent froze for a moment, startled that the young man had heard his grumbled complaint. As the agent prepared to scan their tickets, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. What the? He exclaimed, staring at the screen. Luo Yuling's information displayed normally, but Gu Qingchen's profile flashed a prominent red warning. Access denied. Insufficient clearance to view passenger information. A bead of sweat rolled down the agent's temple. This level of restriction beyond even the airport's top tier clearance meant that the young man in front of him was no ordinary traveler. He was someone of extraordinary status, possibly a martial god-level figure. Your tickets, the agent stammered, his voice trembling slightly. They've been upgraded to first class. No charge. On board the plane, 2 flight attendants stood near the first-class cabin door, whispering to each other as they observed the newly upgraded passengers. One of them, a woman the others called Sister Liang, sneered slightly. Probably just a broke guy trying to impress his girlfriend, she muttered dismissively. Inside the spacious first-class cabin, Gu Qingchen and Luo Yuling settled into their luxurious seats. Shortly after takeoff, Gu Qingchen, still carrying the faint haze of alcohol from the night before, rested his head on Luo Yuling's soft lap and quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Time passed. A cacophony of voices stirred Gu Qingchen awake. As he opened his eyes, he saw passengers standing and murmuring in confusion. He glanced at Luo Yuling, his brow furrowed. Already in Longdu? He asked, his voice still groggy. No, Luo Yuling replied with a shake of her head. It seems the plane is making an unexpected stop in Fengdu. Gu Qingchen's expression darkened. His ticket was for a direct flight to Longdu. Why, then, was the plane diverting to Fengdu? Just as Gu Qingchen was about to inquire about the situation from the flight attendants, a stewardess approached them on her own. There was a trace of schadenfreude in her eyes, and her tone was sharp as she said, Ladies and gentlemen, under the airline's directive, the first-class cabin is to be completely vacated for a royal family member boarding shortly. All other passengers have already left. Only the 2 of you remain. Gu Qingchen cast her a cold glance before lowering his head, ignoring her entirely. This attitude immediately angered the stewardess. She turned to Luo Yuling, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Since you were upgraded to first class temporarily, the fare is non-refundable. But it's only a few hundred dixia coins. Surely you wouldn't be upset over such a small amount, right? It was then that Gu Qingchen understood the stewardess had mistaken them for passengers who were temporarily upgraded. He spoke in a calm tone. Is this how all flight attendants in your airline behave? Not even a single please in your vocabulary? This remark instantly infuriated the stewardess, Liang Li, but she held back her anger, gritting her teeth as she said, My apologies, both of you. Please move to the economy cabin. Now, that's more like it. Gu Qingchen nodded approvingly, then added with a subtle shift in tone. But I find this spot quite comfortable, so I think I'll stay put. With that, he leisurely opened a pack of snacks. Liang Li immediately used her intercom to call for backup. Moments later, a senior flight attendant in a black uniform arrived at the scene. Bowing slightly, he addressed Gu Qingchen, Sir, I apologize, but the first-class cabin needs to be vacated for an incoming royal family member. Your understanding is greatly appreciated. Gu Qingchen narrowed his eyes. Then please explain to me why a direct flight to Longdu had to make a stop in Fengdu? Is it solely because this royal member needed to return to Longdu? As the verbal sparring continued, Liang Li interjected with even more venom. That's because they're royalty, far too noble to share space with commoners like you. Just as the tension reached its peak, the sound of approaching footsteps filled the cabin. A long-haired man with strikingly handsome features entered, holding a folding fan, trailed by two imposing bodyguards. I am Morong Yi, son of the head of the Morong family, the man said with a graceful wave of his fan, introducing himself with poise. This revelation sent a wave of shock through everyone present. Liangli immediately put on a sycophantic smile and was about to complain when Morong Yi cut her off sharply. What's wrong with you? Why would I need an entire cabin to myself? Morong Yi then raised his voice and asked, May I inquire if Brother Qingchen is here? Inside the cabin, Liang Li stood frozen in place, stunned by Morong Yi's scolding. As a seasoned flight attendant, she had served numerous members of royalty but had never encountered such a situation before. A trace of panic crept onto her face as she stammered an explanation, her voice trembling. Lord Morong, my sincerest apologies. This was due to the airport's improper arrangements. The purser, equally flustered, lowered his head respectfully and asked, Lord Morong, are you here searching for someone? Morong Yi ignored the purser entirely and instead raised his voice to address the entire cabin. Is Brother Qingchen here? May I ask if Brother Qingchen is on this plane? Cold sweat beaded on the purser's forehead. Someone whom a prince would address as brother was clearly no ordinary figure. What alarmed him even more was the fact that they had just forced the first-class passengers into economy class. If this Qingchen was indeed on board, the consequences could be catastrophic. In first class, Luo Yuling poked Qingchen's arm gently and asked curiously, Qingchen, this rather amiable prince seems to be looking for you. Do you know him? Qingchen frowned, glancing in Morong Yi's direction. The Morong family, one of the 7 royal clans? He couldn't recall having any connection to them. The only royal family he had any dealings with was the Lu clan, and that was when he had killed one of their prodigies. He stepped forward calmly and said, I am Qingchen. May I ask what business you have with me? His words struck the entire crew like a thunderbolt, leaving them rooted to the spot. The purser and Liang Li felt their hearts sink, a sense of foreboding washing over them. Morong Yi turned to size up Qingchen, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The young man before him was not only strikingly handsome but also exuded an aura of unfathomable depth, with the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemingly drawn to him. I've long heard of Brother Gu's remarkable talent, comprehending the essence of the Tao at such a young age and possessing extraordinary martial prowess. Seeing you today, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. He extended his hand with a sincere smile. It is an honor to meet a hero who has slain hundreds of thousands of demon clans. I am Morong Yi. Morong Yi's words left everyone who overheard them in shock. A young man who had been temporarily upgraded to first class turned out to be someone capable of annihilating hundreds of thousands of demons single-handedly? Liangli recalled her earlier rudeness and couldn't help but shudder. A horrifying thought crossed her mind about the reason for the seat upgrade, and her face instantly turned deathly pale, her legs growing weak. The purser glared at Liangli with a dark expression, wishing he could slap her. Of all the people to offend, she had chosen someone like this and dragged him into it as well. Qingchen remained composed as he shook hands with Morong Yi. Morong Yi suggested moving to first class for a private conversation and immediately ordered his entourage to guard the cabin door, ensuring no one else could enter. He also explicitly directed that both Liangli and the purser be fired under the Morong family's name and permanently blacklisted from the airline. Once the two entered first class, a barrier formed from spiritual energy enveloped the area, silencing everything within. This left Liangli and the purser standing at the entrance to economy class, their faces ashen with despair. As Morong Yi stepped into first class, his gaze landed on Luo Yuling, whose beauty was absolutely stunning. The moment he laid eyes on Luo Yuling, he felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, as though his very soul had been momentarily shaken. This woman's beauty was truly breathtaking, almost otherworldly. He quickly composed himself, took a deep breath to steady his mind, and with a polite smile, said, Brother Gu, this must be sister-in-law Luo. As the rumors say, she's a beauty beyond compare. You two truly are a match made in heaven. Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, a faint blush appeared on Luo Yuling's fair cheeks. She responded politely, Hello, I'm Luo Yuling. After speaking, she tilted her head slightly and cast a puzzled glance at Qingchen, clearly wondering how this prince seemed to know so much about them. Noticing Luo Yuling's confusion, Qingchen turned to Morong Yi and asked, Brother Morong, my identity should have been kept confidential. How did you manage to find me? Morong Yi had anticipated this question and promptly explained, It's quite simple. My father and Director Yen were sworn brothers in their youth. Qingchen nodded in understanding. Since Morong Yi's father had a close bond with Uncle Yen, it made sense for the Morong family to seek a connection with him. A few days ago, he had indeed shared his flight schedule with Yen Yiling, so Morong Yi must have obtained the information from there. Then, Brother Morong, what brings you to me at this time? Morong Yi's expression turned serious as he let out a soft sigh. There's been an uprising at the borders of Daxia recently. Uncle Yin has already rushed to provide support. Before leaving, he entrusted my father with looking after you. However, there's been a sudden invasion by the Ghost clan in the west, so my father will also be heading there soon to assist. Hearing this, Qingchen's demeanor grew somber. Daxia was under siege from all sides. To the south, the demon clan was steadily infiltrating. To the east, the insect clan posed a constant threat, while the Azura clan to the north, though less active than the demons, still engaged in frequent skirmishes along the borders. The Ghost clan, however, had not appeared within Daxia's territory for years, and now even the west was embroiled in conflict. Yet, there had been no reports of the Life River being shattered, which meant that beings above the Marquis realm from the alien clans could not yet enter. Even if the lower-level aliens came in large numbers, they would only cause temporary pressure. Each region had its own martial god stationed as a safeguard, and with Yin Yiling and the other 7 princes providing reinforcements, these low-level invaders were merely walking into their own demise. But the alien clans would never waste their forces without reason. What exactly were the 4 alien clans surrounding Daxia planning? Qingchen stood silently and thought as Morongi took the initiative to speak. My father specifically instructed me to ensure that your and your wife's living arrangements, food, clothing, and lodging are well taken care of during your first month here in Longdu. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Morong, Qingchen replied politely. Not at all, Morongi said with a shake of his head. Brother Gu, for someone as young as you to already comprehend Tao resonance, you're more than deserving of the title Peerless Genius. It's an honor to be of any assistance. He silently added to himself, and if I can observe and gain insights into Tao resonance along the way, even better. Morong patted Qingchen on the shoulder, exuding a hearty demeanor. In Longdu, the name Morong carries some weight. If you need anything, just say the word, then I won't hold back, Qingchen said with a slight smile. Actually, there is something I'd like to ask for your help with. Where can I find the best wine shop in Longdu? I'd like to buy some good wine. Wine? Morongi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly offered a suggestion. How about this? Why not visit my family's wine cellar? It's filled with the finest aged vintages collected by the elders. They're far superior to anything you'd find in ordinary shops. Qingchen's eyes lit up. The resources of a royal family were indeed extraordinary. This might just satisfy the renowned Qinglian poet immortal. Wouldn't that be too extravagant? He asked hesitantly. Not at all. Morongi waved dismissively. Neither my father nor I drink. Leaving it there would just be a waste. Meanwhile, outside Longdu Airport, a group of individuals wearing black trench coats moved inconspicuously among the crowd. One of them made a discreet phone call, speaking in a low voice. Lord Yin, there's been a change of plans. Morong Jianxin came to the airport personally. We didn't get a chance to act. On the other end of the line, Yin Myetyin's raspy voice replied. No need to rush. Once Morong Jianxin escorts them, he'll head west for support. Stay on their trail. The opportunity will come. Inside the bustling airport, the crowd buzzed with activity. Near the exit, Morong Jianxin stood with his eyes closed, his presence exuding sharp, oppressive sword intent that kept everyone at a respectful distance. People whispered among themselves about this legendary figure, one of the 7 princes. As Qingchen and his companions stepped out of the gate, Morong Jianxin opened his eyes and smiled. The onlookers noticed Morong walking ahead and pulling luggage. Mistaking him for a servant, they were stunned when he called out, Father, I'm back, before embracing Morong Jianxin. The realization left everyone speechless. Morong Jianxin patted his son on the back and spoke in a low voice. Well done. I've heard that this Gu lad has already comprehended 2 Tao resonances despite only being at the nascent soul stage. Remarkable. This is your chance. Whether you can advance further in martial arts depends on your own efforts. Morong was startled by his father's words. Stealing a glance at Qingchen, he quickly composed himself and solemnly replied, Don't worry, father. During his time in Longdu, I'll make sure to serve him. To the point of blissful satisfaction, Morong Jianxin looked at his son with a satisfied gaze. The trials of the past few years had indeed shaped the boy into a more capable and mature individual. Qingchen studied the slightly aged man before him. This was the head of the Morong family. Morongi's father. One of the 7 sovereigns had personally come to greet them. Such an honor left Qingchen feeling both flattered and a little overwhelmed. A flash of golden light flickered in Qingchen's eyes as he immediately sensed that Morong Jianxin, like Uncle Yin, was a supreme realm powerhouse at its peak. However, there was a difference. While Uncle Yin possessed a calm and profound aura, the sword sovereign was surrounded by sharp and imposing sword energy, clearly carving out his own path of swordsmanship in pursuit of the martial god realm. Greetings, sword sovereign. I am Qingchen, newly arrived in Longdu. Qingchen said as he stepped forward, bowing slightly. Luo Yuling followed suit with a respectful gesture. Unlike some other royal members, the sword sovereign had risen to prominence purely on merit, saving countless lives in Daxia, slaying innumerable demonic forces, and earning genuine respect. Oh, no need for such formalities. Murong Jinshin quickly stepped forward to help them up. You are both extraordinary talents of Xia and friends of old Yin. That makes you honored guests of the Murong family. Since you call him Uncle Yin, if you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Jin. Just as Gu Qingchen was about to respond, two guards approached. Lord Jinshin, the spatial teleportation channel to Naiha is ready. We must depart immediately. This channel, personally constructed by Yin Yiling, required an immense amount of spatial stones to operate, making it a resource even the seven sovereigns couldn't use lightly. Murong Jinshin sighed and handed a set of keys to Gu Qingchen. Young friend Gu, if not for the urgent crisis at Xia's borders, I would have ensured you were properly hosted. These keys are for a villa in the central district of Longdu. Stay there until your classes at Longdu University begin. With a pat on Murong Yi's shoulder, he ascended into the air and disappeared. Gu Qingchen held the keys in his hand, lost in thought. The Sword Sovereign's personal welcome was not merely a gesture of hospitality but a clear warning to those who harbored ill intentions. If they dared to act, they would have to reckon with Murong Jinshin's formidable influence. This thoughtful move made the Murong family a worthwhile ally. As night fell, two luxury cars sped along the third ring road of Longdu. Gu Qingchen and Luo Yuling were in the lead vehicle, while Murong Yi followed closely behind in another. They were headed to Longdu's central district but had a pressing appointment at 10 p.m. at the headquarters of the Demon Tribunal to discuss the mysterious disappearance of Executor Huang Yu. The night lights of Longdu illuminated the cityscape, with towering skyscrapers shining brilliantly, creating a dazzling view. As expected of Xia's capital, it's far more vibrant than Guangling, Gu Qingchen remarked, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Luo Yuling leaned against his shoulder, quietly enjoying the night scenery. Before they realized it, their car had driven onto a raised expressway, only to be caught in a sudden traffic jam. What was even more suspicious was the fact that Murong Yi's car had vanished without a trace. When the driver suggested stepping out to investigate, Gu Qingchen's instincts immediately screamed that something was wrong. There was no need to take an expressway to reach Longdu's center. Don't move, Gu Qingchen said coldly. The driver slowly turned around, revealing a face that was completely devoid of features. Just as Gu Qingchen prepared to make his move, the entire bridge began to tremble violently. 5 massive, razor-sharp slashes came hurtling from different directions, obliterating the section of the bridge where their car was located. Flames engulfed both sides of the bridge in an instant, as explosions and screams filled the air. In an instant, the section of the overpass where Gu Qingchen stood collapsed with a deafening roar amidst the wails of despair. Severed limbs and shattered remains rained down like a storm, splashing into the river below with heavy thuds, sending towering waves crashing outward. A thick mist of blood hung in the air, while the river's surface churned with terrified survivors struggling to stay alive. Gu Qingchen grabbed Luo Yuling's hand, and together they plunged into the river. At first, Luo Yuling was flustered, but as she felt the warmth and strength of Gu Qingchen's hand, a sense of calm washed over her. She parted her lips slightly, summoning her control over water elements to create a safe haven for the two of them beneath the surface. Qingchen, what just happened? She asked, her voice steadying. Assassins, Gu Qingchen replied, his tone cold. I suspect they're after me. Whether they're human traders or demons infiltrating Longdu, I can't say for sure. A crimson aura of killing intent swirled around him, while behind him, a shattered divine corpse floated in the blood-soaked river. He was inwardly alarmed. If not for his timely invocation of Tao rhythms to shield them with the divine corpse, they would have been gravely injured by the devastating strike moments earlier. Golden light flared in his pupils as he gazed upward through the turbulent waters. 5 figures appeared in his vision like thermal images. Upon closer inspection, their physiques were indistinguishable from humans, suggesting they might be spies embedded in Daxia. What made matters worse was the immense power emanating from their forms. Each of them was a Grandmaster-level combatant. Above the river, the 5 black-clad figures stood suspended in midair, their presence overwhelming. A gaunt man sneered. TCH, they said he comprehended Tao rhythms while still in the nascent soul stage. Sounds impressive, but now it seems he's just mediocre. The figure without a face spoke in an indifferent tone. Are you so certain he's dead? The skeletal leader rasped, faceless. No matter how monstrous his talent, he's still only at the nascent soul stage. How could he possibly withstand the combined strike of the 5 of us? He then turned to another figure. Black Phoenix, confirm whether the target is dead. If he's alive, bring him here. If he's dead, bring his corpse. Black Phoenix grumbled in dissatisfaction. The river's filled with severed limbs and remains. If he's been torn to pieces, how am I supposed to find him? Simple. The leader replied coldly. Find his head and bring it back. Reluctantly, Black Phoenix began to descend toward the river, but before he could dive in, an abrupt change occurred. The tranquil waters of the Miluo River instantly turned into a blood-red torrent, and an overwhelming killing intent engulfed the heavens and earth. Stranger still, a frail peach tree suddenly appeared behind Black Phoenix. Black Phoenix, behind you! One of the Grandmasters shouted, hastily forming a seal to summon a bolt of lightning to strike the tree. However, when the lightning exploded, the peach tree remained unharmed, its blossoms blooming even more vibrantly. A single blood-red petal floated gently through the air, passing through Black Phoenix's body. In an instant, the Grandmaster-level assassin disintegrated into a mist of blood, his scream cut short. Before the others could react, another surge of unparalleled killing intent erupted. The divine corpse burst forth from the blood river, clapping its hands with a thunderous force that shook the heavens. Qingchen emerged from the water, wielding a peach branch, his gaze piercing and sharp. 5 Grandmasters. You spies of the other races certainly think highly of me. Fortunately, there are only 4 of you left now. With a light tap of the peach branch, countless divine corpses as vast as mountains rose from the blood sea. Their hollow eyes locked onto the remaining 4 assassins, staring at them as if they were already condemned to death. Under the overpass intersection, Murongi stood drenched in blood, his body riddled with wounds of varying sizes. While the injuries looked ghastly, none were fatal, fortunately. Lying silently on the ground before him were 2 lifeless bodies, one belonging to the driver, the other to his guard. Lord Murong, another injured guard, reported with great effort, struggling to stay upright. We've just confirmed the identity of the driver. It doesn't match. The originally assigned driver has likely been killed. Murong's expression darkened like iron. He had narrowly escaped disaster. This time the imposter driver had shockingly concealed the power of a peak stage Great Ascension cultivator. During the journey, the driver had deliberately altered the route, separating him from Qingchen. When Murongi questioned him, the driver suddenly launched a ferocious attack. If not for his guards shielding him from the fatal blow, he would now be a cold corpse. Contact the family and the Demon Tribunal immediately for reinforcements, Murongi ordered, his voice laced with fury. There's a traitor among us. Have them move at once. The audacity of these demon lackeys was infuriating. They had struck as soon as his father departed. What worried him more, however, was Qingchen's situation. The true target of this assassination attempt was likely Qingchen, with himself as collateral damage. Based on his judgment, Qingchen was likely facing at least one Grandmaster-level opponent, making the situation even more dire. I have to help him immediately. Murongi gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain as he climbed back into the driver's seat. Starting the car, he sped toward the overpass while dialing Murong Jiangxin's number. Meanwhile, in the meeting hall of the Demon Tribunal's Longdu headquarters, the clock had struck past 10 p.m. 9 adjudicators and 1 governor sat upright, their faces etched with impatience. Today marked the arrival of the newly appointed governor, as well as discussions on the recent spate of disappearances in Daxia. Yet, the meeting, initiated by the new governor, had been delayed by a full 10 minutes due to the absence of its host. Governor Xia, one of the more impatient adjudicators, finally spoke up. When exactly is the other governor arriving? They're not even responding to messages. Don't tell me they've forgotten about this meeting? Exactly. Acting all high and mighty just because they've been promoted from some backwater place. What's there to be so arrogant about? Several other adjudicators chimed in. Silence. Governor Xia bellowed, his voice thunderous. Know your place. The governor was personally appointed by Director Yin. Do you think you're in any position to make such baseless remarks? At that moment, the sharp ring of a phone interrupted the tense atmosphere in the meeting room. What? An assassination attempt on the new governor in Miruwa district? And one of the assailants is a Grandmaster-level cultivator? The adjudicator answering the call exclaimed, his voice rising sharply. The expressions of everyone in the room instantly turned grave. A Grandmaster-level cultivator, capable of manipulating some aspects of the forces of nature, could wreak havoc in a densely populated urban area, causing catastrophic casualties. And to target the new governor? This was nothing short of a direct provocation against the Demon Tribunal itself. You two, stay here and remain on standby. The rest of you, come with me. Governor Xia's face darkened as he issued the order, leaping out the window with 7 adjudicators following closely behind. They sped toward Miruwa district at breakneck speed. In his heart, Governor Xia prayed fervently that the new governor had not already fallen. If they had, he'd have no way to answer to Director Yin. At that moment in Miruwa district, several colossal corpses of divine beings loomed ominously from the ground, while a cultivator had just perished in an explosive death. The sight left the 4 onlookers with grim expressions. What a terrifying aura of slaughter, remarked the emaciated figure leading the group. No wonder Lord Yin holds such apprehension toward him. But alas, he's only at the Great Ascension stage. While he can unleash such fearsome power, the toll on him must be immense. I'd wager he has little strength left now. Amid the blood river, as flower petals drifted down, The terrifying peach tree withered away like dried branches, rapidly disintegrating into nothingness. Just as the group sighed in relief, a new threat emerged. Dozens of divine corpses began to rise slowly from the blood river, emanating an oppressive aura that suffocated the air as they surged toward them. Faceless, how should we deal with this giant golden body? The master who wielded lightning asked gravely. With the combined strength of us four masters, we can shatter it. Hedon. Once the golden body is completely destroyed, hell have no cards left to play, the faceless man responded in a deep voice. Before his words fully landed, the faceless man had already acted. He took a deep breath and aimed his palm at one of the divine corpses that was reaching out toward him. With a sudden clench, the space around it twisted violently. A crushing pressure, as if Mount Tai itself had descended, slammed down, covering the corpse in countless cracks in an instant. The lightning-wielding master followed closely, his hands weaving intricate seals while chanting ceaselessly. Thunder roared across the heavens as bolts of lightning snaked down like silver serpents, encompassing all the divine corpses. In moments, their surfaces were riddled with dense cracks. Seeing this, the master's face lit up with joy before turning solemn. Falling to his knees, he shouted fiercely, "Lord of Thunder, lend me your strength." A thunderbolt as thick as a towering building crashed down in response, engulfing the nearly shattered divine corpses entirely. Amidst the deafening explosion, the dozens of corpses simultaneously disintegrated, revealing Qingchen hidden within. Attack! One of the masters was about to strike when a terrifying force of suction suddenly descended from above. Looking up, he saw a solitary, desolate sun hanging in the sky, appearing without warning. A cold voice followed, echoing clearly, "I am the governor of the Grand Xia Dragon Capital's Tribunal of Evil. According to the laws of Grand Xia, those who betray their nation are deemed traitors and shall be executed without mercy. Here in the Dragon Capital, all rebels will face the ultimate punishment." The four masters' pupils contracted sharply, and a chill shot up their spines. This boy, he's comprehended more than one Dao rhythm. A boy not even 20 years old, mastering 2 Dao rhythms? How is this possible? And yet, there was no mention of this in Song Jian's intelligence. Under their horrified gazes, the sun above the boy's head began to spin rapidly, and countless beams of silver light descended from the heavens. His eyes radiated piercing silver brilliance as he locked his gaze on the four masters above. His lips parted slightly, and he uttered 2 words with chilling clarity, "Unmatched." The moment the young man uttered those 2 words, the setting sun in the sky erupted with an unprecedented, terrifying force of suction. The bodies of the 4 grandmasters convulsed violently, and faced with this irresistible power, they were pulled toward the dark crimson sun like weightless straw. In an instant, a new and unsettling aura of Tao locked them in place. The sun slowly descended, its dim yellow afterglow enveloping the 4. Under this overwhelming force, their senses began to distort, and before their eyes stretched a dim road that seemed to lead endlessly into the void. The chill was bone-deep, the solitude infinite. Their minds went blank, leaving only the primal instinct to keep moving forward as despair consumed them entirely. Faint silver light flickered in the cracks of time, and by now, the setting sun had fully merged into Qingchen's body. In his hand, a spectral spear formed from the essence of Dao shimmered faintly. He raised its tip toward the heavens, his expression solemn. "With this strike, the heavens and earth shall tremble." The winds shifted violently. In the blink of an eye, Qingchen's figure flashed across the sky, appearing behind the 4 grandmasters. Lowering the spear, he exhaled a deep breath and declared with composed finality, 3 traitors have been executed on the spot. 1 traitor is gravely wounded and will face trial before immediate execution. The sentence is carried out. A deafening sonic boom tore through the heavens, unleashing shockwaves and soundwaves that swept across the entire Miluo district. Skyscraper windows shattered in sequence, and bystanders on either side of the elevated highway clutched their ears in agony, blood trickling from them. Above the clouds, a rift split the sky, leaving behind a chasm-like void. Witnessing this divine spectacle, the people endured their pain to gaze upward at the lone figure standing in the heavens, as if beholding a deity. As Qingchen exhaled, a dense mist of blood erupted from the bodies of the 4 grandmasters. In their final moments, they understood the truth. Time had never slowed, nor did the Tao involve the manipulation of time. The distortion in their perception was simply because the young man had moved too fast, so fast that their bodies and consciousness couldn't keep up, creating an illusion. This single strike was beyond terrifying. The Thunder Grandmaster's head was pierced clean through by the spear's tip, his headless body plummeting to the ground. The faceless one's Dantian was obliterated, his face morphing madly in a futile attempt to stem the leakage of his life force. The gaunt-faced Grandmaster's chest was torn open in a gory wound, dark blood pouring out like a waterfall. All 3 perished rapidly, their voices silenced forever. The last Grandmaster had his legs severed by the spear's radiant edge. Staring blankly at the blood streaming from his stumps, he let out a bitter laugh and accepted his fate, collapsing heavily onto the broken bridge, splashing blood in all directions. Pale-faced, Qingchen approached him with measured steps. Meanwhile, at the western frontier of Daxia, a massive crystalline tower stood tall. Over 100 blood-stained Daxia soldiers guarded its perimeter, their eyes filled with anticipation as they watched the tower. Today, one of the 7 sovereigns, the Sword Sovereign, was expected to arrive to provide reinforcements. Suddenly, the crystal tower flared with a brilliant blue light, and a middle-aged man emanating an aura of sword energy materialized. The soldiers erupted into thunderous cheers, for the arrival of the Sword Sovereign signified the end of the Ghost Clan's invasion. Every invader would soon fall to his blade. This man was one of the 7 leaders of Daxia, a supreme-level powerhouse. Instantly, the 100 soldiers' gazes turned fervent, filled with immense reverence as they looked at him. Murong Jianxin was just about to speak when the phone at his waist suddenly vibrated. Taking it out, he saw the name Murong Yi displayed on the screen, which made his heart tighten. For his son to call so quickly after his departure was anything but ordinary. "Father, come back quickly. Our convoy has been ambushed by 4 Grandmaster-level warriors." Murong Yi's voice came through, urgent and breathless, filled with anxiety and exhaustion. "What? For Grandmasters?" Murong Jianxin's voice trembled slightly with shock. In Daxia, a Grandmaster was already at the pinnacle of martial arts, capable of serving as a provincial governor. Even for the royal family, nurturing a single Grandmaster required an enormous amount of effort and resources. For the demonic forces to send 4 Grandmasters at once, it was clear they were determined to eliminate that prodigious young man at all costs. Send him a message immediately. Tell him to use every means at his disposal to escape. The strength of 4 Grandmasters is far beyond what he can handle, Murong Jianxin said urgently. "Hold on for 5 minutes, I'll be back right away." As he spoke, he flipped his palm, revealing a gemstone emitting a faint, purple-black glow. This spatial stone was extraordinarily rare. Even Yin Yiling could only refine 3 or 4 of them in an entire year. The 7 royals themselves were only allocated 1 each annually. Fortunately, Yin Yiling, who shared a brotherly bond with him, had given him 2 for this western expedition, one for reaching the western front lines, and the other as a contingency for emergencies. Murong Jianxin's hand trembled just as he was about to insert the spatial stone into the energy slot of the crystal tower. Looking down, he saw hundreds of blood-soaked soldiers staring up at him with fiery, unwavering eyes. Their bodies were riddled with wounds, a grim testament to the Ghost Clan's successful breach of the defensive lines deep into Daxia's heartland. These soldiers, far from their homes, had sworn to defend Daxia to their last breath. If he left now, by the time he returned, there might not even be intact remains to bury. The desperate yearning for survival in their eyes weighed heavily on him, leaving him paralyzed with indecision. Taking a deep breath, Murong Jianxin's expression gradually hardened with resolve. Staying behind might solve the immediate crisis and save these soldiers, but it would do nothing to fundamentally alter Daxia's dire predicament. The young prodigy, someone who had comprehended 2 Dao rhythms at the Grand Ascension stage and single-handedly slain hundreds of thousands of demons, was a once-in-a-generation genius. Daxia had not seen such a talent in countless years. If he were to die, any hope of breaking through the 4-clan blockade would be utterly extinguished. As a leader of Daxia, he had to prioritize the greater good. Just as he made up his mind, a deafening sonic boom suddenly erupted from the phone, followed by the sound of shattering glass and crackling static. "Hello, Murong Yi, speak. What's happening?" Murong Jianxin shouted anxiously, but there was no response. His expression darkened as he prepared to place the spatial stone into the energy slot. Finally, a casual voice came through from the other end of the line. "Father, you might not need to come after all. Brother Gu has already killed those 4 Grandmasters." "What?" Murong Jianxin froze in shock. A young man at the Grand Ascension stage had single-handedly defeated 4 Grandmasters? "Murong Yi, this concerns Gu Qingchen's safety. It's no trivial matter. But father, those Grandmasters really are dead. Brother Gu even left one alive for interrogation. You can see it for yourself in the video." In the video, 4 airborne Grandmasters fell from the sky like birds with broken wings. 3 of them were already dead, while the last had his legs severed, rendering him powerless. In the background, a strikingly handsome young man hovered in midair, the sky above him torn apart by an enormous rift. The sight left Murong Jianxin utterly stunned, the voice on the phone fading into oblivion as his mind reeled. On the broken bridge, Gu Qingchen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, approached the sole surviving Grandmaster. He stepped onto the man's chest and spoke coldly. "I'll ask, and you'll answer. If your answers satisfy me, I'll grant you a swift death. Otherwise, you already know the tribunal's methods for dealing with traitors. First question. Why did you betray Daxia and the human race? The Grandmaster spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered disdainfully. Human Grandmasters live no more than 300 years. By serving the alien races, I can extend my lifespan and gain powers unattainable for humans. That's it? That's enough for you to betray the entire human race? Ha ha ha, of course not. The Grandmaster weakly wagged a finger. A talent like you must understand Daxia's current state. Within a year, Daxia will fall, becoming a breeding ground for the alien race's descent. Everyone will end up as their food. A wise man chooses the winning side. What's wrong with my choice? You might as well join us. With your talent, your future would be limitless. 1 year? Such bold claims. Qingchen's pupils contracted as he abruptly tore off the man's left arm. A piercing scream echoed across the broken bridge. I told you. I ask, you answer. Spare me the extra nonsense. Second question. Which alien race is your family serving? The grievously wounded Grandmaster glared at Qingchen with hatred, but refused to utter another word. Qingchen let out a cold snort and kicked the Grandmaster away with a single strike. Since no useful information could be extracted, it would be better to hand him over to the tribunal for judgment. The battle on the lake had just subsided when a crystalline pillar of ice slowly rose from the water, extending all the way to the broken bridge. Luo Yuling gracefully leaped down from the ice pillar, landing lightly beside Qingchen. Just as she was about to speak, Qingchen's abdomen suddenly convulsed violently. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees with a heavy thud. Qingchen, are you all right? Luo Yuling's expression changed drastically. Panic-stricken, she gathered a soft green glow in her palms and pressed it against Qingchen's back to heal his injuries. Qingchen spat out another mouthful of blood and gave a bitter smile. I'm fine. It's just an old problem from using Tao rhythms. It'll pass after some time. The backlash from the shattered Tao rhythm phenomenon had not only damaged his spiritual energy but also affected his physical body. Fortunately, the injuries weren't severe enough to cause permanent harm. The divine corpse, carried away by the bloody tide, would eventually reassemble over time. His gaze grew deeper. Uncle Yin was right. Longdu is indeed different from Guangling full of hidden experts. Sending 5 Grandmasters in a single assassination attempt, only a family at the rank of Earth General would have such resources. There's definitely a mole among the higher-ups. Qingchen felt a sense of relief. If he hadn't drunk the Duan wine gifted by Li Taibai and Guangling, which had elevated his cultivation to the peak of the Mahayana stage, he might have been forced to use the Dragon Gall today. But doing so would undoubtedly have triggered a cascade of unpredictable consequences. As he was lost in thought, a sound of something cutting through the air came from the distance. A powerful figure, exuding a formidable aura and clad in the uniform of the Tribunal of Demonic Judgment, was rapidly approaching with several colleagues in tow. The group scanned the scene from midair, their expressions filled with confusion. The battle's already over? The leader scratched his head, staring at the bodies on the ground with a bewildered look. What happened here? Governor Xia gazed up at the immense rift in the sky, where the dense black clouds had been violently torn apart. The air was thick with an oppressive, chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. On the Luo River, severed limbs floated aimlessly with the current, the gruesome scene silently recounting the ferocity of the recent battle. He surveyed the surroundings, his brows furrowed in deep concern. 4 assassins of the Grandmaster level had completed their mission in under 2 minutes. The speed was nothing short of astonishing. In the center of the broken bridge, a pair of young figures caught his eye. The boy's clothes were soaked with blood, his face pale as death, while the girl knelt behind him, intently tending to his wounds. Just as Governor Xia was about to step forward and question them, the boy lifted his head, a faint apologetic smile on his face. My apologies, everyone. The situation has escalated unexpectedly. Tonight's meeting will have to be cancelled. His words sent a ripple through the group of adjudicators from the demonic tribunal. They stiffened, their gazes turning wary as they scrutinized the boy. The tribunal's meeting schedules were a closely guarded secret. How could this boy possibly know about them? And you are? Governor Xia asked, narrowing his eyes. The boy slapped his forehead as if recalling something obvious. Ah, right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Qingchen, the newly appointed governor of the demonic tribunal. The adjudicators hovering in the air exchanged incredulous glances, whispering among themselves. Oldly, did you hear that? He claims to be the governor. Does that even seem remotely plausible? Governor Xia was one of the youngest to ever hold the title, and yet this boy before them looked barely older than a student. Before the murmurs could grow louder, the boy reached into his robes and produced a red jade stone. The discussions abruptly ceased, and the adjudicators stared in stunned silence. The red jade was unmistakable, a token of authority that signified the governor himself. Suppressing his shock, Governor Xia spoke in a steady voice. I am Xia Duqing, governor of Longdu. I just received a report of 4 assassins at the Grandmaster level. What's the current situation? Oh, you mean those assassins? Qingchen gestured casually toward 3 mutilated corpses lying nearby, his tone indifferent. They were traitors to Daxia, collaborators with the enemy. According to protocol, they could be executed on sight. I've dealt with 4 of them and left one alive for interrogation. It was only then that the others noticed the barely breathing man with a severed arm lying on the ground. Behind him were 3 lifeless bodies, their fatal wounds still seeping spiritual energy into the air. Even the seasoned Xia Duqing couldn't hide his shock. You did this alone? Yes, Gu Qingchen replied nonchalantly. There's one more body in the river if you feel like fishing it out. A collective gasp echoed among the group. 5 Grandmaster-level fighters, dispatched by a single young man without breaking a sweat. His strength was nothing short of terrifying. Xia Duqing steadied himself and issued orders. Take the injured one to the death row cells for interrogation. The rest of you, secure the area, identify casualties, and notify the hospitals. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit underground chamber somewhere in Longdu, dozens of women and children huddled in a corner, their faces etched with fear and despair. A man with a severed arm was bound to a crucifix, blood dripping from his chin and staining his chest deep red. Before him was a pool of foul, stagnant blood, littered with countless human bones that bobbed in its surface. In the dark, dank basement, a little girl of about 4 or 5 sat sobbing. Mommy, it's so dark and smelly here. I'm scared. When can we leave? Her voice trembled with fear. Beside her, a woman covered in blood held her tightly. Don't be afraid, Mommy's here, the woman said, her voice shaking as she tried to console her. Just a little longer, and the uncles from the tribunal will come to save us. Despite her mother's reassurances, the girl continued to cry. Nearby, Huang Yu, a man missing an arm, gritted his teeth against the pain and turned to her with a gentle expression. Xiaozhou, be a good girl and listen to your mom. Don't cry, okay? The tribunal uncles will be here soon. Just hold on a little longer. When we get out, I'll buy you the newest Barbie doll. At the mention of a Barbie doll, Xiaozhou wiped her tears. Though uncertain, she managed to stop crying. Uncle Huang Yu, you always say that. When are the tribunal uncles actually coming? Huang Yu was about to force a smile and reply when a cold male voice suddenly echoed from outside the basement. What a pity. The tribunal uncles won't be finding this place. Only demon clan uncles are here. No Barbie dolls, but I can certainly send you on your way. The iron door was kicked open, and Song Jiyun strode in slowly. Huang Yu began to struggle violently against the cross he was bound to. Song Jiyun, stop. What are you trying to do? What else? Feeding those supreme beings, of course. Song Jiyun sneered as he grabbed Xiaozhou by her pigtails, dragging her toward a blood pool. No, please, don't hurt my daughter. Take my life instead. The mother clung to his pants, her fingernails breaking off entirely as blood dripped from her hands, yet she refused to let go. Song Jiyun, growing impatient, bellowed, if you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. He kicked her in the head, killing her instantly. Mommy, you bad person, stop hurting Mommy. Xiaozhou wailed. Without a flicker of emotion, Song Jiyun tossed both mother and daughter into the blood pool. Spikes erupted from the crimson waters, impaling them in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, and the cries ceased abruptly. The remaining captives wept in despair. Song Jiyun approached Huang Yu, lightly slapping his face. Huang Yu, we used to be colleagues. Even if our allegiances differ, was it necessary to come to this? It's your own fault for helping that Gu Qingchen. Destroying my meridians was bad enough, but you had to tail me, too. A dignified adjudicator, ending up in a place like this. And for what? A brat who doesn't even have all his hair grown? Thinking he can take on the entire demon race? Utter foolishness. Huang Yu chuckled coldly, spitting at him. As a member of the tribunal, it is our duty to uphold peace in Daxia and eradicate demons and dark forces. As long as one is loyal to Daxia, working for its betterment, and has the strength, what does it matter if he's just a boy? Don't forget who destroyed your meridians. How does it feel relying on those temporary demon-formed meridians now? Mentioning his destroyed meridians, Song Jiyun's face twisted in rage. He landed a heavy punch to Huang Yu's stomach. Blood spewed from Huang Yu's mouth as his breathing grew weaker. Relax. As long as your soul flame burns in the tribunal, I can't kill you just yet. Song Jiyun hissed with a sinister grin. But you think only the Yin family is involved in this? No. The waters here run far deeper than you imagine. Even that little brat will be swallowed whole. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be joining you soon enough. Though likely as a corpse. Hearing those words, Huang Yu's pupils suddenly dilated, and the color drained from his face. His voice hoarse, he asked, what do you mean by that? Song Jiyun looked at Huang Yu's panicked expression, a wave of satisfaction rising in his chest. He burst into laughter and said, let me tell you the truth. That boy just arrived in Longdu today, and the Yin family sent 5 top-tier grandmasters to assassinate him. These grandmasters are no ordinary fighters. Do you think he could possibly survive? Huang Yu's face turned deathly pale in an instant. 5 grandmaster-level assassins, no matter how extraordinarily gifted that young man was, this was a near impossible situation, a fight with little chance of survival. Song Jiyun glanced down at his watch, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. By now, the monitoring team should have returned. Before he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The door to the basement was pushed open, and a figure entered, visibly shaken, his voice trembling. Lord Yin has just issued an emergency order. The location of the blood pool must be changed immediately. You are to evacuate this place at once. Song Jiyun's smile froze on his face, his brows furrowing tightly. Evacuate? Why? The blood pool was relocated just a month ago. It's impossible for it to have been exposed so soon. The figure looked terrified, his voice quivering uncontrollably. That boy! He killed all 5 of the Yin family's grandmasters on his own. The assassination of the governor failed, and the tribunal is likely to mobilize most of its elders for a full-scale search of Longdu. We must leave immediately. The words landed like a thunderclap, freezing the expressions of everyone present. Huang Yu, still bound to the cross, was visibly stunned before breaking into a hearty, triumphant laugh. To defeat 5 grandmasters single-handedly, such a feat was unheard of. When he last saw the boy, he had only just stepped into the nascent soul stage. To have grown so powerful in such a short time was nothing short of astonishing. Now that is a true prodigy. Huang Yu laughed, completely ignoring Song Jiyun beside him. With someone like him, what is there to fear from foreign threats? Even if I die here, the future of Xia will undoubtedly be bright. Song Jiyun, on the other hand, looked as if he had seen a ghost. Memories of the terror he felt when his own meridians were destroyed came flooding back. His face was etched with shock and fear, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Those 5 grandmasters were the Yin family's elite, strengthened further by the power of demonic curses far stronger than ordinary grandmasters. Yet, they had all fallen to a young man who had only just started comprehending Tao resonance. It took a long time for Song Jiyun to recover from his shock. His expression twisted into one of bitter hatred, and he spat through gritted teeth. We're leaving. Now. Longdu, Miluo district. The night had already fallen, and darkness blanketed the city. Yet intense lights illuminated the Miluo district, making it appear as bright as day. At the broken bridge over the Miluo River, Xiaoduqing was overseeing the rescue operations. On the bridge, the colorful glow of healing blessings lit up as injured individuals were being treated. Members of the Demon Tribunal were arriving one after another to begin the cleanup. A few officials carefully placed a gravely wounded grandmaster, now missing an arm, onto a stretcher, preparing to take him back for interrogation. In the distance, the Morong family convoy carried a prodigious young man toward the central district. Due to the sudden incident, the meeting originally scheduled for tonight had been postponed to the following morning at the young man's suggestion. Watching the youth's retreating figure, Xia Duqing shook his head helplessly. This newly appointed young governor was far too reckless. Despite suffering severe injuries in a battle against 5 grandmasters, he refused to go to the hospital, claiming he could recover after just one night's rest. In the heart of Longdu's central district, 2 luxury sedans pulled up in front of a massive structure, followed by several extended trucks loaded with cargo. Despite his battered and weary appearance, Murongi quickly stepped out of the car and opened the door for the vehicle behind him. Qingchen emerged, holding Luo Yuling's hand, and as they looked up, they couldn't help but freeze in awe. Before them stood a 5-story black villa, its exterior walls clad in black bricks resembling armor. On the top floor, a semi-open swimming pool extended beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. The entire structure, shrouded in the night, exuded the aura of a cold and resolute warrior, its metallic sheen reminiscent of a medieval black castle. Brother Gu, this is the residence the Morong family has prepared for you in Longdu. It's situated in the central district, making it convenient to reach Longdu University and the tribunal's headquarters, Morong explained. If you find it to your liking, this property is yours and your wife's. If not, there are over a dozen similar villas in the central district for you to choose from. You're giving this to me? Qingchen asked, his eyes widening in astonishment. Do you have any idea how much a villa in this location would cost? It's not worth much, Murongi replied with a dismissive wave. If I had to put a number on it, maybe 3 billion xia currency. The words left Qingchen frozen in place, and even Luo Yuling was taken aback. A single house costing 3 billion xia currency, this was longest level of extravagance? The royal family's generosity was beyond belief. If Gu Xiaoyu found out they were being handed a $3 billion house for free, she'd probably faint from excitement. Murongi continued, oh, and about the fine wine you mentioned. I had some of the best selections brought over from the Morong family's cellar. With a snap of his fingers, several martial artists began unloading specially crafted metallic crates that shimmered under the lights. The crates themselves were valuable, let alone the premium wine contained within. Take these and store them in the villa's wine cellar, Murong Yi instructed. Under his direction, dozens of crates were swiftly carried into the villa. Qingchen hadn't even had time to marvel at how his casual request on the plane had been so quickly fulfilled before Murong Yi clapped him on the shoulder and said, "One of the Murong family elders will be stationed nearby tonight to ensure your safety. The hour is late, and there's a meeting tomorrow morning, so we'll leave you to rest." With that, Murong Yi got back into his car and quickly departed. The two of them stood there, somewhat dazed and motionless. The moment they stepped into the villa, a luxurious hall came into view. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow across the corridors, illuminating the entire space. At the end of the spacious hallway on the first floor was a staircase leading to the bedrooms on the second and third floors. Qingchen held Luo Yuling's hand as they strolled through the villa. Her small hand was slightly cold, her body a little stiff, and there was a hint of nervousness in her gaze. But at that moment, Qingchen, utterly exhausted, was too drained to notice these details. After a brief walk around, Qingchen casually chose a bedroom. The moment he dropped onto the bed, his whole body relaxed, and his head buzzed with weariness. Using the last bit of his energy, he murmured softly, "Yuli, could you bring me a bottle of wine?" Hearing this, Luo Yuling's cheeks instantly flushed red. Her hands twisted together unconsciously, her heartbeat quickening. With her face burning, her mind was a blur, but her feet moved involuntarily toward the wine cellar on the first floor. Half an hour later, Luo Yuling appeared at the doorway of Qingchen's room, now wearing a purple nightgown. Though modest in design, it perfectly accentuated her graceful hourglass figure. Barefoot, she timidly peeked into the room. Her cheeks still red as she softly asked, "Qingchen, I brought the wine. Would you like to have it now?" The room was silent. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yuling mustered her courage and stepped inside, only to find that Qingchen had already fallen asleep. His face was pale, and he lay motionless on the bed. She let out a sigh of relief, her tense body relaxing, though a faint trace of disappointment flickered in her heart. Gently patting her warm cheeks, she placed the wine on the bedside table and climbed cautiously onto the other side of the bed. Propping her chin in her hands, she gazed intently at Qingchen's sleeping face. His sharp, defined features looked almost sculpted, and beneath his long lashes, his brows carried a subtle mix of nobility and latent danger. A tender expression filled Luo Yuling's eyes as a soft smile curved her lips. "My Qingchen really is breathtakingly handsome," she murmured to herself. Time seemed to slip away as drowsiness gradually crept over her. Like a small kitten, Luo Yuling curled up against Qingchen's broad chest. In the warmth of his embrace, she slowly closed her eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. When Qingchen opened his eyes again, he found himself standing within the Temple of the Divine, each hand clutching a bottle of wine. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in his ears, "Congratulations, Temple Master. Your comprehension of the Absolute Shadow Spear Tao has increased to 30%. Without hesitation, he bypassed the first two temples and made his way directly to the Azure Lotus Temple. Inside, the handsome Li Taibai sat at the head of the hall, gazing forlornly at an empty wine jug in his hand. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head. Upon seeing the young man approaching with wine, his eyes lit up with excitement. However, his expression quickly shifted as he furrowed his brows. "Gu Xiaoyu, what happened? Why is your spirit so severely damaged?" At that moment, Qingchen's form was faint and translucent, as though he were only half present. He smiled and replied, "It's nothing to worry about. After a night of drinking with you, I'll be back to full strength by morning." "Ha ha ha. So you've turned my place into your personal healing sanctuary," Li Taibai chuckled heartily. "Well then, what wine have you brought today? Don't try to fob me off with that cheap swill from before." Smiling faintly, Qingchen placed the two bottles on a small table above the pond. "Relax. Today's wine is sure to please you. It may not compare to the legendary Duwan, but it's the finest I could find for now." Li Taibai's eyes gleamed with excitement as he spotted the amber-hued, crystalline liquid. He eagerly uncorked a bottle, inhaling its aroma with a look of utter bliss. At the same time, the mechanical voice sounded again in Qingchen's ears, "Congratulations, Temple Master, on completing the second trial of the Azure Lotus Immortal Poet. Your reward will be personally bestowed by this divine being." Over the past few nights of drinking and chatting with Li Taibai, Qingchen had come to understand that this immortal poet was unlike any of the other deities. He was unpretentious, carefree, and their interactions felt more like those of close friends. Strangely, Li Taibai had never elaborated on his powers, nor had he shown any intention of testing or teaching Qingchen. "Gu Xiaoyu, what are you waiting for? The moon is perfect tonight, it's a fine time for drinking." Li Taibai conjured two wine bowls and was about to pour. "Wait a moment, old bai." Qingchen quickly covered his bowl. "Why don't we settle the matter of the trial reward first? Then we can drink to our heart's content." Reward? What reward? Li Taibai looked genuinely puzzled, scratching his head as if trying to recall. Finally, he sighed. Fine, fine. If you say I promised you something, then I must have. You may choose any one of the calligraphies in my hall. After we drink, feel free to pick one. Qingchen immediately stood and entered the grand hall. A vast, awe-inspiring aura enveloped him as countless poems hung suspended in the air. Their characters exuded a bold and unrestrained elegance, each brimming with emotion, sorrow, joy, exhilaration, anguish, and pride. It was as if he could see countless versions of Li Taibai. One drinking alone under the moon, another wielding a sword while reveling, and yet another passed out at his writing desk. The energy flowing through these works seemed related to Taoist principles, yet it was uniquely distinct, an experience both profound and mysterious. Most of the poems were fully unfurled, but a small number remained tied up, their contents hidden. Qingchen wandered among the verses, each one captivating him in its own way. There was the ethereal spirit of the bright moon rises over the Tianshan mountains, shrouded in an expanse of clouds. The exquisite beauty of clouds think of clothes, flowers think of faces. The spring breeze brushes the threshold, the dew glistens, and the bold defiance of I laugh loudly as I step out the door. How could we be mere weeds among men? Eventually, he stopped in a secluded corner, where a bound poem caught his attention. The moment he approached, a vivid image flashed in his mind. Countless gods and demons standing in the depths of the cosmos, their faces buried in their hands, expressions filled with despair. Behind them, tens of thousands of azure lotuses rained down. A cold sweat broke out on Qingchen's back. This poem carried an aura of immense dread. Taking a deep breath, he bent down and picked up the bound poem. This is the one, he murmured. Just as he prepared to unravel it, Li Taibai's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he appeared behind Qingchen, firmly pressing down on his hands to stop him. Upon suddenly seeing Li Taibai appear beside him, Qingchen immediately halted his actions. Li Taibai gazed at the young man before him, his expression unusually solemn. You can't choose this one. Pick another. Old Bai, don't cheat. Qingchen frowned in protest. You clearly said I could pick any poem in the hall. Why is this one off limits now? As he spoke, he clutched the poem tighter in his arms. Li Taibai couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Young friend Gu, I'm doing this for your own good. If I hadn't stopped you in time, the moment you unfolded even a corner of this poem, you would have been instantly drained into a dried husk. Just from opening a corner? Qingchen stared at Li Taibai in disbelief, struggling to fathom how a poem could be so perilous. Li Taibai sighed. Fine. Since fate has brought you to this poem, I'll consider it yours. But for now, let me hold on to it. When you're ready to unlock its secrets, I'll return it to you. Does that work? All right, but then I get to pick another one, Qingchen bargained. Deal, deal. Li Taibai chuckled heartily. Just don't try to dodge drinking later. With a casual wave of his hand, a dust-covered scroll descended into Qingchen's grasp. This is one of my finest works. Consider it a gift. The moment the scroll landed in Qingchen's hands, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his entire being. Before his eyes, a vast scene unfolded. A majestic Milky Way cascading downward, stars drifting amidst its currents, as though he were immersed in a breathtaking dreamscape. The vision disappeared in an instant, and by the time he came to his senses, Li Taibai had already pulled him to a small table suspended above a pond. A bowl filled with amber-hued wine sat before him. Li Taibai looked up at the sky, frowning. The night is so clear, yet there's no moon. What nonsense is this? Suddenly inspired, he shouted toward the Peach Blossom Temple, Sword God Dang, allow me to borrow your moon for a moment. With that, he made a dramatic pulling motion toward the heavens. It was as if an invisible curtain had been ripped away, and a blood-red moon was forcibly dragged into the sky overhead. Its crimson glow bathed the world in a chilling light, radiating an aura of killing intent. Qingchen stared at the sky in shock, unable to believe that the Peach Blossom Sword God's blood moon, imbued with his divine essence, had been summoned so effortlessly. At the same time, the blood moon vanished from above the Peach Blossom Temple, leaving the temple engulfed in murderous energy. The Peach Blossom Sword God appeared, stepping into the air with a peach branch in hand and a dark expression on his face. Spotting Qingchen and Li Taibai drinking together, he hesitated for a moment before turning and leaving without a word. Well, we've got the moon. Why not add a sun while we're at it? Li Taibai laughed heartily. General Zhao, allow me to borrow your setting sun. With another pull, a tattered, fiery sun appeared in the sky, exuding a destructive energy that seemed capable of obliterating all existence. With the sun and moon shining together, the silver dragon temple dimmed, its brilliance completely overshadowed. A thunderous dragon roar erupted from within. Zhao Zilong, his expression dark, stormed out with his dragon lance in hand. But upon seeing Gu Qingchen and Li Taibai drinking together, he immediately restrained his aura, gave Gu Qingchen a respectful bow, and retreated. Gu Qingchen was dumbfounded. Unbelievable. You're using me as a human shield, aren't you? Li Taibai's laughter brimmed with amusement. All right, young friend Gu, let's get started. With that, he downed his drink in one go, wine splashing everywhere. Gu Qingchen followed suit, drinking bowl after bowl under the radiant sun and moon. Though his tolerance for alcohol had recently improved, the potent wine soon left him slightly tipsy. Under its influence, a flood of emotions and reflections from his recent experiences surged through him. He rested one hand on Li Taibai's shoulder, his drunken eyes hazily gazing at the ethereal figure clad in flowing white robes before him. Overwhelmed by the effects of the wine, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but voice the question lingering in his heart. Old Bai, tell me, thousands of years ago, when hundreds of gods sacrificed their lives to defend Xia, why are there only 7 great halls in the Temple of the Divine? Li Bai chuckled softly, his gaze distant. Among the gods, there is a hierarchy. Those who earned a place in these 7 halls were unparalleled in their feats during the ancient times. Each of them achieved victories so fearsome that even the mere mention of their names would strike terror into the hearts of foreign tribes, leaving them in utter despair. Oh. Gu Qingchen's drunken eyes opened slightly. And what about your feats? Me. Li Bai tilted his head back and laughed heartily, a gleam of pride flashing in his eyes. I swept through 1,000-star realms alone, forcing countless gods and demons to bow in submission, many of them reduced to tears. Star realms? What's that? Gu Qingchen blinked in confusion, his intoxication deepening. Li Taibai's expression suddenly grew somber as he gazed at the bright moon above, murmuring to himself, what a pity. If I had brought that flask of wine with me back then, perhaps I could have eradicated those millions of foreign tribes single-handedly. Thousands of years ago, when most gods chose to defend the outer boundaries of Blue Star against the invaders, he alone wielded his sword and ventured deep into the starry void, aiming to strike at the very source of the foreign tribe's invasion. Before he left, he buried his most cherished flask of fine wine beneath a pear tree, hoping to savor it upon his triumphant return. Hey, young Gu. Li Taibai suddenly perked up. Let me tell you a little secret. Actually, we gods enshrined in these halls were not dead yet. Before the words had fully settled, he noticed Gu Qingchen had already passed out, slumped over the table in a drunken stupor. Drunk again. Li Bai cast the boy a disdainful glance before reaching up to pluck a green lotus from the top of the divine hall. He gently placed it on Gu Qingchen's head. The lotus slowly merged into the young man's body, and his previously translucent form began to solidify. With 2 large jars of wine now emptied, Li Bai swirled the empty bowl in his hand with disinterest before tossing it aside and propping up his legs. His gaze drifted into the distance as his thoughts wandered. That flask of wine, it should still be buried somewhere within Xia. I just don't know when he'll finally be able to dig it up and enjoy it. In the tranquil hall of a secluded villa in Longdu, Yin Mietian stood at its center. Above him loomed a shadowy, pitch-black figure, its features obscured in darkness and impossible to discern. Where is the blood pool? The shadow asked calmly. Bowing his head in respect, Yin Mietian replied, the blood pool has been safely relocated to another one of your villas. Everything was handled cleanly. The shadow nodded slightly and was about to turn away when Yin Mietian suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke with suppressed anger. My lord, the 5 elders of the Yin family were all killed by that boy during the assassination attempt. He's growing too fast. We must eliminate him now before he becomes an even greater threat. The shadow halted, letting out a cold chuckle. Heh, easier said than done. If you're not afraid to die, you're welcome to try. Assassinating the governor of the tribunal? Yin Mietian, you've already done something reckless behind our backs. The tribunal elders are on their way to Longdu to conduct a thorough investigation, and the major royal families have sent their strongest to assist. During such a crackdown, you're telling me to go after him? How do you plan to kill him? The shadow stepped closer to Yin Mietian, its tone turning icy. If you succeed, fine. But if you fail, and the Yin family is implicated, ruining our plans for that one, not even 10 Yin families' lives would be enough to quell their wrath. Yin Mietian clenched his back teeth, his face twisting with frustration. Then what should we do, my lord? Are we just going to sit back and let that boy grow stronger? Of course, the shadow replied without hesitation. Right now, the best news is no news. What we need to do is wait for the storm to pass, and for them to completely forget about us. Once the blood pool is ready, those supreme beings will be able to break through the Mother River and fully descend here. By then, not even 100 Gu Qingchen could stop the inevitable downfall of the Great Xia. The shadow let out a low laugh. I suspect those fools still think the only threat infiltrating the Great Xia is the Demon Clan. The day of Great Xia's collapse is very near. Meanwhile, in another villa, the first rays of dawn filtered through the window and fell on Gu Qingchen's face. With a faint scent of alcohol lingering in the air, He slowly opened his eyes and noticed 2 empty wine bottles on the bedside table. His spiritual energy had completely recovered. Just as he was about to stretch, he felt something clinging to his arm. Lifting the blanket, he saw Luo Yuling curled up, clutching his arm tightly. Her long, pale legs were draped over his waist like a serpent. She was wearing a purple nightdress, slightly disheveled, with her collar revealing her delicate collarbones. She looked nothing like the usually aloof goddess she was. Scratching his head, Qingchen tried to recall the previous night. It seemed that his spiritual energy had been injured, and he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Did Luo Yuling come up on her own? Looking at the serene expression on her face, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He leaned forward and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Like a fairy tale prince awakening a sleeping princess, Luo Yuling slowly opened her eyes. Qingchen, good morning. What time is it? Her voice was soft, her mind still clouded with sleep as she instinctively burrowed into his chest. It's 8 o'clock. Still early. You can sleep a little longer, Qingchen said, stroking her hair affectionately. 8 already? Luo Yuling murmured, repeating his words. Suddenly, she snapped awake and hurriedly grabbed her phone to check something. A moment later, she exclaimed with excitement, Qingchen, I ranked first in Guangling and third nationally. We can be classmates again. It turned out today was the day martial arts exam results were released. Since Qingchen had been guaranteed admission to Longdu University and had been preoccupied with the assassination attempt upon arriving in Longdu, he hadn't paid much attention to his results. Luo Yuling, however, was overjoyed as she showed him her phone screen, which displayed name, Luo Yuling, martial arts level, extraordinary second realm, Guangling rank, 1, national rank, 3, blessing level, SS rank imperial tier. Before he could finish reading, Luo Yuling's phone began to ring. The caller ID read Longdu University Admissions Office. Qingchen couldn't help but marvel at the university's efficiency, while Luo Yuling nervously answered the call. At the same time, Qingchen's own phone rang. It was a steward from the tribunal in Longdu. He frowned as he glanced at the time. They had agreed on a meeting at 10, but it was only 8 now. What's going on? Calling this early in the morning? Qingchen asked, pressing his temple as he felt the slight weight of a hangover. Reporting to you, Governor. We found a lead on Huang Yu's case. A severed arm was discovered near a villa. Upon inspection by the tribunal, the arm bears a pure black eye. It's confirmed to be steward Huang Yu's arm. Qingchen's expression turned grave, the last traces of drowsiness vanishing from his face. Preserve the scene. They'll be there immediately. Upon hearing the news, Qingchen's brows furrowed deeply. He was about to step out of the window when he suddenly realized his clothes were still stained with blood from the previous night, which he hadn't had time to change. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to stay calm and swiftly walked to the wardrobe, pulling out a clean outfit to change into. Luo Yuling noticed the shift in his expression, set down her phone, and asked with concern, Qingchen, what's wrong? The steward from before. There's a lead. I need to join the investigation immediately, Qingchen replied tersely. Then I'll go with you. Luo Yuling proposed at once. My elemental sensing abilities could be really helpful in the search. Qingchen gazed at her, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. It was true that, despite Luo Yuling's modest martial prowess, her ability to manipulate all 5 fundamental elements made her exceptionally sensitive to elemental flows. In their earlier battle against 5 grandmasters, it was her talent that had enabled him to conceal his presence completely underwater and launch a preemptive strike to take down one of them. With her help, the investigation would undoubtedly progress much faster. However, this case involved the upper echelons of Longdu, and the demon clans. Its dangers were self-evident. In the end, he shook his head and gently patted her hair. There's no rush. It's just a lead for now. I'll be careful. Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. With that, he leapt out the window and disappeared in the direction of the target. In the outskirts of Longdu, dozens of members of the Demon Tribunal were busy collecting evidence and taking photos around a patch of grass. At the center of the field lay a severed arm. The arm bore a tattoo of a single, pitch-black eye. The severance was unervingly clean, as if sliced perfectly by a blade, with no sign of tearing. Stranger still, wisps of black mist continuously seeped from the wound. Governor Xia Duqing stood nearby, his expression grim as he stared at the dismembered limb. The arm emanated a palpable demonic aura, laced with a particularly vile curse. It was clear Huang Yu had encountered the demon clans. If the curse's source was not eradicated promptly, its spread would almost certainly lead to a grim fate. A sharp sound of air being sliced announced Qingchen's arrival as he descended gracefully from the sky. Xia Duqing scrutinized the young governor before him, astonished to find that Qingchen's aura had fully recovered. There was no trace of the weakness he had displayed the previous day. Such a rapid recovery was nothing short of remarkable. The assembled team members bowed their heads respectfully and greeted him, Governor. Many stole glances at the strikingly handsome young man, and several female members couldn't hide their admiration. The tale of his single-handed defeat of 5 grandmasters the previous night had already spread throughout the tribunal. Qingchen raised a hand to dismiss the formalities and pointed toward the severed arm on the grass. Governor Xia, what's the situation? Xia Duqing sighed. It's confirmed to be Huang Yu's arm. The wound carries traces of a curse. He must have been discovered while infiltrating and was forced to sever his arm to survive after being cursed during the battle. Although his life flame in the tribunal remains unextinguished, I fear. He trailed off, shaking his head grimly. At that moment, panicked shouting came from behind them. A steward, pale-faced and trembling, stumbled toward them. Governor, the basement, there's something in the basement. He didn't finish before collapsing to the ground, retching uncontrollably. The two governors exchanged a grave look. For a seasoned steward, accustomed to death and carnage, to react this way, whatever lay in the basement must be truly horrifying. Xia Duqing signaled his subordinates, and they headed toward the basement together. Beneath the central carpet of the villa, an iron door stood wide open, with the sounds of retching echoing from below. A nauseating stench of blood and decay wafted up, causing even the seasoned team members to feel their stomachs churn. At the end of the basement corridor, Qingchen kicked open a wooden door, revealing a nightmarish scene. The underground chamber spanned about 500 square meters and was filled with blood-stained torture devices. Rotting organs and severed limbs were scattered across the floor, while dried black blood clung to the walls and ground like ink. At the center of the room was a massive pit filled with shattered bones, tangled with strands of hair, resembling seaweed, a ghastly mountain of skeletal remains. This place was nothing short of a hell on earth. Behind the two governors, the reactions of all the team members were identical. Faces turned deathly pale in an instant, and they dropped to the ground, retching violently as if trying to expel their very insides. Even Xia Duqing, who had served as Dragon City's governor for over a decade, couldn't help but blanch at the horrifying sight before him. His stomach churned uncontrollably, and he had to summon all his willpower to suppress the nausea. Even Qingchen, known far and wide as the Demon Slayer, showed a rare expression of discomfort. Qingchen quickly regained his composure and began meticulously searching the blood-soaked basement. Ignoring the filth and the stench of decay, he crouched down, his hands brushing over dismembered limbs as his sharp gaze swept every suspicious corner. Outside, the team members lay amidst their own vomit, convulsing and whispering in astonishment about their new governor's actions. This Governor Gu is something else, one team member muttered, struggling to suppress his nausea. I heard he once wiped out hundreds of thousands of demons single-handedly back when he was just a steward. Seriously? Where would so many demons even come from for him to kill? Why do you think Director Yin made someone so young the governor of Dragon City? As the investigation deepened, Qingchen's expression grew increasingly grim. Judging by the severed limbs scattered on the ground, there were at least 100 bodies here. Squatting down, he ran his fingers over the blood-soaked floor, gauging the moisture of the stains. His brows furrowed. The blood is still fresh. This must have been moved overnight. Overnight, precisely when someone had attempted to assassinate him. This discovery instantly connected the dots in Qingchen's mind. The ones who created this underground chamber and the ones who tried to assassinate me are the same group. After failing to kill me, they must have panicked about exposure and moved everything during the night. Given the recent spate of disappearances in Dragon City, the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the demon blood rituals found in the ruins of the Black Tide. Near the blood pool, 2 fresh skeletons stood out starkly, one large, one small. Bits of flesh still clung to the bones, not yet fully dried. The smaller skeleton appeared to belong to a child no older than 4 or 5. Suppressing his fury, Qingchen spoke in an icy tone. This villa falls under the jurisdiction of the Yin family, one of the 12 earthly clans. From the looks of it, both the Yin and Song families are highly suspicious. All stewards, follow me to pay a visit to the Yin and Song families in Dragon City. At these words, everyone present, including Xia Duqing, froze in place. Confronting clans of the earthly level? These were top-tier powers, second only to the imperial family itself. Xia Duqing voiced his concern, his tone heavy with worry. Governor Gu, I understand your feelings, but this won't be easy. Director Yin is not in Daxia, and the highest-ranking officials in the tribunal are the elders, whose authority is inferior to the earthly clans. Besides, the elders won't even arrive in Dragon City until tonight. Governor Xia, Qingchen interrupted. Does the governor have the legal authority to enforce the law on earthly clans? Legally speaking, yes, but a governor's rank is far below that of the 12 earthly clans. Forcing a search could bring us a lot of trouble. Trouble? Qingchen scoffed coldly. Steward Huang Yu nearly gave his life for this mission. If I don't have the courage to act, what right do I have to be his superior? If you're unwilling to go, I'll go alone. As Qingchen's resolute figure strode away, Xia Duqing called after him anxiously. Governor Gu, If you don't find anything, that's one thing. But if they really are demon spies, you'll be putting your life at great risk. If they truly are spies hiding among humans, Qingchen paused at the iron door, his gaze razor-sharp. I will eliminate every single one of them. No exceptions. With those words, he leaped into the air, heading straight for the Yin family. The other stewards exchanged uneasy glances before Xia Duqing finally barked, "Follow him," and they hurried after him. Mid-flight, Qingchen made a call. "Uncle Yin? How's the situation at the Daxiao border?" "Ah, it's you, Xiaogu." Yin Yiling's voice was low and steady. "The situation's improving. The fighting is almost over." "Why? What's going on?" "Nothing major," Qingchen replied nonchalantly. "I found a lead on the demon spies. It's connected to the Yin family. I'm heading there now to speak with their patriarch. You can decide what to do." "What? What did you say?" Yin Yiling's voice on the other end of the line was laced with disbelief. "It's only been a few days, and you've already identified the mole?" His tone grew heavier, more serious. "Xiaogu, you need to think this through carefully. The Yin family is one of the 12 earthly generals' clans, with deep roots in Lengdu and the backing of the royal family. Accusing someone of treason against humanity carries the weight of annihilating 9 generations of their lineage. Without solid proof, slandering a family of such stature will only land you in grave trouble." Qingchen sped through the skies, the fierce wind howling past him. "Don't worry, Uncle Yin. I know what I'm doing. If I don't have evidence, I'll go get it." "How confident are you?" After a moment of silence, Yin Yiling's voice came again. 30%. Hearing this, Yin Yiling surprisingly let out a breath of relief. For a matter as grave as this one that concerned the safety of Daxia, 30% chance was already far beyond his expectations. 30% is enough. "Give me an hour to finish off the last wave of demons here, and I'll head over immediately." His words were abruptly cut off by the blood-curdling screams of demons in the background, and then the call disconnected. In the distance, Qingchen's gaze locked onto a grand palace that loomed into view, the Fire Yin Palace. This ancient structure, preserved since archaic times, glowed a fiery red, as though perpetually bathed in eternal flames. Surrounding it were numerous subsidiary halls, sprawling out like a small city. This was the Yin family's ancestral stronghold. At the palace's main entrance, Yin family guards stood watch, weapons in hand, patrolling the area. Qingchen descended a short distance away and strode forward, his expression cold and unreadable. "Halt. This is sacred ground of the Yin family. No unauthorized persons may enter." 2 guards immediately crossed their spears to block his path. Qingchen produced a crimson jade emblem, a symbol of his authority as the newly appointed chief overseer of the Demon Tribunal. "I am the chief overseer of the Demon Tribunal. Last night, a crime occurred in Lengdu, and evidence suggests the Yin family may be involved. I am here to conduct a search. While guilt has not yet been determined, the procedure must still be followed." The 2 guards exchanged uneasy glances. This chief overseer appeared far too young. While the crimson jade in his hand seemed genuine, who could say it wasn't stolen? "Searching the Yin family? Do you have the master's approval?" the guard on the left asked, frowning. "As the chief overseer of the tribunal, I do not require your master's permission to conduct a search." Hearing this, the guards chuckled derisively, their eyes brimming with disdain. A mere chief overseer, daring to investigate one of the 12 earthly generals' clans alone? Even the elders of the tribunal wouldn't dare act so brazenly. "Kid, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't scram, don't blame us for what happens next." The guard on the right shook his spear menacingly, while the one on the left drew a firearm, aiming it directly at Qingchen, his finger ready on the trigger. Qingchen kept his eyes fixed on the palace gates, as if he hadn't heard a word. His disregard only infuriated the guards further. With a roar, the guard on the right lunged, his spear thrusting straight for Qingchen's chest. 3 minutes have passed, Qingchen said softly. "The time for notification is over. Forced entry is now authorized." In that instant, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within him. Before the spear could reach its target, it twisted and crumpled into useless scrap metal. The guard on the left felt an immense force travel through his firearm and into his body, as if his internal organs had been violently displaced. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was sent hurtling into the palace wall, collapsing in a heap, barely clinging to life. Qingchen's entire body tensed like a coiled dragon and tiger, his muscles and bones crackling audibly. His fingers clenched into a tight fist as he unleashed a powerful punch toward the main gate. The force of the strike tore through the air, producing a deafening sonic boom. Under the sheer might of his blow, the grand doors of the Fire Flame Hall shattered into pieces, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. In the corner of the hall, the last remaining guard cowered against the wall, trembling uncontrollably, his wide, terrified eyes fixed on Qingchen's back, unable to comprehend how this young man possessed such terrifying strength. The overwhelming energy that radiated from him felt like a tidal wave, threatening to swallow everything in its path. Glancing at his unconscious comrades sprawled on the ground, the guard silently thanked his luck for not being the first to attack. Just so you know, Qingchen said coldly, not even sparing a backward glance, I wasn't asking for your permission earlier. I was merely informing you. Formalities, you see. His voice carried a sharp edge. Today, I'm not just investigating your Yin family. Your family head won't escape either. With that, he strode into the hall with determined steps. The guard stood frozen, a chill creeping up his spine. The family head was a peak marquee-level powerhouse. What kind of background did this young man have to act with such audacity? Instinctively, the guard's hand moved toward the alarm device at his waist, but he hesitated and withdrew. The sound of the door shattering moments ago had been loud enough to alert half the city clearly. Stealth was never part of the young man's plan. Moments later, 7 or 8 figures descended from the sky. They were the officials from the Xia capital and the tribunal. Staring at the broken gates, they exchanged uneasy glances, stunned by the aggressive approach of this young governor. This was the Yin family they were dealing with, a clan of general-level power. Xia Duzhou, the governor of Xia capital, sighed heavily, rubbing his temples. We're too late. Things have already spiraled out of control. What should we do now, Governor Xia? One of the officials asked, completely at a loss. What else can we do? We're here already. Let's follow him. Xia Duzhou replied with resignation. Meanwhile, Qingchen had ventured deeper into the fire flame hall, his gaze sweeping across the countless side halls around him. His mind replayed the horrifying scene he had discovered in the basement of the villa, blood pool filled with corpses, the traces of which hadn't been fully erased. It was clear the demonic forces had retreated in haste. If the Yin family was truly behind it all, they would have moved the sacrificial blood pool to the safest place, the underground chambers of the fire flame hall. Fixing his sights on one particular side hall, Qingchen summoned his inner energy and leaped high into the air, slamming down onto the ground with immense force. The earth trembled like waves, but the surface beneath him remained unyielding. He nodded to himself. Solid. He had deliberately controlled his strength. If there were underground chambers below, the ground would have caved in. Scanning the area, he noted dozens more side halls that needed to be checked. Time was of the essence. Just as he prepared to move to the next hall, a sudden sense of danger surged through him. He halted abruptly, and with a swift motion, a peach branch materialized in his hand. He swung it downward, using the force to propel himself into the air. In the next instant, a massive green blade, swirling with fierce winds, slammed into the spot where he had just been standing, cleaving the side hall in two. Well, I was wondering who had the guts to cause trouble in the Yin family. Turns out it's you, boy. A raspy, familiar voice echoed behind him. Qingchen, it's been a while. Do you still remember me? Qingchen turned around, his eyes landing on the figure of a grizzled elder. It was none other than Huang Lao, the master-level warrior who had once served Yin Mingding, the son of the Yin family patriarch. Qingchen lazily propped his chin on his hand, a trace of mockery flashing through his eyes. Of course, I remember. Isn't this the lapdog of the Yin family's young master who was scared out of his wits by Uncle Yin? How's your young master doing these days? Still managing to take care of himself? Does he need someone to spoon-feed him? These words were like a hammer blow, shattering the calm expression on Elder Huang's face in an instant. Ever since Yin Mingding's martial heart was broken and he left Guangling, he had been like a walking corpse, sitting idly at home, devoid of vitality, needing others to care for his basic needs. And the one responsible for all of it was none other than the arrogant youth standing before him. Humph, quite the sharp tongue for such a brat. Elder Huang sneered coldly. Trespassing into the Dejiang clan is a serious crime. Today, I, Huang, will take you into custody and throw you into the Yin family's dungeon. Before he finished speaking, a powerful green light burst from Elder Huang's body, his voice laced with chilling intent. Last time, Yin Yuling protected you. Let's see who comes to your rescue this time. With a swift motion, Elder Huang clasped his palms together, green energy surging in his hands. A sharp crack echoed through the air as two streaks of green energy, sharp like swords, tore through the atmosphere, carrying a terrifying pressure as they surged toward Qingchen. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Qingchen's expression remained calm. He lightly waved the peach branch in his hand, and his aura instantly turned blood red, enveloped by an overwhelming killing intent. Leaping into the air, he slashed downward, releasing a fierce sword energy that cleaved through the void. In the instant the vast Tao resonance erupted, the green energy dissipated like waves swallowed by the sea, completely consumed by the sword energy. Shock flashed in Elder Huang's eyes. The boy's Tao resonance was vastly different from before, more immense, more overwhelming. His killing intent had grown sharper, more terrifying. Staring at the pure Tao resonance swirling around Qingchen, Elder Huang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. You've got some skill. They'll give you that. No wonder those 5 useless fools lost to you. Elder Huang exhaled slowly, a mocking smile spreading across his face. His body trembled as the boundless spiritual energy of a peak grandmaster erupted from him, and green light once again coalesced in his palm. But unfortunately for you, those 5 were merely novices in the grandmaster realm. I, on the other hand, have long reached its peak. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Gu Qingchen's eyes. After yesterday's ambush, he had ordered strict secrecy regarding the incident, with all witnesses sworn to silence under heavy oaths. Although the citizens of Lengdu had seen the attack, they didn't know his identity as the new governor, let alone that the assassins were 5 grandmaster-level warriors. For Elder Huang to know such details, there was only one explanation: the 5 assassins were either sent by the Yin family or were members of the Yin family themselves. Traitors to the nation must face judgment and the ultimate punishment. Gu Qingchen's gaze turned icy and piercing. As he pieced things together, Elder Huang had already made his move. A streak of green energy morphed into a massive serpent brimming with deadly intent, striking toward Gu Qingchen with lightning speed. Facing the oncoming surge of the green serpent, Gu Qingchen gripped a peach branch tightly, his eyes sharp and unyielding. Traitor to the nation, meet your end. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically. Above, a crimson blood moon tore through the clouds, casting an eerie glow of killing intent that painted the ground in scarlet hues. Below, an inverted solitary sunset defied logic, slowly rising from the horizon. The sunset and blood moon mirrored each other, and as the sunset spun rapidly, it radiated an overwhelming aura of slaughter. A terrifying force erupted, instantly crushing the green serpent into nothingness. Is this a new Tao rhythm? The elderly man across from him, known as Huang Lao, widened his clouded eyes in disbelief, staring at the young man before him, whose cultivation was merely at the great ascension stage. He was stunned to see him comprehend yet another Tao rhythm. Fear flickered across Huang Lao's face as he let out a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of emerald spiritual energy at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. Transforming his palm into a fist, he charged at Gu Qingchen with reckless determination. But Gu Qingchen's figure had already vanished. Just as Huang Lao was about to turn, he realized his entire body was immobilized. A suffocating aura of killing intent had locked him in place, suppressing his spiritual energy, physical movements, and even his senses. Behind him, a frail sapling broke through the ground. Nourished by the killing intent, it swiftly grew into a slender peach tree, its branches adorned with countless flower buds on the verge of blooming. A single delicate peach blossom drifted down and passed through Huang Lao's body. In that instant, his blood seemed to freeze, and the overwhelming presence of death enveloped him. The peach branch in Gu Qingchen's hand disintegrated, and the peach tree crumbled along with it, dissolving into killing intent that surged back into his body. Huang Lao fell to the ground like a lifeless statue, blood gushing from the joints of his limbs, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Rubbing his temples to ease the throbbing pain, Gu Qingchen marveled at the terrifying power of the peach blossom sword god's peach tree. Even with only 60% of its Tao rhythm comprehended, it was enough to render cultivators below the marquee stage completely incapacitated. Unfortunately, for now, he could only summon a single petal. If he could fully grasp this path of slaughter, the sight of peach blossoms raining down in torrents would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. In the distance, Xiaoduqing arrived at the scene with enforcers from the demonic tribunal. The scene before them left them speechless. The decayed sunset and blood moon hung ominously in the sky, while beneath the peach tree, the elder of the Yin family lay prostrate like a defeated dog. Behind the young governor, it seemed as though a mighty river surged endlessly. Is this Tao rhythm? Several enforcers exchanged glances, whispering in astonishment. Is this for real? Has the governor already comprehended Tao rhythm? Looks like we've officially crossed the Yin family now. So what do we do? Xiaoduqing furrowed his brows. What do we do? We're already here, finish them off. The governor's already shown such dominance. Don't you dare disgrace the Dragon Capital Tribunal. At his words, the enforcers' morale surged. As seasoned executioners accustomed to bloodshed, they had been momentarily intimidated by the Yin family's reputation. But now, their spirits reignited. They prepared for the battle ahead. Gazing down at the latecomers below, Gu Qingchen grabbed the barely breathing Huang Lao at his feet and hurled him forcefully in front of the crowd. His sharp eyes locked onto 2 stewards standing nearby as he commanded coldly. This man has been confirmed as a spy for the human race. Escort him to the tribunal immediately for interrogation. As soon as the words left his mouth, the faces of those present turned grim. Matters involving demonic entities from other races fell strictly within the tribunal's jurisdiction. The strength Gu Qingchen had displayed in the earlier battle left no room for doubt, and the 2 stewards nodded silently. They lifted the bloodied and battered Huang Lao and took off into the air. The rest of you, split up and search the Fireflame Hall. Pay particular attention to whether there are hidden chambers underground. I suspect the Yin family may have concealed the blood pool below, Gu Qingchen ordered. Before he could finish speaking, Xia Duqing interjected urgently, Governor Gu, there's no need for such trouble. There's one place that's most likely their hiding spot. Oh. Gu Qingchen raised an eyebrow. The underground palace, Xia Duqing explained. In every grand hall, the most secretive location is the underground palace. It's where families typically store their most valuable weapons and treasures, accessible only to core members. Gu Qingchen pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. Then he'll investigate the Yin family's underground palace. Meanwhile, within the Yin family's main hall, Yin Mietyin reclined leisurely in a rocking chair, a cup of hot tea in hand, eyes closed in contentment. Layers of dark mist coiled around his body, and under the corrosive influence of this eerie power, he could distinctly feel the long-standing barriers of his cultivation level beginning to loosen. The sharp, piercing aura of the black mist seemed poised to shatter the bottleneck that had kept him at the peak of the Marquis realm for over 2 decades. Ever since mastering the power of curses, Yin Mietyin had sensed that his breakthrough was imminent. At this rate, within half a year, he would ascend to the supreme realm. Indeed, a wise bird chooses a sturdy branch. Siding with the demon race was the smartest decision, he mused. The only thing that unsettled him was the rapid rise of that young man, Gu Qingchen, whose growth was nothing short of terrifying. As he was deep in thought, a sudden loud crash echoed from outside the hall, as if some massive object had been smashed to pieces. His body stiffened momentarily, but he remained composed, sipping his tea. Moments later, the ground began to tremble faintly. Just as he was about to frown and inquire, a panicked guard stumbled into the hall, his face pale with fear. Patriarch. A young man has defeated the guards at the gate and broken into the Fireflame Hall. Yin Mietyin took a slow sip of tea and said indifferently, why report such a trivial matter? Let Elder Huang handle it according to the laws of the Great Xia dynasty. Do not cause unnecessary chaos. The guard's forehead was slick with cold sweat. But, Patriarch, Elder Huang has already been defeated and taken away by that young man's companions. What? Yin Mietyin shot to his feet, disbelief flashing across his face. After the loss of 5 elders, Elder Huang was the Yin family's last remaining peak grandmaster. And now, even he had fallen? Did the intruder mention his name? I believe he said his name was Gu Qingchen. At the mention of that name, Yin Mietyen's expression darkened instantly. Gu Qingchen again. His eyes burned with murderous intent. Since you refuse to know your place and have come seeking your doom, you have no one to blame but yourself. Taking a deep breath, he ordered, informed Song Ji-yun to return to the underground blood pool immediately. He is not to show himself for the time being. With that, he slowly unsheathed a crimson, curved blade. The guards below watched their patriarch's actions in awe, their hearts pounding with disbelief. Was the patriarch truly going to personally deal with this young man? Elsewhere, 2 governors soared through the air, their sharp gazes scanning nearly half of the Fireflame Hall below. As Xiadu Cheng and Gu Qingchen continued their search, Xiadu suddenly stopped in his tracks, pointing ahead. Governor Gu, that must be the Yin family's underground palace. Following the direction of his gesture, the 2 of them saw a strangely flat area that starkly contrasted with the surrounding cluster of side halls. They slowly descended, and as they approached, Gu Qingchen realized this was no ordinary flat land. It was a massive, ornate door embedded in the ground. Intricate carvings of 2 deities adorned the surface, surrounded by lifelike depictions of surreal imagery. Upon landing, Xiadu Cheng bent down and struck the ground with his fist. The hollow reverberation confirmed his suspicion. It's hollow beneath us. The underground palace is right here. Gu Qingchen took a deep breath, channeling the essence of his Tao within. Sword intent coalesced in his hand, as he prepared to unleash a strike at the entrance of the underground palace. However, just as the moment of impact approached, a cold, detached voice echoed from above. Gu Qingchen, your reputation precedes you. The instant the voice rang out, every hair on Gu Qingchen's body stood on end. Instinctively, he leapt back, 2 streams of Tao energy surging forth from his body. A sea of blood and a rushing river materialized, forming a protective barrier around him. Above him, a towering man stood with hands behind his back, his icy gaze fixed upon Gu Qingchen. Shock rippled through Gu Qingchen's mind. His keen senses had failed to detect this man's presence entirely. As he extended his spiritual awareness, it was as if he touched an endless abyss. This man, whose cultivation surpassed his own by 2 entire realms, could only be the Yin family's patriarch Yin Mietyin, a formidable powerhouse at the peak of the Marquis realm. Gu Qingchen stared warily at the figure in midair, his hand gripping a scroll of Li Taibai's poetry, ready to unleash its power. Beside him, Xiaodu Cheng had gone pale, barely able to withstand the oppressive aura emanating from Yin Mietyin. Yin Mietyin scrutinized Gu Qingchen, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Two supreme Dao essences this young man had comprehended such terrifying Dao principles at the grand completion stage. He couldn't be allowed to live. Wielding a crimson blade, Yin Mietyin's expression turned cold. Governor Gu Qingchen of Longdu, coveting the treasures of the Yin family's underground palace, trespassing on Yin territory and injuring our elders. By the decree of the 12 Earth Generals, I, the Yin General, hereby strip you of your title as governor and sentence you to immediate execution. Before his words fully settled, thunder roared through the heavens. Yin Mietyin swung his blade, unleashing a streak of fiery red light. Just as Gu Qingchen prepared to unfurl his scroll, a blue spatial rift tore open beside him. Emerging from the fissure, drenched in the blood of demon clans, was Yin Yiling. The menacing blade light instantly dissipated. Yin Mietyin, Yin Yiling said, his tone sharp and unyielding. You've grown bold lately, daring to target someone under my protection? The previously despairing Xia Duqing's expression instantly transformed into one of wild joy when he saw the figure emerge from the spatial rift, wearing a crimson mask. The arrival of Yin Suachong, a supreme realm powerhouse, immediately shifted the balance of the situation. Yin Mietyin was momentarily stunned by Yin Yiling's appearance, but quickly regained his composure. Bowing slightly, he respectfully asked, Yin Yi, Lord Yin, weren't you supposed to be stationed at the border of Xia? How is it that you're here? Yin Yiling cast him a cold glance. Where I am is none of your concern. He then turned to Gu Qingchen, his tone softening. Xiaogu, explain the situation in detail. Gu Qingchen, relieved by the arrival of reinforcements, exhaled slightly. Uncle Yin, the Yin family is suspected of colluding with the demon tribe and harming the citizens of Xia. This underground palace likely holds crucial evidence. Yin Mietyin sneered at the accusation. What nonsense! The Yin family has countless merits from battling foreign tribes, having annihilated innumerable demons. This underground palace contains the martial arts manuals and treasures our family has safeguarded for over a century. How could a mere governor have the right to pry into such a place? Yin Yiling's voice turned icy. If a governor is unqualified, then surely the director of the tribunal is. As the director, I order you to open the underground palace for investigation. Refusal will be treated as treason. Surprisingly, Yin Mietyin showed no fear. Instead, he wore an eerie smile and bowed toward the shadows behind him. Your Majesty, Shadow Emperor, please reveal yourself. No sooner had his words fallen than a figure slowly rose from Yin Mietyen's shadow. It was a man with long hair, his face obscured by dark shadows. Gu Qingchen's expression grew grave at the sight. This man's aura far surpassed Yin Mietyen's. He was one of the 7 sovereigns, a supreme realm peak cultivator. Gu Qingchen's heart sank. Could there truly be traitors among the royal family? Yin Yiling's face darkened. The Yin family had long been allies of the Nangong family, but Nangong Ying's appearance still caught him off guard. He scoffed. No wonder Yin Mietyin is so confident. It turns out Nangong Ying is backing him. What now? Have you also started colluding with the demon tribe? The Shadow Emperor chuckled softly as he stepped forward, standing in Yin Yiling's path. Yin Yiling, accusations require evidence. If Xia's leaders all acted as recklessly as you, wouldn't the entire kingdom fall into chaos? His gaze subtly shifted to Gu Qingchen, as if seeking a signal to act. Gu Qingchen gave a faint nod. Uncle Yin, do it? Yin Yiling let out a cold laugh, his eyes brimming with killing intent. He drew a rust-colored long sword, and an overwhelming murderous aura erupted from him, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The sword transformed into a towering manifestation of power, resembling a massive, steep mountain aimed directly at the underground prison. Yin Mietyin turned deathly pale under the Supreme Realm's oppressive aura. Even Nangong Ying's expression shifted. If 2 Supreme Realm powerhouses clashed here, the entire Yin family estate would be reduced to ruins. Not only would the underground palace be exposed, but the Yin family would also suffer devastating losses. Yin Yiling, are you insane? Nangong Ying stepped forward, unleashing an all-encompassing wave of black shadows that spread across the sky, intercepting Yin Yiling. His voice was cold. Since this involves the demon tribe, we'll make an exception and allow you to inspect the underground palace. But if nothing is found, trespassing into the palace will not go unpunished. Especially that Governor Yu may face a prison sentence. Yin Yiling snorted dismissively and sheathed his sword, the murderous aura dissipating instantly. No need for your concern, Shadow Emperor. Open the door. Nangong Ying secretly let out a breath of relief and gestured for Yin Mietyin to proceed. Yin Mietyin's face was grim as he hesitated briefly before tremblingly producing a key. He inserted it into the lock between the 2 divine statues on the grand door and gave it a gentle turn. With the sound of grinding machinery, the doors to the underground palace slowly creaked open, revealing the scene within. Gu Qingchen and Yin Yiling exchanged a glance and nodded in silent agreement before gracefully descending into the pitch-black underground palace. As they entered, lights within the palace gradually illuminated, resembling scattered stars, brightening the entire space. Inside, the underground palace was meticulously organized. Various weapons gleamed coldly under the light. Countless martial arts manuals and techniques were neatly arranged, while numerous ancient relics were enshrined on elevated platforms. Above, solemn portraits of over 10 ancestors of the Yin family hung in a dignified display, with detailed records of their life achievements etched onto stone pedestals. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil facade lay a sinister secret. Deep within the underground palace, a horrifying scene unfolded. Huang Yu was nailed to the wall with steel spikes, his body soaked in blood. His sole remaining arm hung limply at his side. Before him was a freshly dug, massive pit filled with crimson soil that hinted at something gruesome. The pit churned with blood, where over a dozen mutilated corpses floated and sank. At the center of the pit was a violet crystal embedded into the ground, pulsing like a beating heart. Its surface was covered in razor-sharp teeth, voraciously devouring the flesh and blood of the corpses. On the surrounding ground, dozens of injured, ordinary individuals were bound in iron restraints, their faces etched with despair. At that moment, the mechanical rumble of a gate echoed from above. Huang Yu's head snapped up abruptly. It was the sound of the main entrance to the underground palace opening. From a side door, Song Jiyun emerged, impatiently silencing the cries for help from the captives. He disdainfully tossed a man who had been pleading into the blood pool, watching as blood spikes pierced through him. With a sneer, he mocked, "This place has long been sealed off by Lord Yin, cutting off all sound and energy. Even if Yin Yiling himself came, he wouldn't find this abandoned dungeon." Meanwhile, voices could be heard from the upper level of the underground palace. Nangonging sneered as she confronted Gu Qingchen and Yin Yiling. Yin Mietyin furiously accused Gu Qingchen of trespassing on Yin family grounds. Finally, Yin Yiling intervened, his voice firm. "Enough. Since nothing has been found, let's leave this matter for now." Xiao Gu were leaving. Gu Qingchen nodded in agreement and followed Yin Yiling as they prepared to depart. Yet, she silently committed the suspicious events to memory, determined not to let them go unnoticed. Yin Mietyin was about to speak up to stop them, but Nangonging raised a hand to silence him. Her brows furrowed slightly, and with a glance, she signaled for the two to leave. Deep within the underground palace, Song Jiyun's expression darkened the moment he heard the name Gu Qingchen. Fear, anguish, and hatred twisted his face into a crazed, grotesque expression. He grabbed a nearby person by the hair and slammed their head violently onto the ground. "Did you hear that?" he rasped with a hoarse laugh. "They're leaving soon. No one can save you now. As sacrifices, you should obediently await your deaths. Got it?" He paced over to Huang Yu, his face adorned with a mocking smile, and slapped Huang Yu's cheeks forcefully. "Allow me to make an introduction," he sneered, turning toward the others. "This man here is none other than a deacon of the Grand Xia Tribunal. Look at him now. This is the price of defying the demon clan." Hearing this, the crowd's gaze instinctively shifted to Huang Yu, who hung lifelessly above them like a broken doll. Despair filled their eyes. If even a tribunal deacon had met such a fate, how could ordinary people like them possibly survive? Huang Yu remained expressionless as the slaps landed on his face. One of his eyes was already blurred with blood, yet his gaze stubbornly fixed on the ceiling of the underground palace. That young man named Gu Qingchen had stormed into the Di family alone, injured their elders, and forcefully conducted a search in his quest to uncover hidden demons. A surge of righteous determination from his youth suddenly ignited in Huang Yu's chest. Throwing his head back, he burst into laughter. "Everyone, do you know who that young man above us is?" The people around him stared at him in confusion, their fear mingling with bewilderment. Before they could respond, Huang Yu continued, "That young man is the new governor of Longdu. At just 18 years old, he single-handedly killed hundreds of thousands of demons and saved tens of thousands of lives. When he first arrived in Longdu, he even took down 5 master-level assassins on his own. And now, he has stormed into the Yen family to conduct a search here, all by himself." Song Jiyun's expression darkened instantly. With a furious shout, he interrupted Huang Yu's words. "You insolent fool. I told you to shut up." The energy in his fist surged as he punched Huang Yu hard in the abdomen. Huang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground in front of him bright red. Yet, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. That young man faced an army of 100,000 demons without fear. "I am nothing but a crippled man with a ruined life. What do I have to fear?" Huang Yu threw his head back and laughed, his voice echoing as he closed his eyes. He shouted toward the people behind him, "Everyone, if a single young man can stand so resolutely, then as citizens of Xia, now infiltrated and endangered by the demon clan, what should we do?" As his words fell, a resolute glint flashed in Huang Yu's eyes, his gaze turning fierce. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, he used the last of his strength to push forward, breaking free from his restraints despite the steel nails piercing his body. Blood gushed from his wounds like a waterfall, enveloping him in a crimson mist. He now resembled a man made entirely of blood. Song Ji-yoon, witnessing this scene, felt an inexplicable chill run through him and instinctively stepped back a few paces. When he snapped out of it, he remembered that the man before him was already powerless. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to mock him. It's useless. This is Lord Yin Mietyen's domain. But before he could finish, his expression turned to one of sheer terror. Huang Yu's broken body began to emanate a terrifying energy. His eyes turned pitch black, like those of a vengeful spirit. You're going to self-destruct? Song Ji-yoon's pupils contracted violently. Impossible. Your meridians were completely destroyed by Lord Yin. Where is this power coming from? He retreated rapidly, summoning a shield of dark energy to envelop himself in defense. Huang Yu let out a bitter chuckle. His eyes, now enveloped in darkness, could no longer see. This was the price of forcibly utilizing the energy stored in his blessed body parts. He raised his voice and declared, I am Huang Yu, an enforcer of the Longdu Demon Tribunal. Today, I implore all of you, for the sake of Xia, sacrifice yourselves and eradicate the traitors among us. The crowd finally understood this enforcer intended to self-destruct. The self-destruction of someone in the Grand Ascension realm would obliterate every ordinary person present. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man stepped forward, exchanging glances with those around him, and then shouted, as a citizen of Xia, I am willing to sacrifice myself to eradicate the traitors. In an instant, countless voices erupted in unison, shaking the heavens. As citizens of Xia, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves to eradicate the traitors. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Huang Yu's lips. Governor, I beg you to annihilate the foreign forces besieging Xia and restore a bright future for humanity. As for me, I'll go on ahead. Before the last word left his mouth, a blinding light exploded from within him. Above the underground palace, Qingchen and Yin Yiling were just about to take to the air when they suddenly froze mid-motion. Qingchen's sharp gaze locked onto the ground below, her instincts telling her that something unusual was about to happen. Beside her, Yin Yiling also frowned and looked downward. In the next moment, a horrifying shockwave erupted from beneath the underground palace. A massive plume of smoke shot skyward as the palace was torn apart, leaving a gaping chasm. The entire structure collapsed with a deafening roar. Scrolls, weapons, and treasures poured out like debris, flames consuming everything in an instant. The Yin clan's underground palace was reduced to a fiery ruin. The four individuals present employed their own means to shield themselves from the devastating impact. Below the inferno, a crimson blood pool came into view. The fragmented remains of corpses within the pool had been obliterated by the blast, scattering in every direction. Yet, the blood in the pool remained as vivid as ever. Beside the blood pool, Song Ji-yoon, drenched in blood, was barely standing. Half of his body was gone, the wound gushing endlessly. In despair, he raised his head toward Yin Mietyen, his eyes filled with a desperate will to live. Just as he opened his mouth to plead, Lord Yin, please save me, he was abruptly cut off by Yin Mietyen. Yin Mietyen stared intently at the man below, a sudden gleam of sharp light flashing in his eyes. With unwavering righteousness, he declared, You treacherous spy of the demon clan. How dare you infiltrate the sacred grounds of the Yin family and set up a demonic altar in our dungeon? According to the laws of the Grand Xia, you are to be executed immediately. Before his words had fully faded, a cold flash of steel descended. Song Ji-yoon, watching the blade's deadly gleam rushing toward him, instantly realized the truth: his cover was blown. Yin Mietyen intended to silence him, shifting all blame onto him and, by extension, the entire Zhang family. Despair filled his eyes as he watched the terrifying blade swallow him whole. In an instant, his body was reduced to fragments of flesh and blood. Qingchen witnessed the scene unfold, his gaze turning icy in an instant. Uncle Yin, he said coldly, the evidence is clear. Take action. Yin Yiling unsheathed the rust-colored saber strapped to his back, his killing intent so palpable it seemed to materialize in the air, aimed directly at Yin Mietyen. Yin Mietyen, head of the Yin family, you stand accused of treason against the Grand Xia. You will be apprehended on the spot and brought to trial. Before Yin Yiling could move, Nangonging stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yin Mietyen. Yin Yiling, he countered, his voice sharp. What proof do you have that this man wasn't a saboteur who infiltrated the Yin family's dungeon to frame us? If you don't step aside, Yin Yiling sneered, he'll consider the Nangong family complicit in treachery as well. Nangong Ying's expression darkened. I've tolerated your arrogance for far too long, Yin Yiling. Don't think for a second I'm afraid of you. Shadows unfurled behind him like ink spilling across the ground, plunging the surroundings into darkness. As the two supreme realm powerhouses stood on the brink of a clash, Qingchen had already moved deeper into the blood-soaked altar ruins. Amid a sea of skeletal remains, his eyes fell upon a lone standing skeleton, its bones still radiating faint traces of violent spiritual energy. Nearby lay a severed, incomplete head. It belonged to Steward Huangyu. Even in death, there was a twisted smile of satisfaction on his lifeless lips. A heavy weight pressed on Qingchen's chest as he stood silently for a long moment. Finally, he murmured to the fallen steward, "Rest assured, they'll make sure your family is taken care of." Rising slowly, his blood surged with fury, his eyes blazing with killing intent. The demon clan, traitors to humanity, they all deserve to die. He turned his gaze upward, his silver aura erupting like a tidal wave. Yin Mietyin, head of the Yin family, guilty of treason against the Grand Xia. Your crimes are unforgivable. Execution is immediate. The declaration stunned everyone present. Yin Maishan's lips curled into a mocking smirk. To him, the idea of a mere overseer at the nascent soul stage, attempting to execute a territorial general like himself, was laughable. He had successfully shifted the blame onto Tsang Jiyun, and once the other royals and generals arrived to investigate, they would discover Tsang Jiyun's ties to the Tsang family, clearing the Yin family of all suspicion. Yin Yiling's heart sank. He understood the gravity of executing a territorial general. Without trial, such an act was tantamount to defying the Grand Xia itself. Even a martial god couldn't bypass the law so easily. Could it be he intends to use that divine weapon? Yin Yiling's voice trembled as he shouted urgently, "Qingchen, don't do it." For a brief moment, hesitation flickered in Qingchen's eyes. But then, a light-hearted voice whispered in his ear, "Young Gu, why the hesitation? Haven't you drunk enough to act with boldness and resolve?" The words struck him like a bolt of clarity. The uncertainty on Qingchen's face vanished, replaced by unshakable determination. A blinding silver radiance erupted from his body, and behind him, a fearsome crimson sun rose into the sky. Reaching up toward the heavens, he grasped a dazzling silver spear from the heart of the sun. In that instant, the world seemed to tilt. The heavens dimmed, the earth quaked, and a deafening dragon's roar echoed across the blue star. At this moment, every inch of Longdu trembled violently. Across the vast universe, countless stars quaked as if on the verge of collapse. In the depths of the starry sky, innumerable terrifying entities opened their eyes, their gazes piercing directly toward Xia. Within Longdu, waves of powerful auras surged skyward, racing toward the Yin family's direction. In Qingchen's hands, a silver spear emitted a dazzling light, instantly tearing apart the dense killing intent around Yin Yiling and shattering Nangong Ying's all-encompassing shadow into fragments. A divine armament of laws? Nangong Ying's expression changed drastically as he stared in disbelief at the silver spear. How could a mere youth possess and control a weapon of such power? He suddenly recalled the strange phenomenon during the last emergency, meeting the same silver light, the same dragon's roar. Could it be that the commotion back then had been caused by this very boy? Beneath the underground palace, Qingchen gripped the radiant silver spear as the world before him transformed into shades of black and white. He saw countless threads of fate flowing around everyone, and especially on Yin Mietyin, whose body was entangled with an intricate web of threads, all converging at the tip of the spear. Yin Mietyin felt an overwhelming sense of death pressing upon him. His entire body went cold, and his scalp tingled. In that instant, he realized this was the very divine armament that had emerged in Xia not long ago. A force beyond resistance was dragging him into the abyss of death. In a moment of desperation, Yin Mietyin retreated rapidly and summoned several tokens of authority. Yin Yiling's pupils contracted as he recognized them, tokens capable of summoning the avatars of other ruling officials, including those of 4 generals and 2 sovereign-level powerhouses. "Lords, save me." Yin Mietyin hurled the tokens into the sky. Instantly, 7 towering avatars descended, their oppressive auras enveloping Qingchen entirely. The boy felt as if he were bearing the weight of a mountain. His bones creaked, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. "This person has trespassed into the Yin family and slandered us. I implore you to act and capture him." Yin Mietyin shouted urgently. The 7 avatars were about to strike when they were suddenly intimidated by the divine armament in the boy's hand. Some even spat blood, their consciousness nearly shattered. A seductive female avatar spoke up, her tone persuasive. "Young man, stop now, and there's still room for negotiation." Another dignified male avatar added, "Though you are a prodigy, you must abide by the royal decree. With us here today, you cannot kill him." Qingchen coughed up a mouthful of blood, but laughed wildly at the sky. "Can't kill him? Just with your tattered avatars? Even if the gods themselves descended, Yin Mietyin dies by my spear today." With that, he slammed the spear heavily into the ground, and a sealed scroll appeared, floating around him. As the scroll unfurled, elegant calligraphy danced in the air, and a voice filled with mirth recited aloud. The cascade falls 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way descends from the heavens. The moment the recitation ended, the scroll in Qingchen's hands unfurled slowly. As the scroll fully opened, the heavens above underwent a sudden transformation. Countless stars shimmered like raindrops, painting the sky into a dazzling sea of stars. The celestial sea swirled and coalesced, ultimately forming a majestic and powerful Milky Way that stretched across the sky. 7 colossal Dharma manifestations gazed upward at the unexpected spectacle, their eyes filled with astonishment. Before they could react, the Milky Way in the heavens roared and cascaded downward, carrying an unparalleled force as it descended. The Dharma manifestation's pupils contracted sharply, and in the next instant, they shattered beneath the overwhelming might of the celestial river, scattering into countless fragments across the land. Above the heavens, only a clear and pristine Milky Way remained, cascading down like a 3,000-foot waterfall. 2 supreme realm powerhouses stood frozen in place, while Yin Mietyan's face twisted in terror, his heart gripped with disbelief at the true identity of this young man. At that moment, the tip of the dragon gallant spear had already gathered all the threads of Yin Mietyan's fate, one end linked to the spear's point and the other extending to his body. Behind Qingchen, a massive silver-white dragon materialized, coiling around the spear's shaft. His eyes blazed with fiery determination as he hurled the silver spear with force, declaring, "Yin Mietyan, I send you to your death." The silver spear transformed into a fearsome silver dragon, roaring as it surged forward. The space it traversed fractured inch by inch. With this strike, Qingchen felt the shackles within him shatter, and an endless flow of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged into his body like river she had ascended to the Grandmaster realm. Faced with the lethal attack, Yin Mietyan plunged into despair. As one of the 12 Earth Generals, he refused to accept his fate of dying at the hands of a mere youth. Driven to madness, he pressed firmly against his heart, and instantly, black mist engulfed his body. His form twisted grotesquely, sprouting dozens of arms, while countless eyes opened on his head, and ghostly flames wreathed his figure. A massive spectral Dharma form at the kingly realm loomed behind him, transforming him into a monstrous and horrifying demon. Qingchen, if I can't live, neither can you, Yin Mietyan roared, intent on dragging Qingchen to the grave with him. Yet in the very next moment, the dragon gallant spear followed the threads of fate, piercing through him entirely. The threads of his destiny snapped one by one, and thick black blood mist gushed from his wounds. With his final breath, he cast a venomous glare at Qingchen before his consciousness dissolved into the river of fate. As Yin Mietyan fell, countless black, vengeful spirits erupted from his body, emitting ghastly wails as if celebrating the demise of this traitor to the great Xia. At the same time, Qingchen's vision was completely swallowed by darkness. Yin Yuling immediately descended to Qingchen's side, his concern evident. "Xiaogu, are your eyes all right?" he asked. Qingchen responded calmly, "I'm fine, Uncle Yin. This is merely the aftereffect of wielding a divine weapon with a mortal body. My sight will recover on its own in about a month." Nearby, Nangong Ing stood frozen, staring at the scene in stunned silence. Cold sweat drenched his back. As a peak supreme realm powerhouse, he had just felt a bone-chilling dread emanating from this young man. From this day onward, Yin Yiling's vision has been forcibly stripped away, and this condition will persist for an entire month. This is the physical backlash he suffers after wielding the dragon gall. In simpler terms, he is temporarily blind. Fortunately, he managed to break through to the Grandmaster realm at the last critical moment. Coupled with the sharp perception he honed in the martial training grounds, this temporary affliction has little impact on his actual combat strength. Had he endured this backlash while still at the Great Ascension realm, the consequences would have been far graver. Would have been bedridden for at least half a month to recover. When Yin Yiling heard that Qingchen was safe and sound, the taut string in his heart finally relaxed. However, his brow soon furrowed again as his gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of clouds, reaching into the depths of the heavens. The emergence of the rule artifact would undoubtedly stir up a storm of unimaginable magnitude in Longdu. At this moment, high above the outskirts of Longdu, several figures streaked through the skies at incredible speeds. Their auras were overwhelmingly powerful, and all were rushing in the direction of the Yin family. The reason was clear: the rule artifact had reappeared in the world, and it had chosen the Yin family in Longdu as its stage. 2 of the powerhouses flew side by side, but in the next instant, their pupils suddenly contracted. Unbeknownst to them, the surrounding clouds had dissipated, and they found themselves within a sealed space. Glancing around, they saw over a dozen other equally formidable figures hovering nearby. Every pair of eyes was fixed warily on the figure above them. To silently relocate so many elite warriors into this confined space, such an act spoke volumes of the perpetrator's unfathomable strength. A single thought flashed through everyone's mind: could it be a long-vanished martial god? Just then, a drunken man appeared leisurely in the air above them. Reclining lazily on a cloud, he held a wine flask in one hand. When he slowly opened his eyes, the golden brilliance of his pupils sent a shiver down everyone's spine. "So, where are you all headed?" the drunken man asked casually. Before his words fully landed, a terrifying pressure blanketed the entire space. Every powerhouse present felt a chill run down their spine, their hearts filled with dread. This man's power, was it truly beyond that of a martial god? In the city of Longdu, inside a massive black villa, Luo Yuling stood by the bed, her gem-like eyes gazing into the distant horizon. The resplendent Milky Way cascaded down from the heavens, and even though it was hundreds of miles away, the immense power of the starlight could still be distinctly felt. The deafening dragon roar from earlier confirmed her suspicions. Qingchen had once again wielded that terrifying silver spear. It was clear he had encountered a battle during his investigation of the demon clan. Luo Yuling clenched her fists. While she knew that, with the silver spear capable of obliterating an army of over 100,000 demons in an instant, Qingchen was unlikely to be in danger, she still couldn't help but worry. Her gaze dimmed. It was all because she was too weak, unable to assist Qingchen. To make matters worse, she had received news of the war god Tianzai just after Qingchen left this morning. Tianzai was currently suppressing an invasion by foreign tribes at the Great Xia border and couldn't leave his post. He wouldn't be available to guide her until the border was pacified, likely not until after the semester began at Longdu University. As Luo Yuling sank into her thoughts of frustration, a sudden notification popped up on her laptop: a message from Longdu University. The school was organizing a 10-day battle royale competition before the semester started, exclusively for the top 100 incoming freshmen. To inspire young martial artists in Great Xia and showcase the strength of top-tier students, the event would be broadcasted nationwide. The winner would receive a Tian Sui pill. The Tian Sui pill was a celestial treasure of the highest order, capable of rapidly advancing the cultivation of martial artists in the martial realm or transcendent realm. Crafted from the exceedingly rare soul essence grass, which required 14 years of survival under the force of a 100-meter waterfall to mature, it was so scarce that Great Xia produced fewer than 2 pills annually. Even royal princes might not have the privilege of obtaining one. The sight of the words, Tian Sui pill, reignited a spark in Luo Yuling's eyes. She immediately checked the university's official rankings. Among the new students, only 10 had reached the transcendent realm, and she was ranked 3rd nationally. The second-ranked student was from Imperial University and would not be competing. Even the first-ranked student, only at the 3rd level of the transcendent realm, was just one minor stage ahead of her. As the Soul S grade blessed one, she believed she had a fighting chance. She briefly considered inviting Qingchen to join her, but quickly dismissed the idea. With Qingchen's strength at the Grandmaster realm, his participation would be overkill, and besides, the Tian Sui pill would be ineffective for him. After some thought, Luo Yuling packed a few belongings, sent Qingchen a message, and set off for Longdu University. Meanwhile, in the underground palace of the Yin family, Yin Yiling stood on high alert, his entire being radiating a murderous aura. 10 minutes passed, but the formidable presence he had anticipated never appeared, leaving him puzzled. Nangong Ying had already tactfully departed, yet the celestial river, formed by countless stars, remained suspended in the air. The profound essence it carried seemed to have manifested out of thin air, unconnected to the young man before him. "Xiaogu, what is that in the sky?" Yin Yiling finally asked. At that moment, Gu Qingchen's vision was enveloped in darkness, but his heightened senses allowed him to perceive the contours of his surroundings. The objects in the dungeon appeared in a dim, bluish hue, while Yin Yiling radiated a brilliant golden aura, like a blazing sun. Gu Qingchen stared blankly ahead, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. "Uncle Yin, I think it might be Dao Rime." In truth, he knew that the essence within the scroll was not genuine Dao Rime, but a one-time sealed fragment of it. Internally, he couldn't help but complain about Li Taibai's stinginess. However, using the scroll had given him newfound respect for the god who had single-handedly conquered 1,000-star realms. Hearing this, Yin Yiling drew a sharp breath. This was already the 3rd instance of Dao Rime. He couldn't help but marvel had spent over a decade striving to comprehend Dao Rime in hopes of breaking through to the war god realm. Yet this young man seemed to grasp it as effortlessly as drinking water. Yin Yiling looked at Gu Qingchen and spoke in a softened tone. "Xiaogu, since those powerful figures didn't trouble you, you should head back for now. Although you ignored the laws of Xia this time, and overstepped your authority to investigate the Yin family, you did manage to eliminate a traitor to the nation. Your merits offset your faults. This matter involves the demon clan. So even if some higher-ups are displeased, they won't go too far." Unexpectedly, Gu Qingchen shook his head. He slowly walked to the edge of the deep pit in the dungeon, his fingers probing until they touched a broken skeleton, the remains of Huang Yu. Only half of a skull remained, still bearing an eerie, sinister smile. Qingchen raised his hollow eyes, his voice low and resolute. Uncle Yin, when you cut weeds, you must pull out the roots. The demon clan has infiltrated Xia deeply. The Yin family is our only lead. We cannot let it end here. Yin Yiling's expression turned grave. Are you saying that besides the Yin family, there are other traitors among the higher-ups? Qingchen nodded. Uncle Yin, don't you think Xia has been acting unusually lately? Yin Yiling furrowed his brows. Indeed, the situation at the borders was strange. The four major foreign clans were attacking simultaneously but only deploying forces below the Ho Wang level, seemingly just to harass. Reinforcing with stronger forces could easily resolve this, yet without reinforcements, the border suffers heavy losses. It felt like a deliberate attempt to draw away the top combat forces from the capital. Meanwhile, mysterious disappearances were occurring frequently in Longdu, the capital, with suspicious signs everywhere. Such a meticulous plan from the foreign clans couldn't possibly rely on just one regional family like the Yin family. As Yin Yiling was lost in thought, Qingchen had already leapt into the air. Surveying his surroundings, he saw the underground palace encircled by a dense crowd. In his vision, they all appeared as indistinct red silhouettes. Hundreds of Yin clan members had rushed back to the main hall but dared not step into the underground palace, deterred by the galaxy-like light hanging above. Xia Duqing, accompanied by several officials, flew up and asked, Governor Gu, what's the situation below? Qingchen's voice boomed like thunder. One of the 12 regional generals, Yin family patriarch Yin Mietyin, has been confirmed to have colluded with the demon clan, committing treason. As the governor of the Tribunal of Evil, I have executed him. The scene fell into stunned silence. Everyone was in disbelief. How could a blind young man claim to have killed someone at the peak of the Ho Wang level? The officials from the Tribunal of Evil were even more shocked. They had witnessed this young man injure the guards and capture the elders. But this was beyond comprehension. A heavy-set man stepped forward and sneered. What a joke! What proof do you have to accuse our patriarch of colluding with the demon clan? From what I see, you're the one trespassing into the Yin family and trying to tarnish our name. Many Yin clan members echoed his words, their hostility growing. The Yin family truly won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Qingchen let out a cold snort and raised his hand, unleashing a sword aura that hurled a grotesque corpse before the crowd. The creature's body oozed black blood, with a massive hole in its chest. Its head was covered with arms, yet its face was unmistakable. It was Yin Mietyin. Shock rippled through the crowd. At that moment, Yin Yiling stepped forward and issued a command to the officials. Arrest everyone present and all members of the Yin bloodline. Detain them in Xia's high-security prison for thorough investigation. Anyone found to have ties to the demon clan will be executed without mercy. The Yin clan members turned deathly pale. Several Grandmaster-level officials swiftly moved to seal off all escape routes. Amid the chaos, one official froze midair and forced a strained smile. Governor Gu, about official Huang Yu. At the mention of that name, a rare trace of sorrow appeared on Qingchen's face. Taking a deep breath, his voice carried profound grief. Official Huang Yu died a hero, sacrificing himself for the nation at the hands of the traitor Yin Mietyin. He will be given an honorable burial before the monument of fallen heroes at the Tribunal of Evil. Within the borders of Xia, the sky over a mysterious location suddenly darkened. Above the thick layer of clouds, an enormous, weathered gourd floated across the heavens, blocking out the sun like a massive, drifting mountain. Inside the gourd, dozens of Xia's most elite warriors were pinned to the bottom by an invisible, overwhelming pressure. Their bodies trembled slightly under the weight of it. High above the gourd, a scruffy, disheveled man who reeked of alcohol sat cross-legged on a cloud. His golden eyes glinted coldly as he gazed down at the gathered crowd. Under the suffocating pressure, these leaders of Xia figures who normally commanded respect and fear felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to their knees. They struggled to suppress their inner terror, their eyes fixed warily on the mysterious drunkard, uncertain of his intentions. Time dragged on in eerie silence. Just as confusion began to spread among the group, the head of the Jin family, one of the 12 earthly generals, suddenly broke free of the oppressive force and stood up. His face was ashen, his body radiating a violent and bloodthirsty aura that bordered on collapse. A flicker of madness flashed in his eyes as he shouted to the others, "Everyone, join me! Strike him down together!" His words sent shockwaves through the crowd, and they stared at him as if had lost his mind. The man before them was clearly at the peak of the martial god realm, with one foot already in the immortal realm, while the strongest among them had barely reached the supreme realm. How could they possibly stand a chance? Before anyone could react, the Jin family head erupted with a torrent of black energy, forcibly shaking off the pressure. Gripping his blade, he charged toward the man in the clouds. The drunkard took a slow sip from his flask, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Heh, so the one tainted by the demon clan's curse reveals himself. Just a little nudge, and here you are, exposing yourself. With a casual wave of his hand, the Jin family head froze midair. In the next instant, blood sprayed from his body in all directions, and before he could even scream, he disintegrated into dust, utterly obliterated. Witnessing this, despair washed over the crowd. The drunkard hadn't used any divine techniques, Tao resonance, or even a manifestation of power, just a simple gesture, and a high-ranking earthly general was reduced to nothing. A single thought flashed through everyone's minds, the legend of a figure who, 20 years ago, had broken through the four clans' blockade, ascended to the immortal realm, and then vanished without a trace. From among the group, a strikingly alluring woman stepped forward with effort, her voice crisp and clear. I am Lu Qingchen, head of the Lu family and one of Dixia's 7 sovereigns. I humbly ask for your esteemed name, senior. The drunkard, Gu Outyin, glanced at her, his hazy eyes suddenly sharpening with interest. The woman exuded natural charm, and despite her youth, she had already reached the supreme realm. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Should I take her back and make her my prodigal son's wife? Feeling the intense, fiery gaze from the man above, Lu Qingtian shuddered involuntarily, goosebumps rising across her skin. Such a predatory stare was something she hadn't encountered in years, not since she became the 7th empress. After all, anyone bold enough to look at her like that had long turned into a cold corpse. Yet now, she found herself paralyzed, unable to move, as an unprecedented sense of fear surged within her. Gu Outyin locked his eyes on Lu Qingtian for a few seconds before suddenly shaking his head slightly, as if recalling something. That boy already has someone in his heart, a fine young woman, he murmured softly. A man of the Gu family must never be fickle. A flicker of nostalgia crossed his gaze as he sighed heavily. He didn't answer Lu Qingchen's question. Instead, he casually snapped his fingers in the clouds. In an instant, the surrounding space collapsed abruptly. The enormous, battered gourd, as large as a mountain, shrank back to its normal size and landed steadily in his hand. The scene before everyone's eyes shifted dramatically, and they found themselves once again in the vast sky. However, the air was damp, and mist swirled around them, making it clear that they were no longer in Longdu. They had been transported to the southwestern region of Daxia. This mysterious man had somehow brought over a dozen people through a spatial rift, crossing the entire expanse of Daxia, and none of the powerful individuals present had even noticed it happening. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. Such an extraordinary feat was likely beyond even Luo Yuling, the director of the tribunal and wielder of its class spatial blessing. Gu Outyin cast an indifferent glance over the group before his figure dissipated into the heavens, vanishing without a trace. The assembled powerhouses exchanged uneasy looks. From the moment they were dragged into that strange space, to the death of the Jin family patriarch, and their subsequent relocation to the southwest of Daxia, they had been unable to fathom this terrifying man's intentions. As the man departed, Lu Qingtian exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief as her breathing finally returned to normal. Little did she know that, just moments ago, her fate as the Empress of Daxia had teetered on the edge of irrevocable change, entirely at the mercy of this man's whims. She quickly retrieved her communication device and dialed the intelligence department of the Lu family. Her eyes gleamed sharply, and her brows furrowed as her tone turned more serious than ever before. Investigate everything that happened today at the Yin family. Identify the holder of the divine rule weapon. Once this person is located, spare no effort to establish good relations. There must be no further offenses. Inside the demon clan's temple, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The demon lord sat calmly on the throne, facing a bizarrely shaped creature from another race. This being had the face of a human, but the body of a massive centipede. Its countless legs sprawled across the entire temple. Yin Mietyin is dead, slain by the divine law weapon, the centipede-like creature reported grimly. The demon lord nodded calmly, as if it had been expected. Just a pawn, nothing more. What's more important is that we've uncovered the whereabouts of the divine law weapon. As he thought of the silver spear that once pinned the demon god to this very land, a surge of anger erupted within him. He slammed his fist into the temple wall, sending tremors across the entire demon clan's continent. Not all pawns are equal, the centipede being sneered. Yin Mietyin was one of the 12 Earth Generals. Losing him means we've lost a crucial source of intelligence. The demon lord rose and walked toward 5 glowing lamps. In his hand appeared a pulsating purple crystal, resembling a blood-filled heart with a ferocious, toothy maw. Though we've lost a key piece, this has also lulled the Xia into a false sense of security. And with the successful retrieval of the soul of the devouring demon god, the situation remains under control. At that moment, a high-ranking demon burst into the hall, panic evident in his expression. Lord Demon, the life flame of Jin Li, the patriarch of the Jin clan, has been extinguished within our territory. This news left both the Demon Lord and the Centipede being visibly shocked. How had Xia managed to root out 2 spies in a single day? The circumstances surrounding Jin Li's death were even more perplexing. The Demon Lord took a deep breath. The Master beyond Blue Star will arrive within 3 months. Inform the Shura clan and the Ghost clan to accelerate their progress. Meanwhile, outside the Fiery Flame Palace, a royal carriage sped down the road, drawing the attention of onlookers, many of whom stopped to take photos. Murongi leaned out from the driver's seat and called, "Gu, over here." The blind Gu Qingchen followed the voice, and Murongi personally stepped out of the car to open the door for him. This act of respect left the crowd in shock. After all, a prince showing such deference to a young man was unheard of. Inside the car, Murongi asked with concern about Gu Qingchen's eyes. A side effect from killing Yin Mietyin. The blindness is temporary. He'll recover in a month, Gu replied calmly. This revelation startled Murongi so much that he nearly collided with an oncoming truck, but managed to swerve away just in time. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in Gu Qingchen's ears. The 3rd trial of the Azure Lotus Poet Immortal has been completed. Please proceed to the Divine Hall to claim your reward. Gu Qingchen froze. Li Taibai's 3rd trial? When was that issued? Half an hour later, a luxurious car slowly pulled up in front of Gu Qingchen's black villa. Outside the gate, a line of guards from the Murong family was already standing at attention. The head butler immediately stepped forward to open the car door. Murong, who are these people? Gu Qingchen asked, his gaze falling on the row of guards dressed in red, each holding a bottle of wine. His tone carried a trace of confusion. Murongi helped Gu Qingchen out of the car, smiling as he explained, "Brother Gu, don't you enjoy drinking? I specifically selected 200 bottles of top-quality wine from my family's cellar for you." Gu Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. This prince was being extraordinarily generous towards him. Thinking of how Li Taibai would surely insist on drinking with him until dawn upon seeing these bottles, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but smile wryly. "Murong, I still have plenty of wine left from last time. No matter. Neither my father nor I drink, so leaving it at home would be a waste. Since you enjoy it, take it without hesitation," Murongi said heartily, patting Gu Qingchen on the shoulder. Under Murongi's direction, the guards moved to carry the wine to the cellar, but Gu Qingchen suddenly stopped them. "Wait, place these bottles in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, left side." His words left everyone stunned. The butler hesitated and asked, "Sir, all 200 bottles in the bedroom?" "Yes, all of them," Gu Qingchen confirmed with a nod. The others exchanged puzzled glances, but under Murongi's urging, they quickly moved the wine into Gu Qingchen's bedroom. The spacious room soon became cluttered with wine jars, leaving little space to move around. Once everyone had left, Murongi could no longer contain his curiosity. "Brother Gu, you said you killed the head of the Yin family. How did you manage that? With your cultivation level at the grand completion stage?" "Murong, I've already stepped into the Grandmaster realm," Gu Qingchen said calmly. "What? A Grandmaster at 18? Murongi was so shocked he could barely speak. Before Murongi could voice his doubts about the disparity in cultivation levels, Gu Qingchen continued matter-of-factly, "It's true that being a Grandmaster alone wouldn't be enough to defeat someone at the peak of the King realm. But I used a divine artifact of law. These eyes of Minathiri, the result of the artifact's side effects." His words hit Murongi like a thunderclap. The terrifying dragon's roar that had shaken heaven and earth that day it had come from this young man in front of him. A divine artifact of law, feared even by martial gods, had chosen him as its master. Murongi felt his mind spiraling into chaos, unable to process it all for a long time. Murongi's legs trembled slightly, and a surge of relief filled his heart. This young man was truly terrifying. His future achievements might even surpass those of the legendary martial gods. Thinking of the choice the Murong family had made, he felt even more fortunate. With a resolute expression, he called out toward the door, "Butler, from today onward, I will be staying in this villa with Brother Gu until his vision fully recovers. If there's nothing urgent, you can return to the family." The butler hurried over upon hearing this, looking troubled. "But, young master, you have a family meeting scheduled for tomorrow morning." "Family meeting? What family?" Murongi interrupted dismissively, his face full of disdain. He waved his hand impatiently. "Go away. From now on, until Brother Gu's sight is restored, this villa will be my home." With that, he shooed the butler away without further discussion. Gu Qingchen, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback and opened his mouth in surprise. Was Murongi really planning to stay here and take care of him for an entire month? Helplessly, he let out a wry smile. "Brother Murong, isn't this a bit too much? As brothers, it's only right for me to help you through this," Murongi replied firmly. "If you need anything at all, don't hesitate to ask. I will handle everything for you." Feeling the sincerity in Murongi's words, Gu Qingchen could only nod reluctantly. Suddenly, a puzzled expression crossed his face. By the way, Brother Morong, have you seen Yuli? Morong looked confused. Sister-in-law? I haven't seen her. Isn't she home today? Gu Qingchen frowned slightly. Could it be that Xiao Yuli had gone off to seek apprenticeship from a martial god? But the martial gods were currently at the Daxia border, dealing with the calamities caused by the foreign tribes. Could it be that the demons had come looking for her? His heart tightened as he quickly pulled out his phone and used voice commands to call Luo Yuling. However, the only response was the monotonous beeping of an unanswered call. Alarmed, Gu Qingchen was about to rush out the door. Wait, Brother Gu. Murong stopped him just in time. Dragon City University is hosting its annual freshman survival competition these days. According to the rules, participants aren't allowed to bring electronic devices. Check your phone, a sister-in-law might have left you a message. Gu Qingchen paused, his steps halting. He instinctively glanced at his phone, but his vision was still too blurry to make out anything. With a sigh, he handed the phone to Morong. Morong opened the messaging app and saw that the top contact was a profile picture of an adorable cartoon bear, with the nickname My Sweetheart. He couldn't help but get goosebumps and shot a strange look at Gu Qingchen. Was this really the same man who had single-handedly slaughtered tens of thousands of demons, wielded a divine weapon to annihilate a clan leader, and earned the title of a fearsome god of war? Brother Morong, is there any news about Yuli? Gu Qingchen asked anxiously. Yes, sister-in-law has gone to participate in the competition. Only the top 100 freshmen in the national rankings are eligible to join. But since you're a direct admit, you could accompany her if you wanted, Morong explained. Hearing that Luo Yuling was safe and participating in the competition, Gu Qingchen sighed in relief. He rubbed his nose sheepishly and shook his head. I'd better not. If I joined, it wouldn't be fair. Yuling is already ranked in the top 3 nationally, and with her S-grade elemental blessing, she'll have no trouble winning. Morong chuckled in agreement. A Grandmaster-level cultivator joining a university freshman survival competition would indeed be absurd. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through Gu Qingchen's mind, causing him to frown. During his breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm, the energy of heaven and earth had filled his body and suppressed the mental backlash. But now, the repercussions of overusing his Tao resonance were finally catching up to him. Noticing Gu Qingchen's discomfort, Morong stood up. Brother Gu, you've just been through a fierce battle. I won't disturb your rest. We'll go find a room on the 3rd floor to stay in. If you need anything, just call for me. With that, he left the bedroom, closing the door gently behind him. The moment the door clicked shut, Gu Qingchen's consciousness began to spin uncontrollably. Gu Qingchen's consciousness jolted violently as it traversed the spatial tunnel, as if he were traveling through endless dimensions of time and space. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the Hall of Divinity. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed hundreds of exquisitely crafted bottles of premium wine neatly arranged around him. Each bottle exuded a rich and enticing aroma. The thought of how Li Taibai might react upon seeing such a collection brought a subtle smile to Gu Qingchen's lips. With a mere thought, a sharp sword intent surged forth, gently lifting the bottles into the air. They floated around him like stars, orbiting gracefully as he moved forward. However, this time, he did not head directly to Li Taibai's Hall of Divinity. Instead, he chose to visit the main hall first. Having just ascended to the realm of a Grandmaster with unparalleled vigor, he was eager to assess the extent of his newfound power. Before long, a resplendent and majestic hall appeared before him. On either side of the entrance coiled massive golden dragons, their gazes stern and commanding, as if scrutinizing every visitor who dared approach. As Gu Qingchen stepped into the grand hall, a mechanical voice rang out. Main Hall of Divinity activated. Master's martial arts panel now accessible. A beam of light descended from above, materializing into a holographic panel in front of him. The panel displayed detailed information about him. Current Master, Gu Qingchen. Blind status, active. Martial arts realm, Grandmaster, 3rd stage. Master Tao rhythms. God-slaying sword Tao, mastery 70. Shadowless spear Tao, mastery 30. Weapon of law, dragon spine silver spear. Tao rhythm value, 10 points. Divine trial progress, 27. Third trial in progress. Looking at the data before him, Gu Qingchen nodded slightly. Reaching the 3rd stage of the Grandmaster realm was indeed within his expectations. Just as he was about to leave the main hall, the mechanical voice spoke again. Detected. Master has unlocked 3 halls of divinity and accumulated 10 Tao rhythm points. The divine tomb of the region is now dispelling mists for the Master. The news of the opening of the divine spirit's tomb immediately caught Gu Qingchen's attention, and his eyes lit up. This mysterious land, once shrouded in mist, had finally unveiled its secrets. Standing before the grand hall's entrance, he paused in thought for a moment, then temporarily stored away the bottle of fine wine that had been floating by his side. Let's check out the divine spirit's tomb first, he mused to himself. With 10 Dao resonance points in hand, I might be able to trade for some extraordinary divine abilities. If I head straight to the Qinglian temple, they'll probably end up getting drunk out of my senses by Li Taibai again. The thought made him chuckle wryly. Turning on his heels, he began his journey toward the divine spirit's tomb. Meanwhile, in the laboratory building of Longdu University City, the atmosphere was tense. Over a dozen teachers were intently focused on the large screen mounted on the wall. The screen occasionally flickered with snowy static, accompanied by a grating, buzzing sound. Professor Zhang, did that student who was guaranteed admission show up for the competition? The dean of the Blade Institute asked. His name's not on the list, Professor Zhang replied. After a brief hesitation, he added, Director, is the news true? Did that student really? His words caused all the teachers in the room to turn their attention to the dean. According to reports, this student had single-handedly annihilated an army of 100,000 demons at the border of Daxia. The claim seemed almost too outrageous to believe. Dean Li set down his teacup, his expression grave. Longdu University sent a team to investigate. Over 10,000 witnesses saw it with their own eyes. There's no doubt about it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have issued him the guaranteed admission offer. The dean's confirmation drew sharp intakes of breath from the teachers. A teenager capable of single-handedly defeating 100,000 demons, did someone like that even need to attend university? With such strength, he could easily take on the role of a professor, or even the dean. His name is Qingchen, the dean continued. When he attends classes, pay close attention to him. Whatever he needs, make sure to meet his requests. Treat him like an ancestor, if you must. Though his words seemed unconventional, the teachers all nodded in solemn agreement. At that moment, dozens of large screens simultaneously lit up, displaying a vast tropical canyon. This was the battlefield left behind by an ancient war between gods and demons, now serving as the venue for Longdu University's Battle Royale competition. Hundreds of teenagers stood within the canyon, some looking anxious, others brimming with confidence. Countless flying cameras hovered in the air, transmitting high-definition footage to viewers across the nation. The first close-up focused on a purple-haired boy with a scar running across the corner of his mouth. His entire demeanor exuded a sharp, menacing aura. The live chat exploded with comments. That's Daxia's top-ranked competitor, right? The prince of the Nangong family, Transcendent Tier 3. Royal family resources hit different. The camera then shifted to a breathtakingly beautiful girl. Dressed in a form-fitting combat suit, her flawless figure was on full display. Yet her face was expressionless, and an icy aura surrounded her, warning others to keep their distance. The chat erupted once more. She's the most stunning woman I've ever seen. An S-level blessing, ranked 3rd nationwide. Back in Longdu University's broadcasting studio, a teacher hesitantly asked, Dean Li, is it true that she has an S-level blessing? Dean Li's face softened into a faint smile as he spoke gently. That's right, and it's one of the rarest blessings elemental in nature. The moment these words left his lips, a wave of astonishment rippled through the gathered teachers. An S-grade blessing was already an extraordinary rarity, appearing only once every few years or even decades in the vast expanse of Daxia. But an S-grade elemental blessing? That was a phenomenon seen perhaps once in a century. The last individual to possess such a gift was now remembered as the Calamity. If not for the emergence of a young prodigy capable of single-handedly defeating hundreds of thousands of demonkind this year, this girl would undoubtedly have been crowned the brightest star among the new students. A young girl in the transcendent second realm, blessed with an S-grade gift. Dean Li nodded slightly, his eyes glinting with amusement. The ownership of this Heaven's Essence pill is bound to stir up quite the storm. At that moment, an aged voice resonated from beyond the doors of the live stream room. The ownership of the Heaven's Essence pill has already been decided. The doors swung open, revealing an elderly man with a beard as white as snow and an aura that seemed to weigh heavily on the room. He stepped inside, speaking with calm authority. A direct order has just come from the royal family. The prince of the Nangong clan is at a critical stage of strengthening his meridians, and this Heaven's Essence pill has been reserved for him. Reserved? Dean Li's brows furrowed slightly. Principal, the competition hasn't even begun. How can there be talk of a reservation? The principal shook his head and countered. Isn't it only natural that the national champion would claim victory in the end? Even if the prince is exceptionally strong, he is not without rivals. What if this girl ultimately wins? What then? Dean Li pressed. The principal stroked his beard and let out a cold chuckle. That girl? No matter how gifted she is, there's no chance she'll win. Don't forget, this competition is being hosted by Longdu University. A heavy silence fell over the room as the meaning of his words sank in. The principal was openly suggesting interference in the students' competition. Principal, this is a nationally broadcast event. Such actions could tarnish Longdu University's reputation, Dean Li said sternly. What reputation? The principal replied with a dismissive laugh. We'll simply cut the broadcast feed and claim there were technical issues. Martial arts? It's nothing more than the exchange of resources and power. Fairness? What fairness? Deanly, once you sit in my position, you'll understand. As for this girl, well, she has only her lack of backing to blame. Scene transition. Qingchen walked along the desolate path leading to the tomb of the divine. Wild grass grew untamed on either side, and massive boulders, as large as small hills, were scattered across the landscape. In the distance, the tomb loomed, a forest of gravesome towering structures built from colossal stone slabs, others simple mounds of earth. Suddenly, he realized his vision had returned. The backlash from the dragon gall had only affected his physical body. Here, in the depths of this spiritual realm, his sight was restored. At the entrance, a massive green stone bore the words Tomb of the Divine, carved in a bold, flowing script. As he approached, an overwhelming, primal pressure surged toward him, making his breath hitch. The moment he stepped inside, a cascade of strange phenomena unfolded. Wails and cries echoed faintly in the air, accompanied by the eerie whispers of despair. A thin mist swirled around him, imbued with the chaotic aura of the unknown. Qingchen suppressed the unease clawing at his heart and carefully observed the graves around him. Each headstone bore a varying number of solar flares etched onto its surface. These, he deduced, represented the Tao resonance points required to claim the divine powers within. 100 meters ahead, one grave emitted an astonishing heat, like a miniature sun. As he touched its headstone, a breathtaking vision unfolded before his eyes. A golden crow, its wings blotting out the sky, soared into the heavens, devouring chaos itself. Stars trembled at its presence, and all living beings bowed in reverence. The headstone bore 4 solar flares. This was a godly ability of the now extinct Yao race. Though its golden crow technique offered immense benefits to those blessed with fire elements, it wasn't a match for him at this time. Moving forward, he encountered several more intriguing headstones, but the required Tao resonance points were far beyond his reach. As Li Bai had once said, even among the divine, disparity existed. The higher the Tao resonance points, the more terrifying the power. Suddenly, Qingchen froze. Up ahead, on an unassuming little mound, a single scion eye stared back at him, its gaze piercing through the veil of time, indifferent and ancient. At that instant, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. This divine ability requires 10 Tao resonance points. Does the palace master wish to proceed with the exchange? 10 points. This was the highest cost he'd encountered so far. Exchange. Qingchen answered without hesitation. The moment Qingchen's gaze locked with the blue pupil, an indescribable sense of destiny surged through his heart. Almost instinctively, he blurted out the words, exchange. A mechanical voice immediately followed. Eye of the divine burial, exchange complete. 10 Tao resonance points deducted. The eerie blue pupil on the small mound slowly rose, transforming into a streak of azure light that shot straight toward Qingchen. Wherever the light passed, the surrounding chaotic mist scattered, as if recoiling from a deadly threat. Simultaneously, 10 radiant beams of light streaked across the sky from the main hall of the Divine Spirit Temple, converging upon the mound. The previously dim solar flare atop it burst into brilliance, blazing like a true sun. As Qingchen's 10 Tao resonance points dropped to 0, the blue pupil mark on the mound vanished without a trace. That unsettling blue light drifted into his right eye. A strange sensation coursed from his pupil to his mind, and his right eye transformed into an enigmatic shade of Klein blue. Within his consciousness, a breathtaking vision unfolded. Deep in the universe, a colossal blue eye slowly opened, its sclera inscribed with intricate runes, its pupil as massive as a giant star. As the azure eye fully opened, its gaze disintegrated countless planets within its sight. Behind this titanic celestial apparition stood a figure of human descent, calmly surveying the myriad demonic beings below with indifferent blue eyes, as though piercing through the fabric of time itself. Suddenly, the mysterious figure turned and looked directly at Qingchen, who was witnessing this phenomenon. In a voice as calm as it was commanding, he said, Qingchen, you've finally arrived. A chill ran down Qingchen's spine. He felt utterly exposed under that gaze, as if his very thoughts were laid bare. What shocked him even more was that this celestial being knew his name. Wasn't the divine spirit burial ground supposed to be the resting place of deceased deities? How could this being foresee his arrival? The mysterious figure observed Qingchen's astonished expression, the azure light in his eyes burning brighter. His voice resounded like thunder. The eye of the divine burial capable of burying the heavens, the earth, and all living things. It extinguishes the path you've walked and inters those who follow. Upon ascension, it allows one to refine the essence of the universe and reign invincible among the stars. But should you fall midway, the world will forget you. History will erase you. Even you will lose all memory of yourself. His tone turned grave as he continued, though I already know the outcome. I must ask you once more. Qingchen, are you certain you wish to accept such power? Qingchen fell into deep thought. Ever since arriving in Lengdu, he had realized how different it was from Guangling. Danger lurked in every corner, and a single misstep could spell disaster. After the battle at Yamitian, he was temporarily unable to wield the Dragon Lance, his divine weapon of law. Forcing its use within a month could lead to the collapse of his mortal body. With this crucial safeguard out of reach and enemies lurking in the shadows, another assassination attempt was not out of the question. He needed to grow stronger quickly. Moreover, the 10 Dao resonance points had already been spent. There was no turning back now. Please, grant me your blessing, senior, Qingchen said solemnly, nodding with resolve. The man inclined his head slightly, and the blue eye in the starry void slowly closed. Qingchen's right pupil immediately ignited with a flame-like azure glow. He instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, his irises bore intricate ancient runes. Surveying his surroundings, an overwhelming sense of dominance surged within him. As he strolled through the divine spirit burial ground, the chaotic mist receded wherever his gaze fell, as though it feared him. At this moment, all living things seemed insignificant before him, and even the stars of the cosmos felt as though they should bow at his feet. He felt as if, with a mere thought, he could tear this world asunder. In the next instant, his vision abruptly distorted. Qingchen's vision suddenly encountered an anomaly. He realized that his left and right eyes were perceiving mist flowing in different directions. Although the mist form was generally similar, the scene in his right eye appeared to be a step ahead of what his left eye could see. This realization struck him with a shocking truth. His right eye was seeing glimpses of the future. The eye of divine burial not only had the power to perceive the present, but also to foresee what was yet to come. This knowledge sent waves of astonishment through him and finally explained why the man, long deceased, had been able to accurately call his name and engage in conversation with him. It turned out that the man had foreseen this very moment tens of thousands of years ago, foreseen that Qingchen would arrive here to receive his blessing. Such an extraordinary ability to span millennia made the name Divine Burial truly deserving of its legendary status. Through repeated experimentation, Qingchen gradually uncovered the two major abilities of the Eye of Divine Burial. The first was a brief glimpse into the future. Though the time limit was extremely short under normal circumstances, it could show only 1 second ahead, and even with intense focus, it extended to a maximum of 2 seconds. The second was the power to exert absolute control over matter. However, due to the scarcity of objects available for testing within the Tomb of the Deities, the full extent of this ability's applications remained unclear. Just as he planned to pause his research and delve deeper into exploration after leaving the Divine Hall, a sudden, searing pain surged through his eye sockets. His pupils contracted sharply, and a warm liquid began trickling down his cheeks. Bewildered, he raised his hand to wipe it away, only to find it was a vivid, crimson fluid. Qingchen abruptly dispelled the blessing of future sight, and the intricate runes in his eyes instantly dissipated. He looked down at the crimson blood pooling in his palm and let out a lingering sigh of relief. This powerful blessing clearly had its limitations at his current level. He could sustain it for no more than a minute. The further he tried to peer into the future, the shorter the duration would be. The mysterious man, seeing that Qingchen had fully accepted the blessing, finally allowed a faint smile to grace his cold, stoic face. His figure began to blur, slowly merging with the celestial phenomena around him, ready to vanish. Thank you for your blessing, senior. May I ask your esteemed name? Qingchen asked, bowing slightly in respect. My name? The man rubbed his chin, as if trying to recall something long forgotten. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. I can't remember. Before his words fully faded, his figure disintegrated completely, dissolving into the void of this world. Qingchen straightened up, staring pensively in the direction where the man had disappeared. The oppressive aura this being exuded was no less overwhelming than that of the other 3 deities in the Temple of Divinity. The ominous, colossal eye suspended in the stars must have eradicated countless alien gods and demons in ancient times, leaving behind a legacy of unimaginable glory. Who was he, truly? Qingchen murmured to himself. Perhaps no one in the world could answer that question anymore. The Eye of Divine Burial, capable of annihilating all things, had ultimately consumed its wielder as well. That mighty figure must have foreseen his own demise among the stars, knowing he would one day be forgotten by the universe. Yet he still chose to sacrifice himself for Xia. A wave of inexplicable melancholy swept over Qingchen. Though he had never been one for drinking, in this moment, he suddenly felt an urge to drown himself in wine. I'll go find Li Tai for a drink. He slapped his thigh decisively, turned back toward the Temple of Divinity's main hall, grabbed several hundred bottles of Xia's finest liquor, and strode off in the direction of the Qinglian Temple. Meanwhile, in Lengdu, the capital of Xia, A special meeting was underway within the nation's parliament. 3 formidable members of the royal family were present in person, while another 3 participated via projection. Of the 7 members of the royal family, 6 had already arrived. The meeting's agenda revolved around deciding the fate of a young man. Without trial, he had used a divine weapon governed by the laws of the universe to execute a general who was later confirmed to be a traitorous collaborator with the demon race. Such an event was unprecedented in Dacia's history. Sitting at the center of the gathered royals was an elderly man with snow-white hair and an aura of overwhelming power, the Dragon Emperor, head of the 7 royals. He frowned and asked, "Where is the Crimson Sky Empress? Why is she still not here? We've been unable to reach her." "She should be in Longdu," someone replied. "Such a lack of decorum. She just ascended to the throne and already fails to meet the most basic expectation of punctuality," the Dragon Emperor said, shaking his head in displeasure. "Never mind, we won't wait for her. Let the meeting begin." He turned his attention to Luo Yuling, who sat below, casually crossing his legs. "Director Yin, you were present at the time. Explain the situation in detail." Luo Yuling recounted the events with precision. When he mentioned that Qingchen had simultaneously comprehended 2 Dao rhythms and wielded a divine weapon, the gathered royals were visibly astonished. Since Yin was indeed a traitor, this young man's decisive actions in eliminating him demonstrate his deep hatred for the demon race. Luo Yuling concluded, "You all know the precarious situation Dacia is currently in. This young man might very well be our hope for breaking through the encirclement of alien forces. Moreover, he has already been recognized by the divine weapon, which speaks to his limitless potential. Are you certain you want to make him an enemy?" Several royals nodded in agreement, but a sharp voice of dissent rang out from one of the screens. "I disagree." The petite and fiery Linglong Empress exclaimed angrily. "That brat is far too arrogant. He even dared to shatter the Linglong avatar I spent 6 months cultivating." Her tone then softened as a hint of infatuation crept into her words. "Though I must admit, he's exceptionally talented and rather handsome. Still, he deserves a little punishment." "Ridiculous." Nangong Ying, seated at the table, sneered coldly. "With such power in his hands, he must be restrained and controlled. If he ever harbors rebellious intentions, how would he be any different from the demon race? Even if Yin was a traitor and deserved death, it was not his place to deliver judgment. I propose sparing his life, but sentencing him to 10 years in the heavenly prison to temper his arrogance." 10 years in the heavenly prison? You must be joking. Luo Yuling's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Emperor, you protected a traitor that day, and now you're targeting this young man. Could it be that you were in league with Yin?" Nangong Ying's face darkened with fury as his spiritual energy surged, and shadows spread ominously throughout the meeting hall. "Luo Yuling, watch your words. It's already an exception for you to participate in a meeting of the 7 royals. Do you even understand the gravity of what you're accusing me of?" Sensing the escalating tension, the Dragon Emperor took a deep breath and said in a commanding voice, "Silence." The 2 words carried an invisible pressure that blanketed the room. Nangong Ying snorted coldly but withdrew his shadows. "Since opinions are divided, let us settle this with a vote," the Dragon Emperor declared, his ancient voice echoing through the hall. "Voting?" The suggestion caused Luo Yuling's face to darken instantly. As the head of the Tribunal of the Damned, he held authority equal to the 7 sovereigns in daily operations, but he lacked voting rights in royal meetings. On the surface, voting appeared to be the fairest solution, but the reality left him deeply uneasy. The Shadow Sovereign and the Linglong Empress had already made their stances clear. They would undoubtedly vote guilty. Meanwhile, the senior-most Long Sovereign had a well-known disdain for insubordination and was notorious for his harsh punishments. He had always emphasized that the dignity of the royal family must not be violated, and though he maintained a calm facade, he was surely harboring resentment towards someone as defiant as Qingchen. Nangong Ying, with a mocking smirk, cast a sidelong glance at Luo Yuling and said nonchalantly, "I have no objections. I'll leave the decision to the Long Sovereign." The other royals exchanged glances, and one by one nodded in agreement. The Long Sovereign, satisfied with the consensus, surveyed the room and declared, "Very well, then. We'll decide by vote. Those in favor of declaring this young man innocent, raise your hands." As soon as the words left his mouth, the screen displayed Murong Jianxin, stationed in the western region of Daxia, raising his hand without hesitation. Shortly after, the Yin Sovereign, currently engaged in battles at the border, glanced at the screen and followed suit. As expected by Luo Yuling, the Shadow Sovereign, Linglong Empress, and Long Sovereign refrained from raising their hands. All eyes then turned to the Yuan Sovereign, who was cloaked in black, his expression unreadable. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly raised his hand, tipping the vote into a 3-3 tie. Luo Yuling exhaled a brief sigh of relief, but his comfort was short-lived. A tie meant they would have to wait for the Qishao Empress to return and cast the deciding vote. Unfortunately, the Qishao Empress hailed from the Lu family, and Yin Yiling had recently executed the family's soul prodigy this year in action that significantly jeopardized Qingchen's chances. As the meeting was about to adjourn, the sharp clack of high heels echoed from outside the chamber. A stunning woman, dressed in black stockings and striding confidently in pointed stilettos, kicked the doors open with a dramatic flourish. It was none other than the Qishao Empress, Lu Qingtian. Nangong Ying, his smile smug, stepped forward, ready to elaborate on the situation, but Lu Qingtian waved him off. No need for explanations, she said curtly. I have just one question. Does the young man possess a law artifact? The room responded in unison. Of course. Then I vote against guilt, Lu Qingtian declared decisively. 3-4. The result is clear, the boy is innocent. The unexpected outcome caused the Long Sovereign to frown slightly, while Nangong Ying and Yin Yiling stood frozen, completely stunned. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy with tension as all eyes turned to Lu Qingtian, who had cast an unexpected dissenting vote. Confusion clouded everyone's mind. Could Lu Qingtian, after the tragic death of the Lu family's only strength prodigy, show no intention of seeking justice? Suddenly, Lu Qingtian let out a cold chuckle, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. Justice? What a joke. Since we are all part of the royal lineage, let me offer you a piece of advice. If you're eager to die, by all means, go ahead and provoke that boy. The room erupted into murmurs of disbelief. Seated here were the most elite warriors of the great Xia dynasty, second only to the martial god himself. Yet Lu Qingtian had claimed that going after the boy was tantamount to courting death. Frowns deepened as confusion was etched onto every face. Only Yin Yiling felt a storm brewing within him. His mind flashed back to the scene he had witnessed days ago in the celestial shrine. That boy's identity had shockingly registered as S-rank. Piecing this together with the recent indifference toward the emergence of the rule divine weapon in Longdu, and Lu Qingchen's unusual behavior today, a chill ran down Yin Yiling's spine. Clearly, the terrifying power backing that boy had already begun to act. At the head of the table, the Dragon Emperor remained seated, his expression suddenly turning grave. His aged yet commanding eyes bore into Lu Qingtian. Lu Qingtian, what do you mean by this? Matters concerning the life and death of the royal family could not be taken lightly. Lu Qingtian's words had undoubtedly touched on the dignity of the royal house. Lu Qingtian cast a dismissive glance at the enraged Dragon Emperor and sneered, "Apologies, but I have nothing further to say." With that, he turned and strode out of the conference room. Meanwhile, by the lake of the Divine Spirit Hall, Li Taibai paced back and forth, admiring the green lotus blossoms floating on the water. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure approaching in the distance. Qingchen, carrying several bottles in his hands. What followed was even more astonishing. Behind him, sword energy was suspending over 100 wine jars in midair. Li Taibai had been about to smile in greeting, but upon taking in this sight, he froze in place. Li Taibai stood rooted to the spot, his face etched with disbelief. Before him lay hundreds of bottles of exquisite wine, their quality far surpassing his expectations. "What's wrong, oldly? Never seen so much fine wine before?" Qingchen quipped with a hearty laugh, casually tossing 2 bottles toward Li Taibai. Catching the bottles with ease, Li Taibai uncorked one and inhaled deeply. A blissful smile spread across his face as the rich, aromatic scent filled his senses. This was indeed a rare treasure. Meanwhile, Qingchen opened an ancient wine jug, its surface marked with cracks from age, and leaned nonchalantly against Li Taibai. "What's this, Qingchen? Not playing by your usual rules today? Drinking straight away?" Li Taibai asked, sipping from his bottle as he observed the unusually carefree demeanor of the young man. Normally, with such a bounty of fine wine, Qingchen would have insisted on bartering for a few of Li Taibai's prized calligraphy pieces first. Qingchen took a swig from his bottle, his tone casual as he glanced at Li Taibai. "There's plenty of time. No rush. Let's drink first." The fiery liquid burned its way down his throat, spreading warmth through his body. For now, confined by his temporary blindness and unable to venture far, he had chosen to focus on cultivating his skills until the end of Luo Yuling's competition. Li Taibai's smile deepened as he studied the youth. There was something different about Hema, faint yet familiar aura that he couldn't quite place. His temperament, too, seemed to have shifted. "You've been to the Divine Tomb, haven't you?" Li Taibai asked, feigning nonchalance. Qingchen replied curtly. Li Taibai was about to press further when he noticed the young man's growing impatience, already showing signs of intoxication. Qingchen interrupted him with a half-drunken drawl. "You're a god. I'm a god. Why all the questions tonight? Are we drinking or not?" For a moment, Li Taibai was taken aback by the young man's audacity. But then he burst into hearty laughter, waving a hand as the clouds scattered and moonlight poured down in radiant streams, illuminating the night. "You're right, Qingchen. I've been too nosy. Cheers," he declared. The moonlight bathed their cups in a silvery glow. That night, Qingchen drank with reckless abandon, cup after cup, until he was thoroughly inebriated. His body swayed unsteadily before he finally collapsed onto the wine-laden table above the Qingchen pool, drifting into a deep slumber. Left alone, Li Taibai gazed at the moon, his eyes reflecting its pale light. Surrounded by empty bottles, he sighed wistfully. With all this wine, they'll be set for a good while. His gaze fell on the sleeping Qingchen, and memories of an old friend surfaced, a companion from his mortal days, one who had shared his love for wine and poetry, and together they had defied the mundane world. The Yellow River flows east to the ocean, while the sun sets west into the sea. Time and streams drift by, never waiting for anyone, he murmured, a self-deprecating smile tugging at his lips. Ah, Li Taibai, after living for millennia, why are you still waxing poetic about fleeting moments? Just as he turned to head back to the Qingchen Divine Hall, he hesitated mid-step. At that instant, the lotus blossoms in the pool suddenly bloomed in unison. From the heavens, a brilliant azure light descended, enveloping the slumbering youth. Li Taibai's lips curled into a knowing smile. He retrieved a scroll of poetry from his robes and placed it gently on the table beside Qingchen before retreating to the serenity of the Qingchen Divine Hall. By noon the next day, Qingchen stirred awake, rubbing his temples to soothe the pounding headache. His eyes fell on the ancient scroll lying on the table before him. A wry smile crossed his face. Li Taibai, you're as stingy as ever. Last time, 2 bottles of wine earned me 2 scrolls. This time I brought 200 bottles, and you only give me 1? He was about to march off to confront Li Taibai when his hand brushed the scroll. In that instant, his body froze. Recognition dawned on him. It was the very scroll Li Taibai had safeguarded for him during their first encounter. His expression grew solemn. He did not unseal it, but instead tucked it away carefully. He understood all too well that this was no ordinary disposable scroll. It carried immense, terrifying power, akin to a divine weapon like Longdan. Using it recklessly at his current level could result in catastrophic backlash. With a deep breath, he turned away from the closed doors of the Qingchen Divine Hall and made his way toward the Hall of Divine Spirits. Within its sacred chambers lay a reservoir of ancient, concentrated spiritual energy. Qingchen resolved to dedicate this time to secluded cultivation, determined to ascend to greater heights in his martial path. Days turned into nights, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On a crisp morning, Qingchen awoke, still feeling the haze of intoxication lingering in his senses. Reflecting on his recent success in acquiring 5 poetry scrolls from Li Taibai, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Though each was a single-use artifact, they were more than enough for now. Just as he stretched lazily, ready to begin his day, a sudden ringing interrupted his thoughts. Before he could answer, an irate voice erupted on the other end of the line. Qingchen, what the hell are you doing? Sister Luo is being bullied in the competition, and you're just sitting around? Get over there now. It was Gu Xiaoyu, her fury unmistakable. Qingchen sighed, rubbing his temples once more. So much for a peaceful morning, he muttered, already reaching for his coat. The moment Qingchen hung up the phone, he took a deep breath, his gaze turning icy and piercing. The entire room was suffused with an oppressive killing intent, so intense it seemed to freeze the very air. On the 3rd floor, Murong, who was handling family affairs, suddenly felt a jolt in his chest. Instinctively, he set aside the laptop in his hands and rushed downstairs. Reaching the door to Qingchen's bedroom, he called out urgently, "Brother Gu, what happened?" Qingchen slowly shook his head, his eyes fixed straight ahead. His voice was as cold as frost. "Brother Murong, where is the trial location for this Dragon City University competition?" Murong paused to think before replying. "If I recall correctly, it's in an ancient relic site on the outskirts of Dragon City." "Then I'll have to trouble you to take me there right now," Qingchen said decisively, his tone leaving no room for argument. Murong immediately nodded in agreement and hurried downstairs to get the car. As he ran toward the garage, his mind raced. The competition was nearing its end. Qingchen must have a reason for heading there now. Ever since Murong Jinshin left, most family affairs had fallen on his shoulders. In recent days, he had been juggling these responsibilities while also taking care of Qingchen, leaving little time to follow the Dragon City University entrance competition. Could it be that the young girl participating in the competition had encountered some trouble? At that thought, a shiver ran down his spine. Meanwhile, within the ancient relic site, Luo Yuling was locked in a life-or-death showdown. Clad in a tattered combat suit and covered in mud, she still moved with an air of elegance as she navigated the ruins. The monitor on her chest displayed a reading of 22, a critical device used to track the severity of injuries. If the percentage exceeded 40, a defensive blessing would automatically activate, ensuring the contestants' safety but signaling their elimination. The competition had lasted for over 10 days, and the safe zone had been reduced to the area surrounding a single mountain peak, with only 4 contestants remaining. At this moment, 3 figures were in hot pursuit of Luo Yuling, trailing just 100 meters behind and launching relentless attacks. The young woman skillfully used earth and wood elements to create obstacles while maintaining her lead. Despite her constant change of direction, her pursuers seemed to lock onto her position with unerring precision. In Dragon City University's live broadcast room, the principal's forehead was damp with cold sweat, his expression grim. The performance of this S-level blessed young woman had far exceeded expectations. Not only had she single-handedly eliminated more than 20 contestants, but she had also broken through to the transcendent level 3 during the competition, rivaling even the Crown Prince. What was even more astounding was her ability to escape unscathed from an ambush by 7 transcendent level experts, taking down 4 of them in the process. The live stream chat was a cascade of comments, scrolling like a waterfall. This cold yet dazzlingly talented young woman had captivated viewers with her extraordinary skills and stunning beauty, her popularity now surpassing even that of the top-scoring Crown Prince. The incident involving the 7-0 ambush had further plunged Dragon City University into the center of a storm of public opinion. Unfair. Unfair. Replay the match. The comment section surged like a tidal wave. Longdu University, what are you even doing? This is clearly an illegal team-up. The audience's furious accusations echoed relentlessly in the live stream. Where are the referees? Shouldn't these participants be disqualified immediately? Amid the doubts, a particularly sharp comment flashed across the screen. Wake up! How could those 7 superhuman contestants just coincidentally find my goddess? Clearly, Longdu University is pulling strings behind the scenes. Do we even need to guess? 3 against 1 is already disgraceful, and now it's 3 people bullying a single girl? Are these supposed to be the future pillars of Dacia? Someone hit an even rawer nerve. A royal prince doing something like this? Absolutely shameless. At that very moment, a bright red system notification abruptly appeared at the top of the comments section. User, Miss Luo Yuling, I want to be your dog, has been muted for 36,500 days due to inappropriate remarks. The announcement was like a bucket of cold water, instantly halting the furious typing of thousands of viewers. Many hesitated, unsure whether to continue commenting. Meanwhile, inside the ruins, the battle had reignited. The trio had successfully tracked down the girl's hiding spot, and Nangong Qianlai was preparing to unleash his invisible gas compression technique. Suddenly, Luo Yuling, who had appeared to be fleeing in panic, spun around sharply. The ground erupted with a deafening crack as 2 massive stone pillars shot skyward like dragons, hurtling toward Nangong Qianlai. Nangong Qianlai swiftly ascended to evade the attack, clasping his hands together to activate his strength blessing air manipulation. Compressed to the extreme, the air detonated violently around the girl. In that critical moment, a translucent ice armor materialized over Luo Yuling's body. The explosion sent shards of ice flying in all directions, and her face turned deathly pale. The detection meter spiked from 22 to 38, just too shy of elimination. However, when Nangong Qianlai steadied himself and looked ahead, the girl had already used the explosion's force to flash step 50 meters away. Even more shocking was the sight of his 2 companions, ranked 8th and 10th nationally, now impaled by half-shattered ice spears. 2 extraordinary warriors spat out a mouthful of blood simultaneously, their bodies staggering backward. The green shield shimmering around them signaled their elimination. Before leaving, the 2 exchanged bitter smiles and said to Nangong Qianlai, Master Nangong, we've done our best. Please don't forget our agreement after your victory. The staff promptly escorted them off the arena. Nangong Qianlai spat angrily, jealousy surging within him. As a prince, he had to admit that without the cooperation of the other 7 extraordinary fighters, he stood no chance against the girl who could wield 5 elemental powers. How could a lowly commoner from some insignificant place receive an S-grade blessing? The thought of potentially losing the title of champion at Longdu University sparked a flicker of malice in his heart, despite all the resources he had enjoyed. Though the live broadcast prohibited fatal injuries, destroying someone's martial foundation was hardly a challenge. His previous strike had already disrupted the girl's vital energy, and she likely couldn't endure more than one additional blow. The heavenly marrow pill and the championship title, everything would belong to Nangong Qianlai. He licked his lips greedily, quietly pulling out the tracker provided by Longdu University, a tool issued to every participant in the hunt. Think you can run? Let's see how far you can go. In the livestream studio, the audience erupted in cheers as the girl defeated 2 extraordinary fighters yet again. Meanwhile, the university president was livid, slamming his fist on the table and berating the officials involved in the scheme for their incompetence. Who could have predicted the sheer power of an S-grade blessing? Finally, the president decided to intervene personally, soaring toward the ancient ruins. After an intense chase, the last 2 contestants faced off atop the central peak of the ruins. Luo Yuling stood with her back against a sheer cliff, her retreat cut off. Nangong Qianlai sneered. Why aren't you running anymore? Luo Yuling forced herself to maintain her stance, though her body trembled from spiritual exhaustion. From the moment she was surrounded by 7 extraordinary fighters, she knew the heavenly marrow pill had long been reserved for this prince. Yet, she still wanted to claim the top spot through her own strength. Seeing her unwavering gaze, Nangong Qinlai's smile turned predatory. You're different from other women. I find you somewhat intriguing. He began compressing the air around him, muttering under his breath, but let's talk after your meridians are completely destroyed. Before his words faded, his hands came together, conjuring a massive air cannon that roared toward Luo Yuling with the force of a sonic boom. Facing this deadly attack, the girl's pale face grew even paler, but a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She unleashed the last of her spiritual energy, and behind her, the symbols of the 5 elements wood, fire, earth, metal, and water appeared, merging into a radiant, multicolored lotus. As the lotus took form, a spark of life returned to Luo Yuling's eyes. Her lips parted slightly as she whispered, "Go." The 5-colored lotus spun rapidly in the air, each petal radiating a dazzling brilliance of a different elemental force. It surged forward to meet the overwhelming air cannon, and in an instant, the clash of the 2 immense powers erupted across the heavens and earth. In the live stream, millions of viewers held their breath, their eyes fixed on this heart-stopping moment. The lotus bloomed with unparalleled brilliance, its 5 elements intertwining in a mesmerizing dance, beginning to suppress the formidable air cannon. A glimmer of hope flashed in Luo Yuling's eyes as she unhesitatingly poured the last trace of her spiritual energy into the lotus. Yet just as victory seemed within reach, the air cannon, which had already shown signs of faltering, suddenly unleashed a terrifying force of heaven and earth. The 5-colored lotus was obliterated in an instant. Luo Yuling realized in that moment this was no ordinary power, far beyond what a transcendent realm could control. Someone from Longdu University was interfering from the shadows. As the roaring cannon surged toward her, a flicker of despair crossed the young girl's eyes. From the very beginning, this had been an unwinnable battle. Relentless ambushes along the way, a final confrontation besieged by 7 transcendent opponents, and now, sabotage from Longdu University. In that moment, memories of her childhood imprisonment by a cult unexpectedly resurfaced. Back then, she had been just as helpless and alone, her cries for help going unanswered until that boy appeared. Wasn't her current plight eerily similar to that time? Though she usually wore an icy, indifferent facade, deep down, she was still just a teenage girl. A wave of bitterness swelled in her chest, threatening to overwhelm her. A single crystalline tear began to form, but with sheer stubbornness, she held it back. She closed her eyes silently, waiting for the protective blessing shield to activate. But in the next instant, that terrifying force dissipated like smoke in the wind. On the mountaintop, Luo Yuling opened her eyes in confusion, only to be pulled into a warm embrace before she could react. A familiar, teasing voice whispered in her ear, all right, don't pout. It's just a broken pill, isn't it? Your husband will get it back for you." At the mountain's peak, Luo Yuling stood frozen in place, staring up in disbelief at the familiar, strikingly handsome face before her. Qingchen was smiling warmly, gently stroking her hair as he spoke with soft reassurance. "It's all right now. You're safe." That gentle smile melted Luo Yuling's composure. Her strength gave way, and she collapsed into his broad embrace. The weight of long-suppressed grievances overwhelmed her, and she clung tightly to the edge of his robe. Tears she had fought so hard to hold back now streamed uncontrollably down her face as she sobbed quietly. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the live chat of Daxia's streaming platform. Countless young viewers stared at their screens in utter shock. For over 10 days, they had followed this breathtakingly beautiful girl, who had displayed an unyielding, icy resolve. Even when pursued by 7 transcendent-level opponents, she had remained composed, like a cold, calculated machine, devising flawless strategies and successfully fending off her pursuers. Even when cornered at the edge of a cliff, she had stood steadfast, fighting to the very last moment. Yet this ice goddess, revered for her unshakable demeanor, was now crying? And not just crying, she had willingly thrown herself into the arms of a seemingly ordinary blind boy? The comment section exploded with millions of messages flooding in. Wait, what? Did she just call him husband? My ice goddess is crying? Sure, he's good-looking, but he's blind. In the spectator stands, the top 100 eliminated contestants exchanged bewildered glances. Moments ago, they had clearly seen this blind boy descend from the cliff above, flying effortlessly through the air. This could only mean his cultivation level was at least at the nascent soul stage or higher. Some speculated in hushed whispers that it might merely be a flight-related blessing, but others were more concerned. If he was a freshman trespassing into the finals, he might face expulsion. If he wasn't a student and had entered the ancient ruins without permission, he could very well end up in prison. Gu Qingchen felt the scalding warmth of Luo Yuling's tears falling into his palm, and his heart ached even more. Temporarily blinded, he hadn't been following the competition's live broadcast. If he had known Luo Yuling would endure such trials, he would never have lingered in the divine hall. He had assumed this entrance exam would be no challenge for her, but he had underestimated the shamelessness of certain high-ranking officials in Daxia. If that last strike had landed, even with the Shield of Blessings, Luo Yuling's martial meridians might have been irreparably damaged. The thought sent a chilling fury surging through Gu Qingchen, his eyes darkening with icy resolve. In the distance, Nangong Qianlai observed the blind boy with growing unease. He could sense a dangerous aura emanating from this unexpected figure. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Qingchen cut him off coldly. "Did I give you permission to address me?" Before the words had fully settled, an overwhelming chill surged from beneath Nangong Qianlai's feet. The boy's vacant eyes had turned a searing shade of azure, intricate ancient runes flickering within them. A shiver ran down Nangong Qianlai's spine, and his instinct screamed at him to retreat. "Kneel!" Gu Qingchen's commanding voice thundered. In an instant, a cold, merciless blue eye appeared in Nangong Qianlai's consciousness. An irresistible force bore down on his legs, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to his knees, the bones in his kneecaps shattering on impact. The sight of the once arrogant royal prince of the imperial family brought to his knees left Daxia's countless viewers utterly stunned. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Nangong Qianlai snarled, his expression twisted in rage. "You fool! You've made a grave mistake. Do you even know who I am?" Gu Qingchen let out a cold laugh, his fists brimming with the power of heaven and earth. "I don't care who you are. All you need to know is that the person you tried to kill today is my wife. And you've crossed the wrong man. Today you die." The power of the heavens and earth surged ever more intensely around the young man's fists, aimed squarely at Nangong Qianlai's head. Feeling the icy, murderous intent radiating from Gu Qingchen, Nangong Qianlai's pupils contracted violently, and terror gripped his heart like an iron vice. "Stop! I'm a prince of the Nangong family. Do you dare to kill me?" Nangong Qianlai roared, his twisted face contorted with both fury and desperation as he knelt on the ground. He tried to struggle, but his legs felt paralyzed, leaving him humiliated and prostrate before the boy. Hearing this, Gu Qingchen paused for a heartbeat, then let out a cold, mocking laugh. "A prince of the Nangong family, you say? How amusing. Like father, like son, it seems both of you are nothing but the disgrace of Daxia." These words struck Nangong Qianlai like a thunderbolt, sending shockwaves through his mind. He immediately understood that this young man must have a grudge against his father. Summoning every ounce of strength in his body, he howled, "If you know my father, then you must be aware of the power of the Nangong family. If you spare me today, there might still be room for negotiation. But if you dare to kill me, the entire Nangong clan will hunt you to the ends of the earth." "Hunt me down? What a joke." Gu Qingchen burst out laughing, his voice dripping with disdain. "If the Nangong family dares to come for me, they should prepare themselves for annihilation." Though he had lost the protection of the dragon gallbladder, the 5 scrolls of poetry left by Li Taibai in his possession gave him confidence. As long as Yin Yiling held back Nangong Ying, he was certain he could use those scrolls to obliterate the entire Nangong clan. "Enough talk. Die!" Gu Qingchen's fists erupted with earth-shattering force, his punch hurtling toward Nangong Qianlai's skull like a falling meteor. In that split second, a thunderous, aged voice echoed across the heavens. "Stop!" From the distance, the sound of rushing wind and the sharp whistle of blades cutting through the air filled the atmosphere. At the same time, a torrent of immense, invisible energy cascaded down from the mountain peak, tearing through the air with a deafening sonic boom. Faced with attacks coming from all directions, Gu Qingchen's expression remained calm and indifferent. With a light flick of the peach blossom branch in his hand, 2 streams of ultimate Tao energy burst forth from his body. Instantly, the oppressive aura of death blanketed the entire space. Above the sky, 2 ominous phenomena emerged simultaneously. Heavy black clouds swallowed the midday sun, revealing a rising blood-red moon, while on the horizon, a decayed black sun ascended, devouring everything in its path like a bottomless void. Under the weight of these terrifying manifestations, the overwhelming energy from the mountain peak was obliterated in an instant. The professors from Longdu University, who had been racing to intervene, were struck by the shockwave, their bodies bursting into clouds of blood as they screamed and tumbled into the ravine below. Gu Qingchen, wielding the peach blossom branch in his right hand, continued his relentless assault with his left fist. With the force of a collapsing mountain, his punch crashed down on Nangong Qianlai's skull. Blood sprayed in all directions as Nangong Qianlai's life was snuffed out before he could even utter a final scream. At that exact moment, the live broadcast abruptly cut off. Yet the comment section exploded like a tidal wave. "Guys, did we just witness something insane?" This Xia is about to change forever after today. Qingchen is the goat. He's my dad from now on. My mom thought I was watching a movie. There was a moon, a sun, and everything. At the mountain's summit, an elderly man emerged from the shadows, his face ashen and his expression deeply troubled. His eyes betrayed his shock as he stared at the floating Tao energy lingering in the air. The level of mastery displayed was far beyond anything he had ever imagined. The sheer depth of this young man's power had made an already precarious situation even more dangerous. The third prince of the Nangong family had been brutally killed during Longdu University's entrance ceremony. Though the incident had nothing to do with him personally, the wrath of the Nangong family would undoubtedly be catastrophic. The old man fixed a piercing gaze on Gu Qingchen, his tone grim as he spoke. Boy, do you have any idea who you've just killed? Gu Qingchen slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes landing on the elderly man. Instead of directly answering the man's question, he spoke calmly. So, you were the one secretly helping Nangong Qianlai just now, weren't you? His words struck like a heavy hammer, causing the principal's eyelids to twitch violently as a glint of sharpness flashed through his eyes. Forcing himself to remain composed, the principal replied, I have no idea what you're talking about. Gu Qingchen shook his head lightly, a deliberately puzzled expression crossing his face. Why is it that ever since you appeared, something feels off, like something's missing? His words made the principal's heart tighten as an ominous feeling began to creep over him. After a moment of silence, Gu Qingchen suddenly spoke as if coming to a realization. Ah, I remember now. I don't particularly enjoy having scum standing in front of me. As the words left his lips, his once empty pupils shifted to a brilliant azure, with ancient runes swirling within them. Which means you too should kneel. Gu Qingchen's voice boomed with the authority of a monarch, his presence instantly becoming commanding and overwhelming. How dare you? The principal's face darkened as a surge of immense energy erupted from his body. But just as he prepared to make a move, he realized his knees had betrayed him, refusing to obey his will. In the depths of his mind, a horrifying image of a blue, otherworldly eye emerged, utterly dominating him. In the next instant, his knees buckled uncontrollably, and he collapsed heavily to the ground before the young man. I'm a grandmaster. How could I possibly kneel before a mere boy? The principal's expression turned ashen, his voice trembling with both anger and despair. Who are you? A faint smile played at the corners of Gu Qingchen's lips. Who am I? I'm just this year's new student at Longdu University. Boy, I'm the principal of Longdu University. You better think this through. The principal's face flushed crimson as he struggled to suppress his humiliation. Gu Qingchen threw his head back in laughter, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Slowly, he crouched down so that he was at eye level with the kneeling principal. Placing his right foot firmly on the man's head, he leaned in closer, his voice laced with mockery. Principal, sir, have you still not figured out the situation? Do you really think, given how things are now, I still have any need to attend your school? In the grandstands of Longdu University, hundreds of students stared in utter shock at the astonishing scene unfolding atop the mountain peak. The principal, an imposing figure of unrivaled authority at the most prestigious institution in Daxia, was now groveling on the ground like a lowly dog. A young man stood with one foot pressed against his face, casually grinding it against the principal's skin, a faint smile playing on his lips. The sight shattered the students' understanding of the world, built up over the past 2 decades. Their mouths hung open, but no sound emerged. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in Longdu University's livestream room. The screen had gone dark, the broadcast abruptly cut off. Yet the chat exploded with an unstoppable flood of messages, their volume increasing exponentially. That shocking scene was spreading like wildfire across the entirety of Daxia. The teachers in the live stream room stood frozen, faces ashen, unable to process the events that had transpired in mere minutes. What seemed like an ordinary entrance competition had turned into a cataclysmic storm under the gaze of millions. The young man had publicly executed the prince of the Nangong familia, royal descendant of pure blood, lineal act tantamount to a blatant slap to the face of the imperial family. And now, he had the principal, a guest elder of a prominent noble family, pinned underfoot. One death, one humiliation to individuals of immense status brought low in such a manner sent chills down the spines of every spectator. Atop the mountain, the principal beneath Gu Qingchen's foot was already bloodied and battered. He could hear the sickening sound of his skull grinding against the ground, as though it might shatter at any moment. Any thought of anger was swiftly extinguished when he caught sight of Nangong Qianlia's head, split apart like a watermelon. A frigid terror crept up his spine, and he swallowed the curses that had risen to his lips. Instead, he pleaded in a trembling voice, "Student, please let me up. We can talk this over." Gu Qingchen toyed with the Tao-infused energy in his hand, smiling faintly. "Principal, let me ask you a question. If your answer satisfies me, I'll let you go." As the head of Longdu University, one of the top academies in Huaxia, you were supposed to uphold fairness. So why did you secretly assist that royal prince? His words made the students in the stands suddenly realize the truth. They recalled the anomaly during the battle between the girl and Nangong Qianlihao, the five-colored lotus, which should have neutralized the air cannon, had unexpectedly been overpowered by some mysterious force, leading to her defeat. It was all orchestrated by the principal behind the scenes. Disdainful gazes, sharp as arrows, bore down on the principal. The principal's body trembled as he tried to deny it. Student, I truly don't know what you're talking about. I didn't. Before he could finish, Qingchen pressed harder with his foot, sending a jolt of searing pain through him. The principal finally broke, screaming, "Stop! I'll talk. It was me. I arranged for the teachers to distribute trackers. I helped the prince. But it was all the Nangong family's orders." Qingchen let out a cold laugh, exposing the truth. So a royal decree must be obeyed without question? Longdu University, as a sanctuary for nurturing exceptional talents, would naturally face checks and balances from other royal factions if any one family interfered. It's clear you struck a deal with the Nangong family, trading benefits for this rare Tian Sui pill. Looking down at the principal, groveling like a pitiful dog, Qingchen sighed softly. In your own university's competition, you were willing to betray your students for a petty profit. If foreign invaders were to come, someone like you would undoubtedly lick their boots and become a traitor. His gaze suddenly turned icy, killing intent radiating from him. I can't possibly let someone like you live. So, you might as well die. On the ground, the principal's pupils suddenly contracted, and a chill surged up his spine. This boy. He actually harbored the intent to kill him. A flash of malice crossed the principal's face as the overwhelming aura of a grandmaster burst forth from him, signaling his desperate attempt at resistance. Yet, in the next moment, his expression froze. In his perception, the boy bore down on him like an unmovable mountain, rendering him completely immobile. Fear flooded his heart like a rising tide, and the shadow of death enveloped him entirely. His eyes widened in desperation, but he was powerless to retaliate. Qingchen's eyes flashed coldly. He lifted his right foot slightly before stomping down with force. A crisp crack echoed, accompanied by a spray of blood. The principal's scream was abruptly cut short as his head dissolved into a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. Glancing at the lifeless body of the principal on the ground, Qingchen casually scratched his head. Perhaps it was due to the first Tao rhythm he comprehended being connected to slaughter, coupled with the influence of the peach blossom sword god's killing intent, but his desire to kill seemed to grow heavier. Still, when it came to eliminating these corrupt figures of the Great Xia, he felt no emotional turmoil. Eradicate all injustice in the world. Slaughter all who deserve death. The words of the peach blossom sword god resurfaced in his mind at that moment. Qingchen nodded thoughtfully, sensing something within him break free. He felt as though he had become a peerless, razor-sharp sword. No matter what obstacles lay ahead, he could cut through them with a single strike. Even if a martial god were to descend, he would bring them down. Atop the mountain, a pink peach tree had somehow appeared. Compared to before, several blossoms had bloomed on its branches, and countless buds were poised to bloom. The killing intent contained within the tree had grown even more intense, now beginning to condense inward. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed. Congratulations to the Hall Master. The comprehension of the ultimate Tao rhythm, slaughtering Godsword Tao, has reached 80. Tao rhythm points 1. Bathed in the vast aura of Tao rhythm surrounding him, Qingchen felt as if he were immersed in an endless ocean of it, his entire body overwhelmed with an indescribable sense of comfort. Once the Tao rhythm fully returned to his body, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the principal's corpse. With a flick of his finger, several strands of agile sword intent flew out, searching the body. Soon, the sword intent returned, carrying a small golden box. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Opening the box, he found a pill the size of a ping-pong ball, radiating an incomparably pure energy. This was none other than a heaven marrow pill, formed after decades of refinement under the 1,000-foot waterfall's relentless force. Seeing the pill, Qingchen finally let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the principal hadn't handed it over to Nangong Qianlai beforehand, and had planned to award it after the competition. Unfortunately for him, he met Qingchen. Closing the box, Qingchen's lips curved into a faint smile as he walked over to the young girl. Here, Yuli, I got it back for you. However, the girl, whose body brimmed with the essence of 5 elemental energies, lay quietly within the gentle embrace of his sword intent, unresponsive. He reached out and lightly poked Luo Yuling's delicate cheek, feeling its soft, smooth texture, but she still didn't respond. Qingchen's pupils contracted as he immediately extended his perception to scan her entire body. After confirming that she was merely suffering from spiritual energy exhaustion, he finally relaxed. It seemed the past few days of constant running and the depletion of her energy had caused her to pass out. With some rest, she would recover. At this moment, Murong-yi emerged from below the cliff. It was he who had held off the staff and guards at the ruin's entrance, giving Qingchen enough time to arrive. Seeing the two lifeless bodies atop the cliff, Murong-yi paused, then hesitantly asked, "Brother Gu, is there anything you need me to clean up?" Qingchen gazed at the lifeless corpses on the cliff, contemplating for a moment. Murong, if possible, help select a new principal for Longdu University. Though the principal deserved to die, the students of Longdu University are the pride of the Great Xia. Let's ensure they aren't affected by this incident. Hearing this, Murong Yi's eyes widened in shock. What? Brother Gu, you killed your university's principal? His heart raced in disbelief. After all, that was the principal of Longdu University, someone even the royal family wouldn't dare to provoke lightly. Arriving just a few minutes late and already killed by Qingchen, Murong Yi swallowed hard, his gaze shifting to the lifeless body of the young man lying not far away. His voice trembled as he asked, Qingchen, this body, who is it? Qingchen, casually toying with Luo Yuling's jade-like fingers, lifted his gaze at the question, his tone indifferent. Oh, that's the prince from the Nangong family. He and the principal ganged up to bully my wife, so I dealt with him. A prince. Murong Yi's entire body shuddered, and an uncontrollable chill ran down his spine. As a prince himself, he could feel a cold dread creeping up from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Taking a deep breath, Murong Yi's expression turned grave as he said, Qingchen, no one can know about this. Killing a prince will provoke unrelenting retaliation from the Nangong family. Qingchen paused for a moment, then gestured casually toward a small camera above them. Murong Yi, did you forget something? This match is being broadcast live across the entire Great Xia. Murong Yi froze as if struck by lightning, his face draining of all color. This meant that Qingchen's act of slaying the prince had likely already been witnessed by the entire Great Xia. After a moment of contemplation, Murong Yi gritted his teeth and said, Qingchen, come take refuge in the main hall of my Murong family. We have an ancient protective sword array guarding the hall. Unless Nangonging himself takes action, no one can harm you. I'll contact my father immediately. If it comes to it, my Murong family will go to war with the Nangong family. Qingchen was slightly surprised by this offer. A conflict between two royal families would be enough to spark a civil war in Great Xia. That Murong Yi was willing to go this far for him spoke volumes about their bond. However, Qingchen shook his head. Murong Yi, I appreciate your kindness, but I won't hide. Then what do you plan to do? Murong Yi asked anxiously. Qingchen's tone remained calm. If Nangonging dares to come after me, I'll make sure he never leaves. Under Murong Yi's stunned gaze, he added, this decaying Great Xia, along with these disgusting parasites, has long needed someone to clean it up. Across the Great Xia Empire, clips from a live stream showing a blind teenager slaying a prince from the Nangong family were spreading like wildfire. The video quickly climbed to the top of trending topics on major social media platforms, with views skyrocketing exponentially. In the Luoyang province, inside a tidy student dormitory, Gu Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on her bed, meditating and cultivating her martial arts. Ever since her alcoholic father had disappeared, she had been left to fend for herself. Fortunately, her older brother, Qingchen, who had moved to Longdu, sent her tens of thousands of xia coins in salary every month, allowing her to focus on her studies at the most prestigious high school in Luoyang Provincia School with an impressive 5 acceptance rate into Longdu University, the empire's top institution. Thanks to the excellent learning environment and her extraordinary talent, Gu Xiaoyu's martial arts cultivation progressed rapidly. In a short period, she had broken through to the 7th realm of Qi Si, securing her position as the top student in her class. Just as she was starting to feel a bit bored with her training, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the dorm. 3 girls burst into the room, crowding around a phone, animatedly discussing. That prince was absolutely despicable, and to think he was royalty doing such vile things. He deserved to die. The way that blind guy saved the girl was so heroic. I want a sweet romance like that. I want a guy like him to spoil me. Keep dreaming. Someone bold enough to live stream killing a prince must have an incredibly powerful background. Even if he's blind, he'd never look your way. Wait a second. Why does that blind guy look kind of familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Hearing their conversation, Gu Xiaoyu perked up. She gracefully leapt off the bed and wrapped an arm around one of her roommates, grinning as she asked, "What's this about a blind teenager?" Her roommate gave her a surprised look. "Xiaoyu, you mean you haven't seen the news tonight? The story about the blind guy killing a prince has gone viral across the entire Great Xia." Only then did Gu Xiaoyu remember that she had turned off live streams earlier out of frustration because Qingchen had missed Luo Shaoxi's match. She had spent the entire day buried in her training. Pulling out her phone, she was immediately greeted by a flurry of explosive headlines. Nangong family prince assassinated. Longdu University entrance competition. Blind teenager's true identity. The blind teenager and the nation's beauty. A tale of love and revenge. Her heart sank as she noticed the headline about the entrance competition for Longdu University. With a sense of foreboding, she clicked on a video. In the footage, a boy with lifeless eyes and glowing blue runes etched into his gaze faced off against a scar-faced man, who suddenly collapsed to his knees. The screen then filled with an eerie crimson moonlight, an inverted sunset rising ominously, and finally, the scarred prince's head shattering into a pixelated blur. Gu Xiaoyu stood frozen, as though struck by lightning. Xiaoyu, isn't he amazing? Her roommates were watching the video on repeat, their faces full of admiration. Her voice was stiff as she spoke. What if I told you? That blind guy is my brother. Her roommates stared at her blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. Xiaoyu, are you running a fever? Have you been daydreaming about handsome guys too much? Want me to introduce you to the class heartthrob from next door? Rolling her eyes, Gu Xiaoyu slowly reached for the pendant around her neck. Inside was a faded family photo, a couple holding hands with 2 children. The girl in the short dress was unmistakably Gu Xiaoyu, and the boy standing beside her bore an uncanny resemblance to the blind teenager in the video. Her roommates exchanged stunned glances before erupting into excited shrieks. No way. Girls, come quick. We've got a massive scoop here. Meanwhile, in the Nangong royal palace, Nangong Ing was consumed with rage, teetering on the brink of madness. Who killed my son? He roared. The skies above the Nangong family estate darkened with thunderclouds, lightning crackling ominously. A massive shadowy hand materialized and reached toward the mountains outside Longdu. In an instant, the entire mountain range was flattened, sending shockwaves through the city. In the grand hall, one of the 3 brilliant lamps suddenly flickered out. Nangong Qinlai, the youngest prince of the Nangong family, was dead. He had been the most beloved son of Nangong Ing, for whom the elder had even used his status as a royal elder to obtain a heaven essence pill. But now, Nangong Qinlai had perished silently within the borders of the Great Xia Empire. Nangong Ing stood in the grand hall, a trace of doubt flickering in his mind. Nangong Qinlai, a prince of the royal family, had been killed. In the vast realm of Xia, who would dare commit such an audacious act? Just as his anger surged, a towering figure silently emerged behind him. It was a man clad in chitinous armor. Though humanoid in appearance, his visage was grotesque, exuding an oppressive and suffocating aura of terror. Take a look. The news of your son's death has already spread across Xia, the figure said, as if reading Nangong Ying's thoughts, casually tossing a phone toward him. Suppressing his fury, Nangong Ying opened the video. As the footage played, the golden goblet in his hand crumpled like paper under his tightening grip. Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared, Gu Qingchen. It's that Gu Qingchen again. That outsider bastard. I swear. Today he will accompany my son Qinlai in death. Shadows swirled violently in the hall. Yet the man behind him spoke calmly. If you're not afraid of losing your place in the royal family, then go ahead. What do you mean by that, King Azura? Nangong Ying turned to glare at him. King Azura smirked coldly. Why don't you take a look at how the media across Xia views this boy? Frowning, Nangong Ying checked social media and found waves of public acclaim. Gu Qingchen's deeds had been unearthed by netizens, single-handedly slaughtering over 10,000 demons to save students near the border, exposing corruption and cheating in the imperial exams, infiltrating the Hall of the Earth Generals to eliminate traitors collaborating with the demon race. Gu Qingchen had become a hero in the eyes of the public, a symbol of righteousness and defiance against tyranny. Nangong Ying's expression darkened. With Gu Qingchen's current reputation, acting rashly would provoke public outrage, severely undermining his influence within the upper echelons. Yet, if he did nothing, where would the royal family's dignity stand? Moreover, the boy had the support of Yin Yiling. If Gu Qingchen escaped this time, finding him again would be nearly impossible. So, what do you suggest I do now? Nangong Ying took a deep breath and asked. Dragon Emperor. King Azura uttered the 2 words meaningfully. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Nangong Ying's eyes. The Dragon Emperor clan was responsible for upholding Xia's laws. If they arrested Gu Qingchen under the pretense of legal violations, it would be a matter of public duty. Should the boy resist, he would be resisting the law and would face suppression. If he surrendered, once imprisoned in the Sky Prison, he would be at Nangong Ying's mercy. Why are you helping me? I haven't agreed to your terms yet, Nangong Ying asked, suspicion evident in his tone. Heh, only if you secure the throne will it benefit the Azura clan. King Azura replied before turning and vanishing, a faint, enigmatic smile lingering on his lips. Nangong Ying immediately ordered his guards, send word to the Dragon Emperor. Inform them that someone has insulted the royal family, tarnished its reputation, and publicly executed a royal bloodline. Request the Ministry of Justice to apprehend the culprit. Meanwhile, on the streets of the capital, Murong-yi was speeding through traffic, his eyes darting to the rearview mirror with unease. In the back seat, Gu Qingchen held the unconscious Luo Yuling in his arms, gently stroking her hair. Brother Gu, are you sure you don't want to hide at my place? Director Yin is in seclusion, and the tribunal only has one elder at the marquis rank. If Nangonging comes in person, I'm afraid they won't be able to protect you, Murong-yi said, sweat dripping from his brow. Take me to the tribunal headquarters. The transfer barriers there will suffice for protection. If I go elsewhere, I fear the battle might bring harm to others, Gu Qingchen replied calmly. Murong-yi gave a bitter smile. This young man, who had just entered the Grandmaster realm, was he truly preparing to face off against someone in the Supreme Realm? Under Murong-yi's swift driving, a building encased in heavy steel soon came into view. This was the headquarters of the Evil Judgment Bureau. The vehicle came to a steady stop outside the bureau, and Murong-yi stepped out to open the door for Gu Qingchen. Carefully cradling Luo Yuling in his arms in a princess carry, Gu Qingchen stepped out of the car. The guards stationed at the entrance straightened their postures immediately upon spotting Gu Qingchen and saluted respectfully. Greetings, Governor. The young man's recent feat of single-handedly defeating a high-ranking traitor had already become a celebrated tale within the bureau. Gu Qingchen gave a slight nod in response and asked, "Is there a bed inside the bureau?" A bed? The two guards were momentarily stunned, their gazes instinctively drifting toward the stunning young woman in his arms, their expressions turning subtly curious. However, they quickly replied, "Yes, sir. There's a bed in the temporary restroom used by members working overtime." As soon as they entered the main hall, they encountered Xia Duqing, who was busy at work. Beside him was a bespectacled female assistant, holding a large stack of documents. The moment the assistant noticed Gu Qingchen, she froze, her eyes widening in shock. Just moments ago, she had seen a live broadcast on social media of the governor personally executing the prince of the Nangong family. She hadn't expected him to appear here so nonchalantly. Xia Duqing glanced at his watch and asked in confusion, "Governor Gu, it's already 4 p.m. What brings you here at this hour?" "Just handling something. Governor Xia, could you take me to the restroom?" Gu Qingchen replied succinctly. Xia Duqing nodded in agreement, while the assistant hurriedly made an excuse to leave, the sharp clicks of her high heels echoing on the floor. She couldn't help but think that with this young governor present, the bureau was unlikely to have a peaceful day. As they took the elevator to the upper floors, Gu Qingchen shook the Tian Sui pill in his hand, a smug smile spreading across his face. "Yuli, I told you I wouldn't let you down. I got it back for you. You're low on spiritual energy right now, so it's the perfect time to take it." Luo Yuling stared at the top-grade elixir, her lips trembling slightly. Suddenly, she stepped forward and threw her arms around Gu Qingchen, bursting into loud sobs. Outside the resting room, a few stewards froze in place, exchanging bewildered looks. Whoa, is she crying? Is Governor Gu really that impressive? Gu Qingchen panicked instantly. Aside from his younger sister, Gu Xiaoyu, he'd never seen a girl cry in front of him before. When Gu Xiaoyu cried, a couple of playful taps on her forehead would usually do the trick. But now, faced with the tears of someone he deeply cared for, he was at a loss. All he could do was gently embrace her, softly stroking her silky hair. As Luo Yuling gradually calmed down, she lifted her tear-streaked face to look at him. "Qingchen, why are you so good to me?" Gu Qingchen chuckled and tapped her nose lightly. "Silly girl, I like you. Of course, I want to treat you well." These simple words caused Luo Yuling to break down in tears again. She clung tightly to him, crying, "No one has ever liked me, not since I was a child." Hearing the pain in her voice, Gu Qingchen immediately listened intently. "Qingchen, you've met my dad, but do you know where my mom is?" Seeing him shake his head, Luo Yuling wiped her tears and spoke with a sorrowful expression. "Actually, my grandfather is one of the 4 martial gods of Desiath, mysterious one who never shows his face. My mom is his daughter. She eloped with my dad, defying everything, just to be with him." Gu Qingchen was stunned. No wonder Luo Yuling was able to awaken an S-tier blessing. It was the bloodline of a martial god. "I was 8 when my mom suddenly fell ill with mechanization syndrome," Luo Yuling continued. Gu Qingchen's heart sank. That was nearly a death sentence. This curse, originating from the mechanical beings of the distant cosmos, slowly eroded the body starting from the Qi Si. Only high-level martial artists had a slim chance of survival. My dad took her everywhere seeking a cure, but only Huaguang Hospital in Longdu could treat it. And that hospital is exclusive to the royal aristocracy, couldn't even get in. In the end, my mom had no choice but to return to my grandfather, and she never came back. After that, my dad became obsessed with martial arts, spending all his time training in ancient ruins to improve his skills. All he wanted was to gain my grandfather's approval, so he could see my mom again. That's how he achieved what he has today." "And you?" Gu Qingchen asked softly. Tears welled up in Luo Yuling's eyes. He sent money on time, but I barely saw him. From the age of 9, I went to school, ate, and slept alone. Even when I was kidnapped by a cult, he only came to see me the next day and left after 5 minutes. When my martial talent finally emerged, he started paying attention to me, but by then, I didn't need him anymore. Qingchen held her tightly, his heart aching for her. As someone who had lost his mother early and grown up with an alcoholic father, he could relate to her pain. But at least he had his sister by his side. Luo Yuling, on the other hand, had grown up completely alone. It was no wonder people called her the Ice Queen. At school, her cold demeanor was merely a shield for her fragile heart. He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. "It's okay. You have me now. No one will dare hurt you." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the judgment hall of the demonic tribunal. A haughty male voice shouted, "Qingchen, I know you're in there. Get out here." Qingchen's gaze turned icy. So, it was finally time. Qingchen exhaled deeply, a trace of contemplation flickering in his eyes. Was it the Nangong family, or some other faction? He sneered inwardly, thinking, the more these parasites reveal themselves, the better. They'll sweep them all up in one fell swoop. Just as he was about to rise, he felt a pair of slender arms wrapped tightly around his waist. Turning, he was met with Luo Yuling's tear-streaked eyes, reddened from crying, brimming with deep worry. "Qingchen, please don't go, okay? This is the Tribunal of Demonic Justice. They have independent authority to enforce the law. They wouldn't dare storm in recklessly," she pleaded. Her voice choked with sobs as she clung to him tightly. She knew all too well this young man before her had slain a royal prince for her sake. Whoever was coming for him now was undoubtedly part of the royal family, perhaps even the infamous Shadow Emperor, known for his deadly precision. Although Qingchen was one of the top prodigies of the Great Xia dynasty and backed by the tribunal, which held power rivaling the royal family, their strongest enforcer, Yin Yiling, was in seclusion, attempting a breakthrough to the martial god Realma process that would take at least a month. Additionally, the Murong family head was off fighting at the border with no set return date. This meant that, for the time being, Qingchen had lost his most formidable allies. Sensing her concern, Qingchen gently stroked her hair and gave her a warm smile. "Don't worry. They'll be back in just a few days. But they're in the sovereign realm. You can't possibly defeat them," Luo Yuling protested, shaking her head desperately as she held onto him tighter. "Do you really have so little faith in your husband?" Qingchen teased, a hint of laughter in his voice. At the word, husband, Luo Yuling froze, her face instantly flushing crimson, the color spreading from her neck to her cheeks. Embarrassment rendered her speechless. Taking advantage of the moment, Qingchen gently freed himself from her embrace, his expression turning serious. Some things can't be avoided. Rather than waiting passively, it's better to take the initiative and end this once and for all, for you and for the entire Great Xia. Outside the tribunal, a bald man in a golden uniform stood proudly, flanked by dozens of armed men who had surrounded all the exits. Onlookers watched in shock. Everyone knew this was the headquarters of the Tribunal of Demonic Justice, an organization with independent authority. "Qingchen, you have 3 minutes to come out. If you don't, you'll face the consequences," the bald man sneered. No sooner had his words fallen than an aged voice echoed through the air. "Who dares cause trouble at the Tribunal of Demonic Justice? Do you truly think we are defenseless?" An elderly man with snow-white hair walked out slowly. The crowd's expressions shifted in awe. This was none other than Elderly, a powerhouse at the peak of the Marquis realm. He had once been nominated as one of the 12 Earth Generals, but had chosen to remain with the tribunal to combat the demonic forces. "So, it's Elderly. Your reputation precedes you," the bald man said with a forced smile. "Unfortunately, I'm here on official business today. I fear I might disappoint you. I have to answer to the Dragon Emperor." "The Dragon Emperor?" Elderly's brows furrowed. The bald man pulled out a document and began reading aloud, his voice ringing through the air. "Martial artist Qingchen is accused of willfully murdering a royal prince and the headmaster of a top academy, tarnishing the royal family's reputation. The evidence is irrefutable. By order of the Dragon Emperor, he is to be apprehended in accordance with the laws of Great Xia." The crowd gasped in unison. The Department of Justice under the Dragon Emperor dealt exclusively with high-profile cases involving elite martial artists. Once imprisoned, the outcomes were grim execution or the destruction of one's martial veins. "Time's up," the bald man barked, raising his hand. "Move in, break into the tribunal and seize Qingchen. You dare act as if I'm not here?" Elderly roared, his voice shaking the heavens. A terrifying surge of energy gathered, and a vortex of wind spiraled wildly behind him. "Everyone, stay on guard," the bald man ordered without a hint of panic. Just as Elderly was about to summon his manifestation, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. He turned to see a young man with hollow yet striking eyes and a handsome face. "Governor Gu, why did you come out?" Please, go back inside. Let me handle this, elderly said firmly, his expression grave. Before leaving, Chief Yin had explicitly instructed him to prioritize this young man's safety above all else. The headquarters of the Tribunal of Demonic Justice stood tall in the heart of the Great Xia Empire, an unassailable symbol of authority tasked with handling matters concerning otherworldly races and demonkind. Its majesty was inviolable. Even members of the imperial family were forbidden from entering without explicit permission from the Yin Yi decree. At this very moment, a storm was brewing at the gates of the tribunal. Qingchen stood at the entrance, facing elderly with a faint smile and a shake of his head. It's fine. Since it's something I've done, he'll bear the consequences alone. Besides, I'm more worried they won't even give me the chance. His calm words deepened the furrow in Elder Li's brow, leaving him filled with unease and doubt. As the young man stepped out of the tribunal, the officers from the Ministry of Justice tensed as if facing a formidable foe. Their muscles tightened, their eyes brimming with vigilance, as they fixed their gaze on this prodigious talent whose reputation preceded him. Meanwhile, the gathered crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs and exclamations. "Isn't that the young man who killed the prince not long ago?" one voice exclaimed, setting off a ripple of reactions. "Yes, the same one who fought off the demons and exposed the traitors among us. A true prodigy of Great Xia. Why would the Ministry of Justice apprehend a hero like him? It must be more of the imperial family's scheming." A bald officer from the Ministry of Justice, veins bulging on his forehead, roared in fury, "Silence! The ministry is conducting official business, and you lowly commoners dare to speak out of turn? Anyone caught gossiping will be thrown into the sky prison." At his words, the crowd scattered like startled birds, leaving only a few bold onlookers hiding behind buildings, secretly recording the scene on their phones. Smirking with satisfaction, the bald officer raised his chin and addressed Qingchen. "At least you know your place. But if you think this will earn you a lighter sentence, you're far too naive." He signaled for his subordinates to shackle Qingchen with demon-suppressing manacles. To his surprise, none of them moved forward. Instead, they all took a step back. These normally arrogant officers of the Ministry of Justice now seemed paralyzed by fear, unwilling to approach. Furious, the bald officer snatched the manacles himself, unleashing the aura of a grandmaster as he gripped a dragon-shaped seal and strode toward Qingchen. Yet, the moment his eyes met the young man's, a chill ran down his spine. Qingchen's irises burned with a fiery blue hue, ancient runes swirling within them. A crushing pressure descended upon the bald officer, as though the weight of a mountain had pinned him in place. His body trembled under the immense force, his breath labored as if suffocating. The dragon-shaped seal in his hand slipped from his grasp and shattered into dust upon hitting the ground. Staring at the fragments, his face turned ashen, and an overwhelming sense of despair consumed him. Behind him, the officers of the Ministry of Justice watched in stunned silence as the seal in their superior's hand shattered into fragments. Their faces turned deathly pale in an instant. The scene was shocking. One exchange, and the Deputy Minister of Justice, a master-level cultivator, was rendered completely incapacitated. The power of this young man far exceeded their expectations. Unexpectedly, the bald officer suddenly found himself able to move again. He fell heavily to his knees, gasping for air, cold sweat streaming down his face. Qingchen smiled gently, his tone calm and composed. "I am not a criminal. Why must I wear shackles? If you refrain from restraining me, I am willing to go with you." His words left the officers of the Ministry of Justice exchanging puzzled glances, bewilderment written all over their faces. This young man was actually offering to turn himself in? How naive could he be? The bald officer's expression shifted unpredictably before he finally let out a cold snort. "Oomph, as if you dare to run. Move." His frustration was palpable. In all his years of enforcing the law, he had never encountered a criminal who willingly asked to board the interrogation vehicle. His face twisted with resentment as he shot Qingchen a venomous glare, cursing inwardly. "Do you really think the imperial prison is your backyard? Just wait until you're locked up. I have plenty of ways to make you wish you were dead." Qingchen, however, said nothing. He followed the bald officer quietly and stepped onto the ministry's interrogation vehicle. Several other vehicles surrounded the one carrying Qingchen, forming a convoy that roared off toward the Daxia Imperial Prison, kicking up a cloud of dust in their wake. As the dust settled, an ancient scroll tumbled out of the swirling air. The evening breeze gently unfurled it, revealing elegant, flowing characters. "I raise my cup to invite the bright moon. With my shadow, we become three." The moonlight poured down like water, serene and tranquil. In the reflection cast by the streetlights, two figures of Qingchen emerged silently. They brushed the dust from their clothes, exchanged a knowing smile, and then leapt into the night, one heading deeper into Longdu, the other vanishing beyond its outskirts. In the middle of the ancient ruins on the outskirts of Fengdu City, a massive crystalline tower stood tall and imposing. At its base, the ground was etched with densely intertwined blood-red lines, forming a teleportation array in the shape of a ferocious ghostly face, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Yan Yiling sat solemnly within the crystalline tower, his body emanating waves of Dao energy beneath a crimson mask. Ever since Qingchen had demonstrated the essence of Dao to him, he had finally understood his own path of slaughter. The Dao seed within him was now on the verge of awakening. As the director of the Grand Xia's tribunal for evil beings for decades, his hands were stained with the blood of countless foreign entities. The souls of those he had slain harbored deep resentment, yearning to devour him. Yan Yiling was fully aware that when breaking through to the martial god realm, the eruption of his Dao seed would inevitably attract the soul of an evil god, fusing with these vengeful spirits to form a terrifying entity. Yet, he had never feared a challenge. Suddenly, it felt as though something within him broke free from its restraints. An immense surge of power from heaven and earth swept in like a violent storm, and the terrifying essence of his slaughter, Dao, erupted from within. The skies over Fengdu City were instantly shrouded in dark clouds, lightning crackling and thunder roaring. High above, a decayed giant hand parted the clouds, revealing a grotesque face filled with crimson fangs. He, Dao seed, delicious, devour it. A bizarre, raspy voice echoed across the heavens. Tens of thousands of vengeful spirits howled as they clung to the evil god's body, their twisted faces emerging grotesquely across its form. For the first time, the fearless Yan Yiling felt a chill run down his spine, finally understanding why there had only ever been 4 martial gods in the history of Grand Xia. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and slammed his fist into the ground. The crystalline tower suddenly erupted in brilliant light, channeling an endless stream of power from heaven and earth into his body. The ghostly face etched into the ground seemed to come alive, emerging to ravenously devour the descending vengeful spirits. Letting out a thunderous roar, Yan Yiling's killing intent surged to its peak as the crimson blade behind him unsheathed, slicing toward the terrifying body of the evil god. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Longdu, in a desolate and rugged area, a line of interrogation vehicles had come to a halt before the gates of the Ministry of Justice. From the central vehicle, Qingchen stepped out, stretching lazily. Glancing at the tense, armed members of the ministry, he remarked casually, "What's the matter? Frozen in place? Lead the way." The group, visibly uneasy, escorted the unusually composed young man toward the interrogation chamber. At the back of the group, a bald officer glared at Qingchen's relaxed demeanor, his expression dark with resentment as he recalled the humiliation he had suffered at the tribunal. Gritting his teeth, he thought bitterly, "Just wait. Once you're inside the interrogation room, with your cultivation sealed and stripped, let's see if you can still smile like that." The narrow corridor leading to the interrogation room was oppressive, its walls lined with iron doors streaked with dried blood. Muffled cries and agonized screams seeped through the cracks. Before long, Qingchen was led into one of the interrogation rooms. As soon as Qingchen stepped into the interrogation room, he was immediately struck by an invisible yet palpable pressure. His brows furrowed slightly at first, but then relaxed as if the pressure, after probing through his body, dissipated into thin air. This peculiar sensation made him wonder, could this be some kind of unprecedented blessing? Feigning nonchalance, he casually sat down on the rusted iron chair in the center of the room, even propping one leg over the other in a relaxed manner. His gaze swept around the room. On either side of the chair hung cold, unfeeling shackles, while the wall behind him was lined with an array of torture devices, some still smeared with fresh, drying blood. The authority wielded by the Ministry of Justice seemed almost excessive. Here, regardless of whether one truly defied the royal family or rebelled against Xia, there were only 2 outcomes: confess under brutal coercion or be thrown into the heavenly prison to endure even more excruciating torment. Narrowing his eyes, Qingchen was lost in thought when the door to the interrogation room was suddenly kicked open. A bald man and a middle-aged man with an uneasy expression strode in. The bald man's face twisted into a sinister smile when he saw Qingchen sitting calmly on the chair. It turned out that every interrogation chamber under the Ministry of Justice had been imbued with a blessing known as the Imperial Decree, personally bestowed by the Dragon Emperor. This Shrank blessing, activated through blood as its medium, was exceptionally powerful. If an opponent's blessing was of a lower rank, their cultivation level would be suppressed to that of an ordinary person. If it was also Shrank, then a contest of cultivation levels would ensue, with the weaker party still being suppressed. Even if the levels were equal, one's strength would be significantly diminished. The only way to avoid its effects was to gain the permission of the Imperial Decree's wielder. To overcome an opponent wielding the Imperial Decree, there were only 2 possibilities: either possess a higher cultivation level or hold a blessing of a superior rank. As in Shrank blessing, only an S-Shrank blessing could surpass it. As for cultivation levels, the Dragon Emperor, being a peak-level Supreme Realm expert, was only outmatched by 4 martial gods across the entire Xia. This was precisely why the Dragon Emperor ranked among the most powerful of the 7 sovereigns. The bald man's cold, piercing gaze fixated on Qingchen. This young man, who had already comprehended 2 ultimate Dao rhymes and wielded a divine weapon of law, was undeniably a prodigy of monstrous talent. However, according to the Nangong family's intelligence, he had not received any blessings during the ceremony in Guangling City. This meant that here, he was nothing more than an ordinary person. The bald man sat down before Qingchen, accompanied by a middle-aged elder clad in the uniform of the Department of Justice. The elder's aura was even more formidable than the bald man's. He spoke first, his tone sharp and interrogative. Qingchen, why did you kill a prince of the great Xia royal family and assassinate the headmaster of its top academy? Qingchen, lounging leisurely with one leg crossed over the other, replied indifferently, is there a problem? He was just a prince. I killed him because I felt like it. Qingchen, how dare you? The bald man's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Despite knowing that Qingchen's abilities were suppressed, he hadn't expected the youth to remain so brazen. Rising abruptly, the bald man pulled a rusted, menacing spike from the table and strode toward Qingchen with a sinister grin. Boy, if your next answers don't satisfy me, for every wrong word you say, I'll drive this spike an inch deeper into your palm. The elder chimed in as well, his voice cold and threatening. Boy, think carefully before you speak. Considering your status as one of Great Xia's prodigies, perhaps the Dragon Emperor might show mercy and spare your life. But if you insist on defying the royal family, you'll die here, your body reduced to nothing, and no one will ever know. Qingchen studied the pair with amusement before asking his own question. I have a query for you as well. Does everyone in the Department of Justice belong to the Dragon Emperor's clan? If you answer well, I might let you die a bit more quickly. The bald man and the elder exchanged glances, then burst into derisive laughter. The bald man sneered, Kid, let me enlighten you. You guessed right. The Department of Justice is entirely composed of noble members of the royal family. It exists to suppress lowly rebels like you who refuse to obey the throne, ensuring the stability of Great Xia. He paused, then added mockingly, oh, and by the way, I don't recall giving you permission to ask questions. With that, he lifted the spike longer than an average Armand advanced menacingly toward Qingchen. Oh, I see. Qingchen murmured softly, his eyes slowly closing. In his mind, he visualized the progress of 2 alternate selves, one carrying a scroll and already halfway to Fengdu City, the other approaching the outline of the Nangong family's grand hall. It should be just about time. The moment before the spike could pierce Qingchen's palm. Boom. Several terrifying sword auras descended from the heavens, obliterating the entire Department of Justice in an instant. Wherever the sword energy struck, buildings crumbled into dust, blood sprayed in torrents, and anguished screams echoed in all directions. One streak of sword energy halted precisely 1 millimeter before the bald man's eyeball, just shy of penetrating his brain. This so-called master, who had never faced a true life-or-death battle, immediately collapsed to his knees, his legs trembling uncontrollably. A damp spot spread across his lower garments, filling the room with a foul stench. Slumped on the ground, shaking violently, he stammered. How is this possible? This place is protected by the Dragon Emperor's blessing. How can you still use Dao rhymes? Qingchen rose to his feet, a faint smile on his lips as he approached the bald man. Leaning close, he whispered into his ear, apologies, but you might have misunderstood the level of my blessing. Mine comes directly from a deity. Before the bald man could process his shock, a massive hole appeared in his chest where his heart had been. He collapsed in despair, lifeless. The elder behind him broke out in a cold sweat, goosebumps covering his skin. With a roar, he summoned the power of heaven and earth, a colossal manifestation of a 10-meter-tall Dharma body materializing behind him. Oh, you've managed to form a Dharma body. That puts you at the Marquis realm, Qingchen remarked, his tone tinged with mild surprise. This newly ascended Marquis-level expert, far stronger than any master, nevertheless held a subordinate position to the bald man within the Department of Justice. Clearly, his standing within the Dragon Emperor's clan was not particularly high. Qingchen's eyes glowed with an eerie blue flame, ancient runes flickering within. His voice carried the weight of imperial authority. Disperse your Dharma body and injure your own meridians. The elder's Dharma body instantly shattered. To his horror, his own hands moved against his will, striking his abdomen with force. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and his aura plummeted. Don't worry, I won't kill you just yet, Qingchen said calmly, closing his eyes to ease the strain. You'll probably live for another 30 minutes. After all, if you all die now, the one you keep referring to as that lord won't show up. The elder shuddered violently, his voice trembling with fear. What are you planning to do? Isn't it obvious? Qingchen chuckled lightly. I intend to eradicate every traitor and parasite within Great Xia, and then slaughter the foreign tribes besieging this land. I, Qingchen, will overturn everything about Great Xia this time. In the central area of Longdu, within the Dragon Emperor's hall, seated upright on the tall dragon throne, the Dragon Emperor gazed down with an imposing and authoritative demeanor. On either side of the hall, 2 rows of Dragon Emperor clan guards stood at attention, holding long spears, their expressions solemn. Below the throne, an official knelt to report, "Your Majesty, as per your orders, the Ministry of Justice has apprehended the traitor Qingchen. He is currently being interrogated in the dungeon's interrogation chamber. Any results yet?" The Dragon Emperor's voice boomed like thunder. "Your Majesty, the Minister of Justice has only just brought him in. The interrogation is underway, and we should have results soon," the official replied. The Dragon Emperor gave a slight nod. He had anticipated that the rebellious nature of the young man would lead to resistance, so he had given the Minister of Justice a token as a safeguard. Unexpectedly, the capture had gone smoothly. At this thought, a cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. This Qingchen acted without authorization, killing a general of the Great Xia and publicly executing a royal descendant, gravely undermining imperial authority. Though he contributed by exposing a demon clan infiltrator, his actions this time are unforgivable. The Dragon Emperor paused, his tone resolute and commanding. "Inform the Ministry of Justice. After the interrogation, detain him for 3 days. Then, execute him publicly at the Bronze Sparrow Terrace to restore imperial dignity." At these words, the gathered royals were momentarily stunned. To execute this young man, who was currently celebrated by the people, the Dragon Emperor's decision was a clear declaration to all. No matter the merit, anyone who dared to offend the imperial family would face the wrath of the throne. Long live the Dragon Emperor! The courtiers in the hall shouted in unison. At that moment, a Ministry of Justice official burst into the hall, his face pale with terror. He stumbled over the golden carpet, but quickly scrambled to his feet. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Qingchen has started a massacre in the Ministry of Justice. Minister Long Shi has been killed, and several elders have suffered heavy casualties." Preposterous! The Dragon Emperor shot to his feet, slamming his palm down on the dragon-patterned table, shattering it into splinters. Does he truly intend to rebel against the Great Xia? A terrifying pressure swept through the hall, forcing even the immune royal family members to bow their heads under its weight. "It seems waiting 3 days to execute him was far too lenient," came a voice from the shadows. Nangonging stepped forward, revealing himself. "If he insists on seeking death, then let us grant his wish." Meanwhile, 2 kilometers outside the Nangong Temple in Longdu, another Qingchen stood with his eyes closed. His consciousness was linked to his 2 other avatars. One was wreaking havoc in the Ministry of Justice, surrounded by an aura of Taoist energy. The other remained hidden in the shadows. When 2 terrifying presences erupted from Longdu and rushed toward the Ministry of Justice, he slowly opened his eyes. Li Taibai's poetic scroll was far more mystical than he had imagined. "I raise my cup to invite the moon, and with my shadow, we become 3." Not only allowed him to create 2 fully autonomous avatars, but also granted them unique abilities. The shadow avatar could meld into darkness and was immune to one attack, while the moonlight avatar inherited the power of moonlight, making it even stronger than the original. All 3 shared his consciousness and abilities, and as long as one survived, Qingchen could not die. The figure now standing before Nangong Temple was the shadow avatar. Shadow Qingchen wore a small crystal camera on his head, the size of a gemstone. Above the crystal, there was a delicately crafted round aperture. This was the most advanced imaging device in Xia. Adjusting the position of his in-ear headphones, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Morong, are you ready on your end?" he asked. A brief static noise came through the earpiece before Morong's steady voice responded. "No problem, Gu. Everything you requested has been arranged. The Celestial Temple is now connected to the Xia network and can be activated at any time." His tone shifted slightly, hesitant. "But Gu, are you sure about this? We're talking about a royal here. Trespassing into a royal family's domain is an entirely different matter from entering the hall of some general. If nothing comes out of this investigation today..." Shadow Qingchen shook his head resolutely, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "There's definitely something wrong with the Nangong family." He had witnessed firsthand the process of the demon god's resurrection at the Black Tide ruins. It required a large number of human blood souls to repair the remnants of the demon god's spirit, followed by the reconstruction of its body. The blood pool that appeared in Dragon Capital bore an uncanny resemblance to the methods used by the demonic wraiths in the Black Tide ruins. Both aimed to harvest human lives and souls to restore the demon god's physical form. Logically, the blood pool should have contained a crystal formed from the remnants of the demon god's soul, but when the Tribunal of Evil scoured the Yin family's underground chambers, they found nothing. Clearly, someone had taken it beforehand. At the time, The only people present were Nangong Ying, Uncle Yin, and himself. Uncle Yin was incapable of such a deed, which left only Nangong Ying. Based on this deduction, Qingchen devised a plan using a scroll gifted to him by Li Taibai. The 7 royal families of Xia each controlled different domains of power, and some of them oppressed and exploited the people, forming the very root of Xia's decay. The royal family's authority was deeply ingrained in the minds of the populace. To change this, the people's faith in the royals had to be completely shattered. He understood that Nangong Ying harbored a deep hatred for him. If he caused a scene, Nangong Ying would undoubtedly come to suppress him, providing Qingchen with the perfect opportunity to expose the corruption and decadence of the Nangong family to the people of Xia. Most importantly, it would allow him to uncover traces of the demon race. If he could find evidence of their involvement, the entire Nangong royal family could be brought down. To execute this plan, he had enlisted the help of Morong Yi. As the prince of the Morong family, which controlled Xia's industrial and information sectors, and the acting head of the family after Morong Jianxin's departure, Morong Yi had the authority to operate the Celestial Temple, a system capable of monitoring the entire Blue Star. By connecting the temple to Xia's network and combining it with the camera on Qingchen's head, the Nangong family could be exposed to the public with no blind spots. Morong, let's begin, Qingchen said softly. In the core control room of the Celestial Temple, Morong Yi received the command and responded in a deep voice, activating the Celestial Orb. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to shift. A deep blue beam of light tore through the clouds, striking the Celestial Orb. Thousands of metallic tiles resembling fish scales flipped on the temple surface, redirecting the blue light toward a young figure standing in Dragon Capital. At that moment, countless citizens across Xia received a notification on their phones. Qingchen, the slayer of over 100,000 demons and a royal prince, has gone live. Tune in now. For days, news of a blind youth slaying a prince of Xia had been making waves. While not everyone was familiar with the name Qingchen, they quickly connected the dots upon seeing the notification this legendary youth was Qingchen. Upon discovering that this extraordinary figure had started a live stream, people, driven by curiosity, flocked to watch. They found themselves in a 360-degree panoramic live stream titled, "Today, I'll give everyone a tour of one of the 7 royals, the Nangong family's royal hall." At the center of the screen stood the blind youth, his figure clearly visible. With Morong Yi's assistance, the livestream's viewership surpassed tens of thousands within a minute of its launch. The livestream chat was surging like a tidal wave, with a dense stream of text scrolling rapidly across the top of the screen. The audience's exclamations echoed one after another. Whoa, is Blind Bro really streaming? Is he seriously going head-to-head with the Nangong royal family? He just took down the Nangong prince a few days ago, and now he's storming the Nangong Grand Hall? His guts are insane. Something's off. Wasn't there a video of Blind Bro being taken away by the Ministry of Justice? How did he get out so fast? The Shadow Emperor is there too. Does Blind Bro really dare to go in? This is way too risky. I never thought I'd get to tour the Royal Hall with Blind Bro. This stream is totally worth it. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Luohua High School in the Luoyang province, a girl suddenly jumped up from her seat, shouting excitedly, Xiaoyu, come quick. Your brother's live streaming. Full 360-degree view. Ultra HD. Her roommate immediately leaned over, clenching her fists in excitement and exclaiming, there's even a first-person perspective. Ah, Xiaoyu, your brother is so cool. Gu Xiaoyu glanced at her starstruck roommate and teased with a smile, Xiaoyun, you're so hopeless. What's so great about my brother? As she spoke, her slender fingers swiped across her phone screen, quietly entering the live stream. At the same time, in the suburbs of Longdu, at the Dasha Ministry of Justice headquarters, moonlight draped like a veil over a tall, imposing figure Mingyue Gu Qingchen. Beneath his feet lay a middle-aged man in the robes of a ministry elder. Behind him, the scene was one of utter devastation. Ruins and corpses scattered everywhere. From the heavens above, the sound of something slicing through the air roared closer. 2 fearsome figures with terrifying auras sped toward him, splitting the clouds apart as though the sky itself made way for their arrival. Gu Qingchen exerted a sudden burst of force, and the head of the last ministry elder beneath his foot exploded, extinguishing all signs of life. With that, the Dasha Ministry of Justice was utterly annihilated. Sensing the progress of his counterpart in the shadows, Mingyue Gu Qingchen's lips curved into a faint smile. 2 strands of ultimate Tao rhythm swirled around his hand as he softly murmured, the storm of Dasha begins now. As his words fell, he lifted his gaze to the 2 terrifyingly powerful sovereigns descending upon him. Beside him, 2 scrolls of poetry unfurled slowly. High in the sky, a massive phantom of a great bell descended upon Gu Qingchen. His gaze sharpened, and in an instant, radiant light erupted from his body. 2 ultimate Tao auras entwined around his fingertips, transforming into streams of light that shot upward to meet the falling bell. A deafening roar reverberated throughout Longdu City. The phantom bell shattered into fragments upon impact, and the two Dao auras dissipated along with it. Above, two imposing figures halted midair, Shadow Emperor Nangong Ying and Dragon Emperor, both locking their piercing gazes on the young man below. The Dragon Emperor scanned the ruins of the Qing department and the lifeless bodies strewn across the battlefield. Murderous intent surged in his eyes. Though he had used only half his strength in the strike, it had failed to shake the boy even slightly. A flicker of astonishment crossed his aged pupils. Such a monstrous talent, if allowed to grow, would undoubtedly threaten the royal family's rule. Just as he was about to speak, Qingchen's voice rang out first. Bathed in moonlight, the young man shook his head with a mocking smirk. Dragon Emperor, you're too late. Your Qing department is no more. Every one of them now lies dead. He gestured toward the corpses behind him. These royal subjects of yours, they perished at the hands of a mere commoner. Doesn't that sting your pride? The Dragon Emperor's fury erupted, his white hair billowing wildly as thunder rumbled across the heavens. You insolent brat! I had planned to let you live a few more days, but since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Nangong Ying, however, furrowed his brow. Recalling the downfall of Yin Mietyan, a sense of unease crept into his heart. This boy, merely at the Grandmaster level, dared to stand his ground against two royal powerhouses without a trace of fear. Could it be that he still possessed that rule-bound divine weapon? Just as the Dragon Emperor prepared to strike, Nangong Ying used shadow transmission to intervene. Hold, Dragon Emperor. This boy is no ordinary foe. We must tread carefully. Do not forget the divine weapon in his handset was enough to force even the martial god to retreat with injuries. The Dragon Emperor restrained his thunderous power, his deeply lined face growing even more somber. Are you certain he can still wield that weapon? I cannot be sure, Nangong Ying replied, shaking his head. But his methods are unfathomable, and each one is extraordinarily profound. Remember, Yin Mietyan fell to him when he was only at the ascension stage. Then what do we do? The Dragon Emperor's voice was cold, his expression dark as he glanced at the devastation of the Qing department. The thought of their losses made him yearn to tear Qingchen to pieces. Nangong Ying's tone grew grave. If he could use the divine weapon without limit, he would have attacked us already. I suspect he can only use it once, or he might be bluffing entirely. Let's observe for now, and if we detect no anomalies, we'll strike together and eliminate him. Qingchen watched the two powerhouses locked in hesitation, his heart secretly pleased. These two supreme-level peak experts dared not act rashly, playing perfectly into his hands. His physical body was injured, rendering him unable to wield the rule-bound divine weapon. His cultivation had also fallen to the Grandmaster level. Even with the Moonlight's enhancement, which barely elevated him to the Marquis level, and the support of the two ultimate Dao auras and Li Taibai's one-time-use poetry scroll, he could only hope to contend with someone at the early supreme level. Faced with two peak-level Supreme Realm experts, Qingchen had already devised a plan. He was fully aware of his limited strength and knew he couldn't confront them head-on, but that suited him perfectly. He had two goals for this mission. First, to draw the attention of the Shadow Emperor and Dragon Emperor, creating an opportunity for his shadow clone to investigate the Nangong family. And second, to stall the two experts here and buy more time for his true self to complete the task. A confident smile played at the corner of Qingchen's lips as he locked eyes with the two powerful figures above, who were already poised to strike. Beside him, two scrolls of poetry floated, one of which had fully unfurled. In an instant, the bold and majestic voice of Li Taibai echoed across the heavens, reciting, "At dawn, I bid farewell to Deity City amidst colorful clouds. 1,000 miles to Jiangling, returned in a single day." As the verse concluded, dense, colorful clouds surged out of nowhere, blanketing the entirety of Longdu. The city's residents curiously pushed open their windows, gazing at the sudden phenomenon. The once clear night sky, bright with stars and moonlight, was swiftly engulfed by the strange mist, causing visibility to plummet dramatically. "What the colorful mist?" one citizen exclaimed in shock. "Are you serious? Let me take a look." "Oh wow, it really is. Quick, take a picture and post it online." Nangong Ying's eyes narrowed as he observed the scene before him, his brow furrowing deeply. Not only was his vision obscured, but even his perception was significantly diminished within the dense fog. He extended his spiritual sense in an attempt to locate Qingchen, but his expression changed abruptly in the next moment. This seemingly ordinary mist was laced with faint traces of Dao rhythm. Another Dao rhythm? Nangong Ying was utterly stunned. Including the one comprehended at the Yin family, this young man had now demonstrated mastery over 4 distinct Dao rhythms. How can someone at the mere master realm possess such a vast array of techniques? His voice was laced with disbelief. Qingchen's figure vanished into the misty clouds, enveloped entirely by the strange radiance emanating from the scroll of poetry. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared completely from the view of the two royals, his very presence consumed by the swirling, colorful fog. Nangong felt the boy's aura dissipate, and his expression darkened like a brewing storm. He finally realized he had been deceived. This brat had never intended to face them heathen. Moreover, the divine weapon governed by laws truly couldn't be used twice in quick succession. The thought of being outwitted by a mere youngster, despite his decades as a royal figure of authority, ignited a raging fury within Nangong. He inhaled deeply, his hands forming intricate seals at lightning speed. The ground beneath him rippled, and a dark, writhing shadow emerged, morphing into the likeness of Qingchen before plunging into the earth. Run, go ahead and run, Nangong muttered, exhaling heavily as his face twisted with anger. The thing I enjoy most is hunting prey that dares to flee. Meanwhile, outside the Grand Nangong Palace, the shadowy figure of Qingchen was calmly observing the skyrocketing viewership of his livestream. He silently calculated the perfect moment to act. The number of viewers had already surpassed 10 million, and the comment section was a torrential flood of messages, urging him to make his move. Looks like it's time, he murmured, rising slowly to his feet. He glanced up at the heavens, a faint smile playing on his lips. Since everyone's so enthusiastic, let's officially kick off today's live stream. With that, he strode purposefully toward the main entrance of Nangong Palace. Two transcendent level guards stood at the palace gates. One of them, half asleep, lazily called out as Qingchen approached, "This is royal territory. No trespassing. If you know what's good for you, turn around and leave." But before he could finish, he noticed the figure continuing to advance. Irritated, he looked Yupan the moment his eyes met the boy's hollow, lifeless gaze. His entire body froze. A chill shot up his spine, leaving him paralyzed with fear. "What the? It's you." The two guards stammered in panic, their voices trembling as they pointed at the boy. They recognized him instantly, the infamous fugitive who had recently become the hottest topic online, the one accused of murdering a royal descendant. The guard on the left began to sweat profusely, his hand shaking as he reached for the alarm behind him. But when his eyes locked onto the boy's eerie, flame-blue pupils, his body stiffened, and he lost all control, standing motionless like a puppet. The guard on the right was equally immobilized. For Qingchen, using his eyes of burial to control two transcendent-level warriors was a simple task. If not for the current time constraints on maintaining the ability, he could have permanently turned them into his puppets. "What's your name?" he asked the guard on the left. "Wang Lekun," the guard replied woodenly. "Do you know the way to the Nangong family's main hall?"
Yes.
"Good. Lead the way." The livestream chat exploded with excitement. "OMG, this ability is insane. He can control people's minds just like that?" "LMAO, the guard's face is killing me. Ha ha ha." Straight up storming the palace. Qingchen is the real deal, no clickbait here. "Hey, Qingchen, give us a tour of Nangong's harem while you're at it." With Wang Lekun leading the way, the shadowy figure of Qingchen quickly arrived at the entrance of the Nangong family's main hall. "This is the main hall of the Nangong family," Wang Lekun explained in a monotone. "Only the royal heirs and a select few elders are allowed inside. I am not qualified to enter." Qingchen nodded, then asked abruptly, "Have you ever used your status as a warrior to harm innocents in Daxia?" "No," Wang Lekun replied. "Good. You're free to go. Remember, don't serve the Nangong family anymore." With that, Qingchen deactivated the eyes of burial, the eerie blue flames dissipating from his pupils. He strode confidently into the main hall, leaving Wang Lekun behind. The guard gasped for air as if he had been drowning, his chest heaving as he regained control of his body. Cold sweat soaked his entire body, and every pore seemed to tremble. The suffocating sensation of losing complete control over his body was overwhelming, as though his consciousness had been forcibly ripped away and plunged into an endless abyss of darkness. He knew with chilling clarity that if he had answered yes to that question moments ago, he would now be nothing more than a cold, lifeless corpse. Staring in the direction the young man had disappeared, he forced himself to stand on unsteady legs. His limbs felt as though they were weighed down with lead, and every step was an arduous struggle. Yet the instinct to survive drove him to stumble and stagger his way out of the Nangong Palace. This lethal placide couldn't bear to stay a second longer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qingchen had just stepped into the main hall of the Nangong Palace when he froze in place as if struck by lightning. The once lively stream of comments in the live broadcast chat came to an abrupt halt. It was as though the viewers had witnessed something beyond belief, leaving them too stunned to even interact. The overhead cameras captured the entirety of the Grand Hall. The interior was resplendent, radiating the opulence of royalty at every turn. Yet the most horrifying sight lay at the seat of the family head. Where Nangong was supposed to sit, there now lounged a humanoid creature, its body entirely encased in chitinous armor. Its face was grotesque, and surrounding it were scantily clad women, their beauty marred by the surreal and unsettling scene. The creature's long, thin tongue flicked out repeatedly, savoring the moment with a look of twisted ecstasy. As Qingchen entered, the creature turned its hideous face toward him and grinned. Its raspy voice echoed across the hall. "Oh, a new servant? That Nangonging sure knows how to please me. Had the foresight to blindfold you first." It gestured lazily for him to approach. "Come here. Pour me a drink first." At that very moment, across the lands of Daxia, countless citizens watching the live broadcast from their beds suddenly sat bolt upright, their faces filled with horror. The creature on the screen, clad in its chitinous armor, was unmistakably one of the legendary Shura clan. And not only had it appeared within the royal palace, but it also dared to call Nangonging by name. The shock was so overwhelming that phones slipped from trembling hands, the sound of shattering screens ringing out in unison. Yet those broken devices were nothing compared to the hearts of the Daxia people, hearts that now bore the weight of unfathomable despair and disbelief. In the live streaming room, countless citizens of the Grand Xia watched in stunned disbelief as their worldview crumbled in an instant. The scene before them was beyond comprehension. A foreign being sitting brazenly on the throne of the Nangong family, one of the 7 sovereigns, with a dozen maids respectfully attending to him. The chat exploded like a surging tide. Impossible. This can't be the Nangong family. How could a foreigner appear in the royal hall? That's a Shura. The textbook said they went extinct 10,000 years ago. Nangonging has betrayed us. He's colluding with outsiders. Careful what you say, or the Ministry of Justice will come knocking. Brother Blind, you better run. Anger, confusion, and fear rippled through the viewers as chaos erupted in the chat. Meanwhile, Qingchen, who was blind, stood in the grand hall. His sharp senses detected an aura fundamentally different from that of any human, causing his brows to furrow deeply. "Murong, what exactly is this creature in front of me?" he asked through his earpiece. "Brother Gu, it's a Shura," Murongi replied, his voice trembling slightly. The response made Qingchen's muscles tense like a drawn bow. His expression turned cold and severe. He had assumed that Nangonging was merely passing information to the demon clans. He never imagined the man would dare to bring a foreign race into the royal hall itself. Sensing Gu's rising fury, Murongi quickly urged, "Brother Gu, don't act rashly. The elders of the Murong family will arrive in 15 minutes. But before his words even faded, Qingchen's figure vanished from the projection of the celestial pearl. The Shura king, seated on the throne, waited a moment before speaking impatiently. "Hey, blind boy, are your ears broken too? Get over here and pour me some wine." Yet when he looked up and realized the young man had disappeared, his expression darkened, and he shot to his feet. A surge of Tao resonance suddenly filled the air, making his pupils constrict in shock. Just as it dawned on him that the blind youth might be the one who had killed Nangonging's son, a chilling voice rang out. "Outsider, I, Qingchen, kill on sight." A deafening sonic boom shattered the silence as the grand hall's ceiling was blown apart. In the heavens above, a reverse-setting sun began to rise, exuding an aura of annihilation that seemed to threaten the very fabric of existence. The Shura king's head was severed in an instant, his body writhing grotesquely as it attempted to reattach itself. But the moment Qingchen raised the peach blossom branch in his hand, an overwhelming, blood-red killing intent engulfed the entire hall. Under the blood-stained glow of the moon, the Shura king's head dissolved like snow under sunlight, leaving only a puddle of blood behind. His body finally ceased all movement. The breathtaking scene left the audience utterly stunned, silencing the once overflowing chat. Watching a single person obliterate a powerful outsider in an instant was far more shocking than any video circulating online. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber somewhere on Blue Star, the true Shura king coughed up a mouthful of blood and slowly opened his eyes. His avatar in the Grand Xia, though only at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, had access to the Tao resonance of his true form enough to rival even a marquetier opponent under normal circumstances. Yet this avatar had been annihilated in moments, unable to transmit any information back. Could it be Nangonging's betrayal? No, that doesn't make sense. Someone who's long served the demon clans wouldn't suddenly turn on the Shura. The Shura king pondered for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. No matter. In 20 days, the plan will commence, and all mysteries will be revealed. The sky above Fengdu City was shrouded in pitch-black darkness, a stark contrast to the serene, starry night of Longdu City. This unnatural phenomenon left the citizens of Fengdu restless and fearful as they gazed uneasily at the heavens. On the outskirts of the city, in a desolate and eerie location, a menacing aura spread through the air. Above the desolate land, the swirling black mist churned as countless vengeful spirits let out piercing wails. They encircled a grotesque, shadowy monstrous entity, covered in tens of thousands of human faces. Its elongated, decayed arms resembled withered bamboo stalks, and its head was devoid of facial features, replaced by layers of blood-red fangs. The faces on its body continuously spewed malevolent spirits, cascading downward like a torrent of dark clouds. In the crystal tower at the heart of the city, Yin Yiling stood resolute, his blood-red eyes radiating an intense killing intent. Wielding his long sword, he unleashed strike after strike, each one obliterating swathes of wailing spirits. Yet, the monstrous god's myriad faces opened and closed incessantly, spewing forth an endless stream of vengeful souls that clashed with the glowing blade, disintegrating in midair. The two forces were locked in a tense stalemate. Meanwhile, at the heart of the mass grave belonging to the ghost clan on Blue Star, a pale, spectral figure of a man hovered like a phantom, listening intently to a subordinate's report. Lord Ghost King, someone in Daxia is attempting to break through to the level of martial god. Their opponent is the remnant soul of one of our ancient ghost deities. Which of the 7 royals is it? The Ghost King asked, his gaze lifting slightly. None of them. It's the head of the Tribunal of Demonic Judgment. The Ghost King's expression turned grave. If that infamous head of the tribunal, renowned for his relentless slaughter, were to ascend to martial god, it would pose a significant disruption to the plans of the 4 clans. Once the guard had departed, the Ghost King rose and approached a massive, cracked gateway in the ground. He stepped inside and retrieved a skeletal ring from a colossal gravestone. Instantly, a terrifying black light coalesced on the surface of the monument. At that very moment, the skies above Fengdu City trembled violently. A black beam of light descended from the heavens, annihilating everything in its path. With a deafening crash, the towering crystal tower was pierced and collapsed into a cascade of fragments. The light of the heavens and earth that had gathered around Yin Yiling dissipated in an instant, and his expression darkened. This was the worst possible scenario. Had just begun to comprehend the essence of the Tao, but had already exhausted his strength. Now, with the destruction of the crystal tower, he had lost his primary source of energy replenishment. Sensing his vulnerability, the monstrous god let out an ear-splitting, sinister laugh, commanding the countless vengeful spirits to launch a frenzied assault. Yin Yiling's body was soon drenched in blood, and he was on the verge of collapse. In this critical moment, a strikingly handsome youth arrived, riding the wind with incredible speed. Spotting Yin Yiling still holding his ground, Qingchen felt a slight wave of relief had made it just in time. The young boy glanced toward the middle-aged man not far away. Yin Yiling was covered in blood, his clothes torn and tattered, looking utterly disheveled. Qingchen's lips curled into a faint, teasing smile as he said, "Uncle Yin, breaking into the martial god realm has got you sweating this much?" The sudden, familiar voice sent a shudder through Yin Yiling. He whipped his head around abruptly, and the moment he recognized Qingchen, his composure faltered. His inner energy seemed to spiral out of control, and the weight pressing on him suddenly intensified. This boy was supposed to be peacefully studying at Longdu University. What on earth was he doing in such a perilous place? "Gu, what are you doing here? Leave immediately." Yin Yiling's eyes widened, his expression graver than ever. In his mind, if he were to die in battle, Daxia would lose a significant loss, but one the nation could endure. But Qingchen was different. This young man represented the hope of Daxia's future, the key to breaking the blockade of the alien races and restoring freedom to the people of Daxia. If Qingchen were to lose his life here because of him, Yin Yiling would go down in history as the ultimate sinner of Daxia. As Yin Yiling's focus wavered, a vengeful spirit seized the opportunity, slipping through the gaps in the flashing blades and latching onto him with its sinister energy. Blood spurted from Yin Yiling's mouth, but an even more formidable power erupted from within him, allowing him to withstand the fierce onslaught of the dark god above. Seeing Yin Yiling's determination to sacrifice himself for his sake, Qingchen let out a helpless smile. "Uncle Yin, do I really look like someone who came here to throw my life away?" He raised his head to the sky, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Despicable alien scum, relying on such underhanded tricks. Do you really think you're the only ones with reinforcements?" As he spoke, he pulled an ancient scroll from his chest and lightly tossed it in Yin Yiling's direction. Under Yin Yiling's astonished gaze, the scroll unfurled slowly in midair, revealing the elegant, free-flowing calligraphy of Li Tai Bai. "Someday, I'll ride the wind and cleave the waves, hoisting my sails to cross the vast seas." In an instant, a radiant light burst forth from the scroll, as brilliant as the sun, enveloping Yin Yiling completely. Under the golden glow, Qingchen flashed a bright, confident smile at the older man. "Uncle Yin, you've been a supreme for long enough. It's time to step into the martial god realm and cut down these alien scum." As his words fell, the heavens and earth began to tremble violently. At this very moment, within the vast lands of Daxia, a scarlet beam of light erupted into the sky like a blazing inferno. As Yin Yiling fused the golden scroll of poetry into his body, the entire continent of Desya trembled violently. Across the nation, countless citizens watching Gu Qingchen's shadowy livestream were still reeling from the shocking revelation of an alien presence within the royal family. Before they had time to process this, they were thrown into chaos, staggering and falling over. The world seemed to undergo a sudden and cataclysmic transformation. The radiant moon lost its brilliance, wild winds abruptly ceased, and the clouds above disintegrated into nothingness. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, even the stars retreated into hiding. Nature itself appeared to have been stripped of its vitality, plunging the world into an oppressive silence. Even the most ordinary of citizens could sense it. Desya was on the brink of a monumental upheaval. From the festering black wounds on the surface of Blue Star, ancient alien beings began to stir from their slumber, their greedy eyes fixated on Desya's lands. In an instant, a dazzling golden radiance erupted along Desya's borders. The mother river of heaven, which encircled the nation, surged with newfound intensity. The chaotic mists shattered and dispersed, forming a natural barrier to shield the land. Within the city of Fengdu, Yin Yiling felt the immense surge of power flowing from the golden scroll. This energy carried with it a rare and profound Tao rhythm, uniquely attuned to channel the forces of heaven and earth. Staring at the scroll in astonishment, Yin Yiling could feel his aura climbing rapidly. The injuries inflicted by the malevolent god healed in an instant, his sea of energy swelling to the point of bursting, his battle spirit boiling over. The newly emerged Tao rhythm unfurled completely under the nourishment of the world's energies, enveloping Yin Yiling in an overwhelming force. Above him, the malevolent god grew increasingly ravenous, its countless tentacles and grotesque faces howling in unison. I will devour. I will return. The god's colossal form began to emerge from the blackened heavens, revealing its repulsive lower half, a massive, grotesque mass stitched together from countless mangled limbs, exuding a stench of decay and death. It surged toward Yin Yiling, shrouded in billowing black smoke, while summoning tens of thousands of vengeful spirits that coalesced into a monstrous tide. Yin Yiling let out a cold snort and stepped forward. The Tao rhythm within him began to flow, constructing an ancient bridge between himself and the malevolent god. Below the bridge roared the Yellow Springs River, filled with countless tormented souls wailing and struggling in its current. Towering above the river stood the imposing gates of hell. This was the manifestation of the Yellow Springs Tao path of slaughter that Yin Yiling had comprehended after sensing Gu Qingchen's Tao rhythm. Those who obstruct my path shall enter the Yellow Springs, Yin Yiling declared coldly, standing upon the bridge as the unyielding guardian of its threshold. The malevolent god charged forward in a frenzy, only to find its massive form disintegrating inch by inch on the path of the Yellow Springs. When half of its body had already dissolved, the god finally realized the peril it faced. In desperation, it unleashed the vengeful spirits to cover its retreat. But the Yellow Springs allowed no escape. Skeletal hands emerged from the river, instantly devouring the vengeful spirits. Yin Yiling smirked coldly, clasping his hands together as the gates of hell slammed shut with a thunderous roar, cutting off the god's retreat entirely. Dozens of skeletal hands reached out from the Yellow Springs, dragging the god's remaining form into the river's depths. From a distance, Gu Qingchen watched in awe. The might of a martial god fully unleashing the power of their Tao rhythm was overwhelming, reducing even an ancient malevolent god to helplessness. Yin Shushu's Yellow Springs Tao formed a unique domain. Anything caught within it would be annihilated by the slaughtering force of the Tao rhythm. This was the power of a martial Goda being touching the threshold of divinity. Though it fell short of the Peach Blossom Sword God's god-slaying Tao, it was undoubtedly one of Desya's most formidable Tao rhythms. With one final anguished cry, the malevolent god's remaining form was severed by a crimson blade of light, dissolving into wisps of smoke. A scarlet glow descended, dyeing Yin Yiling's entire being in a blood-red hue. At this moment, Desya's fifth martial god Yellow Springs had officially arrived. The Great Xia's online platforms are currently experiencing an unprecedented sensation. Under Murong Yi's meticulous orchestration, live-stream clips of Gu Qingchen defeating the foreign invaders have skyrocketed to the top of trending lists across major platforms. The seemingly unrelated terms royalty and foreign tribes have sparked immense public curiosity, driving the live stream's viewership to exceed billions, with dense comments flooding the screen. Inside the Nangong Palace Hall, Gu Qingchen stood before the corpse of the Shura king. His eyes closed as he sensed the information transmitted from his true form. Uncle Yin had successfully ascended to the martial god realm. His figure began to shimmer like crystal, signaling that the effects of the poetic scroll, lifting my cup to the moon, shadows become three, were nearing their end. Murong, turn your focus to the northwest outskirts of Lengdu and search for Nangong Ying, Gu Qingchen instructed through his earpiece to Murong Yi, who was still reeling from the shock. Then, he turned the camera crystal above him toward himself and gave a graceful bow to the billions of viewers. Thank you all for your support. At noon tonight, I will present to you the birth of a new great Xia. Before the words fully settled, Qingchen transformed into a shadow and vanished from the hall. The livestream shifted to a third-person perspective, following his rapid movements through Longdu. In the outskirts of Longdu, Qingchen sped through the colorful clouds with astonishing velocity, two overwhelming presences relentlessly pursuing him from behind. The chase lasted nearly 3 hours, with attacks from the pursuers shattering nearby structures. The vibrant cloud mist, condensed from Li Taibai's poetic essence, was meant to conceal his aura, yet the pursuers managed to track him without fail. As the colorful clouds gradually dissipated, the speed boost granted by the poetic scroll faded as well. Qingchen came to a halt, two streams of poetic essence manifesting around him, his gaze icy as he stared down the two approaching supremes. Run? Aren't you good at running? Nangonging sneered, wielding a shadowy black humanoid figure, his tone laced with irritation. The Dragon Emperor, however, was far less patient. Nangong, stop wasting time. Let's attack together and tear this brat to pieces. Just as the two supremes were about to strike, a massive disturbance erupted outside Longdu. The sky seemed to split open, revealing a black hole with the power to devour the heavens and earth, sending shockwaves through everyone present. The two emperors felt a chill deep in their souls, while Qingchen's face lit up with a confident smile. Uncle Yin had succeeded in his breakthrough, and every piece of his plan had fallen into place. As the moonlight detached from his form, the illusionary Qingchen vanished, and his true self reappeared. The Dragon Emperor, sensing the shift, immediately summoned an ancient dragon bell, its deep tones beginning to resonate. The fate of Great Xia was about to be rewritten at this very moment. The resonating chime of the bell reverberated through the heavens, each echo carrying an invisible pressure that cascaded downward, distorting the very fabric of space like ripples in a pond. The force was majestic, commanding, and undeniably a testament to the power of the steer blessing known as the Imperial Mandate. The Dragon Emperor, gripping the dragon bell tightly, swung it with a commanding force in the direction of Qingchen. His voice, regal and unyielding, thundered through the air. Kneel. In an instant, it was as if the entire suburban landscape had been frozen in time. Every living being, whether animal or plant, was forced to the ground by an overwhelming invisible power, their forms bowing as though paying homage to the Dragon Emperor. Even Nangong Ying was not spared. Beads of sweat dotted her brow as her face contorted under the crushing pressure. Yet, amidst the oppressive force, Qingchen remained steadfast, suspended in midair as if untouched by the command. The Dragon Emperor's expression faltered, his brows furrowing in disbelief. This was beyond anything he had anticipated. By all logic, anyone below S tier or of a lesser realm should have been compelled to submit under the Imperial Mandate. And yet, this young man before him stood unscathed. Huh? Kneel? Qingchen threw his head back and laughed, his gaze brimming with disdain. Using an steer blessing to suppress me? Dragon Emperor, don't you feel ashamed? Even my wife's blessing surpasses yours. Before his words had fully settled, a surge of murderous intent erupted from within Qingchen, radiating outward like a tidal wave. Dragon Emperor, consider yourself fortunate, he declared coldly. Today, I'll show you what a true divine blessing looks like. Behind him, an endless sea of blood unfurled, stretching far into the horizon. The corpses of gods and deities floated within its crimson depths. Yet, Qingchen shook his head, his voice calm but resolute. Not enough. With that, he unfurled a scroll in his hand, the ink strokes dancing across the parchment with an effortless grace. Suddenly, a bold, resonant voice echoed through the heavens. Do you not see? The waters of the Yellow River descend from the sky, rushing to the sea, never to return. The skies split open with a deafening crack, and the sound of trickling springs filled the air. From the heavens poured a torrent of water, the mighty Yellow River cascading downward, its flow imbued with an overwhelming Tao resonance. As it merged with the blood sea, the river's waters turned a deep, ominous crimson. Standing beneath this crimson yellow river, Qingchen exuded an aura of unrelenting killing intent. The two royal figures witnessing this scene were stricken with terror, their faces pale with disbelief. A new Tao resonance had emerged, and this young man was somehow wielding multiple distinct Tao resonances simultaneously. The display was a dagger to the Dragon Emperor's pride. He had spent over 70 years in pursuit of the Tao, yet he had never been able to sense his own path, the martial god's realm remaining ever out of reach. And here stood this upstart, poised to surpass him entirely within a mere 5 years. How could he possibly endure such humiliation? Jealousy twisted the Dragon Emperor's aged features, his voice rasping with venom. Arrogant child. So what if you've mastered Tao resonances? In the face of absolute power, these are nothing but petty tricks. With a roar, the Dragon Emperor channeled the force of heaven and earth into the dragon bell, directing its immense power downward in a devastating strike. The bell's core collided with its walls, unleashing golden shockwaves that rippled outward, obliterating everything in their path into dust. This was the Dragon Emperor's full strength, an attack that spared no effort. Meanwhile, Nangong Ying had already vanished, retreating into the shadows without a trace. As the lethal golden shockwaves surged toward him, Qingchen's expression grew serious. This was the full-force strike of a supreme-tier powerhouse, leaving no room for error. With a steady hand, he raised a peach blossom branch, pointing it lightly toward the heavens. Instantly, the crimson-yellow river above poured downward, its waters infused with pure, killing Tao resonance, rushing directly at the Dragon Emperor. At that precise moment, Murong Ai, utilizing the celestial sphere orb, once again locked onto Qingchen's position. The live broadcast, which had briefly gone dark, flickered back to life, and the screens of millions of viewers lit up with the unfolding battle. The chat exploded with activity. Whoa, I almost missed it. Wait, why are they fighting in the suburbs now? Hold Oni's that the Dragon Emperor? Is he a traitor too? Does Xia have any decent people left? Look at that. What on earth is that thing? The audience was transfixed by the scene before them, the clash of the cascading crimson sea and the radiant golden waves. It was a sight so awe-inspiring, so otherworldly, that it seared itself into their memories forever. Under the gaze of billions of spectators, golden ripples clashed violently with the towering waters of the Yellow Springs. In an instant, the earth cracked, clouds disintegrated, and a shockwave rippled out for miles. In front of their screens, countless citizens of Xia clenched their fists tightly, their faces tense as they watched this earth-shattering battle unfold. Brother Xia, you can do it. Brother Xia, don't lose. As a hero who had repeatedly eliminated traitors and exposed royal conspiracies, Qingchen had long become a guardian-like figure in the hearts of the people of Xia. Yet, at this critical moment, a sharp killing intent suddenly surged from behind him. Emerging from the shadows, Nangong Ying struck with a black longsword aimed directly at Qingchen's heart. Die! It's a traitor of the Azura clan. The audience gasped in shock, instinctively wanting to warn him, but knowing it was already too late. To their astonishment, Qingchen's expression suddenly relaxed, as though he had anticipated this all along. Just as Nangong Ying's sword was about to pierce through his body, a deep blue spatial rift tore open behind him. A spatial rift? Nangong Ying's entire body shuddered, a chilling fear shooting up his spine. His sword had already stabbed into the rift, but in the next moment, blood gushed from his mouth. The strike he intended to use to impale Qingchen had somehow reversed and pierced through his own heart. Terrified, Nangong Ying stared at the rift, his figure retreating rapidly. The aura emanating from that narrow spatial tear made this supreme-level powerhouse tremble like an insignificant insect. Without hesitation, he melded into the shadows, preparing to flee. Under the watchful eyes of the masses, the deep blue spatial rift expanded rapidly, eventually connecting heaven and earth, resembling a massive blue vertical pupil. From within stepped a crimson figure, its cold, indifferent gaze sweeping over all living beings. Between this figure and the now subterranean Nangong Ying, a path to the Yellow Springs had already been forged. The moment Yin Yiling stepped out from the spatial rift, the Dragon Emperor in the distance, holding a massive pendulum, narrowed his pupils sharply, his heart trembling with shock. The complete waves of Tao resonance emanating from Yin Yiling left him utterly stunned. Yin Yiling had ascended to the realm of martial god. Before the Dragon Emperor could recover from his shock, an ancient, weathered stone path appeared, spanning between Yin Yiling and Nangong Ying. Beneath the road, the Yellow Springs surged and roared, and a foreboding gate of ghosts pierced the sky. Even through their screens, countless spectators could feel the intense and chilling aura of killing intent emanating from the scene. Dozens of skeletal arms, formed from the Tao resonance of slaughter, emerged from the Yellow Springs, precisely stabbing into the shadows beneath the ground. Nangong Ying's agonizing scream echoed as his body was riddled with bloody holes. Unable to maintain his state of divine blessing, he was violently ejected by the shadows and crashed heavily to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, the surging waters of the Yellow Springs effortlessly extinguished the golden ripples in front of Qingchen. Nangong Ying, long time no see, Yin Yiling said from above, lighting a cigarette with a calm demeanor as the smoke curled lazily around him. Nangong Ying, now sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, struggled to heal his wounds with the dark energy surging over his body. As a supreme being, his injuries would normally heal rapidly as long as either his brain or heart remained intact. But this time, a peculiar force sealed his wounds, and his life force was draining rapidly. Even more despairing was the suffocating killing intent embedded within the vast Tao resonance filling the air. Yin Yiling, I am one of the 7 sovereigns. How dare you try to kill me? Nangong snarled, propping himself up with a feigned bravado that barely masked his fear. I've reached the martial god realm, why wouldn't I dare? Yin Yiling replied coldly, his gaze indifferent, as if looking at an insect. This exchange, broadcast live across the Grand Xia Empire, left countless citizens in shock. They realized with disbelief that a fifth martial god had been born. The prophecy of the blind boy had come true. The Grand Xia was on the verge of upheaval. Besides, as a traitor who betrayed the Grand Xia, do you still have the audacity to call yourself one of the seven sovereigns? Yin Yiling added with a chilling tone. Nangong Ying's face twisted in shock and disbelief. How do you know? Nearby, the Dragon Emperor suppressed his discomfort and spoke with authority, slandering the royal family and shielding criminals. Don't think you can act recklessly just because you've ascended to the martial god realm. TCH, I almost forgot you were here, Dragon Emperor. Yin Yiling chuckled mockingly. All this talk about the royal family looks like I've been too busy smoking to slap some sense into you. Before his words fully landed, Yin Yiling casually waved his hand. The Dragon Emperor didn't even have time to react before an immense force sent him flying, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily into a building, raising a massive cloud of dust and debris. This scene left countless citizens of the Grand Xia utterly dumbfounded. The once mighty and revered Dragon Emperor had been publicly slapped aside. If the young man's sword strike in Nangong Hall had shattered the people's trust in the royal family, this slap completely obliterated the fearsome authority the royal family had held for decades. Truly worthy of the martial god title, the Dragon Emperor muttered weakly as the dust settled, his face bloodied and his aura feeble. Yin Yiling looked down from above. Dragon Emperor, didn't you hear what I said? I told you I've ascended to the martial god realm. And by the way, I've tolerated you for far too long. With that, he clenched his hand, and two skeletal arms emerged from the yellow springs, dragging the two royal figures to his feet as if they were mere cargo. The gate of ghosts slammed shut with a thunderous crash, pinning them down with an unrelenting force. Under the overwhelming pressure of a martial god, neither of them could even lift their heads. After finishing, Yin Yiling raised his gaze to the heavens, locking his eyes on the faint blue glow of the celestial pearl amidst the clouds. Yin Yiling's face showed a flicker of surprise, and a glint of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. He turned toward Gu Qingchen, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. Xiaogu, are you live streaming? Gu Qingchen paused briefly, then nodded in confirmation. Yin Yiling silently admired him. This young man not only had exceptional martial talent, but also possessed a sharp and strategic mind. It seemed the entire sequence of events was meticulously orchestrated by him. Xiaogu, come here. Yin Yiling gestured for him to approach. Gu Qingchen leaped into the air and landed steadily at Yin Yiling's side. At this moment, all the viewers of the live stream had their eyes fixed on the two figures. Clearing his throat, Yin Yiling's voice rang out powerfully, carrying to all corners. According to the laws of Xia, once a martial artist enters the martial god realm, they are granted the highest authority within the nation. However, they must relinquish all official positions within the territory and take up the duty of guarding the borders against foreign invaders. Having now ascended to the martial god realm, I shall resign from my role as the chief of the demon tribunal. He retrieved a golden jade token from his robes and solemnly placed it into Gu Qingchen's hand. Now, I hereby announce that Gu Qingchen, former governor of the demon tribunal, will immediately assume the position of the new chief of the demon tribunal. Gu Qingchen was momentarily stunned. Such a position, one that rivaled the power of the royal family, had just been handed to him so abruptly. Noticing his dazed expression, Yin Yiling's lips curled into a faint smile. What's the matter? Feels a bit sudden? It's unexpected, but not entirely surprising, Gu Qingchen admitted with a smile. He had anticipated that Yin Yiling would step down after reaching the martial god realm, but he hadn't expected him to transfer the role to him so decisively. Exactly. As the chief of the demon tribunal, there will be fewer than 3 people in all of Xia who can hold sway over you. From now on, you won't have to deal with so much trouble just to take down someone like a prince. Yin Yiling patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder and glanced meaningfully at the two individuals subdued on the ground. Gu Qingchen stepped forward and stopped before Nangong Ying. His voice was firm and commanding. Nangong Ying, one of the 7 princes of Xia, colluded with the Shura clan and caused harm to the citizens of Xia. The evidence is indisputable. By law, you are sentenced to death. Hearing this, Nangong Ying's blood ran cold. His eyes widened in terror, but under the suppression of the ghost gate, he could only see the toes of Gu Qingchen's shoes. A flash of sharp sword energy streaked through the air, and Nangong Ying's head fell to the ground, his eyes remaining open in death. Gu Qingchen then turned to the Dragon Emperor, his voice icy as he announced, "The Dragon Clan has long oppressed the people, abused their power, and trampled on the law. Effective immediately, the royal status of the Dragon Clan is revoked." You are demoted to commoners and exiled to the borderlands to serve as guards for 100 years. Only after satisfactory conduct during this period will you be allowed to return to Longdu and have your status as commoners lifted. You've enjoyed a life of privilege in Disya for far too long. It's time for you to experience what it means to defend the borders, Qingchen said, looking down at the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's face twisted in shock and fury. You insolent wretch! What gives you the right to exile members of the royal family? Qingchen ignored him and continued his proclamation. As the head of the seven princes, the Dragon Emperor has conspired against the loyal, undermined martial artists, and committed countless crimes. Despite knowing that Daxia faces threats from all sides, you still chose to oppress the people. By law, you are sentenced to death, effective immediately. The fury on the Dragon Emperor's face froze, replaced by sheer disbelief. He could feel the cold, sharp presence of a blade hovering at his neck. His former majesty and authority were utterly shattered, leaving him engulfed by an overwhelming sense of fear. The Dragon Emperor knelt on the ground, his voice trembling as he cried out, Qingchen, spare me! It was Nangong Ying, that treacherous villain, who misled me. This is all a misunderstanding. I beg for mercy. Qingchen's expression remained cold, his hand radiating sword energy forged from the essence of Tao. He surveyed the surroundings with a commanding gaze, his voice steady and resolute. I, Qingchen, hereby vow to the people of Daxia that starting tomorrow, the tribunal will conduct a thorough investigation of all royal family members. I will root out corruption within the upper echelons of Daxia, expose every traitor, and purge those who have preyed upon our people. This time, I will cleanse the rot from our kingdom and restore peace and prosperity to the land. Before his words fully settled, Qingchen unleashed the sword energy in his hand. A radiant blade of light descended from the heavens, slicing through the air with precision. It struck the Dragon Emperor's neck, severing it cleanly. The elder ruler's head flew high into the air before crashing onto the blood-stained concrete with a heavy thud. Thus, another of the seven emperors fell, meeting his end in the heart of Longdu. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Azura on Blue Star, the Azura King and the Ghost King were deeply engrossed in a game of human chess. The Azura King played black, the Ghost King white, each focused intently as they placed their pieces on the board. This human pastime is surprisingly intriguing, the Ghost King remarked with a faint nod of approval. The Azura King replied calmly indeed. Anything that endures for millennia must possess its own merit. As the game progressed, the white pieces began to dominate, trapping the black pieces in a corner. Just then, a guard rushed into the hall, dropping to his knees as he reported, My lords, one of the seven emperors, Nangong Ying, has fallen. The news struck both rulers with palpable shock. For a moment, silence filled the hall. Then, the Ghost King placed a piece on the board, his tone laden with meaning. Azura, your most important piece has been lost. He paused before adding with finality, You've lost. The Azura King studied the board intently, a sly smile creeping onto his face. A setback can sometimes be a blessing in disguise, he murmured. With that, he placed a piece of his own, and the tides of the game shifted instantly. The Ghost King frowned, scrutinizing the board, unable to comprehend how the situation had reversed so drastically. The Azura King chuckled softly. No regrets in chess. Well played. After a brief silence, the Ghost King suddenly rose, the white piece in his hand glowing with an intense light. With a single motion, he shattered the board into fragments. Standing amidst the debris, he gazed coldly at the mess and said with detached disdain, Amusing as it is, this human trinket is ultimately insignificant. Against the collapse of greater forces, no mere chess piece can turn the tide. Within the borders of Disya, countless people stared unblinkingly at their screens, too stunned to speak. In the live broadcast from the Celestial Orb, the two once lofty royal leaders had been beheaded, their severed heads rolling across the ground like marbles. The live stream's comment section fell into a momentary, eerie silence. Qingchen let out a long sigh, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. A large group of local residents from Longdu, drawn by the broadcast, approached rapidly. The leader, a shirtless man, froze in his tracks upon seeing Qingchen and Yin Yiling. Overcome with excitement, he shouted, The Wuxian is invincible. Brother Blind is the greatest. The surrounding crowd quickly joined in, cheering and chanting in unison. This scene seemed to ignite a powder keg, and the live stream's comment section erupted instantly. Yes, well done. Brother Blind is a living legend. Congratulations to Lord Yin on ascending to Wuxian. Thank you, Brother Blind, for ridding Disya of traitors. Time to start calling him Director Gu. Please, Brother Blind isn't the type to arrest someone just for joking around. Inside the celestial sanctuary, Murong Yi watched the comment section, lost in thought. From the very first time he met this young man, Qingchen's methods had repeatedly astonished him. By now, he was almost numb to the surprises. What seemed like a fatal crisis slaying a prince had not only been resolved, but had escalated to the execution of the prince's father and the allied Dragon Emperor. As someone who had been closely following and orchestrating the Celestial Orb's broadcast, Murong-yi understood Qingchen's plan with remarkable clarity. The young man's every move was meticulously calculated. Using a clone to simultaneously appear on the outskirts of Longdu and in the Nangong Palace to lure out the two royals, infiltrating the palace to gather evidence, leveraging the Murong family's resources to promote the live stream, and exposing the existence of the Shura clan to solidify Nangong Ying's guilt. Even Yin Shu's timely breakthrough to Wuxian level and his return to Longdu seemed to have been part of Qingchen's intricate design. In a dormitory in the Luoyang province, Gu Xiaoyu stared blankly at the screen, her mind completely blank. Her own brother had just executed two exalted royals live on air. Her roommates' gazes were now firmly locked onto her, so intense it felt as though they might melt her on the spot. Xiaoyu. No, Sister Yu. Would you like me to massage your shoulders? Lady Gu, we'll go grab some late-night snacks for you right away. Sister Yu. Let me do your laundry for you. Before Gu Xiaoyu could process what was happening, the sound of hurried footsteps outside the dorm grew louder, as if an army was storming toward her door. She scrambled to put on her socks and flee, only to be stopped by her roommates. The crowd outside had already surged into the dorm, plunging the room into utter chaos. At the execution platform in Longdu, Yin Yiling emerged from a spatial rift beside Qingchen. After ascending to Wuxian, his spatial abilities had significantly advanced. He could now open rifts within a 100-mile radius at will, imbue weapons and avatars with spatial energy, and create multiple spatial channels across all of Dixia. Gu, Yin Yiling said in a low voice, public executions like this. Such a bloody spectacle, won't it be too much for the people to bear? Qingchen turned to glance at him and nodded slightly. Perhaps. But rather than waiting for them to face bloodshed and panic helplessly when foreign invaders arrive, it's better for them to confront the reality of blood and slaughter now. Hearing Qingchen's words, Yin Yiling frowned slightly, his sharp instincts picking up on the deeper meaning behind the young man's statement. A possibility flashed through his mind, sending a shiver through his body. Xiaogu, are you saying? Yin Yiling struggled to get the words out. Qingchen met his gaze and nodded gently. Yes, I plan to take this opportunity to reveal the current state of Dixia and the entire truth to the public. This declaration caused Yin Yiling's pupils to contract sharply. For the first time, he was rendered speechless. Xiaogu, do you understand the consequences this could bring? Through the earpiece, Murong-yi's voice urgently interjected. Brother Gu, you must think this through carefully. Dixia's experts have predicted that if the truth is made public, the massive shock could cause Dixia's order to collapse in just a few years. The peaceful lives of the people will be destroyed, and the entire nation could descend into chaos. Without any interference from foreign tribes, Dixia could fall apart on its own within a decade. This is exactly why the truth has been concealed by the upper echelons for centuries. Qingchen turned his eyes toward the middle-aged man before him, whose brows were tightly furrowed, and spoke with a serious expression. Uncle Yin, I still vividly remember the overwhelming sense of shock when you first brought me to the Celestial Temple and I saw a blue star. Noticing Yin Yiling's confusion, Qingchen paused briefly before continuing. But what if I told you that the 4 foreign tribes might soon join forces to launch a full-scale invasion of Dixia? Yin Yiling froze at those words. According to historical records, after the River of Life was born, the 4 great foreign tribes had been cut off from entering. But he quickly recalled that the River of Life was not infallible during the last Black Tide Ruins incident. The demon tribe managed to use special methods to bring in an army of 100,000 demons. If the other tribes had discovered similar methods, Xiaogu, how do you know the foreign tribes might invade soon? Yin Yiling asked, his voice heavy with concern. Qingchen sighed and countered with a question of his own. Uncle Yin, don't you think the foreign tribes have been unusually active and bold lately? Yin Yiling reflected on recent events. Ever since the return of the divine law weapons, the 4 great foreign tribes had begun launching probing attacks on the borders. Even the typically aloof ghost tribe had joined in. Within the capital, Longdu, Yin Yiling had witnessed atrocities, Yin Mietyin exploiting the blood pool to harm civilians, and Nangong bringing the Shura tribe into the capital itself. Just earlier, during his own breakthrough, the foreign tribes had even dared to unleash a black beam that pierced through the River of Life. Though the cost was tremendous and the odds of success slim, they still took the risk, as if testing Dixia's defenses. When do you think they will strike? Yin Yiling asked, his tone grave. Within a year, Qingchen said after a moment of contemplation. The foreign tribes will undoubtedly make their move. A year. Yin Yiling's brows furrowed deeper. If that's the case, then it might indeed be time to inform the people in advance. But can you guarantee the foreign tribes will attack within a year? Qingchen shook his head. I can't. His divine burial eye, having lost one of its sensory abilities, could no longer foresee the future. Even if he activated it, his current Grandmaster level cultivation was far too limited to see so far ahead. Then what if the foreign tribes don't come in a year? What will you do then? Yin Yiling asked, his expression complicated. A faint smile played on Qingchen's lips. In that case, I will personally take action and eradicate the 4 great foreign tribes one by one. Those words sent a shiver down Yin Yiling's spine, leaving him covered in goosebumps. These were the same tribes that had plagued Xia for centuries. Even if such a statement came from the mouths of the 4 martial gods, it would sound absurd. Yet, hearing it from this young man, Yin Yiling couldn't help but believe him, as if the teenager truly could achieve the impossible within a year. After a moment of silence, Yin Yiling burst into hearty laughter and clapped Qingchen on the shoulder. Good. Since you've said so, then go ahead and do it. If the royal family has any objections, they can come to me. Qingchen smiled and nodded, pulling out his phone to check the live stream. As expected, the chat was flooded with comments. The people of Xia were celebrating the downfall of the traitor and the Dragon Emperor, as well as the rise of a new martial god. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his throat. He had already hinted earlier that he would reveal a new design, not just a shift in power but a chance for the people to see the true Xia. In the face of mounting threats, how could they train warriors capable of resisting the foreign tribes without understanding themselves and their enemies? Brother Morong, have the celestial pearl focus its camera on me, Qingchen instructed. Rising into the air, he faced the billions of Xia citizens watching. Slowly, he began to speak. Now, I am going to make an announcement. An announcement that will completely overturn everything you thought you knew about Xia. At 2 in the morning, the skies above Longdu were crystal clear. After enduring the baptism of nature's immense power, moonlight quietly blanketed the scarred earth. At this moment, from the bustling metropolises to the remote small towns, the entirety of Xia was lit up as never before. On the streets, groups of excited young people cheered together. Outside shopping malls in the city, LED screens lit up one after another, illuminating the chiseled, strikingly handsome face of Qingchen. Under the gaze of the entire nation, this young man was about to speak words that would shake the very foundation of everyone's understanding. Now, I'm going to reveal the truth about Xia, Qingchen declared, his voice steady and powerful. The situation in Xia is dire, very dire. He paused, his expression growing heavier. In fact, Xia has been surrounded on this continent by foreign forces for centuries. Every single one of us, including you, me, and even the martial gods, is nothing more than a prisoner in the hands of these invaders. These words sent shockwaves throughout Xia. People's expressions froze in an instant. Some were stunned, some terrified, others confused, while a few dismissed it outright as a ludicrous joke. In the livestream chatroom, the comments section was silent for a brief moment before erupting like a volcano. What is Brother Xia even saying? Isn't Xia the ruler of Blue Star? How could foreign forces possibly surround us? Brother Xia must be joking, right? Haven't we already wiped out most of the invaders? Amid the wave of skepticism, Qingchen remained calm. He fully understood that even if the martial gods themselves confirmed this shocking truth, it would be nearly impossible for people to accept. After all, the idea of Xia as the dominant power on Blue Star had been deeply ingrained in everyone's consciousness. Morong, please link the real-time holographic projection of Blue Star to the live stream, Qingchen said softly into his earpiece. Inside the celestial temple, Morong's trembling fingers hovered over the controls of the celestial orb. He knew that this action would irrevocably alter Xia's future. With a gentle turn of the deep blue orb, the live stream screen began to shift. Qingchen's figure shrank to the top right corner as a new scene gradually unfolded. Blue Star's projection is now live, a mechanical voice announced, and the previously chaotic live stream chatroom fell into an eerie silence. On the screen, a blue planet slowly came into view. However, its surface was riddled with massive black holes and craters, resembling grotesque, festering wounds. As the camera zoomed in, each wound was revealed to harbor blood-stained, deformed monsters, whose every step caused the ground to tremble violently. This is the current reality of Blue Star. Qingchen's voice broke the silence. The image continued to rotate, eventually focusing on a region in the lower central area of Blue Star. When the camera zoomed in on Xia, the audience was collectively stunned. The Xia they knew was encircled by 4 enormous black wounds, connected end to end, trapping the nation at the center and threatening to devour it at any moment. Despair spread through the crowd like a tidal wave. Some collapsed to the ground, others wept uncontrollably, a few broke into hysterical laughter. The chatroom was flooded with messages of hopelessness. This can't be happening. Our Xia. It's over. It's all over. Qingchen stood beside Yin Yiling, his gaze fixed on the rapidly updating barrage of comments on the screen. Citizens of Longdu, having heard the news, began to gather around the two of them, forming a growing crowd. Suddenly, a trembling voice emerged from the crowd. Director Gu, since Daxia has fallen to such a state yet remains unconquered, does it mean the foreign tribes are unable to invade for now? This question, like a ray of light, brought clarity to many of the panicked citizens. Qingchen nodded slightly. Indeed, there is a mother river of life at the borders of Daxia, formed from the body of a divine being. It has protected Daxia for over 1,000 years. However, this mother river of heaven and earth is not omnipotent. He paused for a moment, his tone growing heavier. According to predictions, within a year, the 4 major foreign tribes are likely to join forces and launch an attack on Daxia. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere seemed to plummet into icy despair. The faces of the border city residents turned ashen, and the comments in the live stream froze in stunned silence. A shadow of hopelessness loomed over all of Daxia. Starting today, Daxia will make all historical records and information about the foreign tribes accessible to the public. I hope every citizen of Daxia will prepare for the coming war. I firmly believe that aside from traitors, there are no cowards in Daxia. As the live stream ended, Qingchen turned to Yin Yiling. Uncle Yin, what's your next move? Yin Yiling sheathed the long blade on his back. I'll gather the other 4 war gods and return to Longdu for a meeting to discuss defense strategies. Seeing the puzzled look on Qingchen's face, he explained that he had mastered the ability to open spatial tunnels connecting all of Daxia, allowing the war gods to travel with ease. What about you, Xiaogu? Don't tell me you're going back to school? Yin Yiling teased. Qingchen shook his head with a faint smile. I need to return to the tribunal to handle some matters first. All right, reach out to me anytime if something comes up. With those words, Yin Yiling stepped into a spatial rift and disappeared. Qingchen also passed through a deep blue spatial portal, arriving at the headquarters of the Tribunal of Demonic Judgment. At that moment, a large group of tribunal members was escorting a number of extravagantly dressed individuals into the interrogation chambers. I'm royalty. My father is the finance minister of Longdu. One of the detainees screamed hysterically. The guard escorting him sneered. The Dragon Emperor was slain by our director. You lot are nothing but commoners now, destined to be exiled to the border. Several officers straightened up and saluted the moment they saw Qingchen enter. Good day, director. Their eyes glimmered with admiration. Qingchen waved kindly. The live stream earlier didn't scare you, did it? The leading officer gave a wry smile. It was a bit shocking, but for us, who frequently hunt foreign tribes along the borders, we've long been mentally prepared for such situations. After hearing Qingchen reveal the truth, the members of the tribunal displayed an extraordinary level of adaptability. Qingchen nodded slightly and then inquired, how is the progress of the matters I arranged during the live stream? The lead steward, his expression grave, reported, as per your orders, we have initiated a comprehensive investigation into the other royal families and regional officials. The entire Nangong family has been apprehended, and most of the royal members of the Dragon Emperor's lineage are also in custody. While a few managed to escape after receiving advance notice, we have mobilized all stewards and elders around Longdu to form an inescapable net. We believe they will be captured soon. Qingchen patted the steward on the shoulder and gave a heartfelt reminder. Now that the truth has been revealed, there will likely be significant unrest within Daxia. Notify all departments of the tribunal to do everything in their power to maintain order. Understood, sir. The steward responded solemnly. After giving his instructions, Qingchen finally exhaled deeply and turned to head towards the room where Luo Yuling was resting. Meanwhile, in a secluded gorge near the borders of Daxia, a storm was brewing. What? The secrets that Daxia has hidden for years were exposed by that boy just like that? A short, elderly man erupted in fury, his roar causing the entire mountain forest to tremble violently. The soldiers below stood frozen in fear, not daring to breathe loudly. Although this martial god was known for his fiery temper, such an outburst of rage was rare. The old man cursed as he waved his hand in anger, exclaiming, let whoever wants to guard this border do it. I'm done. Damn it, I've been guarding this place for years, and now my home is gone. I'm going to find that boy and demand an explanation. Just as he turned to leave, his pupils suddenly contracted. Above him, a disheveled man had appeared at some point, lying leisurely atop a wine gourd with his arms crossed. In a calm tone, the man said, kids say things they don't fully understand. Why take it so seriously? You old fool. Your perspective is far too narrow. These words sent a shiver down the old man's spine, a chill surging from his feet all the way up, leaving his entire body covered in goosebumps. A vast, unfathomable aura surged from behind, far exceeding the old man's own power. When he extended his spiritual sense, it was swallowed completely, like a stone sinking into the ocean. As one of the 4 martial gods of the Great Xia, he hadn't felt this kind of suppression in decades. Could a king-level being from another race have infiltrated? His expression darkened, and a fierce roar, like that of tigers and dragons, erupted from within him. The ground beneath his feet shattered as he soared into the air, his hands moving rapidly to form seals. In an instant, the heavens trembled, the winds howled, and a towering divine figure emerged from the earth, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. With a sharp motion, it struck out with a massive palm toward the source of the aura. The man, still lounging lazily on his wine gourd, appeared utterly indifferent. He casually exhaled a mouthful of wine, which formed a reflective barrier before him. The colossal palm descended with earth-shaking force, sending shockwaves rippling through the mountains and clouds of dust into the air. Yet, to the old man's shock, his divine form sensed no contact with the man's actual body. That barrier of wine alone had effortlessly deflected his full-powered strike. Before he could recover, a golden wine gourd emerged from the swirling dust, light as a feather, and tapped gently against the head of the towering figure. In an instant, cracks spread across the divine form like a spiderweb, and it shattered like fragile porcelain. The old man's face grew grim this time. He had encountered a truly formidable adversary. Rage boiled within him as he tilted his head back and roared toward the heavens. The sky darkened in response, red lightning writhing within the clouds as a primordial force prepared to descend. But just as the storm was about to break, a lazy voice drifted through the haze. "Oh dear, old Huang, after all these years, you're still so hot-tempered. Can't you make sure who you're dealing with before you start throwing punches?" That familiar voice froze the old man in place, his surging aura suddenly halting. When the figure emerged from the dissipating dust, his golden eyes gleaming even in the dim light, the old man's pupils contracted, his heart trembling. Are you Aotion?" His voice quivered, and tears welled up in his eyes. The oppressive aura in the sky dissipated instantly, and sunlight once again bathed the earth. Nearby, a soldier's legs nearly gave out beneath him, his face pale with fear. He had only come to deliver a message to the martial god, but had been caught in the middle of this earth-shattering confrontation. If not for his battlefield experience, he might have already fainted or worse. Now that the fight had abruptly stopped, he stood frozen, unsure of what to do. The old man wiped his tear-streaked face, about to speak, when Aotion silently gestured. Understanding the signal, the old man turned and barked at the soldier, his tone sharp with irritation. "What are you staring at? Want to die young? Get lost." The soldier, as if granted a pardon, bolted as fast as he could, only stopping to catch his breath once he had reached the safety of the mountain pass. His mind raced with questions. Who could this mysterious figure be, to make the fiery martial god lose his composure like that? Once the soldier was out of earshot, the man finally spoke, his voice calm and distant. "Old Huang, it's been decades. How have you been?" The old man, standing there in the mountain pass, looked again at the disheveled, vagabond-like figure before him, and a bittersweet ache stirred deep in his heart. The man who was once a figure of unparalleled grace and charm now appeared utterly haggard after decades had passed. His body reeked of alcohol, his clothes were disheveled, and he was a far cry from the confident and spirited image lodged in memory. The old man gazed at this familiar yet unrecognizable figure before him, his heart a tangle of emotions. Straightening his posture, he took a deep breath and, in a slightly hoarse voice, asked, "Aotion, after you and Xingling left Xia, what exactly happened over these decades? Why did you vanish without a trace?" Before he could finish his thought, the old man suddenly remembered something and added with a hint of confusion, "Wait, where is Xingling? Weren't the two of you inseparable?" The man's drunken eyes flickered with a trace of emotion at the mention of her name. His golden pupils trembled slightly, sadness welling up within them. After a long silence, as though summoning every ounce of strength, he slowly uttered a few words. "Linger stayed in Qingchen." The words struck the old man like a heavy blow, causing him to sway slightly. Though he had faintly suspected this outcome, hearing it confirmed left him in disbelief. The woman who had once captivated an entire nation with her unparalleled beauty and grace had, in the end, fallen victim to the cruelty of fate. A heavy silence settled between them. After some time, the old man broke it, his voice tinged with gravity. "Are the foreign invaders of Qingchen truly that terrifying?" His question unearthed a buried history. Qingchen, Dezhou, Detang, and other nations once coexisted with Xia on the planet of Lanxing. A millennium ago, as the invasions from foreign entities intensified and the number of deities dwindled, the connections between these nations began to fracture. To fend off the invaders, each nation constructed its own defensive structures, which inadvertently severed communication among them. 7 centuries ago, all contact between the nations was lost completely, even rendering Xia's prized Sangqiong divine orb powerless to discern the state of others. Surveying the desolation before him, the old man knew deep down that if even Xia, once the most powerful of them all, had fallen to such a state, the fate of the other nations was unlikely to be any better. Gu Outyin silently lay back on the wine gourd, a trace of sorrow flashing through his eyes. He slowly shook his head and revealed a cruel truth. The great Qin dynasty had been invaded by foreign tribes decades ago. By now, the entire land was likely lost, with only a handful of human survivors remaining. The old man's eyes filled with shock. He took a deep breath and asked, "Then after you returned to the Great Xia, what have you been doing for these past decades?" "Old Huang, have you forgotten? Linger and I have 2 children in the Great Xia," Gu Outyin said, staring directly into the old man's cloudy eyes. Realization dawned on the old man. "Are you saying that all these years, you've been hiding your identity in the Great Xia and focusing on raising those 2 children?" "Quite the opposite," Gu Outyin shook his head. "I didn't nurture them in their martial training. On the contrary, I deliberately placed countless obstacles in their path." "Why?" The old man frowned deeply. "With the talent of your and Xingling's children, they could have become martial gods if raised properly. The Great Xia could gain at least 2 more formidable warriors." Gu Aoshan's gaze remained calm. "Martial gods are far from enough. As my children, they have only 2 choices. Either live as ordinary people, far removed from the martial world, and I will ensure they want for nothing. Or they must break through under immense pressure, rising to the level of immortality. If they can't overcome even this level of hardship, how will they face the countless alien races among the stars in the future?" As he spoke, it seemed as though he aged 10 years in an instant. "I don't want my children to repeat Linger's tragic fate." The old man remained silent for a long time before finally asking Outyin, "You've been in hiding in the Great Xia for decades. Why have you come to find me now?" He paused, and a sudden realization struck him. It must be related to the young man who had recently caused a massive uproar in the Great Xia. "That young man, is he your son?" The old man exclaimed in shock. Not even 20 years old, yet already at the Grandmaster level and wielding a divine weapon of loss. No wonder, he was so exceptional. Gu Outyin nodded in acknowledgement, a rare smile appearing on his face. "If that's the case, why not let me go to Dragon Capital and lend a hand?" The old man asked, puzzled. "Now is not the time." Gu Outyin shook his head. "That boy is in the wrong state of mind. If you intervene, it might truly put him in danger." Meanwhile, in the Demon Trial Division of Dragon Capital, Gu Qingchen pushed open the door to the rest area, feeling as though his entire body was weighed down with lead. He was lightheaded and dizzy. The moment he stepped inside, he was caught in the warm embrace of Luo Yuling. "Qingchen, are you all right?" Her familiar voice, full of concern, allowed him to completely relax as he slumped into her arms. With Luo Yuling's support, he barely made it to the bed. "I'm fine, just the usual overexertion of Tao essence. Let me sleep, and it'll be okay," he murmured before passing out, his consciousness plunging into an endless darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the Hall of Divinity. The grand golden doors stood as imposing as ever, the air still thick with spiritual energy, yet the fatigue in his body felt even more overwhelming. Dragging his heavy steps, he passed by the Peach Blossom Temple. The sword deity surrounded by drifting peach blossoms hesitated to speak. As he walked past the Silver Dragon Temple, Zhao Zilong wore the same worried expression, but in the end, they only turned their gazes toward the direction of the Green Lotus Temple, remaining silent. At last, he arrived before the Green Lotus Temple. Li Taibai was leisurely sipping the wine he had brought. When he saw Gu Qingchen, Li Taibai's expression turned grave for a moment, but quickly eased. He jumped down from the temple, approached Gu Qingchen, and shook the wine in his hand with a playful grin. "Young Gu, do you realize that you're about to die?" Gu Qingchen's mind jolted awake as he stared blankly at the man before him, charming, dashing, and wearing a broad smile. What did Li Taibai mean just now when he said, "You're going to die"? He was perfectly fine alive, and well, how could he possibly die? "Old Bai, I know you're still mad about me tricking you out of your poetry scrolls last time, but don't joke about something like this," Gu Qingchen said weakly, patting Li Taibai on the shoulder. "I've overexerted my mental energy this time, and my mind's a bit muddled. Let me head over to your place and drink some wine to recover." Li Taibai's lips twitched in frustration, thinking to himself how this kid really treated his Qinglian Divine Hall like some kind of retreat. Raising an eyebrow, he spoke seriously, "Young Gu, I'm not joking this time. You are indeed in grave danger. Think about it. When you've overdrawn your mental energy in the past, has it ever affected the state of your Divine Hall?" Gu Qingchen froze. Indeed, he'd overexerted himself countless times before, but every time he returned to the Divine Hall, all his exhaustion would instantly dissipate. Yet this time, the fatigue in his body remained, completely unrelenting. He also recalled the grave and worried expressions of the deities in the Peach Blossom Hall and Silver Dragon Hall as he passed by earlier. "Old Bai, what's going on?" Gu Qingchen asked, his expression growing serious. Li Taibai let out a long sigh. As he paced along the edge of the Qinglian pool with a wine jug in hand, he asked, "Do you remember those poetry scrolls you took from me?" Gu Qingchen nodded. Those 5 scrolls were something he'd gone to great lengths to swindle from Li Taibai. It wouldn't have been an issue, except one of them was something you should never have used, Li Taibai continued. Do you understand the meaning of Dao Yun? Gu Qingchen replied. Dao Yun is the final threshold for a martial artist to reach the martial god realm. It's the first cornerstone of touching the realm of gods. Li Taibai shook his head. That's true, but I've been a god for so long. I've forgotten most of the details. Dao Yun is the essence of a practitioner's understanding of the universe and the heavens. The key is its uniqueness. Everyone perceives Dao Yun differently, walks their own path, and ultimately achieves distinct Dao fruits. The grander the vision, the more supreme the Dao Yun. And this has what to do with the poetry scrolls? Gu Qingchen asked, puzzled. Li Taibai took a long swig of wine. The scrolls you previously took were single-use ones infused with my Dao Yun. When unfurled, they unleash the power of Dao Yun against enemies. But the scroll raising my cup to the bright moon, my shadow makes 3, is different. It's the reason you're in this predicament. You used my Dao Yun without comprehending it, which is destroying your soul and body. To put it simply, not only has your spirit suffered irreparable damage, but your soul has also been permanently wounded. You won't last more than a few days. Gu Qingchen suddenly understood. Ordinary scrolls were like bombs thrown outward, but this particular scroll was like detonating a bomb within himself, causing irreversible harm. Then why didn't you warn me back then? Gu Qingchen asked. Li Taibai's expression darkened. Warn you? You grabbed them like a bandit and ran faster than a dog. How was I supposed to warn you? Gu Qingchen scratched his head awkwardly before changing the subject. So, how long do I have left? Li Taibai held up 2 fingers in the shape of a V. No more than 2 months. 2 months, huh? Gu Qingchen sighed. All right, out with it. You've been building up to something. What's your ultimate trial? Seeing Gu Qingchen's casual demeanor, Li Taibai couldn't help but feel puzzled. You're going to die in 2 months, and you're not scared? Gu Qingchen yawned wearily. There are 3 deities in this hall. What do I have to fear? Even if it can't be resolved, it's just death. Besides, judging by your smug expression earlier, you must have a solution, right? Li Taibai gazed at the young man before him and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. This youth was truly intriguing. As his laughter subsided, a hint of amusement flickered across his expression. There is a way, he said, but whether you survive 2 months from now will depend entirely on you. With that, Li Taibai swept his sleeve and turned away, heading deeper into the Qingchen temple. Follow me. If we don't deal with this, I'm afraid you won't even last the next 2 months. Gu Qingchen hesitated for a moment before quickly catching up. They passed through a familiar study, where an ancient, serene energy seemed to permeate the air, instantly dispelling his fatigue. The two continued along a simple, earthen path lined with rare plants. The dirt trail bore a few crooked footprints evidently left by a drunken Li Taibai. After walking for an indeterminate amount of time, they stopped in front of a crystalline pool. The water shimmered with a bluish-green glow, and several massive green lotuses bloomed on its surface. The surrounding stone walls were densely inscribed with ancient runes from a bygone era. We're here. Step forward. Li Taibai gestured. Though puzzled, Gu Qingchen obeyed and took a step toward the pool. The moment he touched the water, a radiant azure light descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. A mysterious force lifted him off the ground, and a green lotus appeared above his head, shrouded in an aura of chaos. In an instant, countless scrolls of poetry flew out from the temple, swirling around Gu Qingchen. Li Taibai stood by the pool, watching his handiwork with a satisfied smirk. After a while, he pointed to one of the scrolls where bold, flowing characters emerged. Tears stain the cheeks, yet none know whom the heart resents. The words transformed into streams of light and entered Gu Qingchen's body. A wave of constriction swept over him, his spirit tightening sharply. But just as quickly, all his exhaustion melted away. After another flash of azure light, Gu Qingchen landed lightly on the ground, feeling refreshed and reinvigorated, as though the harrowing battle in Longdu had never occurred. Oh bai, is it really cured? Gu Qingchen asked, his voice filled with surprise and delight. Li Taibai retrieved the scrolls and shook his head. Your soul is gravely wounded. I excel in destruction, not healing. This only numbs your consciousness to the pain temporarily. Otherwise, you'd likely fall into an endless slumber until your soul shattered completely. Gu Qingchen frowned, realizing that the Qingchen pool and the poetry scrolls were merely palliatives. When the 2-month deadline arrived, his fate would remain unchanged. Then how can I restore my soul? Li Taibai clasped his hands behind his back and began walking out of the chamber, his tone calm. Over 10,000 years ago, I buried a jar of peerless wine in Daxia. That wine has the power to revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. Now, it's time for you to know about it. Gu Qingchen's eyes widened in shock. To Li Taibai, even the Murong family's centuries-old treasured wines were merely good wine. What kind of divine brew could he possibly be referring to? A wine praised by the gods as peerless must undoubtedly be the finest brew in existence. Gu Qingchen gazed at Li Taibai, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Old Bai, with such a treasure in your possession, why didn't you bring it out sooner? Li Taibai chuckled with carefree ease. Your state of mind wasn't ready before this wine would have been wasted on you. But now, things are different. Will drinking that wine truly restore my soul completely? Gu Qingchen's eyes gleamed with hope. Effortlessly. Even if you were reduced to ashes, it could bring you back to life. As they spoke, the two walked out of the Green Lotus Divine Temple and sat by a stone table outside. Gu Qingchen was about to press for the whereabouts of the wine when he noticed Li Taibai tilting his head back to gaze wordlessly at the night sky. The moon hung bright, the stars sparse, and the night was at its deepest. Seeing Li Taibai's silent, smiling demeanor, Gu Qingchen froze for a moment before suddenly understanding. He slapped his forehead, grabbed a bottle of wine from the table, raised it high, and laughed. Old Bai, I get it now. Cheers. The clear clink of their cups echoed through the Green Lotus Divine Temple, lasting well into the night. Eventually, Gu Qingchen slumped over the stone table, completely drunk. Li Taibai also rose unsteadily, feeling a rare dizziness as his figure swayed slightly. Steadying himself, he looked at the now unconscious young man with a faint smile. This kid's tolerance is getting better and better. With that, he raised his hand and pointed toward the heavens. A beam of green light enveloped the young man. Gu Qingchen suddenly heard a mechanical voice echoing in his ears. Trial of the Green Lotus Poet Immortal initiated. Trial of Longing. Travel to the borders of Daxia to uncover the legendary divine wine Longing, buried for millennia by the poet Immortal. Final rewards will be revealed upon completion. After completing this, a trace of melancholy flickered in Li Taibai's eyes as he turned and walked back toward the Green Lotus Divine Temple. His voice resounded across the heavens and the earth. Once you find the wine, don't drink it all yourself. Save me a sip, just one sip will do. As the first rays of dawn broke through the horizon, golden light poured into the temple, illuminating its sacred halls. Gu Qingchen finally opened his eyes, shaking off the haze of intoxication. He rubbed his temples, forcing himself to wake up fully. As he stood up from the stone table, an ancient roll of parchment slipped from behind him and fell to the ground. A mechanical voice rang out in his mind once again, cold and unwavering. Final trial. Travel to the borders of Daxia and seek the unparalleled divine wine buried for millennia by the poet immortal of the Green Lotus Xiangxi. The simplicity of the task took Gu Qingchen by surprise. A mere wine hunt? This was to be Li Taibai's ultimate trial? Ever since he had unlocked the third temple, Li Taibai's trials had always been unpredictable, often bordering on whimsical, sometimes not even revealing the task before declaring it complete. Picking up the parchment, Gu Qingchen unrolled it to find an old map of Daxia. At its southwestern border, a crooked ink trail marked a route stretching toward the far western edge. In the map's corner, Li Taibai's bold, flamboyant handwriting left a cryptic note. Too much time has passed. I can't recall the exact location. Follow this route and look for a pear tree. 300 feet beneath it lies the Xiangxi wine. The moment he finished reading, the parchment dissolved into a stream of light, merging into Gu Qingchen's mind. Now, with just a thought, the map could materialize in his consciousness. 300 feet underground this wine was buried deep. Clearly, it had been of great significance to Li Taibai in his time. As his thoughts shifted, the scene around him changed. Gu Qingchen returned to the resting chamber of the real world. Morning sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a soft glow across the room. He noticed Luo Yuling seated cross-legged on the floor, a jade-like pill suspended above her head, channeling a steady flow of spiritual energy into her. 10 minutes later, her aura stabilized, solidifying her place at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm. Yuling, how's the effect of the heavenly marrow pill? Gu Qingchen asked with a smile. Hearing his voice, Luo Yuling's initial surprise quickly gave way to joy, but her expression soon hardened. She was still upset with him for recklessly entering the royal palace alone to battle foreign invaders. Although Uncle Yin had arrived just in time to save him, the danger of that encounter had been far too real. Unaware of her displeasure, Gu Qingchen took her hand and asked directly, "You just broke through any discomfort or strange feelings?" Her ears flushed red, and the tension in her expression melted away. She leaned into his embrace, nuzzling against him. When she learned he had been unconscious for 3 days, Gu Qingchen's face grew somber. Only 50 days remained before his soul would shatter, and the workload at the demon tribunal was undoubtedly piling up. "Let's go. They'll take you home, I have things to attend to," he said, gently patting her head. But to his surprise, Luo Yuling held onto his hand. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Could we go out together for a bit?" she asked shyly. The young girl shook her head vigorously, her fair cheeks tinged with a soft blush. "Qingchen, is that okay?" Luo Yuling asked cautiously, her large, gem-like eyes wide with anticipation, her long lashes trembling ever so slightly. Qingchen froze at her words, his expression turning complicated. Normally, going out to have fun wouldn't be an issue. But now, with the foreign tribes eyeing Xia hungrily and the constant threat of invasion looming, things were different. Not to mention, in just 2 months, his soul would begin to fracture, and he was already racing against death itself. This request was so unlike Luo Yuling's usual demeanor. Could something have happened while he was in his deep slumber? Noticing his hesitation, Luo Yuling hurriedly explained, her voice tinged with nervousness. I know you're really busy. Just half a day would be fine. If it's really not possible, we can do it another time. Her voice grew softer as she spoke, her gaze lowering, dimming with disappointment. Qingchen's heart softened. He pulled the young girl into his arms, gently stroking her silky hair. Of course we can. Spending time with my little Yuli is something I've always dreamed of. But tell me, has something happened in Longdu while I've been resting? Leaning against him, her cheeks turned a delicate shade of pink, like blooming peach blossoms. Lord Tianzai has already resolved the border issues. This morning, he and the other martial gods arrived in Longdu. He sent me a message last night saying that after today's meeting, he plans to take me to the border for training. As she spoke, her expression dimmed again. This departure meant they wouldn't see each other for a long time. But she knew she couldn't hold him back. To keep up with the one she cherished, she had to follow the martial gods and grow stronger. Her childhood experiences had taught her that being a burden only led to abandonment. Her father had been cast aside by her grandparents and mother for his lack of strength, and when her own talents hadn't yet emerged, she had been discarded by her father. She was determined not to repeat the past and vowed to keep pace with this prodigiously gifted young man. Qingchen nodded thoughtfully, piecing things together. So today was the day Uncle Yin had mentioned the martial gods were being reassigned to guard their respective territories. Though reluctant, he smiled and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's head out now. Where do you want to go?" "The amusement park." Her eyes lit up instantly. Throughout her childhood, she could only stand outside the gates of Guangling City's amusement park, watching other children laugh and play on the carousel, the pirate ship, and the roller coaster, all under the loving gaze of their parents. Now, at last, her long-held wish was about to come true. Meanwhile, in the grand meeting hall of Longda's Supreme Council, the room was adorned with golden decorations and surrounded by ancient statues of divine beings. Yin Yiling sat at one corner of the massive 5-point table, with the other 4 corners marked by tumber-high spatial portals. As the clock above struck the hour, 3 figures stepped through the portals in an instant, taking their seats, leaving one corner still vacant. The room was thick with an oppressive aura. This was the Martial Gods Summit, a gathering so exclusive that even the royal family had no authority to attend. Yin Yiling glanced at his phone, a helpless smile crossing his face. "You lot really can't arrive a second earlier, can you?" Before his words had fully settled, a burly man with a rugged demeanor stood up, laughing heartily. The rugged man immediately recognized Yin Yiling. His nearly 2.5-meter tall, towering frame and the bulging muscles covering his entire body made him look like a living sculpture, radiating an intimidating presence. "Yin, I was wondering which of the 7 sovereigns had advanced to the martial god realm, and it turns out to be you. Congratulations." His tone revealed a sense of familiarity with Yin Yiling. Yin Yiling furrowed his brows slightly, his voice carrying a distinct note of displeasure. "Earth Saint, I've now ascended to the martial god level, equal to you in rank. Please address me by my title. I am Huangquan." The rugged man laughed heartily, giving Yin Yiling a firm pat on the shoulder. All right, Huangquan it is. You, kid, barely stepped into the martial god realm and already throwing your weight around." These words caused Yin Yiling's expression to freeze instantly. Though his face darkened, he chose to remain silent. The man before him, Earth Saint, was no ordinary figure. He was a powerhouse who had attained enlightenment purely through the strength of his physical body, widely regarded as the strongest in terms of raw physical prowess in all of Daxia. It was said that with a single strike, he had not only crushed a demon from the demon clan but also caused dozens of towering peaks to collapse. Even among the other martial gods present, none dared to take his blow heeding. At this moment, an elderly man glanced around impatiently. "I've got plenty of matters to handle. I don't have time to waste here in Longdu. If we're going to hold a meeting, let's get on with it. Where's the hermit? I can sense his presence in Longdu. Wrathful one, have you truly lost your mind in old age?" "The hermit hasn't attended a meeting in nearly a decade," a cold and detached voice interrupted. The speaker's face was obscured by a shimmering curtain of countless swirling elements. Clad in robes and holding a peachwood staff embedded with glowing elemental stones, he looked every bit the archetypal mage. This person was none other than the martial god, Calamity. The elderly man let out a cold laugh. "Calamity, do you think I need your reminders? If it weren't for my good mood today, do you believe you wouldn't already be kneeling at my feet? You're welcome to test me." Calamity merely waved his staff nonchalantly, the elemental stone at its tip emitting a faint glow in response. Sensing the brewing tension, Yin Yiling quickly intervened. All right, enough arguing. The hermit has indeed arrived in Longdu this time. However, he's already informed me that his visit isn't to rejoin the meetings, but to attend to his own matters. Pausing briefly, he continued. Now that everyone is here, let's officially begin the discussion regarding the defense of the borders. The burly Disheng nodded and took over Yin Yiling's topic, getting straight to the point. Currently, there are 5 martial gods in Daxia. I propose we reallocate the 5 positions for guarding the regions. Does anyone have a better suggestion? The hunched-over Baonu frowned and objected. Reallocation? The 4 regions have long been established, and we've been rotating for decades. Why create unnecessary trouble? Tianzai spoke up next, his voice calm. Reallocation is indeed troublesome. Huang Quan is new to the rank of martial god and will need time to adapt. Since he possesses spatial blessings and is familiar with the affairs of Longdu, why not let him stay there? He can provide support to all regions as needed. He then turned to Yin Yiling. What do you think? Yin Yiling nodded in agreement. Though his heart yearned for the front lines to hone his skills in battle, he understood this was the most reasonable arrangement. The other martial gods, having witnessed his spatial tunnel abilities, also expressed their approval. Tianzai continued. Now that Huang Quan's position is decided, there's another matter. Our 4-year term is coming to an end, and after this meeting, it will be time to rotate our posts. Disheng cast him a curious glance. Tianzai, you're currently stationed in the north. Are you in such a hurry to change assignments? Bao Nu, however, stood up directly, his gaze sharp and threatening. Don't even think about staying in the north. This time, it's my turn to choose first. You'd better obediently head south. Daxia is located in the southern hemisphere of Blue Star. The northern plains boast a pleasant climate and are close to Longdu, making it convenient for reinforcements. The south, on the other hand, is a land of towering mountains, bitter cold, and far from any towns. By the rules, those who guarded the south last rotation are given priority in selecting their next post. To everyone's surprise, Tianzai said calmly, I'll take the south. The other martial gods were momentarily stunned. This was the first time anyone had voluntarily requested to guard the south. Tianzai explained, the Exploration Division has reported that in 20 days, a chaotic flow of cosmic elements will appear in the southern region. My new apprentice has an S-grade elemental blessing. If we seize this opportunity, the rewards could be immense. At this moment, it was early morning, and the streets of Longdu were sparsely populated. Ever since the truth had come to light, the city had grown somewhat desolate, with many shops shuttered. Patrol teams from public security and the demon tribunal were a common sight on the streets. A young pair stood out in particular, a boy in pristine white attire, his flawless features only partially obscured by sunglasses, and a girl with a graceful figure, eyes like autumn water, her face veiled by a faintly pink gauze. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and stare. Qingchen, is this enough? Luo Yuling asked, pointing to the veil on her face, which was formed by Dao Rime. As public figures in Daxia, they had no choice but to conceal their identities to avoid causing a commotion. Qingchen smiled and gently took her hand. It should be fine. Just as he finished speaking, a luxury car slowly pulled up in front of them. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.